Of course Yi Feng didn't know who that young girl was. He only knew that she had 12 years of cultivation. Considering her age, it was already very rare. She was about the same level as Xuanhuan before meeting Yi Feng. It's just that those guys from the 10,000 snake poison sect teamed up to bully a woman. They still used the method of poisoning. This is too tasteless. Yi Feng quietly moved towards the corner of the square where the young girl was. It wasn't that he was attracted by the young girl. It was because he found a clue. Looking at the young girl's attire, she didn't seem like a disciple of an ordinary sect. Like a disciple of some remote sect. He happened to be on the road. His consciousness caught the conversations and whispers of everyone around him. He quickly learned the identity of the young girl. Her name is Zhang Yang. She's from the corpse exorcism sect. One whispered to the other. No wonder. The corpse sect and the 10,000 snake poison sect have always had an enmity. It's just that the 10,000 snake poison sect is so bold this time. Openly poisoning at the trade fair. The other person frowned slightly. Some couldn't figure it out. When Yi Feng heard it, he secretly thought it was right. The corpse sect. They only sent a young girl to the trade fair. It's really petty. Or is it that other people didn't come to this square? Soon he was within 300 meters of the other party. His consciousness swept away and his face changed. Sunshine grass. 2 stalks of tying grass and some other rare medicinal materials were placed together by the young girl in a small bamboo basket, carried on her back, with the bamboo basket. The young girl Zhang Yang's figure became more and more slender, but the original crystal clear skin now it has a black and yellow color. It is obvious that the poisoning is not serious. The appearance of the sungrass made Yi Feng decide to take care of this matter. If this young girl is poisoned to death by the 10,000 snake poison sect, then the tying grass falls into the hands of the 10,000 snake poison sect, and Yi Feng will also have conflicts with the other party. Dead people. From the Shroud of Souls and the tying grass, Yi Feng feels that there are a lot of things that are useful for soul cultivators in the corpse-repelling cult. If you make friends and find out the situation clearly, it will definitely be very useful for Zhao Bei and other soul cultivators in the future. Do it when you think about it. Yi Feng took a step and quietly showed his figure. The other martial arts people who were attracted by the conflict between Zhang Yang, a girl from the corpse sect, and the members of the 10,000 snake poison sect, did not notice Yi Feng's appearance. He put on the mask again and quickly ran towards where the young girl Zhang Yang was. The 4 members of the 10,000 snake poison sect are all middle-aged men. Each of them is as skinny as a stick. They look very weak. But everyone in the world knows that the 4 members of the 10,000 snake poison sect are definitely masters at using poison. Then you definitely don't even know how to die. For example, Zhang Yang, who teaches corpse exorcism in front of him. Little girl, come with us. We will be merciful and give you the antidote. Otherwise, after 3 quarters, your whole body will fester and die in this square. The leader was a skinny man with a pair of eyes as shrewd as a snake. He looked at Zhang Yang gloomily and said, "Delusion." Zhang Yang let out a disdainful bah. Follow these people. She is not so stupid. Of course she knows the other party's purpose. It is strange that she will go with the other party. It is a pity that she is extremely cautious. In the end, she was poisoned by the 10,000 snake poison sect. The 10,000 snake poison sect's ability to play poison is really terrifying so. She is wearing a blue robe. The garland on her head makes her look pure and beautiful. The silver earrings are small and exquisite. Embellishing her stunning beauty, it makes people feel more beautiful. It's a pity that the people of the 10,000 snake poison sect will not be sympathetic. They were ordered to deal with Zhang Yang of the corpse sect this time. It was not their own doing. It was involved in sect disputes. Zhang Yang must die today. Little girl, don't be ignorant. Since you refuse to move, then we will do it by force. The skinny man at the head looked at Zhang Yang, who seemed to be very stubborn, and felt ruthless in his heart. He waved his hand and asked his companions to go up with him, and took Zhang Yang away, forcibly. From their point of view, Zhang Yang is a weak woman with only 12 years of cultivation, and she has been poisoned by them. It is too easy for them to take her away. But an accident happened soon. Let them unexpected. You want to take her away? I'm sorry. I don't agree. A deep voice came from behind the young girl in blue. Immediately afterwards, a young man in a black shirt and a white skull mask appeared calmly and stood in front of Zhang Yang. It was Yi Feng who came. He must get the tying grass immediately. The third day after the trade fair was the official start of the martial arts conference. One day in between was for the martial arts people to rush from Yanjing to the West Xianshan cave of the Tai Chi Hall. This happened to allow Yi Feng to refine the elixir. Ebei and Lingchen's injuries were healed. A group of people were shocked when they saw a masked man popping out halfway. The 4 skinny men from the 10,000 snake poison sect were surprised when they saw Yi Feng jumping out. Who is this guy? How dare he meddle in their 10,000 snake poison sect's business? They don't have spiritual sense and can't detect how much Yi Feng's cultivation level is. But Yi Feng's voice is very young. This makes them think that Yi Feng is just a fledgling young man. When they see Zhang Yang is beautiful, they want to stand up for her. Early. And Zhang Yang saw someone standing up to speak for her, and his expression was a little weird, but he didn't pay much attention to it. There was such a guy who came out to block her gun, which just allowed her to seize the time and try to get rid of the toxins in her body. The people around saw Yi Feng stand up and pointed at him one by one. From the whispers, they all thought Yi Feng was an idiot. Standing up at such a time is obviously courting death. The incident here has also attracted the attention of some people in the martial arts who are maintaining the order of the venue. It is the order-maintaining team jointly formed by the Tai Chi Hall and the Tang family. Previously, the 10,000 snake poison sect poisoned Zhang Yang. There was no direct force conflict, and there was no obvious evidence. In addition, there was a reminder before the superior. Therefore, the team that maintained order turned a blind eye. But now, if Yi Feng stood up and fought with the 10,000 snake poison sect, it would be a direct force conflict, and they couldn't ignore it. It's a pity that Yi Feng certainly doesn't pay attention to these guys who maintain order. Each of them has a cultivation base of 60 or 70 years. It is enough to deal with ordinary people. If he wants to deal with Yi Feng, he is obviously not qualified. Brat. Do you know who this chick is? She dares to stand up without knowing anything. Be careful that she will die in the end. The skinny man headed by one snake poison sect said with a gloomy face. Then do you know who I am? I don't know anything. I dare to poison my woman. I'm tired of work. Yi Feng spoke in a deep voice, imitating the tone of the other party, and once again shocked everyone around. Damn it. Zhang Yang is this kid's woman. This is unscientific. Who doesn't know that Zhang Yang is? Yi Feng doesn't care what that Zhang Yang is. For him, he only needs to get the sun-eaten grass. He stood up and saw that the people from the 10,000 snake poison sect had no intention of backing down. He just talked nonsense. He said that he was Zhang Yang's man. He found a legitimate reason to do it. He jumped up. Kicked at the opponent. What he used was the dragon subduing leg technique of the Long family. Because of Long Wanner, he had learned it a long time ago. It's not bad to use it to cover up his identity at this time. Seeing Yi Feng perform the move of subduing dragon legs, whether it was the 4 skinny men from the 10,000 snake poison sect, or Xuanhuan from the corpse exorcism sect, and everyone around them were all shocked. This masked kid is from the dragon family. There is not a single Long family in the entire square at the foot of the mountain. After the ancestor of the Long family left the customs, he may have discovered something wrong with Long Moran, so he was too lazy to come to this trade fair. It was just that the martial arts conference was held one day later. The ancestor of the Long family was I will be there no matter what. Otherwise, the position of the three major martial arts forces of the Long family will be very difficult to maintain. The appearance of the Long family in the square of the trade fair undoubtedly surprised many people. And this Long family is still on the side of Xuanhuan, who is fighting against the 10,000 snake poison sect. It is even more confusing. For a long time, the Long family has nothing to do with the corpse sect. Besides, how could Xuanhuan be a woman of the Long family? Something that I can't figure out. It made everyone around me cautious. They didn't dare to act rashly. Including the Tai Chi Hall and the team organized by the Tang family to maintain the order of the venue. They were caught in a dilemma for a while. They didn't dare to intervene in this matter. The Long family is one of the three major forces in the martial arts world. They don't dare to provoke the members of the Long family easily. Otherwise, the ancestors of the Long family will lose their temper. They will not take into account the face of the Taiji Palace and the Tang family. Everyone knows it is a well-known hobmeet. To be on the safe side, people from the Taiji Palace and the Tang family immediately reported this matter to the higher-ups in the sect to know. As for Yi Feng, the person facing the 10,000 snake poison sect has an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation. The 4 skinny men of the 10,000 snake poison sect are no match for Yi Feng alone. They were quickly kicked away by him. Everywhere. Hands and feet. Yi Feng didn't kill him. Because he was in public, he didn't want to cause too much trouble. He just needed to save Xuanhuan from the corpse sect. Okay. Let's go. After Yi Feng got rid of the people from the 10,000 snake poison sect, he turned around and took that little hand of Xuanhuan, wanting to take her away. At this moment, he immediately noticed that Xuanyang's skin was extremely cold, as if he was a dead person. It made even Yi Feng shiver in fear. Who are you? Xuanhuan did not follow Yi Feng obediently. Instead, he looked at him very vigilantly. He wanted to shake off his hand, but found that it was impossible. Yi Feng's hand was tightly wrapped around her like an iron hoop. Her 12 years of cultivation could not break free at all. She gritted her teeth and raised her head to look at Yi Feng and asked a question. She couldn't just leave with Yi Feng. Otherwise, she would have to find someone to cure the poison on her body. The poison of the 10,000 snake poison sect is extremely domineering, just like the skinny man as I said. If she doesn't get the antidote within 3 moments, her whole body will fester and die. But Yi Feng didn't have such worries. After getting the tying grass, if the other party wanted to live, Yi Feng would naturally use the pure yang baojian to help her detoxify. It was like letting the other party trade the tying grass for a life. Walk. He didn't even think about it. He grabbed the young girl Xuanhuan, and at the same time took the bamboo basket on her back. One step at a time, he rushed towards the mountain quickly, making everyone around dazzled. The speed is too fast. This is still in the case of bringing a person. Except for Long Moran, when did such a young master appear in the Long family? Could it be that the Long family is hiding their strength and cultivating elites? Wait for this year's martial arts conference to become a blockbuster. Naturally, Yi Feng would not pay any attention to these speculations. After a while, the senior officials of the Tang family and the Tai Chi Hall were called over respectively. The person in charge suddenly became a direct elder of the Tang family. Follow me. Search in the mountains. This direct line elder of the Tang family has cultivated for 100 years. He brought everyone of the Tang family into the mountain quickly. Obviously, he wanted to investigate this matter to the bottom. The elders of the Tai Chi Hall are dead, missing, and missing. At this time, their power is not as good as before. Elder Zhu, who survived the desert, is now the person with the highest cultivation level in the venue. At this time, the people in the Tai Chi Hall are strictly not allowed to participate in this matter. This Elder Zhu has lost his life in the desert. Now he has become more cautious. Yi Feng took the girl Zhang Yang all the way up the mountain. Hidden in the jungle, he found that the coldness on the girl's body was getting stronger and stronger. It even gradually reached the point where even he trembled a little. This made Yi Feng very surprised. Could it be that this girl has some special physique? This is not very scientific. A physique similar to the Immortal Meridian Jade physique has only appeared in the world of cultivating immortals for decades. There is no reason why this is the case on the earth. Moore is right. Yi Feng didn't think much about it. It's just that when he dragged the girl into the dense forest, the cold air on the girl's body became more severe. It's just that there was a yellow paper talisman attached to her body. That's why the cold air didn't burst out. This made Yi Feng even more curious. He immediately asked, "What is the yellow paper talisman on your body? Why do you ask so many questions? What is your purpose?" Zhang Yang's voice was very cold. Due to the power gap, she couldn't resist. But this didn't make her feel the slightest favor towards Yi Feng. In her opinion, Yi Feng and the 4 guys from the 10,000 Snake Poison sect are the same. They are not good things. Then I'll open the skylight and speak out. Yi Feng didn't hesitate. He smiled lightly and said straightforwardly, "Give me the tying grass. I can detoxify you and save your life." Hearing this, Zhang Yang was not excited. Instead, he showed suspicion. "You can cure the poison of the 10,000 Snake Poison sect. Even if you are a member of the Long family, you will definitely not be able to do it. How will you know if you don't try?" Yi Feng said, "It's rare in this world to be able to resist my poison. It's really rare." Boast. The girl Zhang Yang, contemptuously in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. After all, she is now in Yi Feng's hands. It's almost done. I took the sungrass. Arriving at a clearing in the forest, Yi Feng scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and found no one. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand, and the ancient ring of the dragon sword in his hand lit up. Grass is stored in the storage space. This made the girl startled. She checked the bamboo basket behind her. Sure enough, the 2 sungrass plants had disappeared without a trace. "Who are you?" The girl's face sank. One hand was already on a jar similar to a soul-beaming alcove at her waist. Finally, she couldn't help but want to do it. Just when the girl Zhang Yang was about to make a move, a bright white light suddenly lit up in front of her, making her startled. Pure Yang Baojian. What appeared in front of her was a mirror shining with bright white light. Anyone could tell at a glance that this was the most precious treasure of the Tai Chi Hall, the Pure Yang mirror. Zhang Yang was stunned by this scene. How did the Pure Yang treasure mirror appear here? Just now she thought that Yi Feng was bragging, but now she sees it. What Yi Feng said is true. With the Pure Yang Baojian from Tai Chi Hall, it can really cure the poison on her body. You know, this is everything in the world. The nemesis of poison. What is the poison of the 10,000 Snake Poison sect? Of course, people in the martial arts world will not know. The detoxification of Chunyang Baojian also has a level limit. Toxins, with too high a level, cannot be detoxified. However, too high-level toxins are unlikely to appear on the earth. In terms of detoxification effect, the ancient ring of dragon sword is more effective than the treasure mirror of pure yang. After all, in the ancient temple, the treasure mirror of pure yang cannot detoxify the second giant black spider. The ancient ring of dragon sword can. It's just that the detoxification effect of the dragon sword ancient ring seems to be effective only for Yi Feng alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to suck the toxin out for Su Feiying in the sealed stone room. Don't move. Yi Feng said something lightly. As soon as he raised his hand, he pointed the pure yang treasure mirror at the girl's chest. With a surge of true energy, a flash of white light flashed past, sucking out all the toxins in the girl's body. Another flash of white light after flashing, it will be refined and disappeared without a trace. The poison that can cause a person's whole body to fester and die within 3 moments. It was detoxified by Chunyang Baojian in this way. It did not leave the slightest trace in the girl's body. Zhang Yang felt much refreshed all over his body all of a sudden. The gray and black color in his icy skin also disappeared completely. Let her know that the poison in her body has really been detoxified. It's just that she was still upset. Because although Yi Feng detoxified her, he took away 2 tying grasses. This is too shameless. The confrontation between her and the 10,000 snake poison sect in the square may not be impossible to get the antidote. But now she has to pay the price of 2 sunning grasses. Naturally, it made her feel unhappy. Okay. I'm leaving. After Yi Feng got it done, he wanted to leave immediately. As for the girl, he couldn't detect any special physique when he first detected it, so he didn't have much interest. Etc. The young girl Zhang Yang shouted. Her footsteps moved. The garland and silver earrings on her head gave her a lively feeling. Her attire was quite different from that of ordinary people in the martial arts world. She looked like a girl of some ethnic minorities. She stood up all of a sudden and stopped Yi Feng with her hand. What do you want? Yi Feng frowned slightly. Since he saved the girl, he didn't want to make her an enemy. But if the other party pressed her every step of the way, he didn't mind being rough on a girl. It's not the first time anyway. Don't even think about leaving like this. Return the sun in grass. Zhang Yang yelled, stretched out his hand, and gritted his teeth. There was a gust of gray and black wind blowing past, making Yi Feng feel a chill all over his body, and his heart shivered. What happened to this woman? Yi Feng frowned slightly. He was a little curious. He tried his best to detect the girl with his spiritual sense, but was suddenly blocked by the yellow paper talisman attached to her waist. Rip it off. Yi Feng didn't care about the function of the yellow paper talisman. Since he was curious, he opened it. Even if something went wrong, it was the girl's body anyway. What does it have to do with Yi Feng? At most, it's just a matter of conscience. But Yi Feng thinks it's more likely. He can still help this girl. Seeing Yi Feng tearing away at the yellow paper talisman with one hand, the girl Zhang Yang looked panic-stricken. She stepped lightly and wanted to back away. But she couldn't compare to Yi Feng's speed. Tear. Yi Feng tore off the yellow paper talisman with one hand. The girl stopped walking suddenly. At the same time, a gust of cold wind swept from her body. It seemed that it broke out after the yellow paper talisman was not bound. Oh ha ha ha. The seal is finally lifted. The voice of a female ghost that ordinary people can't hear spread all around. Yi Feng's consciousness accurately caught it. His face changed slightly. It was actually a ghost. In an instant, Yi Feng understood what was going on. There was a ghost sealed in the body of this girl Zhang Yang. I don't know how many years. It was this ghost that made her whole body cold. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to get close to her. It is precisely because of this characteristic that other people in the square heard Yi Feng's expression weird when he said that Zhang Yang was his woman. Because it is difficult for ordinary people to get close to this girl's body, let alone do something with her in bed. Freeze to death. Just met Yi Feng. This ghost is considered to have met an opponent. As soon as the yellow paper talisman left, the ghost immediately occupied Zhang Yang's body. Immediately, the girl's eyes lit up, and she looked at Yi Feng like prey. Oh, ha ha ha, little brother. Thank you for breaking the seal for my sister. The ghost manipulated the girl to speak, but quickly shut her mouth. Immortal art. Soul sealing. Yi Feng pressed it with one hand. He pulled the ghost out of the girl's body and sealed it into the Shroud of Souls. In this world, Yi Feng is undoubtedly the ancestor of playing ghosts. A mere female ghost would dare, shouting at him. It's just ridiculous. The female ghost's voice stopped abruptly. The girl Zhang Yang woke up, suddenly. Why are you all right? Zhang Yang opened his eyes, and saw the yellow paper talisman in Yi Feng's hand. He was a little surprised. The female ghost in your body has been taken away by me. It will be fine in the future. Goodbye. Yi Feng waved his hand, turned and left, leaving only Zhang Yang standing there in disbelief. The female ghost in her body was taken away. Did you make a mistake? Zhang Yang just thought it was unbelievable. This Yi Feng is too amazing. What is his identity? When did the Long family produce such an awesome young man? The female ghost in her body has existed since a long time ago. It is said that she was upper-bodied by a female ghost when she went to the grave of the ancestor of the exorcising corpse. Since then, she has been cold all over her body. Then she was pasted by her father a yellow paper talisman. To this day. When she was practicing outside, she was almost pushed down by someone in the wild. But the group tore up her yellow paper talisman. After that, she didn't know anything. She only remembered that when she woke up, those people were lying in disorder. They fell to the ground. They were all dead. You must know that those 7 or 8 people are the elites of the 10,000 snake poison sect. The strongest ones have nearly 50 years of cultivation. Because they were too easy to get, the other party did not use poison. In the end, they were poisoned. From then on, Zhang Yang knew that the female ghost in her body was extraordinary. But her father said that the release of the female ghost would endanger her life, so she must not tear the yellow paper talisman unless it is absolutely necessary. But now, how did this young man in a black shirt and mask do it? As for the female ghost in Zhang Yang's body, no one in the exorcism sect can do anything about it. Even their ancestral method of exorcising ghosts is useless. This time she came to the trade fair alone. It was entirely the idea of the current head of the corpse cult. During the civil strife of the corpse cult not long ago, Zhang Yang's father was killed by an old man. The old man took over the most treasured soul shrine of the corpse cult. He wanted to become the head of the corpse cult, but Zhang Yang's father's brothers joined forces. Drive away. Chase and kill everywhere. And the position of head of the corpse sect also fell into the hands of an uncle Zhang Yang. Don't look at the other party as her relatives. They are not good to her at all. It's just that Zhang Yang can't do anything because of face and affection. It's her uncle's decision to let her come to the fair alone this time. Now Zhang Yang has figured it out. It is definitely her uncle who made an agreement with the 10,000 snake poison sect to put her to death here. After all, she has a female ghost in her body. Even in the zombie cult, it is an ominous sign. And according to tradition, she is the heir to the head of the zombie cult. In order to obliterate the orthodoxy, it is logical that her uncle made such a decision. Just now, when he was at the square at the foot of the trade fair, Zhang Yang wanted to use the yellow paper talisman as a last-ditch attempt to force the members of the 10,000 snake poison sect to hand over the antidote. It was a pity that a man in a black shirt and mask came out halfway. Now she raised her head, looked at Yi Feng's disappearing back, gritted her teeth, and quickly chased after him. She can feel it. Now the warmth in her body comes one after another. And she is still conscious after the yellow paper talisman is torn off. It must be that the female ghost was really taken away. If Yi Feng used the pure yang baojian to detoxify her body, if it made her feel a little grateful, then her only emotion towards Yi Feng was gratitude. No one knows that the whole body is like an ice cube. No one wants to get close to the feeling of loneliness since childhood. Now the female ghost in her body is gone. She can finally live like a normal person. This is her greatest wish for so many years. It was actually realized by a stranger in this coincidence. Is this the fate in the legend? However, she hadn't taken a few steps. Immediately, she found that the masked man in the black shirt in front had been stopped by a group of people. She couldn't help being shocked. She quickly stopped and hid behind a tree, quietly observing. The people in front of Yi Feng were members of the Tang family. Tang Jingtian, the direct elder of the Tang family, led the 4 elite disciples of the Tang family to follow them all the way, and finally caught up with Yi Feng's footsteps, and intercepted Yi Feng in the dense forest. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. Through the white mask, he observed the 5 members of the Tang family in front of him. The headed old man with a white beard had 100 years of cultivation. The 4 middle-aged elites behind him were 2 men and 2 women. They were all in their 60s to 70s cultivation. One of them is a member of the team maintaining order in the trading venue. You are Yi Feng, right? The leader, the old man with white beard, guessed Yi Feng's identity from the first sentence he said when he stopped Yi Feng. Oh. Where did the senior say that? Yi Feng smiled lightly. If he wants to leave here, it is naturally easy. But he wants to see what the people of the Tang family want to do. He is dealing with the people of the Tang family now. Fortunately, it will be better in the martial arts conference after a day play. Seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Black shirt and white mask. Isn't that exactly what you were wearing before you revealed your identity in the East China Sea? The white-bearded old man chuckled. You don't have to be nervous, Yi Xiaoyu. Speaking of which, you are still a descendant of our Tang family. I saw you today. You really have the style of my Tang family. As soon as these words came out, Yi Feng had a strange expression. What does this old guy mean? I am Tang Jingtian. I am the current elder of the Tang family. I can also make decisions in the Tang family. The white-bearded old man continued to smile, and said lightly, with unparalleled confidence on his face, Yi Xiaoyu, you and our Tang family may have misunderstood a little before. Since we are destined to meet tonight, why don't we settle down? How about it? Are you trying to win me over? Yi Feng thought it was funny. Tang Qingtian, one of the great elders of the Tang family, was trapped in the ancient temple together with Qin Jianxiong from the Tai Chi Hall. If there were no accidents, he would have starved to death in the sealed stone room. This Tang Jingtian will definitely not know about the ancient temple. He is still the same as the people in the Taiji temple. He will think that Tang Qingtian is missing. It's a draw. But it's not all. The old man Tang Jingtian glanced at Yi Feng with admiration in his gaze, but also with a little threat. Young friend Yi, you are in a very dangerous situation now. You know it. The Long family will not say more for the time being. The head of the Taiji Hall here this time, I was determined to get rid of you. If you return to our Tang family and change your surname to Tang, my Tang family will naturally protect you. As soon as Yi Feng heard it, he guessed what was going on now. This old man actually came up with such an idea. It's a pity that such an idea will definitely come to naught. Tang Jingtian couldn't see Yi Feng's expression through the mask. Seeing him standing still, he thought he was moving. So he said while the iron was hot, "Yi Xiaoyu, the only one who can protect you in the whole world is us Tang after all, you are facing the head of the Tai Chi Palace. Although the Long family is your father-in-law's family, it is not your own. It is very likely that you will be abandoned when necessary. After all, our Tang family." Enough. Yi Feng felt a little puzzled when he heard the other party's eloquence. He directly took out a long sword from the dragon sword ancient ring. "Don't say anything. Just buy this sword if you are sincere." When this sword appeared, Tang Jingtian shut his mouth immediately. "Isn't this Qinyarong's saber in the Tai Chi Hall? It's a fine weapon among the sharp weapons in the world. How could it appear in Yi Feng's hands?" Tang Jingtian was taken aback by the sword and thought quickly in his mind. Chen Yarong and Chen Jianxiong from the Hall of Tai Chi went to the desert and never came back. It is said that the National Security Bureau also suffered in the desert. But no one knows what the situation there is. Now that Yi Feng took out this sword, he might know something. You know, he is the eldest elder of the Tang family, Tang Jingtian's brother, Tang Qingtian, who also disappeared in the desert. Obviously, compared with Yi Feng, the whereabouts of the direct elder Tang Qingtian is much more important. Tang Jingtian's complexion changed. Although he remained calm, he made a gesture quietly, asking the four elites behind him to surround Yi Feng to prevent him from escaping. Obviously, the appearance of this sword caused Tang Jingtian's heart to ripple. It is impossible for him to buy this sword. After all, it belongs to Tai Chi Hall. If he buys it back, he will really be an enemy of Tai Chi Hall. Yi Feng's consciousness swept away. He saw the opponent's small movements in his eyes, and secretly ridiculed in his heart. "I picked up this sword by chance in the desert. It is said to be the treasure of the Tai Chi Hall." Yi Feng looked at Tang Jingtian with contempt. Why? Elder Tang didn't even dare to buy back the sword from the Taiji Palace. He dared to say that he could protect me from the anger of the head of the Taiji Palace. Just kidding. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Tang Jingtian couldn't help being shocked and angry. This Yi Feng didn't know good from bad. He was indifferent to their Tang family's wooing, and even spoke out to ridicule them. Just as he was about to wave his hand and let the crowd attack and arrest Yi Feng, a middle-aged man with a cultivation level of 70 years at the side changed his face slightly, and he quickly sent a voice transmission to Tang Jingtian. "Elder, didn't you say at the sect meeting that you should try your best to win Yi Feng over? Can't you make him your enemy?" As soon as these words came out, Tang Jingtian's face changed again and again. Originally, with his temperament, it was absolutely impossible to compromise with Yi Feng. Let alone someone as young as Yi Feng in this world, even some martial arts seniors would not dare to ridicule him like this. How could he be able to bear his temper? However, the middle-aged man's reminder made him suppress his anger. Isn't it just a treasured sword from the Tai Chi Hall? Tang Jingtian can buy it himself. Give you 500 million. Give me the sword. Tang Jingtian looked proudly. He glanced at Yi Feng and said, "Not to mention other things. The quality of this sharp weapon-level long sword is really good. The forging process and materials add up to more than 500 million. The main reason is that some of the forging materials are very precious. It is something ordinary people can't buy even if they have money. Anyway, it's not a loss. Tang Jingtian doesn't mind doing it. The key is that he doesn't want to go against the decision made at the Zoman meeting and turn against Yi Feng. He didn't think there was anything too attractive about Yi Feng. Isn't he just a young man with some talent?" But he still had to abide by the decision of the Zoman assembly. Tang Jingtian's reaction made Yi Feng look surprised. He thought that this old man would be surrounded by people right away, so they made a move on him. Is 500 million too little? Yi Feng thought about it carefully. He said lightly, 1 billion buy it. Do you want love or not? Puff. Tang Jingtian was about to vomit blood. He decided to buy Yi Feng's sword. It was already giving him face. This kid is so aggressive. How shameless. It is reasonable to say that the value of this long sword is around 1 billion. However, Tang Jingtian will not make a profit in that way. If he sells it back to Taiji Hall, he will even lose money and offend Taiji Hall. This kind of thing is too stupid. But for Yi Feng, such a loss of 500 million cannot be decided. He asked Long Weiner before. The value of this sword is around 800 million. To make a fortune. 5 billion. Tang Jingtian stared at Yi Feng and the long sword in his hand. He refused to pay any more money. 1 billion. Yi Feng was more calm than the old man. He glanced at him. Looking at Yi Feng's appearance, Tang Jingtian almost wanted to hit him, but just as he raised his hand, the middle-aged man beside him immediately reminded, Elder, Zongmen meeting. Grass. It's hard for Tang Jingtian to curse at such an old age, but he still forcefully stopped his anger. He calmly looked at Yi Feng, 550 million. 1 billion. Yi Feng continued talking. However, he had already lost his patience a bit. His thoughts. If the other party is not interested, of course they will all be killed if they dare to stop him. Anyway, the Tang family drove Tang Qingling out of the Tang family back then. There is no love left between the two parties. If that is the case, there is no need for Yi Feng give face to the other side. What's more, the other party still wants him to join the Tang family so forcefully. He even changed his surname to Tang. This is naturally impossible. Seeing that Yi Feng still insisted on 1 billion, Tang Jingtian was even more frightened and angry. His old face turned red. This made the middle-aged man next to him feel bad immediately. He waved his hand quickly and returned to Tang Jingtian's side with another person, stopped in front of him, and began to persuasion non-stop, knowing the pros and cons. Yi Feng watched their movements and waited calmly. After a while, Tang Jingtian's anger finally subsided. Okay. 1 billion is 1 billion. But you must join our Tang family. And change your surname to Tang. Tang Jingtian gritted his teeth and drew the final bottom line, 1 billion is not a small amount. And if we don't buy it, no one will dare to buy this sword. You can figure it out. That's the end of the conversation. Yi Feng grinned. This smile made the two middle-aged men feel a little terrified at once. They quickly grabbed Tang Jingtian again and chattered a lot. What kind of sect conference was discussed? They can't be enemies with Yi Feng. They said everything in one go. Tang Jingtian was furious. He was dizzy after being told. He stared at Yi Feng. He looked and looked. Finally, he nodded slowly. That's it. 1 billion to buy this sword. Also, remember the Tang family's kindness to you. Tang Jingtian snorted coldly. He threw out a bank card with a wave of his hand. The password is on the back. Snapped. Yi Feng caught the bank card and threw it into the dragon sword ancient ring without even looking at it. He smiled lightly, this is a fair deal. I don't remember any kindness that the Tang family has shown me. While speaking, he threw the long sword in his hand. Although he thinks that the value of force is stronger than the opponent, he still can't do the thing of taking the money and running away. Tang Jingtian caught the long sword. He felt a burst of tyrannical force soak into his body through the long sword, making his whole body tremble. Yi Feng's strength is so strong. It's far beyond his expectation. The previous rumor said that Yi Feng had only been cultivated for 20 years. But now Tang Jingtian really wanted to tear the guy who spread the rumors to pieces. How could Yi Feng have the power of 20 years of cultivation? It was obviously 60 years old. The strength of a year-old master. Now Yi Feng's 29.9 years of true qi cultivation, converted into inner qi cultivation, is indeed equivalent to the level of 60 years. Tang Jingtian, who is rich in experience, can feel it all at once. It's a pity that Yi Feng's true combat power can't be figured out from his cultivation alone. If Tang Jingtian judged Yi Feng's strength based on this, he would be wrong. Bye-bye. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The invisibility technique was activated. It is extremely difficult for people without consciousness to notice his trace. He didn't pay attention to the expressions of Tang Jingtian and others. After Yi Feng left, he thought about it alone. The Tang family's tolerance for me is so high. It seems that I can take advantage of it. If it is clever, it will be very effective in the martial arts conference. Of course, for the Tang family, Yi Feng will only use it. It is impossible for him to really join the Tang family. Change his surname to Tang. This kind of ungrateful family, for him, there is no need to join. It will be stronger than the Tang family. The deal with the long sword just now was actually Yi Feng testing the bottom line of the Tang family. Now that this kind of loss will be suffered, it seems that the Tang family is indeed very afraid of Yi Feng, or takes it seriously. After Yi Feng quietly left, Tang Jingtian was still furious, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. At this moment, he suddenly sensed someone's breath coming from the woods not far away. His voice turned cold. "Who's there?" Zhang Yang, a girl hiding in the dark, was shocked. Oops. He was discovered. Of course, Yi Feng didn't pay any attention to what happened to Zhang Yang from the corpse exorcism sect. He quickly left Yanjing Shishan Square, ready to go home and make elixir to heal Zhao and Ling Chen's injuries. He has less than 30 years of cultivation, and he still can't use the Xingdanju of the Stargrave sect, but alchemy is not as technical as refining weapons, so it is enough to ask Long Wanner, who has cultivated for 33 years, to help. This time, Zisha, combined with Heilidi Xingsha, not only can restore Zhao Bei to normal, but also allow him to directly improve his cultivation for 8 years, and his strength has greatly increased. For Yi Feng himself, coming to the trade fair is not without gain. At least knowing the Tang family's attitude towards him is good news. In addition, the female ghost hiding in Zhang Yang's body seems to have some strength. I don't know if Zhang Xinyun is in control or not. Now that Zhang Xinyun's cultivation has improved, the number of souls he can control has increased. For innate ghosts, it takes more than 5 years of cultivation to control a soul, and the stronger the soul, the more it takes up. Previously, the soul of the demon Lord Huiyun had taken up Zhang Xinyun's cultivation in the early 10 years, and now he just happened to be able to control a soul. Of course, we have to go back and talk about this matter, and it is impossible for Yi Feng to stop and interrogate that female ghost on the road now. By the time I returned to King Fengyuan, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. When he arrived at the entrance of the villa, he suddenly discovered that there were guests in the lobby of Yi Wentian's villa next door, 2 of whom were acquaintances. People from the True Sword sect? There were 3 people in total. The lead was an old man with white hair sitting on the sofa, facing Yi Wentian, talking and laughing happily. The other 2 were Xiao Fengzi and Ren Jia, whom Yi Feng saw last time in Xishan. These 2 elders were standing behind the white-haired old man with respectful expressions. Yi Feng thought about it, and walked to the door of Yi Wentian's villa hall, and knocked on the door. "Come in." Yi Wentian's voice came out, and then Yi Feng pushed open the door and walked in. The handsome figure in a black shirt immediately attracted the attention of the three people in the field. "This is little brother Yi?" Sure enough, he was born with a good-looking talent. When the white-haired old man headed by Zhejian sword sect saw Yi Feng, his eyes lit up and he immediately praised him endlessly. "Little bastard, this is Master Changshan, the head of the Zhejian sword sect. He was the one who made the decision back then and helped your grandfather and your mother." Yi Wendian got up and introduced the white-haired old man to Yi Feng. "I have seen real seniors." Yi Feng nodded when he heard the words, and with his divine sense, he immediately knew that this real person, Changshan, had a cultivation base of 110 years. Peak combat power. It is more than enough to aspire to one of the top 10 schools in the martial arts, but it is a pity that the disciples of the Zhejian sect seem to be not very strong. Both Xiaofengzi and Ren Jia are the second elder and third elder of the Zhejian sect, and both have only over 70 years of cultivation, so it can be seen that the rest of the Zhejian sect's disciples must not be very good. Seeing Yi Feng being so polite, Daoist Changshan was even more satisfied. "Brother Yi is not bad, he is much more sensible than my disciple Hua Yeqing. That kid is disobedient all day long, and the school is not stable at all." Yi Feng wondered, why did this old man suddenly compare him with that Hua Yeqing? That's not right. Yi Wendian heard the words, he chuckled, "Hua Yeqing of your school is the leader of the younger generation in Jianghu, how can I, the dog grandson, compare with it?" As soon as these words came out, Master Changshan was also a little flustered. After all, what Yi Wendian admired was his disciple, and he was also the most beautiful man in the world today, and the #1 person of the younger generation after the death of Tai Chi Hall. Hearing the two old men flatter each other, Yi Feng felt even more bored. He, Xiaofengzi, and Ren Jia looked at each other, and found that they were sizing up suspiciously, and couldn't help laughing secretly. These two guys hunted down the Huayanzong people in Xishan last time, and now they must know that the 3 Huayanzong people have never appeared again, right? In this way, it is very possible to guess that those Yuehua stones were taken away by Yi Feng. But Yi Feng wasn't afraid, anyway. He was the one who took care of Hua Yunzong's problem, and he left a moonlight stone for the other party, which is considered pretty good. He swept his consciousness around, and when he saw the situation in his own villa next door, his expression changed slightly, thinking that it would be better to go back quickly, and ask the matter here earlier. "Grandpa, so we will go to the cave of Xuanhuan Mountain with Senior Daoist for the martial arts conference one day later?" Yi Feng glanced at Yi Wendian and asked a question. "That's right. Besides, your grandfather and mother have already come to Yanjing. For safety's sake, they will go with us." As Yi Wendian said, he wondered in his heart whether he was worried about Tang Qingling's safety, or that Tang Xiefeng had come alone. After all, Tang Xiefeng had cultivated for 100 years and had outstanding combat prowess. "Leave it alone, you can only take it with you. Little brat, remember it for me." Yi Wendian reminded, "If your mother doesn't recognize you, don't act rashly, understand?" Yi Feng nodded. He was a little curious. What does his mother Tang Qingling look like? "I believe little brother Yi has a sense of propriety." Master Changshan looked at Yi Feng kindly, and smiled. "By the way, Hua Yeqing took Qi Shuling to the next door. Brother Yi, young people get along better with young people, you go to meet him? In that case, the junior will take his leave first." Yi Feng bowed, glanced at the 4 old men in the hall, and finally turned and left the villa hall. He just wanted to go back quickly because his spiritual sense had swept into the hall of the villa next door, and the most handsome Hua Yeqing in the universe was leading the majestic snow wolf, Qi Shuling, to the hall of his villa. Fuck, there are a lot of beauties in his villa, and that kid ran over without saying a word, it's crazy. And the strange thing is that Yi Wendian didn't stop it. Yi Feng didn't regard them all in the villa as his own, but when he saw Su Menghan and Long Waner were suddenly attracted by the cuteness of that Qi Shuling, jealousy surged in his heart. Even though it's unreasonable to be jealous of a beast, Yi Feng is still displeased that a man brought a beast into his territory. Especially when that man is obviously several grades more handsome than him. He ran back to the door of the villa in a hurry, coughed, and was about to knock on the door. The door of the villa hall was already opened, and it was xuanhuan with a playful face. The detection range of her current consciousness has reached 330 meters. She sensed Yi Feng's return as a matter of course, and immediately ran to open the door for him. How is it going? The fragrant and delicate body of the eldest lady of the Long family leaned over at once, and slipped into his arms like an elf. Seeing xuanhuan approaching so thoughtfully, Yi Feng's whole body melted. It's okay, let's talk about it later. What's the matter with this guy? What are you doing here? Yi Feng used his wonderful fairy voice to transmit sound, looked at Hua Yeqing of the Zhejian sword school, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle, and the snow wolf squatting at his feet, with a puzzled look on his face. He came to look for you, but it's a pity that you're not here, so I'll let him sit here for a while. It's good that you come back. xuanhuan narrowed her eyes and smiled, then Ling Miaoxianin told Yi Feng quietly, it seems that we are going to the martial arts conference with Hua Yeqing this time? That's right. Wait until I drive him away first. Yi Feng nodded, and walked in with strides. xuanhuan smiled slightly, took his arm and followed him in. Hua Yeqing and Qi Shuling finally found out that Yi Feng had returned, and their expressions changed. Hua Yeqing had a look of joy and curiosity, mixed with a bit of hostility, while Snow Wolf's eyes were full of hostility, mixed with panic, and he hid behind Hua Yeqing with a flick of his tail. Obviously, this Snow Wolf has been afraid of Yi Feng since he was in Xishan last time. That kick left a deep impression on it. After all these years few people could make it pretend to be dead, but Yi Feng did it. Brother Yi, you are finally here. The handsome Hua Yeqing looked at Yi Feng with a provocative tone. Last time in Yanjing Xishan, although I don't know how you lied to me, but this kind of thing won't happen again. After going back, Hua Yeqing talked with the two elders, Xiaofengzi and Ren Jia, and of course knew that it was Yi Feng who passed through him to intercept that night, which made Hua Yeqing quite upset. Oh, is that so? Yi Feng smiled and didn't take this matter to heart at all. If there's nothing else to do, please go back. I'm a little tired and want to rest for a while. This is obviously a direct order to evict guests. Of course, Yi Feng has no curiosity about Hua Yeqing. These words made Hua Yeqing's face change. One must know that in the whole Jianghu, among those young people of his generation, which one of those young people who saw Hua Yeqing would not respectfully call Hua Yeqing's senior brother Hua and fawn on him? After all, everyone knows that with Hua Yeqing's cultivation, he will definitely become a leading figure in the martial arts world in the future. Not to mention the attitudes of those girls towards him, they were all nympho, but today Hua Yeqing suffered successive setbacks with Yi Feng. First of all, the beauties in Yi Feng's villa all dismissed his handsomeness. Even if they smiled, it was purely out of politeness, or because they were attracted by Qi Shuling's cuteness. To sum it up, he is the most handsome guy in the universe, and he is not as good as a beast. As a matter of course, Hua Yeqing blamed Yi Feng for the cause of this phenomenon, thinking that these beauties were too tightly eaten by Yi Feng and deceived too deeply. And now that Yi Feng came back, something that hurt him even more happened. Yi Feng actually didn't care about him at all, and directly issued an order to evict him. Hua Yeqing gritted her teeth, stood up suddenly, and stared at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, listen carefully, I want to take the first place this year. Although we are both representatives of the True Sword sect, I will not hold back from you. As soon as these words came out, Yi Feng was a little puzzled. What is the first? The first person of the younger generation of the martial arts conference. Hua Yeqing said casually, with a confident smile on her face. Oh, I see, please go back. Yi Feng waved his hand, not paying any attention to Hua Yeqing's rhetoric. Including xuanhuan, who was holding Yi Feng's arm, all the beauties in the villa couldn't help laughing. They do know. What is Yi Feng's target now? who is the #1 person of the younger generation. His goal is to fight against the head of the Tai Chi Hall, who has cultivated for 130 years. Even as long as he is given a little more time, it is not impossible to become the first person in the whole martial arts, let alone the younger generation. Of course, they wouldn't explain this kind of thing to Huayeching. Seeing Yi Feng's indifferent appearance, Huayeching felt that what he said just now was like punching the cotton. It seemed so weak, limp and without any strength. What's going on? Yi Feng is rising so fast, isn't he interested in being the #1 of the younger generation? This is impossible, after all, this is the highest honor a martial artist can get when he is young. Huayeching was thinking in his heart, but he didn't know that Yi Feng could not be regarded as a pure martial artist, but half a cultivator and half a martial artist. If Yi Wendian hadn't invited Daoist Changshan, Yi Feng would have been too lazy to borrow the name of the True Sword sect. Huayeching left. He left regretfully, but with boundless fighting spirit. He wanted to cover Yi Feng's limelight in the upcoming martial arts tournament. He took Qi Shuling away, but disappointed many beauties in the villa. That snow wolf is so cute, if only we had such a pet here. In the evening, the lovely and lively Xiaoqi had also returned to the villa. Although she didn't know much about what Huayeching said about the #1 person of the younger generation, she also knew that Yi Feng was busy with his work recently, so she didn't ask much. It's just that she is very interested in Qi Shuling, who just appeared. Furry and cute animals are infinitely attractive to girls. Yi Feng glanced around the hall of the villa, and found that all the girls were here, except for Shu Shu and Zi Jianlan. All of them showed affection for Qi Shuling. Yi Feng was quite surprised. Shu Shu was no longer a little girl. It was understandable that she didn't like Qi Shuling, but such a cute animal, even Yi Feng couldn't help but love it, so Zi Jianlan didn't react at all. Jianlan, don't you like that snow wolf just now? Yi Feng asked a question. She is allergic to animal fur, and will keep sneezing after touching it. On the side, Long Waner quickly explained, and then pulled Yi Feng to the sofa in the hall. Tell me, is the trip to the trade fair going well this time? Will I be able to see your mother tomorrow? Seeing her anxious and nervous look, Yi Feng patted her head and smiled, and told her about the current situation. Although she heard that Tang Qingling had lost her memory, Long Waner was of course very nervous about seeing Yi Feng's mother. And from this, she thought of her own mother, who was killed by her father when she had no memory. Shaking her head, Long Waner didn't think much about these things. After all, Lian Long Moran had already died in Yi Feng's hands. Menghan, if you are tired, rest first. Waner and I still have something to do. Yi Feng wanted to let Long Waner make alchemy, so he said something, but this sentence made the rest of the girls think wrong all of a sudden. There's still something to do, isn't it? Long Waner also pinched Yi Feng's arm, and gave him a blank look. Say what you have to say. Let you make alchemy for me. Yi Feng scratched his head. That's right. Long Waner just laughed, causing all the girls to despise Yi Feng. Looking at Ying and Yan Yan in the villa, Yi Feng always had a feeling of beauty, but it was a pity that something was missing. It would be great if the master was here. Yi Feng thought to himself. The matter of Huayeching didn't make any waves in Yi Feng's heart. He took Long Waner all the way upstairs. He was preparing alchemy on the roof. After all, alchemy was carried out in a high-temperature environment. It would be bad if something was burned indoors. Although there is no professional alchemy furnace, Yi Feng can refine the elixir needed to treat Zhaoyi and Ling Chen by relying on the extreme flame fireball, and he can also refine the soul-fixing pill, which can increase Zhaoyi's cultivation base limit for 10 years. It seems that if there is a chance, we still need to find an alchemy furnace and a refining furnace. Yi Feng thought in his heart. If there was a refining furnace before, he would definitely be able to upgrade the Xinghe Yanwu sword to a higher level. The current Xinghe Yanwu sword can increase the power of celestial arts by 60%. If there is a refining furnace, it is no problem to increase the power of 70% due to the preciousness of the refining materials. The two came to the roof of the villa. Within the range of Yanjing, you can't see the sky full of stars. The air pollution is too serious. But Yifeng can still feel the power of the stars all over the sky. As long as the stars exist, regardless of whether they can be seen by the naked eye, the power of the stars will be emitted from ancient times. And this is the source of power for most of the immortal arts in the Star Tomb sect, including the star alchemy formula used for alchemy. Use sungrass for alchemy. You don't need the high temperature like the nuclear explosion. The extreme fireball is enough. On the rooftop, Yifeng waved one hand, and easily condensed a white high-temperature fireball. Then, Long Wainer, who was opposite him, closed his eyes, lightly tapped his jade hand, absorbed the condensed power of the stars from the sky, and began to cast the star. Danju. According to the method Yifeng said, she began to refine the two sungrasses. It will take about 3 hours to make a pill. Yifeng sighed for a while. Now that he has the Xing Danju, if he refines the healing pills and the restoration of true qi pills, he doesn't have to make them so crudely. The pills he refined before can only be used in emergencies, and they have no names. It can be said, but the elixirs refined with the Xing Danju all have names. The martial arts conference is approaching. Yifeng felt that he needed to prepare enough pills for everyone. It just so happened that Tang Jingtian, the elder of the Tang family, sent him 1 billion. If the money is given to Xiaoyu and that boy Obi, he will definitely be able to get it. There are many precious medicinal materials. It's a pity that there is not much time left for Yifeng. 1 day tomorrow is only enough for Xiaoyu and Obi to purchase within Yanjing. It is too late to transport them from other places. Because of this, it was not too late. After Yifeng taught Long Waner the method of refining the soul immobilizing pill, he left her to concoct the alchemy alone, and went downstairs alone. When I was walking on the stairs, I happened to meet Su Menghan walking up the stairs. It could be seen that she looked a little disappointed. Menghan, what's the matter? Seeing it, Yifeng felt that she seemed to be neglected these days, so he stepped forward and hugged her tightly. It's fine. Su Menghan felt the warmth of Yifeng's embrace. She smiled softly and stroked Yifeng's back. You finish your work first. Yifeng nodded. But he said sorry to Su Menghan in his heart. He only waited for 2 months after the martial arts conference. He must accompany her well and guide her in cultivating immortals. The current Yifeng somewhat understands what Su Menghan is thinking. He must really want to improve his cultivation to help him. It's a pity that even Yifeng can't make rapid progress without anyone's guidance, let alone Su Menghan. Yes. In this way, Yifeng must guide her. Yifeng let go of his embrace. He smiled and kissed her fair and smooth forehead. Then I'll go down first. He paced down the stairs. But he didn't know that Su Menghan was looking back at him. He was a little torn in his heart. Should he tell him something? Forget it. Let's talk about it after Yifeng finishes his work here. She finally restrained herself from explaining her research results on immortal arts to Yifeng. After Yifeng went downstairs, he found Xiaoyu and asked her to make a call to Obi due to time constraints. They had to be exhausted. The medicinal materials were purchased overnight. There were mainly a few medicinal materials that needed to be purchased. The names of these kinds of herbs in the world of cultivating immortals are not quite the same as those on the earth. However, after Yifeng compared the map of the herbs, he was still able to find them out very accurately. Bezoar, musk, cordyceps. Waiting for a series of expensive Chinese medicinal materials. Yifeng needs the best quality. The elixirs refined in this way are the most useful. In addition to these more expensive ones, some common ones such as purple salvia, drill worm, spore, showu, wood butterfly, etc. Although not very expensive, but the quantity is not cheap. Of course, just one night plus tomorrow's day. The 1 billion bank card that Tang Jingtian gave him must not be spent cleanly. You can save it and use it slowly later. Using these medicinal materials, 2 kinds of pills with better effects can be refined. One of them is the Stormy Chi pill that restores a large amount of true energy. Compared with the ordinary pills that Yi Feng made crudely before, this violent pill taking just 1 pill can restore the true energy of a cultivator who has cultivated for 30 years. Needless to say, its preciousness. Yi Feng's crudely made pills before could only recover the amount of true qi that had been cultivated for 10 to 20 years. Now Yi Feng can't fully recover after taking one. The body damage is also greater. After eating one, you cannot eat the second within 24 hours a day. Otherwise, you will really die of anger. It is a 3-point poison. Although the prescription of Baoqi pill has tried its best to get rid of the harmful ingredients in it, it is still unavoidable. Even if you just take one, it will cause a certain degree of damage to the meridians. Will become very difficult. In addition to the storm pill, there is another kind of elixir, the explosive yuan pill. After taking it, it can increase the power of immortality by 10% within an hour. This is even more harmful to the body. Yi Feng will not take it unless it is a last resort. But if he takes one in a critical moment, it will increase the power of immortality by 10%, which is equivalent to increasing his cultivation base for several years out of thin air. The elixir can only be used for emergencies at most, but it cannot be used for a long time. Otherwise, no matter how high the cultivation base is, the immortal cultivator will be eaten to death by himself. Yi Feng called Xiaoyu. After telling Xiaoyu the medicinal materials needed, Xiaoyu immediately contacted OB. He went to the major Chinese herbal medicine stores and medicinal material companies in Yanjing to scan the goods. It's a pity. Dragon bone grass, the main medicinal material that can be used to refine Gamai pill, doesn't seem to exist on Earth. Otherwise, it would be able to increase the upper limit of 10 years of cultivation. Yi Feng thought in his heart, but shook his head. Dragon bone grass is very difficult to come across in the world of cultivating immortals. The living environment is extremely harsh. Even immortal cultivators who have cultivated for 100 years may not be able to get it. Normal. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng came to the backyard, ready to interrogate the female ghost in the body of the young girl Zhang Yang. Under the moonlight, he waved one hand, and a gray-black wind blew past. Immediately afterwards, an invisible female ghost phantom was pulled out of the soul-bending alcove, and floated in front of Yi Feng. This is the Shroud of Souls. Who are you? How could there be a shrine of shrouds of souls from the corpse sect? As soon as the female ghost came out, there was a gust of wind howling, and she asked, sternly. Faced with the female ghost's questioning, Yi Feng certainly wouldn't explain anything to her. Seeing the female ghost floating out, he immediately asked, "Tell me who you are." Yi Feng could feel that this female ghost had 30 to 50 years of cultivation before she was alive, but maybe it's because she died for too long and it is impossible to know her cultivation before she was alive, and her current strength is only 10 to 20 years old. Although her cultivation level is not high, she still has an advantage in the martial arts. Like a soul cultivator, she possesses the body of Zhang Yang, a corpse exorcising girl. Once this female ghost wakes up and does evil, the consequences will be very serious. Few people can control her. You are. The female ghost subconsciously wanted to answer Yi Feng's question, but then she looked at Yi Feng vigilantly and asked back. Yi Feng raised his head and saw that the female ghost floating in midair was fairly handsome, but there was a stern look on her brows. It was obvious that she was a harsh-tongued person before she was alive, and she didn't know her identity. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you fall into my hands, so answer my question wisely. Yifeng's tone of voice wasn't too serious. It wasn't necessary for him to interrogate this female ghost. If the other party had nothing to say to satisfy him, he didn't mind dismissing her directly. Using Yifeng's means to dispel such a female ghost is not difficult at all. After all, the other party is not a soul cultivator, but a soul with a cultivation level preserved by someone in the martial arts after death. After hearing Yifeng's words, the delicate female ghost looked around in surprise and uncertainty. Facing Yifeng, she didn't dare to take risks after all. I am a disciple of the zombie cult 120 years ago. I strayed into the ancestral hall of the zombie cult, and by accident, I was possessed by a piece of equipment and survived until I met that little girl named xuanhuan. The delicate female ghost whispered and looked at Yifeng nervously at the same time, fearing that he might do something. Now she roughly understands that the young man in black in front of her is something she can't resist, so she obediently told all the things. You must know that since she possessed xuanhuan, no one has ever been able to deal with her so easily. He even pulled her out of Zhang Yang's body. What it is? Yifeng frowned slightly. The zombie sect has something that can seal up a person's soul for 120 years without dissipating. It is obviously a remarkable thing. You know, the soul-binding niche in Yifeng's hand is already a treasure, and there is no such thing. The effect of prolonging the existence time of the soul. I don't know if you want, I can take you there to see it. The delicate female ghost said enthusiastically. If Yifeng had something to use her for, of course she wouldn't get rid of her, otherwise she was a little afraid that Yifeng would drive her away if he was in a bad mood. Looking at Yifeng's demeanor and movements, he felt the power on his body. Female ghosts have an intuitive threat. Okay, just wait a few days. Yifeng didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the delicate female ghost back into the Shroud of Souls. Judging from the clothes worn by this handsome female ghost, it is indeed the costume of the era more than 100 years ago. In that era, the founder and first chairman of the new China had just been born. The feudal dynasty had not yet been overthrown. Long enough. Yifeng can feel that the female ghost can still exist for a long time after leaving Zhang Yang's body, which is of great significance to Yifeng. The existence time of the soul has deeply troubled every soul cultivator in the world of cultivating immortals, and now there is something on the earth that allows the soul to exist forever. It has to be said that Yifeng feels novelty. Of course, Yifeng can also use the method of sealing the soul to seal the soul for a long time, but that will make the soul lose consciousness. This female ghost can consciously intrude into Zhang Yang's body when it is sealed up. It is obvious that the place where she possesses in the Zhongshe temple is quite a magical tool. Even now, this female ghost still has a unique aura. Could it be that instrument? No matter what, Yifeng will go to clarify this matter, but it's not right now. The most important thing right now is definitely the martial arts conference that will be held in a day's time. After asking clearly about the female ghost, Yifeng went back to the villa and drank a bowl of Shushu's old fire soup, and immediately felt much warmer all over his body. Then he went back to the rooftop to help Long Wanner make alchemy together. Near midnight, Yifeng answered the phone first. Xiaoyu and Obi had bought a small batch of medicinal materials Yifeng needed and were rushing back. At this time, the soul-fixing pill and soul-cultivating pill that Long Wanner had refined were finally at last. Refining succeeded. The soul-nourishing pill, 2 soul-fixing pills, 1 and 2 tying grasses were all consumed, and a lot of medicinal materials collected by Yifeng were added, and the refining was successful. Soul Yang pill was used to heal Zhaoibei and Ling Chen. The solid soul pill can increase the upper limit of soul cultivation for 10 years. Now there is only one, and it can only be used by Zhaoibei first. After all, Ling Chen has practiced the martial arts in the Taiji temple before his death. It is very difficult and dangerous to transfer to soul cultivation. If Yifeng wanted to quickly improve his combat power, he could only train and develop Xiaoyi Bei first. When the soul-nourishing pill and the solid soul pill released their special scents, they immediately attracted the attention of many soul cultivators floating above Yifeng. Usually, Yang Shuning led a group of soul cultivators floating 2 kilometers above Yifeng. Even Yifeng don't feel they exist. But now Yang Shuning floated down. What is Xiaoya so fragrant? To be honest, the tastes of Yanghun pill and Gehun pill are not pleasant, but that is the difference between human beings and souls, which makes them feel the taste of these 2 kinds of pills is mainly because they are both as good for the soul. Uncle Yang, do you still remember the 2 young men I told you about before? Now this elixir is to heal their wounds. Yifeng explained casually and then smiled. Uncle Yang, don't worry, although I don't know much about soul cultivation, there are still people in front of you looking for the way. Make sure you don't go astray. Ha ha. Yang Shuning smiled gently. You don't have to be so nervous, Xiaoya, we all believe in your ability. Anyway, you have already embarked on this path, so there is nothing to be afraid of. That's good. Yifeng nodded and then raised his hand to summon the souls of Xiaoyi Bei and Ling Chen from the ancient dragon sword ring. Immediately, the 2 sluggish soul phantoms still had a little bit of fire on them. The burn caused by the fire cloud demon master has not completely healed, but for the soul, it is enough to heal it with the soul-nourishing pill. Yifeng didn't say a word of nonsense, raised his hand, squeezed the 2 soul-nourishing pills in Long Wanner's hand, crushed them in one fell swoop, and sent them into the soul bodies of Xiaoyi and Ling Chen along with his true energy. When Yifeng was healing Xiaoyi Bei and Ling Chen, Tang Jingtian was walking back with 4 elite disciples of the Tang family in the woods not far from Yanjing Shishan Square. I don't know where that little girl went, it's difficult to deal with it. The middle-aged man who persuaded Tang Jingtian that Yifeng could not move had a sad face. He has a red rosacea nose, which is easy to identify like a clown. Don't take that girl to heart, Tang Yi. Tang Jingtian listened to the middle-aged man's worries and reprimanded him. Even if that girl knows about our deal with Yifeng, so what? We won't be afraid of those guys in the Taiji Hall, not to mention the loss of 4 elders in the Taiji temple in the Damo group last time. There is no fear of great loss. Right. The red-nosed middle-aged man named Tang Yi frowned slightly, but then thought of a question and asked aloud, by the way, since the elder is like this, do you still need to win over Yifeng at the martial arts conference? Don't worry yet. Tang Jingtian said calmly, at the martial arts conference, Yifeng just relied on the Zizhenjian faction to resist the Taiji temple. It's wishful thinking. As for the Long family, now people in the world are very curious about the status of the Long family, but Tang Jingtian, as a high-ranking member of the Tang family, of course knows what the current situation of the Long family is like. Not long ago, Long Moran announced that the retreat turned out to be a deadly retreat, that is, the kind that would not leave the retreat without a breakthrough. Now it is extremely difficult for the ancestor of the Long family to come out and want to see his son, which made the ancestor of the Long family very angry. It so happened that at this time, the patriarch of the Long family heard about what happened in the Jianghu a while ago. All the rumors about Yifeng and Long Wanner in the arena were known by the patriarch of the Long family, which made the patriarch of the Long family even more furious. Tang Jingtian can be sure that in the martial arts meeting after a day, the ancestor of the Long family, not to mention helping Yifeng, will be considered good if he does not make trouble, and he will definitely snatch Long Wanner back. Who doesn't know that the ancestor of the Long family is an unreasonable hobmeat? In this situation, he absolutely does not allow anyone who bullied his son to exist, and even abducted his granddaughter. Yifeng, your life is in danger this time. Even if Yi Wendian and that old boy Tang Xiefeng attack together, they will definitely not be able to protect you. The corners of Tang Jingtian's mouth curled up into a sneer. It's really not life or death to join the team of the True Sword sect to participate in the martial arts conference, but it's good that Yi Feng has a talent of 60 years of cultivation at the age of 20, but my Tang family is still the best. It is necessary to protect him. His plan was to wait for Yi Feng to face the bullying of the Tai Chi Palace and the Long family, and then take the opportunity to stand up and lend a helping hand. At that time, he would definitely be able to accept Yi Feng into the Tang family smoothly. Tang Jingtian wants to show Yi Feng that in this world, only their Tang family can protect him. Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng and the like should stand aside. At that time, it will depend on whether Yi Feng wants to live or not. Die together with Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. Yi Feng, who believes that you will make the right choice. Tang Jingtian walked while thinking, and quickly brought the 4 elites of the Tang family back to the trade fair square at the foot of the West Mountain. He glanced towards the edge of the square and saw that the members of the 10,000 Snake Poison sect who were taught by Yi Feng before had already found the elders of the sect and were describing the previous situation. This made Tang Jingtian think again about the girl who ran away before. Zhang Yang from the zombie cult before was nothing to Tang Jingtian, but people from the zombie cult and the 10,000 Snake Poison sect jointly asked him to mention this matter, saying that they wanted to kill someone in the square. It should be that girl. These 2 sects never thought that this matter would be disturbed by Yi Feng. Yi Feng, anyway, you have offended the Taiji Palace and the Long family, why don't you give me another hand? Tang Jingtian sneered in his heart, even if you wear a mask, you can never hide it from us. He took the 4 elites of the Tang family and walked towards the direction of the 10,000 Snake Poison sect, and the rest of the people in the corner of the square had already scattered like birds and beasts. No one dared to watch because those who were the 10,000 Snake Poison sect angered them and poisoned them to death. Who to reason with? The 10,000 Snake Poison sect came this time with the incense master leading a group of about a dozen people who were questioning the people who were beaten by Yi Feng before. That girl is gone. The incense master of the 10,000 Snake Poison sect is named Shi Xingyu. His head is covered with a layer of white cloth, and a big snake with 5 flowers is wrapped around it. It looks very poisonous. His face is covered by the white cloth, and only his pale lips are exposed. You said a young man in a mask rescued her. Yes, Lord Xiang. A guy who was beaten up by Yi Feng still can't stand upright yet was supported by another person, nodding with a bruised nose and a swollen face. It's okay, the girl will definitely not survive if she gets hit by our snake venom. Snake Xingyu licked his lips, the sound came through the white cloth on his face, making people feel creepy. This is a master who has cultivated for 65 years, but is good at using snake venom. Even Tang Jingtian dare not offend this guy easily. Like the Yinxian sect, the 10,000 Snake Poison sect people are extremely skilled in their methods. Although they are not strong in frontal combat, if they offend them, even the Tai Chi Hall will eat a pot, not to mention that the current Tai Chi Hall has no Qinyang Baojian. There is nothing I can do about the poison of the 10,000 Snake Poison sect. Tang Jingtian couldn't help chuckling when he heard Shi Xingyu's words as he walked over. Snake Xingyu Xiangzhu, you are wrong. Hearing Tang Jingtian's voice, Shi Xingyu was a little angry at first, wondering where the old man came to find fault with him. But when he turned his head to the side and saw Tang Jingtian's calm and majestic figure through the white cloth with his small eyes, he immediately dissipated his anger and dared to be angry with the Tang family. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for Tang Jingtian to trouble the Wan Snake Poison sect for no reason. Shi Xingyu's voice was extremely gloomy. Elder Tang, what is wrong with what I said? Could it be that the girl who was poisoned by the snake venom of my 10,000 Snake Poison sect will still survive? Tang Jingtian wouldn't tell the other party too much, but he could still talk about this kind of thing, and immediately said lightly, that's right, maybe you didn't know that the Qinyang Baojian from the Taiji Palace has already arrived in Yifeng's hands. The pure yang treasure mirror can cure all poisons in the world, and the snake venom of my 10,000 snake poison sect is no problem. Shi Xingyu Senran snorted coldly, but even if the Chunyang Baojian is in Yifeng's hands, so what? It's very simple, the masked man who rescued the corpse exorcising woman is Yifeng. Tang Jingtian revealed Yifeng's identity. What? When Shi Xingyu heard this, he immediately frowned. It turned out that Yifeng, who has been the most popular recently, came to disrupt the situation. No wonder these guys can't get things done. Meeting Yifeng seems to be really tricky, but... Shi Xingyu stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his pale lips. If you dare to destroy the good thing of my 10,000 snake poison sect, Yifeng doesn't want to live anymore. People from the 10,000 snake poison sect have never known what it means to be afraid. Tang Jingtian looked at Shi Xingyu's expression from the side and was secretly pleased with himself. This is what he wanted. Tang Jingtian set up an enemy for Yifeng again, that is the 10,000 snake poison sect. My Tang family is not afraid of the 10,000 snake poison sect, but for Yifeng, the 10,000 snake poison sect is enough for him to play with. A sneer appeared on the corner of Tang Jingtian's mouth, and he walked with his hands behind his back and led the people away from the fair plaza in Shangxi. Tai Chi Hall, Long family, 10,000 snake poison sect, plus Xuanhuan sect, Tiandao Hall, and Huayun sect who had enemies with Yifeng before, now Yifeng has many enemies. It can be said that except for the Zhejian sword sect, the entire Jianghu is Yifeng's enemy, and if Yifeng does not cooperate, the Tang family will definitely stand on his opposite side. Tang Jingtian is satisfied with this situation, but it is a pity that the Yinxian sect is too stupid to follow him before. Yifeng should have threatened to declare war and be exterminated. Tang Jingtian is looking forward to the upcoming martial arts tournament more and more. Also looking forward to this day are the rest of the sects who have hatred against Yifeng. Yifeng has become the target of public criticism in the entire martial arts world. The 3-year martial arts conference has not been as exciting as this year for a long time. Early morning. Yifeng finally cured Zhao Yi and Ling Chen with the soul-raising pill refined by Long Wanner, and made Zhao Yi take the soul-fixing pill, which raised his upper limit of cultivation to 20 years. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng took out the remaining 6 grains of Halidi star sand. Zhao Bei, Nanfeng, Scar Shushu, Su Menghan, Zi Jianlan. Yifeng had long thought that the remaining 6 Zisha should be used by them. Except for Zhao Yi, who had just taken the soul-fixing pill and raised the upper limit of his cultivation for 10 years, the other 5 have been trying their best to broaden their meridians recently. Even Su Menghan unexpectedly already has a 30-year upper limit of cultivation, and can withstand the 8-year cultivation of Shizisha on Hari Emperor Star. This can be said to be a surprise, because Su Menghan must be working day and night to reach this level. Working hard all night. Thinking of her, who was originally a soft and weak woman, has become so tired for cultivation, Yifeng felt a little moved. This is not only for herself, but also for him, Yifeng. In addition, Xiaoyu's hard work, Yifeng also saw everything in his eyes. It's just that Xiaoyu has been busy with blade technology recently, and he has just been in contact with cultivation, so it's a pity that the upper limit of cultivation has not been raised. Of course, the situation of Blade Technology Company is related to economic issues, which cannot be ignored. Yifeng has a big idea in his mind. It seems that their cultivation is on track. Yifeng thought in his heart that he would have to rely on Yifeng's efforts to get more natural materials and earthly treasures for them. I have been busy until dawn, and the 6 Haridi star sands are finally consumed. Su Menghan has 28 years of cultivation all of a sudden, Scar and the South have 15 years of cultivation, Shushu has 8 years of cultivation, as for Zi Jianlan and Zhao Yi, both have 18 years of cultivation. It is a pity that Zhao Yi still failed to start cultivating soul. The next immortal art recorded in Xiu's new immortal art to control the soul will not be able to practice until 20 years later. A night of great results, but Yi Feng did not relax. The next day is the last day of free time before going to the Tai Chi Hall to participate in the martial arts conference. Xiao Yu and Obi began to continuously transport all kinds of precious medicinal materials back to the villa, and Yi Feng taught Long Waner the refining method of Baoqi pill and explosive Yuan pill, and then asked Long Waner to refine the medicine with all his strength, and then arrived. The next door went to work on Scar and the south to study things. Dao Scar and Nanfeng both practice martial arts mentality. Their bodies also have inner qi. If the internal qi in their meridians can be gradually transformed into true qi, it will be extremely beneficial to their future practice, and they can also use martial arts mentality to derive supernatural powers. Knowledge. For Yi Feng, this kind of thing is not difficult, but it is not easy to say that it is simple. He has to combine the two people's current cultivation situation to be able to inspire. Yi Feng tried his best to think hard and finally came up with a way to combine true energy and martial arts mentality. First of all, it is natural to let Dao Scar and Nanfeng produce pill cores in their dantians, which Yi Feng is already familiar with, and then Yi Feng uses his true energy to slightly change the running route of the two people's martial arts mental methods and guide the internal energy in the opponent's meridians to gradually slowly transform into true qi through Dan core. This is different from directly making Shu and Zi Jianlan become immortal cultivators. The most important thing is that Yi Feng suppressed the ability of the core to naturally generate true qi, so that the true qi in Dao Scar and Nan were all from the inside. Converted from gas. What Yi Feng expected was that the true energy transformed in this way did not conflict with the original internal energy. It's just that this transformation is relatively slow. It takes 2 months for the 15-year cultivation base to completely transform to see the situation. Of course, Yi Feng will not let Dao Scar and Nanfeng to participate in the martial arts conference. With such a small level of cultivation, it is okay to join in the fun in the past, but it is undoubtedly a bit stretched for Yi Feng to be distracted from taking care of them during the battle. The candidate for tomorrow's martial arts competition, Yi Feng, has been decided. Yi Feng himself, plus Long Waner, Zhang Xinyun, and Zi Jianlan, saw Suminghan's eagerness and anticipation, and considering that she had 28 years of cultivation, Yi Feng nodded and let her go together. 5 people in total. Among them, Long Waner's 33-year cultivation base and possessing the Xinghe Yanwu sword, even if he confronted Yi Feng, he was not too bad. Zhang Xinyun controlled the soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, and his fighting power was extremely good. At least against Yi Wendian, he could be a tie up. The 1,000-year-old Shanbing in Zijianlan has returned to its full glory, and Binger has 18 years of cultivation. At the critical moment, it may be able to play a role. The main reason is the red flame displayed by Zijianlan through the cultivation of the middle-level cultivation heart method, the Ice Star Immortal art. Burial Star Arrow and other immortal techniques are different from those performed by Yi Feng and others. The last Suminghan's 28-year Zhenqi cultivation is also equivalent to that of a martial arts master who has 56-year cultivation base, and the combat power of the immortal technique he has practiced can also be equivalent to the previous Long Moran. Yi Feng, Zhang Xinyun and Long Waner are still not as good as. And Long Waner refined the elixir for a day, although it was very tiring, but the results were remarkable. 5 storm pills to restore true qi, 3 explosive pills that increase the power of immortal art within 2 hours, and 3 explosive pills are the result of refinement by Long Waner consuming more than 30 million purchased medicinal materials. Compared with the results of alchemy before being able to use Xingdanju, the results of alchemy are much better. Yi Feng took 1 storm pill per person. As for the explosive Yuan pill, he only provided 1 for himself and Long Waner, and stored the remaining 1 for emergencies. Because the side effects of the explosive yuan pill, which increases the power of the immortal technique, are not small. Yifeng, I don't want to use it for Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan. Of course the main reason is that the two women's combat power is not strong enough to eat this thing is useless. As for Zhang Xinyun's combat power comes from the soul of the Huiyun demon lord, and this thing can't take pills, and there is no need to prepare Zhang Xinyun's explosive yuan pill. In this way, Yifeng is fully armed and ready to go. Of course, Yifeng had to consider a very important question before he actually set off. That is, he took away all the personnel with high combat effectiveness in this visit, and the villa suddenly became empty. Looks like I have to trouble Miss Lin again. Yifeng thought helplessly. After Yifeng and others left with Yi Wendian, Qing Feng and the remaining people in Yuan didn't have enough strength to guarantee safety. Under such circumstances, Yifeng must explain to Lin Shiqing and ask her to think of a way to let the country protect everyone, otherwise Yifeng will not accept no matter who among them has something to do. So in the morning, Yifeng asked Lin Shiqing out for dinner, and in the evening, it was almost time. Little bastard, remember to come back early tomorrow morning and follow the old man to the cave of Xuanhuan mountain where the Tai Chi Hall is located. Seeing that Yifeng was leaving, Yi Wendian said calmly, of course he knew who Yifeng was going to see. Cough cough grandpa. Yifeng scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard that. I'm going to talk about business, how can I stay until early tomorrow morning? This old guy thought he would spend the night outside with Lin Shiqing, it's too shameful. Hey go, no explanation. Yi Wendian waved his hand and didn't say much, but there was a little cunning in his eyes. To this old man, if Yifeng and Lin Shiqing spent the night outside, it would be a pleasure to hear and see, then his Yi family would be more prosperous and prosperous. On the one hand, it is powerful in the martial arts world, relation. What's more, he already has some arrangements for tonight's events, hoping that the method will work for Yifeng. Yifeng glanced at Yi Wendian suspiciously, and walked out of the villa without asking any more questions. The place where I met Lin Shiqing this time is on the second floor of a restaurant near the gate of Yen University. It is not a star hotel, but the decoration is not bad, at least it will not make people feel shabby. The consumption level is not high. This place was chosen by Lin Shiqing. I probably know that Yifeng is very busy recently, so I can't be picky about choosing a place close to King Fengyuan. Thank you for the peony private room. Yifeng came to the door and said directly to a waitress. The waitress didn't feel much about Yifeng's black shirt at first, but when she heard where Yifeng was going, she immediately became a little respectful. Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi? This hotel is not high-end, but there are only 2 luxury private rooms, which are rarely used because the charges are quite high, but relatively, the decoration of these 2 luxury private rooms is first class, and there are also dedicated waiter services and a lobby downstairs. Other private rooms are different. The peony room is one of the rooms. Not to mention anything else, just by looking at the temperament of the beautiful woman who came to reserve the room first, the waitress knows that the person who came to eat this time is definitely not an ordinary person. Of course, compared with that beauty, this young man in black shirt looks a little too ordinary now. I am. Yifeng nodded. This way please. The waitress made an inviting gesture and led the way ahead. In fact, Yifeng already knew where Lin Shiqing was sitting and waiting at a glance, but in order to appear normal, he still chose to let the waiter take him there. Arriving at the peony room on the second floor, Yifeng pushed the door open and saw a woman wearing a V-neck white shirt and a black tight-fitting short skirt sitting on a seat holding a menu and ordering food with a little makeup on. Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing seldom puts on makeup, but today she deliberately dressed up, which made her look even more attractive, full of a mature, sexy yet fresh and lively atmosphere. She is holding the menu in one hand and turning the pages with the other hand, her sexy thin lips are slightly pursed, her eyebrows are slightly frowned, as if she is struggling with which dishes to choose. Sister Lin, I'm here. Yifeng walked into the private room with a smile. Just order whatever you want, I can eat anything. Where will? Lin Shiqing didn't look up, but her slightly frowning eyebrows stretched out and she put on a beautiful smile. I've asked your family members to know that there are some things you don't like to eat. Oh. Yifeng was slightly surprised. Because I want to invite you to dinner often, of course I have to pay attention. Lin Shiqing smiled lightly and finally raised her head and looked at Yifeng at close range. The beautiful face was displayed in front of him, crystal clear and tender, without any blemishes. Yifeng habitually sat down beside her, and he could see her slender, snow-white legs under the tight black short skirt, which looked extremely attractive under the flesh-colored silk stockings. A pair of small crystal sandals complemented her pair of jade feet, lovely as a work of art. Rao Yifeng lived in a villa surrounded by beauties and was used to seeing top beauties with different temperaments, but he couldn't help being a little bit excited at this time. Lin Shiqing's beauty is really different from other girls. It's really embarrassing for Miss Lin. Yifeng rubbed his nose and said with a smile, I really don't like ginger in the dishes, you can figure out the rest. Lin Shiqing clicked lightly and quickly selected a few small dishes. Although her family is not short of money, she doesn't waste money at will. 2 people can't eat much if they order a table of dishes. Lin Shiqing wouldn't be so stupid. By the way, Xiaoya, you must have something to do with asking me out. After Lin Shiqing handed over the menu to the waiter, she turned her pretty face and looked at Yifeng with a half-smile. Ahem, there is something wrong. Yifeng was a little embarrassed, because it seemed that every time he was in trouble, he would think of asking Lin Shiqing for help. At least Lin Shiqing helped him solve a lot of state agency matters, and it must have taken her a lot of energy. Well, you don't need to say more this time, I can guess it. Lin Shiqing blinked at him with a rare sense of eccentricity. You are going to Xuanhuan Mountain to participate in the martial arts conference tomorrow. You know. Yifeng was a little surprised. Of course I know. Lin Shiqing picked up the cup gracefully and smiled. Not only do you know that I will also participate in this martial arts conference. What? Yifeng almost spit out the sip of tea he just drank. Lin Shiqing's words stunned him. Isn't Lin Shiqing an ordinary person? Why did she go to the martial arts conference? Do you want her to compete on stage? Look at your disbelief. Lin Shiqing chuckled. I have the cheek to follow the National Security Bureau. Every time the martial arts conference is held, the National Security Bureau will take a big action to ensure that the martial arts conference will be held normally without any accidents. When Yifeng heard the words, he suddenly realized that it was the actions of the state. Instead, he thought about what it means to ensure that no accidents occur. Obviously, the state does not allow forces beyond their control to exist. For a large-scale event in the martial arts world, such as the Wuling Conference, it is natural to send someone to supervise it. The country must always pay attention to the trend of the martial arts world. After all, this is a powerful force that can affect social stability. It was obviously an accident for Yifeng that Lin Shiqing was also going to the martial arts conference. But when they went to that place, they had people from the National Security Bureau to protect them. There was no need for Yifeng to worry about it, so he didn't think too much about it and just asked, then who is the person from the National Security Bureau to lead the team this time? Yifeng thought that radicals like Li Feng and Niu Meng should be more than the 2 of them in the National Security Bureau. However, Lin Shiqing's words shattered his thoughts. The 2 elite members Gun Chaoyang and Quan Chongsong lead the team. They are representatives of the radicals and conservatives respectively. Sure enough, there are still radical guys. Yifeng thought to himself that the leadership of the National Security Bureau is really cunning. Sending 2 people respectively to supervise the martial arts conference. In this way, all parties can weigh the pros and cons to achieve the best results. At the martial arts conference, the National Security Bureau and the various schools in the martial arts will be able to achieve a balance. If Yifeng's guess is correct, the country must have arranged some heavy weapons in Dongtian of Sichuan Mountain, where the gate of the Taiji Temple is located, to deter the entire martial arts world. Geng Chaoyang, Quan Chongsong are both names that are very unfamiliar to Yifeng, but these two people must be there to protect Lin Shiqing at that time, and as the elites of the National Security Bureau, their strength can still be trusted, especially on this occasion. Cutting-edge technological military support makes people in the martial arts afraid. It's a pity that Yifeng doesn't fear these guys. When it comes to the martial arts conference, just do what you want. His purpose is to let the entire martial arts world know that Yifeng will never be messed with. Yifeng didn't want to participate in martial arts battles at first, but if he didn't hold a real demonstration, there would be many other forces coming to make troubles. Xiaoya, don't worry, I'll let someone look after you in Yanjing. As long as it's not a big deal, there will be absolutely no problems. Lin Shiqing said that of course she knew the purpose of Yifeng asking her out today, so she immediately reassured him. Although it is not in accordance with the rules to let the National Security Bureau dispatch to protect Yifeng's people, Lin Shiqing has a reason. Yifeng is a key figure related to Huagua's new generation of technology. Of course the country has to protect his family if he made a major contribution. Then thank you, Miss Lin. Yifeng smiled. The two of them didn't say much, and soon they started to serve the food. It happened that Yifeng hadn't eaten yet, and the meal was quite satisfying. By the way, is Xiaoya free? Come with me again? After eating, Lin Shiqing suddenly asked. Well, where are you going? Yifeng is a little surprised that it's so late. After talking about things, the two parties should go home separately. My grandpa wants to meet you. Lin Shiqing looked puzzled. Yifeng nodded and was not surprised. Lin Shiqing's grandfather, Lin Hongchuan, had been with his grandfather, Tang Xiefeng, all along. Now that Tang Xiefeng is back, Lin Hongchuan has naturally arrived in Yanjing. It's just that I'm too anxious to see Yifeng as soon as I come back, and it's definitely not a good thing for the old guy to find Yifeng. Maybe it's about his marriage contract with Lin Shiqing. Yifeng shook his head. Let's talk about it when the time comes. It shouldn't take much time to walk around. After paying the bill, they left the restaurant. A beautiful woman at the front desk saw that it was Lin Shiqing who swiped the card to pay, and couldn't help feeling a little contemptuous of Yifeng, who was the first to leave the door. A big man came out to eat with a beautiful woman. It's too tasteless to ask the beautiful woman to pay the bill, isn't it? Of course, Yifeng and Lin Shiqing don't care about this anymore. After the two of them went out, Lin Shiqing fetched her sports car, let Yifeng sit in the passenger seat, and stepped on the accelerator to drive out. The cool wind blowing in the head of the convertible sports car is refreshing. Yifeng didn't ask where he was going to meet Lin Hongchuan, he just let Lin Shiqing drive there, and at the same time he memorized the way so that when he came back, he could run back by himself and not get lost. The red sports car drove all the way to the outskirts of Yanjing City, and soon came to a road with relatively few people. There are fields on both sides of the road. A 10-meter-long bridge appeared in front of it. A big river flowed under the bridge. When the sports car was about to approach the bridge, Yifeng's consciousness swept over his brows and frowned slightly. Sister Lin, stop before going on the bridge. Yifeng said out loud. Lin Shiqing was a little surprised that there was no one around here. Why did she stop before getting on the bridge? There is a bomb under the bridge, I suspect someone wants to ambush us. Yifeng frowned and said. Lin Shiqing was even more surprised when she heard this. How could there be bombs under this kind of bridge? If you talk about ambushes, this kind of environment is quite suitable, but who would come to ambush them at this time? Could it be Yifeng's enemy? Lin Shiqing believed Yi Feng's judgment and stopped the sports car before getting on the bridge without any hesitation, and turned off the engine on the side of the road. "You stay in the car." Yi Feng turned his head and said something, then opened the car door and stepped on the side of the road, facing the cold night wind, his consciousness swept away to the surroundings. Now he has 29.9 years of cultivation and can only be raised to 30 years on the day of the martial arts conference. Therefore, at this time, his spiritual sense detection range is 299 meters. If there are people ambushing around, they must be within this distance so that they can quickly come to deal with the scene after the explosives explode under the bridge. But now Yi Feng's consciousness has spread to 299 meters around, but he can only feel the night, fields, cold wind, all kinds of insects crawling and mosquitoes that are absolutely invisible to the naked eye, but there are no other people. Who the hell? Yi Feng frowned slightly. He felt the explosives under the bridge again. It was absolutely real. Once detonated, the whole bridge would be blown up. Was it aimed at him or Lin Shiqing, or was it aimed at someone else, just happened to be met by them? Yi Feng was thinking about it and suddenly looked in a distant direction. Although his spiritual sense can only detect everything within 299 meters, his original hearing and eyesight have not degraded, but become more sensitive as his cultivation level improves. Things that Lin Shiqing can't hear or see can be detected, Yi Feng vaguely caught. Because the distance was too far, Yi Feng couldn't hear what the sound was coming from, but he looked towards the place where the sound came from, and he saw two uneasy creatures in a field grass 300 meters away. Crouching and whispering. Who is squatting in the grass? Yi Feng's expression turned cold and he decided to run over to investigate. Yi Feng can ensure that within 300 meters, except for the bomb under the bridge, there is nothing that can hurt Lin Shiqing, so he decisively decided to run to the grass in the distance to have a look. Sister Lin, you are here waiting for me to go. Yi Feng gave Lin Shiqing an order, turned around and ran into the field beside the road. Lin Shiqing frowned slightly. She saw the seriousness on Yi Feng's face, and she knew that something might have happened, so she obediently didn't get out of the car, but hid in the car, ready to turn around and run away at any time. Yi Feng stepped into the field and found that the field here was wet. After a little hesitation, he condensed his true energy under his feet so that his shoes would not get wet. He doesn't care if he's alone, but he doesn't feel ashamed to dirty the inside of her car when he thinks that he will have to take Lin Shiqing's car to see her grandpa later. After it was done, Yi Feng's speed suddenly accelerated, as if he was floating on water, and he was moving forward in the field. After images condensed and dissipated behind him. Apparently, Yi Feng's exertion was noticed by two creatures in the grass 300 meters away, which made the two creatures panic. The grass where they were hiding shook even more violently. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth curled up. Sure enough, someone was hiding there and wanted to ambush him and Lin Shiqing. If other ordinary people encountered this situation, they would definitely end up being blown to death, but it's a pity that they chose the wrong target. Under Yi Feng's spiritual detection, the mere explosive package could not pose a threat to him. Even if he really didn't notice for a while and drove a sports car on the bridge and the explosives exploded, Yi Feng couldn't be injured by such explosives. Not to mention that the Xingyan Ling Ling he just refined could easily block it with just a casual cast of the star shield. Under the power of this level of explosives. But when he rushed towards the grass in the distant field for a certain distance, he suddenly became strange. At this time, the two people in the grass in the field in the distance can already be sensed by his spiritual sense, but where is the enemy? It is clearly Lin Hongchuan who has met before, and another old man with a short, round face. Yi Feng had never seen that old man with a round face, but he looked a little like himself, and immediately guessed whether it was his grandfather Tang Xiefeng. Tang Xiefeng was originally with Lin Hongchuan in order to protect Lin Hongchuan. Now it is reasonable to appear here together. No, there is a fart rationality for these two old men to appear here together. The two old men didn't stay at home to enjoy life in the middle of the night, but instead ran to squat in the grass in the field in the wilderness. Yi Feng had no idea what these two old men were thinking. Although they all wore masks on their faces, for a person like Yi Feng who possesses spiritual consciousness, the mere masks can't hide their identities at all. Could it be that the explosives are them? Yi Feng was thinking in his heart, but felt strange. No matter how much he guessed, he couldn't guess the matter in front of him. It's so weird. He didn't stop and continued to run towards the grass where the two old men were squatting, and soon found that the short, fat, round-faced old man had already stood in front of Lin Hongchuan, apparently to protect Lin Hongchuan who knew no martial arts. The two old men are extremely wretched, with a cluster of weeds on their heads. They look like special forces killers in ambush, and the round-faced old man immediately has the aura of a martial arts master when he stands up. Old Tang will depend on you now. Standing behind Tang Xiefeng, Lin Hongchuan said earnestly. Well, you don't need to put on any official authority in front of me. The round-faced old man smiled and waved one hand to protect Lin Hongchuan behind him, then raised his head and glanced at Yi Feng, who was running fast, not far away. The masks on the faces of the two of them looked bleak and terrifying under the moonlight, like killers lurking in the middle of the night. If Yi Feng hadn't possessed spiritual consciousness, he would definitely have been tricked by the other party. Yi Feng arrives in an instant. The distance of 300 meters is only a few seconds. Listening to the whispering of the two elders, Yi Feng certainly knew that his guess was correct. That short, fat, round-faced old man was indeed his grandfather, Tang Xiefeng. Never expected to meet them in this situation. Yi Feng was extremely puzzled and ran to the grass more than 10 meters away from the two old men hiding. He was about to speak out, but then a strong wind came and Tang Xiefeng shot at him directly. Gark boy sees tricks. Tang Xiefeng deliberately changed his voice to make himself sound like a gloomy young man, and then he slashed towards Yi Feng with a short knife in his hand. What he did was the Tang family's lancet technique. What the hell is this old man doing? Seeing this, Yi Feng had a strange expression and thought to himself that his grandfather might be a lunatic, right? The situation was urgent, he didn't have time to say anything, he could only condense his whole body's true energy into the immortal art and star shield. A light blue true chi shield appeared around Yi Feng's body and blocked Tang Xiefeng's dagger at once. But Tang Xiefeng's tyrannical inner energy of 100 years of cultivation poured all on the Qinqing shield through the dagger. Huh. Tang Xiefeng let out a light hey. Yi Feng's performance and reaction speed were far beyond his expectations. He originally thought that his swift strikes would definitely make Yi Feng flustered. It seems that Yi Feng's excellence is even better than what Yi Wentian communicated with him before. Yi Feng was about to say something when he opened his mouth, but he felt the short knife in Tang Xiefeng's hand suddenly exert force. Click. The tyrannical internal energy attached to the dagger shattered the shield of the stars at once. The sharp dagger reflected the bright moonlight and stabbed towards Yi Feng's chest. What the hell is going on? Yi Feng's egg was smashed all over the ground, he couldn't understand what the two old men in front of him were doing. Could it be that he came here in the middle of the night to lie in ambush in the grass just to test his cultivation? Although Yi Feng's cultivation has improved, it is still difficult to fight head-on with a 100-year-old martial arts master. He can only burst out at the speed of the second level of Suning Xian Zong and quickly dodge to the side. Jie wants to run. Tang Xiefeng deliberately screamed, his footsteps were windy, and he also performed lightness kung fu, stepping on the clouds and flying. Swish swish. He drew several afterimages with the dagger in his hand, chasing after Yi Feng persistently. The Tang family's martial art is brisk and nimble, even if it is against Yi Feng, it will not lose the wind in the slightest. What is agreed is that Yi Feng still can't fight back against these two old men. And this made Tang Xiefeng wonder why the kid didn't fight back when he made the move. Could it be that he discovered their identities? Them. So could it be that this kid is holding back his big move? Tang Xiefeng suddenly became vigilant, ready to guard against Yifeng's outburst at any time. When Tang Xiefeng tensed up, Lin Hongchuan behind him also tensed up. Although he is not from the martial arts world, it can be seen that Yifeng has not fought back at all against Tang Xiefeng's attack, so there are only two possibilities, one of which is that Yifeng recognized that they don't want to fight Tang Xiefeng, and the other is that he is brewing a violent attack. Fight back. From what Yuwendian said, it can be seen that Yifeng is extremely powerful now. Even Lin Hongchuan thinks so. Tang Xiefeng has experienced many battles, so he is naturally more cautious, but he still has a little light in his heart. No matter how talented Yifeng is, now he is too young, and his cultivation is too low, let alone his actual combat experience. Just when he was thinking this way, Yifeng finally gained a firm foothold under his onslaught, and at the same time, he raised his voice and shouted, "Mr. Lin, please don't act anymore, what the hell is going on here?" As soon as these words came out, Tang Xiefeng's body was stunned, his face was full of surprise, and he stopped the movement of the dagger in his hand. "You recognized us?" Tang Xiefeng uttered in surprise. "Certainly." Yifeng wondered, "If I'm not wrong, you should be my grandfather." Tang Xiefeng's face was filled with disbelief when he heard it. Now he is short and chubby with a mask on his head and a clump of weeds on his head. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to recognize him, let alone in the field in the dark night, or in broad daylight. Come. Could it be that Yifeng judged his identity from the martial arts he displayed? Even so, he still can't recognize Lin Hongchuan. Tang Xiefeng stopped his hands with a puzzled face. "I am your grandfather, but I didn't expect to be recognized by you." Lin Hongchuan, not far away, heard Yifeng's words, and immediately expressed regret. "Ahem, old Tang, let's talk about it on the back road. There are so many mosquitoes here." Lin Hongchuan coughed and made a suggestion. Tang Xiefeng nodded and took off the mask and bushes on his head. After the mask was gone, he could find that his face was round, but it was between the eyebrows that he was somewhat similar to Yifeng. Speaking of which, Yifeng's appearance really has the characteristics of Tang Qingling and Yi Yunfei. He is masculine and handsome, but not vulgar. It looks very comfortable. On the other hand, he has some similarities with Yuwendian and Tang Xiefeng. Yifeng really wanted to know what these two old men were doing here at night, but he swallowed the question first, thinking that when they saw Lin Shiqing on the road, they would always tell the truth. When the three of them walked more than 300 meters all the way back to the side of the road, they were caught by Lin Shiqing at a glance. "Grandfather." Lin Shiqing watched with surprise as the two old men took off their masks and the bushes on their heads. Isn't the face revealed by one of them exactly her grandfather Lin Hongchuan? What are these two old men doing here? If I didn't know Lin Shiqing, I would definitely suspect that these two old men are crazy, and Yifeng, who was following the two old men, also looked puzzled. Obviously he didn't know what these two old men were doing. Ha ha. When Tang Xiefeng saw Lin Shiqing sitting on the sports car, his eyes lit up immediately. "Old Lin, your granddaughter is really beautiful, not bad, good enough to match my grandson. Do you still want face?" Lin Hongchuan immediately looked contemptuous. "Whether you are worthy of your grandson or not depends on whether he is beautiful or not." Hey. Tang Xiefeng chuckled. "Appearance is just the first level, I'll talk about the rest later." Yifeng was close to listening to the conversation between the two. His head was full of black lines. These two old men probably stayed here all night just to comment on him and Lin Shiqing. It's not enough for this man to fight alone. Lin Hongchuan glanced at Yifeng. "Whether he can be worthy of my granddaughter depends on his mind." "Old Lin, what do you mean?" Tang Xiefeng suddenly became a little unhappy. Could it be that my Tang Xiefeng's grandson is an idiot? Not always. Lin Hongchuan chuckled. Tomorrow is the day of the martial arts conference, don't you want to go too? See his performance at the martial arts conference and everything will be clear. That's natural. I believe my grandson will not let us down. Tang Xiefeng was full of confidence, watching Yi Feng become more and more satisfied. After a short fight with Yi Feng just now, he can accurately feel Yi Feng's strength. Even Tang Xiefeng, who has a century-old cultivation base, can't say that he can win a steady victory against Yi Feng, which shows Yi Feng's tyranny. How long has it been since such a young man appeared in the arena? Tang Xiefeng's own cultivation talent is already very strong, otherwise, he would not have become the first elder of the collateral branch of the Tang family 20 years ago, but his talent is nothing compared to Yi Feng's. You know, Yi Feng just started this year. 20 years old. What an exciting thing to be able to compete with a top martial arts master who has cultivated for 100 years at the age of 20. And this rare genius in hundreds of years turned out to be Tang Xiefeng's grandson. It's really another village. Originally, Tang Xiefeng thought that his life would just pass by like this, but he never expected that such a huge turning point would come in his life. Yi Feng had a premonition that it was not impossible for Yi Feng, the martial arts family that had been wiped out 20 years ago, to rise again. Of course, the premise is that Yi Feng can survive this martial arts tournament. Even with him, Tang Xiefeng and Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng felt that it would be too difficult to keep Yi Feng this time. After all, the biggest enemy he would face was the Taiji Temple, the largest sect in the martial arts world. The head of the Taiji Hall has a cultivation base of 130 years, and he was very angry when he heard that the old guy was out of customs this time. Tang Xiefeng didn't know that Yi Feng himself had his own strength, let alone that the Tang family had taken a fancy to Yi Feng this time and wanted to interfere in this matter. Soon the two elders brought Yi Feng to the side of Lin Shiqing's sports car, and Lin Shiqing also got off the sports car and filially supported Lin Hongchuan. Cough cough. At this time, Yi Feng finally found a chance to ask a question, coughed and asked, "Grandpa, Mr. Lin, can you tell me why you are here at night?" This is exactly what Lin Shiqing wanted to ask. Hearing Yi Feng's voice, the curiosity of the beautiful Yujia was completely aroused. "It's nothing but watching you move too slowly, we are anxious as elders." Tang Xiefeng shook his head emotionally while talking. "You said that you are a good couple of young people, why can't you get together?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing's eyes widened immediately. Fuck, this is to say that the two old men came to the wilderness to squat in the grass in the middle of the night, just to create opportunities for Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing. It took Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing a long time to figure out what the two old men were thinking. The explosive package under the bridge turned out to be Lin Hongchuan's idea, and Tang Xiefeng felt that Yi Feng's skills would definitely protect Lin Shiqing, so he hit it off and deliberately asked Lin Shiqing to bring Yi Feng here, and then the two passed under the bridge. Detonate the dynamite pack. In this way, if there is a critical situation, Yi Feng wants to protect Lin Shiqing, so naturally he has to protect the two elders personally, and then show up from the side, and Tang Xiefeng will be in charge of attacking, looking for opportunities to enhance the relationship between the two of them. It's a pity that not only the explosive package under the bridge was discovered by Yi Feng, but also the two elders themselves were discovered by Yi Feng, which made this plan completely ineffective. It's really cheating. Yi Feng scolded secretly, what kind of mentality are these two old men? Okay, since this is the case, I won't bother you young couple. Let's go, Lao Lin. Tang Xiefeng looked happily at Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing standing together. They were really a good match, so he waved his hands and led Lin Hongchuan away along the highway. Hey Grandpa. Lin Shiqing hurriedly said that she was helpless towards these two old men, what is a young couple, but just as she was about to call Lin Hongchuan to stop, she found that her grandfather had been dragged away by Tang Xiefeng. All right, Miss Lin. Yifeng shook his head. Since there's nothing else going on here, I'd better go back and prepare for tomorrow. Ah. Lin Shiqing was taken aback for a moment. She didn't expect Yifeng to go back soon. I'm leaving first, or I'll take you back first. Yifeng looked at Lin Shiqing and felt that it seemed inappropriate to leave her here alone. No, I'll take you home. Lin Shiqing was a little disappointed, but she still smiled. Tomorrow is very important to you. Keep your spirits up and work hard. I'll just go by myself, Miss Lin, be careful. Yifeng shook his head. He didn't want to waste Lin Shiqing's time to send him home. The main reason is that he ran home by himself. The speed is not slow, and he can take a shortcut. It is definitely faster than driving back. Before Lin Shiqing could react, he had already moved his footsteps, left an afterimage on the spot, and jumped into the field next to him. Hello. Lin Shiqing raised her hand and wanted to say something, but saw that Yifeng had quickly disappeared from her eyes. This kid. Sister Yu looked at Yifeng's disappearing direction in a daze, raised her jade hand and lightly brushed her hair in a daze, then remembered something and sat back in the sports car. She is very clear about what Yifeng will face tomorrow, and she has to hurry to find Quan Chongsong from the National Security Bureau while there is still some time. Quan Chongsong is the most famous conservative among the elites of the National Security Bureau. He advocates peaceful coexistence with people in the martial arts and jointly guards the territory of Huagua. As for Geng Chaoyang, another elite of the National Security Bureau who is going to the Taiji Temple, Zixuanshan Dong Tian, he is very strong. Radicals. Deng Chaoyang advocates confiscating all sects in the martial arts and using their martial arts mentality for members of the National Security Bureau to practice so as to enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the National Security Bureau. He feels that such a situation is definitely more ideal than cooperation between the two sides. The upper echelon of the National Security Bureau also has such an idea, but it is helpless that the secrets of martial arts are the biggest secrets of every sect in the martial arts. If such a move is implemented, the entire martial arts community will definitely resist it. It is precisely under such circumstances that although the National Security Bureau has obtained a certain sect's mind method and move cheats, they dare not use it for the personnel of the National Security Bureau to practice, but let the researchers study it first. Otherwise, there will be strong resistance from the entire martial arts community if someone who knows martial arts appears in the National Security Bureau. Lin Shiqing went to Quan Chongsong to ask him to take care of Yifeng at the martial arts conference that starts tomorrow. If Yifeng encounters any danger, it is best to rescue him. Lin Shiqing knows that although Quan Chongsong is a conservative, it is very difficult for Quan Chongsong to agree to her request. It is said that Quan Chongsong drips water, does not enter oil fume, does not eat soft and hard foam, and it is useless unless he is ordered by his superiors or persuaded with reason. She gritted her teeth and stepped on the accelerator. The red sports car started under the moonlight and drove towards the hotel where Quan Chongsong and others are staying tonight. Yifeng went all the way home and prepared to sleep well. He didn't pay much attention to what happened just now. Although the three old men, including Yi Wentian, wanted him to be with Lin Shiqing, he had his own plan. Tomorrow. Even if it is the opening day of the martial arts conference, even if it is only the first day, Yifeng will definitely encounter a very difficult situation. Maybe the head of the Tai Chi Hall will attack him tomorrow. When he returned to Qingfeng Biyuan, he suddenly frowned because his spiritual sense swept around and felt that something was wrong. Ah! A tender scream came from the direction of the villa, causing Yifeng's heart to tremble and hurried towards the house. Snakes have snakes. Xiaoqi's little girl's screams spread far away, causing people in the two villas to react at the same time. Where is the snake? Long Wanner's voice came out afterwards. She is undoubtedly the most daring of the girls in the villa. After all, she has been wandering alone for a long time, not to mention snakes and other ferocious creatures. At this time, Yifeng also covered the villa within the detection range of his consciousness, and suddenly felt that there were hundreds of poisonous snakes lurking around the villa, trying to get into the villa, and many snakes had already invaded the villa. Xiaoqi, who was watching TV, suddenly fell into panic. Where is the snake? Yifeng's consciousness spread out in all directions, but he didn't detect any suspicious person. He only found a big colorful snake not far away, making a low hissing sound, as if the poisonous snakes around him were the big colorful snake that was attracting and controlling it. Come over. Don't be afraid, I'm back. Yifeng didn't even want to step forward to strangle the big colorful snake hiding behind the shadow of the big tree, and carried it back to the villa. The big colorful snake was grabbed by him and immediately screamed. The surrounding poisonous snakes suddenly changed their attack targets and rushed towards Yifeng like a tide. It is the incense master of the 10,000 snake poison sect, Shi Xingyu. In the villa hall, Long Wanner was releasing a fireball to burn 2 poisonous snakes to death. When she saw the multi-flowered snake in Yifeng's hand, she immediately recognized the identity of the assailant. 1000 snake poison sect Snake Wenju. A cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. How did the 10,000 snake poison sect know his identity? He found out the location so quickly and came to the door. There are definitely not many people who can recognize Yifeng's identity in the square at the foot of the trade fair, and the one who is most likely to expose this matter is undoubtedly Tang Jingtian, the direct elder of the Tang family. This old guy really has a good idea. Yifeng sneered, but since the 10,000 snake poison sect dared to come, he would start with the 10,000 snake poison sect first. At this moment, Shi Xingyu of the 10,000 snake poison sect is observing the movement of the villa from afar in the office building not far away. Since Yifeng was 300 meters away from the villa, he couldn't perceive his existence with his spiritual sense. That kid is back. Shi Xingyu put down the binoculars and stood by the window, thinking about it. There is no doubt that he wanted to take advantage of Yifeng's absence to sneak into his villa tonight and let Yifeng experience the pain of losing a loved one. Unfortunately, he ignored the fighting power of the girls in the villa. Even if Yifeng doesn't come back, Long Wanner alone is enough to kill all those poisonous snakes. If Snake Xingyu appeared, he would definitely not be able to escape the killing of Xingyi and Wujian. The poisonous snakes that entered the villa first were all easily dealt with by Long Wanner alone, and then Yifeng came back and pinched all the colorful snakes that Shi Xingyu had in his hands. Big Flower comes back. Shi Xingyu didn't panic because he believed that his Dahua could escape from Yifeng's grasp. With a shrill cry, the big colorful snake in Yifeng's hand in the distant villa reacted. The slippery snake body slipped away from Yifeng's hand, and quickly walked out of the villa as fast as lightning. Want to run? Seeing this, Yifeng frowned, waved a red flame ball and flew out, but it smashed into the empty space with a puff, and set the carpet placed by the door on fire. The speed of the colorful snake is too fast. Extinguishing. Yifeng spoke calmly, then glanced at Long Wanner at the top of the stairs, and said quietly, Wanner and I will chase this snake to see where it will go. Long Wanner understood Yifeng's thoughts at once, nodded and jumped to the side of Yifeng with a light step. The tyrannical cultivation of true energy made the two of them enter a state of invisibility. The two walked forward and quietly followed the colorful snake and quickly swam out of the range of the villa. As for the poisonous snakes that entered the villa, they were all out of order when the colorful snake was pinched by Yifeng. Walk up. These poisonous snakes alone, Su Menghan and the girls are enough to deal with Yifeng, so there is no need to worry about it. In the office building not far from the villa, Snake Xingyu is facing trouble. He was observing Yifeng's villa in a room by the window. Just as he was calling for the 5-flowered snake to come back, he suddenly felt that the door was blocked by someone. Looking back, he saw several strong men standing at the door and staring at him. Looking at him. I would like to advise you to say that there are some things in the Jianghu, it is better not to meddle in your own business. Snake Xingyu is tightly wrapped in a gray cloth shirt with a white cloth on his head. He looked at those strong men pretending calmly, hoping to scare those strong men away. It's a pity that those strong men are exactly the 8 brothers who live here. Scar's 8 brothers originally belonged to the underworld, and now they have practiced the Shurigate Shuriju. How could they be scared away? Little bastard, what are you doing here? Tell me honestly, or you will feel better. Xiaoba among the 8 brothers did not change his temper and yelled at Snake Xingyu in a rough voice. This made Snake Xingyu angry. He is an old man in the arena, even Tang Jingtian didn't dare to show any disrespect when he saw him, and now these strong men call him little bastard. At that time, he wanted to kill these strong men, but he held back when he thought about it. After all, if people in the martial arts attack the secular people, they will be searched by the National Security Bureau, which is very troublesome. Get out of the way now, and I won't hold you accountable for disrespecting me, Mr. Snake, otherwise I will let you know what pain is. Shi Xingyu was not intimidated by Xiaoba's words at all, but instead threatened with a more eerie tone. This guy is tricky. Soon the 8 brothers with discerning eyes could see that Snake Xingyu was not easy to mess with, because Snake Xingyu could induce the surrounding air to flow slightly with every gesture. Obviously he was a master of martial arts. At least their boss Scar is not up to this level. They suddenly paid more attention to Shi Xingyu, but Shi Xingyu never thought that the strong men in front of them would be people who also practiced martial arts. On weekdays, Scar and the 8 brothers often exchanged ideas, and the actual combat made them proficient in the 3 moves of Shuriman. Superior. Almost only the moment after Shi Xingyu's voice fell, the 8 brothers reached a consensus and rushed towards the room at the same time. At the same time, several ghosts and wolves roared from their mouths. Shura Soul Requiem sound wave. With the cooperation of several people, the martial arts effect of this move of Azura sect was immediately used to the extreme. Although their cultivation base is less than a year, although they still can't let go of their internal energy at all, the combination of several people can make Azura suppress it. The soul sound wave had an immediate effect. Snake Xingyu, who was completely unprepared, was stunned by the successive ghost roars and waited for him to react. The 8 brothers had all used ghost steps to quickly bully him. Thousands of miles chasing soul knife technique. The 8 brothers took out a long knife from their pockets at the same time, even under the dim light, it shone brightly and stabbed at Shi Xingyu at the same time. This made Snake Xingyu startled. Nima, although he has 65 years of cultivation, he still doesn't know how to let go of his internal energy. Facing 8 long knives stabbing him at the same time, there is only one way to go, and that is hide. Snake Xingyu's speed is certainly not comparable to that of the 8 brothers. As soon as he moved his footsteps, he swam like a snake and had already reached the door, easily avoiding the 8 brothers' long knives. Now he can see where these 8 strong men are ordinary people. They are clearly from the martial arts world who have just started practicing martial arts, and what they practice is not ordinary martial arts, but the long-lost Shuriman martial arts. 30 years ago, the Shura sect's magical skills were unrivaled and almost dominated the Jianghu. Fortunately, they were destroyed under the siege of many other sects in the Jianghu. The 1,000 miles of soul-chasing sword technique is a knife technique that impressed Shi Xingyu very deeply. He was still young back then. If the elders in the sect hadn't tried their best to save him, he would have died under the 1,000 miles of soul pursuit sword technique. Saruman remnants. Shi Xingyu immediately realized that he seemed to know something by accident. He must announce this matter at the martial arts conference. However, the more people know, the more dangerous they are. He deeply understands this truth. Since there are 8 strong men here who have just practiced the Azura Ju, there must be more powerful remnants of the Azura sect. Otherwise, where did these 8 strong men learn the Azura Ju? Shi Xingyu suddenly became extremely vigilant. Shi Xingyu is fully alert physically and mentally to prevent any sneak attack by top experts at any time. Just at this time, his big colorful snake finally swam across the street, went straight from the villa into the office building, followed the stairs to the floor where Snake Xingyu was located. Kill. The 8 brothers rushed towards the door with long knives. The vicious looks reminded Shi Xingyu of the scene when the fierce flames of the xuanhuan enveloped the martial arts world back then. Dahua, let them taste the power of poison. Shi Xingyu still wanted to run away, but then he thought that these 8 strong men are just beginners who have not cultivated for a year. If he is afraid of them, how will they gain a foothold in the arena in the future? The colorful snake obeyed the command of Shi Xingyu and attacked the 8 brothers like a hidden weapon. Click click click. A few random mouthfuls of the multicolored serpent have already bitten each of the 8 brothers in a short period of time and injected its deadly poison. In less than 3/4, the 8 brothers will be poisoned and die. Humph, you are courting death with me, Snake Shenjiudu. As soon as Shi Xingyu stretched out his hand, the colorful snake coiled up and wrapped around his head covered in white cloth. Ah! Woo! Forehead. The 8 brothers were poisoned, their faces turned black, and they couldn't hold the long knife in their hands. They trembled violently and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. They had completely lost their combat effectiveness. Snake Xingyu, as the incense master of the 10,000 snake poison sect, the multi-flowered serpent he raises is extremely poisonous, and this effect is also expected by him. But when he was about to leave, he turned around and found a bald man with scars standing at the end of the corridor looking at him fiercely. "Who are you to touch my brother?" Scar asked fiercely. "Humph, they don't know what's good or bad, so I, Mr. Snake, had no choice but to send them on their way." Shi Xingyu is not afraid of Scar at all. Although he feels a fierce aura from Scar, he doesn't feel oppressive, which means that Scar's cultivation is not as good as his. Snake Xingyu, with the same cultivation level, will not be afraid of other martial arts people, let alone Scar is not as good as him. One side has 15 years of cultivation and the other has 65 years of cultivation. The difference is worlds apart. Even if Yifeng had 15 years of cultivation, it would be very difficult to defeat Snake Xingyu, let alone Scar. Tricking my brother to death. Seeing the pain of the 8 brothers, Dao Scar feels that he owes Yifeng's entrustment, but he didn't protect his subordinates well, causing Yifeng to suffer losses. A long knife was held by Scar in his hand, a small dust of true energy sprang out from his hand and attached to the long knife, and then with a movement of his feet, he performed a ghostly soul-inspiring step, and the whole person rushed towards Snake Xingyu. Hey naive! Snake Xingyu felt that the breath of the Scar was not strong. The 10,000 snake poison sect is not only good at poisoning their sect's lightness kung fu and palm techniques, it is also unique. Snake Xingyu easily avoided Scar's long knife, and then he slapped Scar's waist with a palm from the side, and the tyrannical internal energy penetrated out, knocking Scar's whole body into the air and hitting the wall next to the corridor heavily. With the 2 people's cultivation bases, this kind of result can't be more normal. But when Snake Xingyu commanded the colorful snake to bite Scar, Scar suddenly cut down with a single knife. His whole body was pierced by Snake Xingyu's inner energy, but he still held back his breath and swung the knife for the last time. Too slow. Snake Xingyu curled up the corner of his mouth and waved his hand, making the colorful snake dodge nimbly, and then approached from the side and bit on Scar's neck. The poisonous injection made Scar's face turn black all of a sudden. Anyone else dare to come out? Shi Xingyu raised his head and glanced at both sides of the corridor, but he didn't feel that anyone else couldn't help but feel a little complacent. This remnant of the Azura sect was dealt with by him alone. This is a great achievement. It just so happens that tomorrow is the martial arts conference. Putting it on there will definitely greatly increase the prestige of one snake poison sect and himself. Just as he was thinking this, a ghostly voice suddenly sounded beside him. It turns out that you are playing tricks. This is the voice of a young man who fell to the ground, and Scar's darkened face immediately showed joy when he heard the voice. Brother Yi is finally here. Dare to touch my brother-in-law. A boy's voice followed by a bone spear condensed out of thin air with a swish and swept towards Shi Xingyu. Dao Scar became even more excited when he heard this voice. Isn't this the voice of his wife's younger brother Zhao Bei? Before Yi Feng said that he could still meet Zhao Bei, he didn't take it seriously, but only now did he realize that Yi Feng was really not talking nonsense, but the truth. But how could this be possible? Head. A young figure in a black shirt suddenly appeared next to the 8 brothers in the side room. Pure Yang Baojian. Bright white light flashed past. Yi Feng took out the Pure Yang treasure mirror, absorbed all the poison in the 8 brothers' bodies at once, then moved his footsteps. His figure flashed, and he had already arrived in front of Scar. Scar is okay. Yi Feng absorbed the poison in Dao Scar's body with the Pure Yang precious mirror, then stood up and looked at Snake Xingyu indifferently. Shi Xingyu looked a little flustered in front of that filthy bone spear, because he had never seen such an attack. Could it be that the one who attacked him was a ghost? It's just the guy who fiddled with this bone spear, and who was the boy's voice just now? A silver covered in pitch black condensed on the top of Shi Xingyu's head in the next moment. It was Zhao Bei's condensed soul body. After taking the nourishing soul pill and the solid soul pill, and absorbing the aura of heaven and earth in the sand of Halidi star, Zhao Yi was almost twice as strong as before. At this time, when he waved his hand, several bone spears condensed out one after another. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Shi Xingyu took out a poison-enhanced dagger from his arms and swung it quickly to block the attack of the bone spear, but soon he discovered that there were cracks on his poison-enhanced dagger. Then who on earth can be invisible and fly above his head? Shi Xingyu was scared to pee by Zhao Bei, and at this time, a starlight flame suddenly swept over from the empty space. Star River Flame Dance. Long Wainer, who came out of stealth, found the mobile phone and used the fairy art attached to the Star River Flame Dance sword. The starlight and firelight were instantly mixed together, covering Snake Xingyu in it in one fell swoop. Long Waner's quiet sword poses a great threat even to martial arts masters who have cultivated for 100 years, let alone Shi Xingyu who has only cultivated for 65 years. In the stunned eyes of Dao Scar and the 8 brothers, Long Waner appeared and got the first drop of blood since the birth of Xinghe Yanwu sword. Snake Xingyu died. In the Star River Flame Dance immortal art, he didn't leave a trace of scum. His body was turned into steam. After all, he failed to bring out the news that Schuermann's martial arts had reappeared in the world. Want to run? Yi Feng caught sight of the multi-flowered snake and wanted to take the opportunity to sneak away, and he threw a fireball to turn it into ashes. When he was in the villa before, he didn't go astray because the big flower snake swam too fast. It was all because he wanted to use the colorful snake to find the mastermind behind the scenes. And Shi Xingyu obviously didn't expect Yi Feng to be able to follow such a hidden person as Snake finds his place. Who can keep up with the big flower snake when it is wandering in the grass? Of course, Shi Xingyu didn't know that both Yi Feng and Long Waner possessed the heaven-defying ability of divine consciousness. Scar is okay. Yi Feng turned the 5-flowered serpent into ashes with one hand, then turned his head to look at Scar. But he saw that Scar had stood up and looked at the mid-air in the corridor with tears in his eyes. Is the cup yours? The moment Dao Scar Lai Zongheng saw Zhao Bei, he couldn't believe his eyes. It's me. Zhao Bei was also very moved, but as a soul cultivator, he couldn't shed tears at all. How many times has he watched Scar in the dark? This brother-in-law has been in his memory since he was a child. Scar has protected him from being bullied by other children when he was in school. Because he is weaker, he will definitely fight. Suffer. In the society, Scar asked him to drive for the Sky Snake gang to work leisurely and get in touch with many social things, which paved the way for his growth. But all this changed because of Yi Feng's arrival. They have all become supernatural practitioners, and they are no longer the gangster bosses and gangster youths they once were. Now he, Zhao Bei, no longer needs the protection of Scar, and even now he is much stronger than Scar, and Scar is definitely not his opponent. From today onwards, he will fight with his brother-in-law. That man. Zhao Bei glanced at the direction where Yi Feng and Long Wana were, and his heart was filled with emotion. He doesn't know what Yi Feng's identity is, but there is no doubt that Yi Feng is an extremely powerful person, and even the entire martial arts arena will be trampled under his feet. What kind of brilliance will Yi Feng create in this world? Cup, you and Xiaochen will stay here and don't have to go to the cave of Xuanhuan Mountain. After Yi Feng gave an order, he took Long Waner and turned around to leave. In fact, he and Long Waner had arrived earlier, but because Yi Feng wanted to learn about the fighting methods of the 10,000 snake poison sect, he showed up a little late, and by the way, he and the 8 brothers' actual combat abilities could be seen. Facts have proved that the cultivation level is not enough, after all, it is a flaw. The gap between Scar and others and Snake Xingyu is too large. From the battle just now, Yi Feng didn't see any tricks at all, but he has a preliminary understanding of the martial arts of one snake poison sect. 10,000 snakes Yin Feng Palm moves quickly and recruits people's vital points. If you encounter an evenly matched opponent, Yi Feng still has to be careful. Taking a last look at the place where Snake Xingyu disappeared, Yi Feng led Long Waner all the way out of the office building. It is rumored that Snake Xingyu of the 10,000 snake poison sect was greedy for meritorious service, and this time he should have come alone to make meritorious service, but he did not expect to be buried here. Long Waner sighed. It's what he asked for. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth twitched. Anyway, at the martial arts conference tomorrow, we must also be careful of people from the 10,000 snake poison sect. Well, anyway, if you have the consciousness, they won't be able to sneak attack on us. Long Waner took Yi Feng's arm and smiled sweetly. When the two came not far from the villa, their expressions changed slightly at the same time. All the girls in the villa are gathering together to take care of Shushu on the sofa. With a sweep of consciousness, one can find that there is a wound on her fair ankle, which seems to be bitten by a poisonous snake just now. It seems that my aunt was bitten by a snake and I can only leave it to you. Long Waner felt a little helpless. Well, the pure Yang Baojian is ready. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. Let alone this kind of common poisonous snake bite, the poison of the multi-flowered big snake raised by Snake Xingyu before can be easily absorbed by Qinyang Baojian. When the two returned to the villa, they found that the girls had carried Shushu back to her bedroom. Yi Feng had no choice but to take Long Waner to follow. As soon as he entered Shushu's bedroom and looked at the surrounding decorations in the bedroom, Yi Feng couldn't help but think of the beautiful scene that happened when he helped Shushu become a cultivator, and his heart beat faster. Turned and shook his head. Now is not the time to think about this. Yi Feng, you're here, quickly look at my auntie. Seeing Yi Feng coming back, Su Menghan hurriedly pulled him to the bedside. Yi Feng looked at Shushu lying on the bed. Her originally icy clean skin was a bit gray-black, and she had already lost consciousness and passed out on the bed. After asking around, I found out what just happened. It turned out that after Yi Feng and Long Waner chased the colorful snake and left, the remaining poisonous snakes became chaotic, and the whole villa ran around. There are Zi Jianlan, Zhang Xinyun, Su Menghan, Xiao Yu, Xiao Qi, and Shu Shu in the villa. All of them are afraid of snakes. The only one, Long Waner, who is not afraid of snakes, has left with Yi Feng. Originally, Yi Feng thought that these little poisonous snakes would definitely not pose a threat to the girls, but he was wrong. Since Xiaoqi didn't cultivate immortality, and Xiaoyu just started cultivating immortality for less than a month, she was still not much different from ordinary people when facing poisonous snakes, so the heavy responsibility of killing snakes fell on the other 4 girls. Zijianlin is also afraid of snakes, but in this case, she must rise up. Throwing knives one after another were thrown out of her hands, nailing little poisonous snakes to the floor, table, and sofa, and then she immediately threw out the scarlet fireball in fear, which was also strangely accompanied by ice slag. The little poisonous snake has been wiped out. Zhang Xingyun summoned the fire cloud demon master and commanded him to catch little snakes everywhere. The fire cloud demon master's body is full of flames. As long as he holds the little poisonous snake in his hand, he can directly burn the little poisonous snake to ashes, so Zhang Xingyun is the easiest way. 1. As for Su Menghan, who doesn't know hidden weapons and only knows how to use immortal techniques, he can only use fireballs and star burial arrows to kill the little snakes. If Yifeng were here, he would find that her use of immortal techniques has become so proficient, it must have been practiced thousands of times. Some achievements. Xu Shu is in charge of protecting Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi. She also absorbed a piece of He Di Xingsha. She has cultivated for more than 8 years, but her combat reaction speed still cannot keep up. When several little poisonous snakes flew towards Xiaoqi, Xiaoyu and her at the same time, she panicked for a while and was finally bitten by one of the little poisonous snakes. Fortunately, Zi Jianlan's flying knife arrived in time, otherwise she would not have stopped. Was bitten. At that time, Xiaoqi was stunned when she saw the girls with hidden weapons and fireballs. After understanding the cause and effect, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It seems that it is best not to let the girls deal with things like snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the future. Girls are indeed afraid of such creatures by nature. As for Long Wan'er, of course she is also afraid, but she has long been familiar with the strange after a few years of wandering in the rivers and lakes. Get out of my way. Yifeng went straight to the bed and took out the pure yang baojian. He directed his true energy at Xu Shu and absorbed all the toxins in her body. In just a moment, the pure yang treasure mirror dissolved all the toxins. The treasure of the Tai Chi Hall is really useful, and it is just a spiritual weapon. In contrast, the Xingyan spirit ring is also a spiritual weapon, but Yifeng is not there yet. Know what its special function is. As for the Xinghe Yanwu sword as a treasure, it can release immortality. The Xinghe Yanwu is purely a magic weapon for attack. Take good care of her, everyone, have a good rest. I'm leaving tomorrow. There will be people from the National Security Bureau to protect you. Yifeng put away the Qinyang Baojian, glanced at Xu Shu, who was still comatose on the bed, and told all the girls. He turned around and saw the little girl Xiaoqi standing timidly by the door of Xu Shu's bedroom, looking at the girls in the bedroom with some fear. This gave Yifeng a headache. Unexpectedly, the identities of the female immortal cultivators were exposed in front of Xiaoqi by that snake Xingyu. Xiaoyu explained to your sister, I'll go to rest first. Yifeng didn't want to face such troublesome things, he said in bewilderment, and handed over all his brains to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is also helpless, but there is a little joy in her heart. At last, this matter will be known by Xiaoqi. Originally, she thought that Xiaoqi didn't fit in here at all. Now, because of a small accident, the situation began to change. After Yifeng left Xu Shu's bedroom, he saw Su Menghan eagerly followed him from behind and grabbed the corner of his clothes. What's wrong, Menghan? Yifeng smiled and held her delicate body in his arms. Just now I burned 11 little snakes. Su Menghan said happily. Yifeng nodded in bewilderment. In his opinion, this is nothing to brag about even if he killed 11 people. But in Su Menghan's opinion, killing 11 snakes is already a big deal. What Yifeng is more interested in now is the delicate body of the girl in his arms. Although he was still walking in the corridor, Yifeng boldly stretched out his hand and reached into the chest of the girl wearing a short-sleeved shirt. He grasped the plump and rounded girl, making the girl moan coquettishly. go back to the room. Su Minghan's pretty face blushed, but she didn't stop Yifeng's movements. Obviously she was thinking a little bit. Of course, Yifeng would not do anything frenzied in the corridor. To hug Su Minghan's light and delicate body, opened her bedroom door and ran in. Soon the lights in the bedroom were turned off. Yifeng got up early the next morning, and today he will follow Yi Wendian to the Sichuan mountain Dongtian, where the Tai Chi Hall is located, to participate in the Triennial Martial Arts Conference in the martial arts world. After washing up, he took Long Wanner, Su Minghan, Zi Jianlan, and Zhang Xinyun with them and went out to the villa next door to find Yi Wendian. Maybe it was because Su Minghan hadn't slept for too long last night, and kept yawning, but she thought that she would see Yifeng's mother soon, so she pulled herself together and thought she must put on her best appearance. Just go see my mother-in-law. Although the current mother-in-law seems to have amnesia and can't remember Yifeng as a son. On the contrary, Zhang Xinyun is still wearing loose sportswear, with short hair and bangs covering half of her cheeks, with a relaxed and expectant look on her face. If Yifeng hadn't seen her naked, she would never have imagined how wonderful it would be in that loose tracksuit. The size of her chest alone was no less than that of Long Wanner and Su Minghan. Comparing with Shu Shu. This girl is wearing a corset on weekdays, no wonder she doesn't have a figure, but just looking at her appearance, she is already a first-class beauty. As for Long Wanner's nervousness and anticipation, a series of things will definitely happen when she follows Yifeng to participate in the martial arts conference. I hope there will be no unexpected surprises, and everything goes well. In addition, she is about to meet her grandfather, the ancestor of the Long family, who she hasn't seen for several years. I don't know how the other party will treat her and Yifeng. I hope I don't make enemies with Yifeng. Long Wanner was thinking about her, but she knew how many cards Yifeng had now. Even the entire Long family plus the masters of the entire Tai Chi Hall might not be able to deal with Yifeng now. It's a pity that she knew that with her grandfather's character, she would definitely not listen to what she said so easily, and it would be very troublesome. Zi Jianlan is as calm as Zhang Xinyun because she believes that Yifeng is just going out with Yifeng this time, that's all, and it won't be long before she returns to her peaceful school life. The freshman at Yanda University has only been over a week since the end of the military training, but Zi Jianlan has already taken classes for a week and already feels that she likes the life in school very much. The kind of calm, warmth, and elegance she never experienced when she was in the Inxian school. A group of 5 people left the villa, making the rest of the women behind them a little bit disappointed. Especially Xiao Qi, who just learned of Yifeng's identity, stood next to her sister Xiaoyu and looked at the back of Yifeng and the 4 daughters leaving, almost shed tears. All the other girls living in the villa are immortal cultivators. She is the only one who is not allowed to live in this villa because of Xiaoyu's face. So what is she? No one can tell her this answer, only Xiaoyu understands her sister's mood a little bit, hugs her, and comforts her gently. Yi Wendian's villa has already gathered a large group of people. In addition to Yi Wendian, Nanfeng, and Li Jibua, there is also a group of people from the True Sword sect, including the head, elders, and disciples, all gathered here. The head of the Zhejian Sword School, Master Chang Shan, a master of swordsmanship with 110 years of cultivation, is a white-haired old man with a tall figure and sharp eyes like a sword, giving a strong sense of oppression. The second elder of the True Sword sect, Xiao Feng, and the third elder, Ren Jia, both have 70 years of cultivation and are much weaker compared to Master Chang Shan. Yi Qing. Hua Yeqing led the snow wolf, Qi Shuling with a provocative face, looking at Yifeng, who opened the door and came in, showing a high fighting spirit. He didn't know that Yifeng didn't take him seriously at all. In addition to the Zhenjian faction, there are several people waiting in the hall. Yifeng couldn't help being slightly taken aback when he glanced at it. In addition to Tang Xiefeng and Lin Hongchuan who met last night, there is also a gentle and beautiful woman in a light-colored pink cloth with hairpins, who is pouring tea for everyone. It's Yifeng's mother, Tang Qingling. The moment he saw Tang Qingling, Yi Feng was in a daze. Although he knew that he still had such a mother in this world, he had never seen it before. Yi Wendian even told him that Tang Qingling had lost his memory and would not remember Yi Feng as a son. Tang Qingling's memory now is limited to the 20 years that followed Tang Xifeng to the Zhejian sword sect. During this period of time, she lived a simple and elegant life. Tang Xifeng and Yi Wendian would not participate in previous martial arts conferences, but this time because of Yi Feng, the two elders decided to go out, and finally they could only bring Tang Qingling out. To Yi Feng, he didn't know how his mother felt. When he was in the world of cultivating immortals, he followed Su Feiying since he was a child. To him, Su Feiying was like a sister who took care of him and taught him that the reason why he could survive in the world of cultivating immortals was because of Su Feiying. After being reborn on Earth, he has always lived alone. It's just that when he saw Tang Qingling, a kind of intimacy that melted into his blood was born spontaneously, which made him want to shout out. It's just that when the words came to his lips, he suddenly remembered that Tang Qingling had no memory of him at this time, so he forcibly held back. Is he Yi Feng? At this time, Tang Qingling made tea for Tang Xifeng, raised her head gently, and Yi Feng and the girls came in through her eyes, and she couldn't help asking Tang Xifeng softly. Yes, he is. Now that everyone is here, we can go. Tang Xifeng looked at his daughter lovingly, then gave Yi Feng a meaningful look, and finally stood up. Wait, at least Qingling has already made tea, we'd better drink it before leaving, anyway, we're not in a hurry. Yi Wendian raised his hand to stop Tang Xifeng, then glanced at Yi Feng. Little brat, come over and have some tea, don't be so impatient about everything, you know? Yi Feng wondered, is he impatient? It was clear that only Tang Xifeng wanted to leave quickly. He led the girls through the hall, and soon came to Yi Wendian and Tang Xifeng, and at the same time, he was getting closer and closer to Tang Qingling. Gentle eyes, lively eyes, a simple and elegant light red cloth, dotted with light floral patterns, making Tang Qingling look elegant and simple. This kind of elegance is different from the feeling that the purple gladiolus is out of the dust and does not eat the fireworks of the world. Zi Jianlan is like a fairy who is new to the world, while Tang Qingling is indifferent after experiencing too many things in the world. Although the two temperaments are both elegant and dusty, they are completely different. This is my mother. Yi Feng thought in his heart. Although it was only his mother after he was reborn and came to the earth, the identity of the other party was enough to make him feel a lot of emotion. It's a pity that although Tang Qingling recognized Yi Feng at this time, she didn't know that Yi Feng was her son. Seeing Yi Feng bringing the girls over, Tang Qingling still had an elegant and natural expression, smiled lightly, poured a few cups of tea, and handed them to Yi Feng and the girls respectively. Yi Feng took the teacup, but looked at Tang Qingling's gentle face, and never looked away. Tang Qingling looked at him, a little strange, what's wrong with you? It's okay, thank you. Yi Feng held the teacup, felt the temperature of the tea, and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. What caused Tang Qingling's memory loss was not only the fact that the Yi family was destroyed 20 years ago, but also because the Tang family expelled her and Tang Xifeng from the Tang family. This made Yi Feng have a good impression of the Tang family Zhenguo, and Tang Jingtian, the elder of the Tang family, wanted him to join the Tang family and change his surname to Tang, which was completely impossible. After seeing Tang Qingling with his own eyes, this idea deepened in Yi Feng's mind. There is no doubt that Tang Qingling is a gentle and virtuous woman. Even if she lost her memory and couldn't remember the past, she was still so calm, making people calm down naturally at a glance. Yi Feng held the teacup, not afraid of the water being scalded, he took a sip directly. The tea in the mouth has a fresh and natural taste. Even Yi Feng, a cultivator who has drunk immortal tea from the realm of cultivating immortals, can't help but his eyes light up. Tang Qingling's tea can actually lift people's spirits, and the refreshing effect is much better than the so-called coffee drinks on the market. It happened that he didn't have a good rest last night. After all, he had been with Su Menghan for nearly half the night, but after drinking a sip of Tang Qingling's tea, his fatigue disappeared without a trace. Hee, little bastard, your mother, cough cough, she grows Qingling tea herself, and it's the seeds brought from the Tang family. It's hard for ordinary people to take a sip. Yi Wendian looked at Yi Feng's performance from the side, looking very satisfied. Tang Xiefeng admired his daughter's skills very much, and seeing Yi Feng's reaction was even more proud, and quietly transmitted to Yi Feng, Xiaoya, there is a tea house in the small cave of Beiyue Changshan, but there is a queue all day long. When Yi Feng heard this, he didn't expect Tang Qingling to have such skills, so he couldn't help being a little surprised. Behind him, Su Menghan was originally sleepy. She was tossed too much by Yi Feng. She was even more tired than Yi Feng. But after drinking a cup of tea from Tang Qingling, his face immediately glowed, as if he had slept beautifully for a day and a night just now. In addition, Long Waner, Zhang Xinyun, and Zi Jianlan, the three daughters, also praised her immediately after drinking the tea, which made Tang Xiefeng's face even more smug. Humph, can we go? At this time, Hua Yeqing, who was standing beside Xuelong Qi Shuling, snorted softly, stared at Yi Feng and said, "Today is the day when the martial arts conference starts, so how long will it take to get to the Tai Chi Hall?" As a genius disciple of the True Sword sect, Hua Yeqing's right to speak is naturally extremely important, but in this situation, Yi Feng frowned slightly if he dared to speak like that. You must know that there are Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng on the field, and Lin Hongchuan, the leader of Huagua, is also there. At worst, there is also Chang Shan, the head of the Zhejian sword sect. Hua Yeqing dares to speak like this, it is too rude a little bit. However, what surprised Yi Feng was Tang Xiefeng waving his hand. If that's the case, then let's go. Xiaoya, today is the stage for you young people. You have to take good care of it when you go to the Tai Chi Hall. Yi Feng was a little puzzled when he heard this. He didn't tell Yi Wendian that he would not participate in the younger generation's competition, but it turned out that the True Sword sect seemed to arrange for him. Before going up to the head of the Tai Chi Hall, Yi Feng didn't want to expose his strength prematurely, thinking that it would be good if Zi Jianlan or Su Menghan went up. Even for these two women, they have a very high chance of winning when they meet Hua Yeqing, and Hua Yeqing is already the #1 member of the younger generation besides Chen Hui. In this way, it is too easy for Yi Feng to win the title of the first person of the younger generation. There is no need for him to play in person. Yi Feng didn't take this matter to heart, but Hua Yeqing looked at Yi Feng covetously, and then followed Master Chang Shan and walked out. Obviously, Hua Yeqing regarded Yi Feng as the biggest goal today. The martial arts conference is held in 3 days. The first day is a competition for the younger generation from various factions in the arena, known as the Rookie Battle. The next day is the competition of the top masters of various sects and schools in the world, and the top 10 masters in the martial arts world will be ranked. The #1 master of the last martial arts conference was the head of the Tai Chi Hall, Chonghua Daoist. And the top 3 of the younger generation are Chen Hui, Hua Yeqing, and Luo Feng, who died in Yi Feng's hands long ago. In the martial arts conferences that have been going on for a long time, the ranking of the top 10 masters of the younger generation often changes, but it takes a long time for the top 10 masters of the entire martial arts to be replaced by one person. Obviously, in the world of martial arts, the higher one's cultivation level, the less likely one will die, or the more one cherishes one's own life, and will not easily risk one's life. Yi Feng took his 4 daughters, and followed Yi Wendian and others to take a bus arranged by Tai Chi Hall, starting from Yanjing all the way to the location of Sichuan Mountain Dongtian. Starting from Qingfengyuan, the distance is only 30 kilometers. No matter how slow the bus drives, it will definitely arrive in an hour. Zixuanshan Dongtian is very close to Yanjing, near Mentuga district of Yanjing City. the bus traveled all the way without any accidents. On the other hand, Yifeng was sitting in the car, scanning around with his spiritual sense, and found that the driver uncle had more than 10 years of cultivation. It seemed that he was a lay disciple of the Taiji temple, but he probably hadn't practiced any moves. I only cultivated my mind and strengthened my body. On the way, the bus driver seemed to have some sympathy for Yifeng and his group. Yifeng could understand his thoughts. Now the entire martial arts world is discussing that once he, Yifeng, arrives at the site of the Tai Chi Hall, he will never be able to leave that place again. However, the facts will surprise everyone by then. Of course, even though Yifeng was very powerful, he was not careless. After all, he was going to the Tai Chi Hall, the home of the largest sect in the martial arts. But now the good news is that Yang Shuning and the 82 soul cultivators led by him already have a preliminary level of cultivation. Although they don't have much fighting ability, their investigative ability is first-rate. A total of 83 soul cultivators hovered in the sky within 3 kilometers around Yifeng, inspecting everything. Although they were not as precise as divine sense, they could easily discover some hidden dangers. This is Yifeng's greatest reliance on daring to run to the Tai Chi Hall. Whether it is a battle in ancient times or a battle in the world of cultivating immortals, vision information is an extremely important part. Even in modern warfare, intelligence is also related to the final outcome of a war. With intelligence under control, there is room for advancement and retreat regardless of offense or defense, and there will be no surprises. It's a pity that the 82 soul cultivators led by Yang Shuning can only move within 3 kilometers around Yifeng, otherwise the detection range would be even further. Of course, if the distance is farther, the detection accuracy will definitely be greatly reduced, and if you are not careful, you will miss something, which may not be a good thing. Yifeng always grasped the general information within the range of 3 kilometers around him, and his consciousness swept around, taking into account the situation within the range of 300 meters. A blade of grass, a bug, and a grain of sand are all accurately detected by him. In this situation, the bus drove into the mountain along the mountain road, and soon stopped at a mountain square, and then the bus driver asked everyone to get off. Yifeng got out of the car with Yi Wendian and the others, and he already felt that people from martial arts gathered around the square, many of whom Yifeng met at the trade fair at the foot of Shishan last night. The disciples who came to greet Taiji Hall, the Tang family, Xuanhuan sect, Tiandao Hall, Huayun sect, 10,000 Snake Poison sect and other sects all gathered together, and most of them were unknown small and medium-sized sections. Men, just like the Zizhenjian sect, wanted to make their mark in the martial arts conference. This is a grand event for the entire martial arts world. When Yifeng and the others got out of the car, all the martial arts people gathered in the square turned their eyes to them. Among the people who came out to greet him from the Tai Chi Hall included Ling Chen's old master, Elder Li Xian, and Elder Zhu, who was as thin as a bamboo pole. They led the team of Tai Chi Hall disciples who came out to welcome many people in the martial arts this time. In the current Tai Chi Hall, only 3 of the 8 elders are left, namely Li Xian, Elder Zhu, and Sima Chongfeng, but this does not mean that the Tai Chi Hall has collapsed. The 5 elders are dead, some are missing, and there are people in the Tai Chi Hall who want to be in the top position, and their strength is not weak. There are still more than a dozen masters in the Tai Chi Hall who have cultivated for more than 80 years. Li Xian and Elder Zhu looked towards Yifeng, and saw a group of people from the Zizhen sword sect, as well as Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng who had withdrawn from the arena for a long time, and their expressions of talking and laughing immediately changed. For Li Xian, Yifeng had some relationship with his apprentice Ling Chen, and Yifeng had defeated him from the front, which made him dare not underestimate Yifeng. As for Elder Zhu, the last time he chased Yifeng and Dong Hai ferry deep into the ruins of the desert, together with a group of Qin Jianxiong and Qin Yarong, they couldn't come out, and they all disappeared inside. Fortunately, he, Elder Zhu, was pushed out at that time, so he survived. He also has to thank the three elders, Mei Lanju, but unfortunately, those three never appeared again, and they may have encountered an accident. And Yi Feng was able to escape from the weird and unpredictable desert ruins. When Elder Zhu thought about the desert, he was very lucky, but unfortunately he didn't know what happened in the desert that day and later. After returning, he could only pretend to be insane until the martial arts conference was approaching. Better. The expressions of the two elders of the Tai Chi Hall changed immediately when they saw Yi Feng, let alone Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng walking in front of Yi Feng. Although the Zhenjian sect had already conveyed the news that the two elders were going to participate in the martial arts conference, it was another matter to actually see it with their own eyes. For the two elders, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, whether it is Li Xian or Elder Zhu, they are all deeply impressed, because 20 years ago, that was the era of these two people. Even though the two elders had only been cultivated for 80 years at the time, their strong martial arts talent and fighting awareness made the two elders easily rank among the top 10 masters. Now that it reappears, will it have any impact on the martial arts world? Because of Yi Feng, after the Yi family was wiped out 20 years ago, the agreements made by the various sects have long been broken. Now the martial arts world has begun to have a new pattern. As for the other disciples in the Tai Chi Hall on the square, seeing Yi Feng and his group didn't feel that much. After all, they hadn't fought Yi Feng head-on. It's just that I heard that this young man in black shirt, Yi Feng, is very strong? A young Tai Chi Hall disciple was in the crowd, looking at Yi Feng from a long distance, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. His name is Wu Maji. He is the son of great elder Wu Ma Changfeng. His talent is second only to Chen Hui among the young generation of Tai Chi Hall, and after Chen Hui's death, he is already the number one among the young generation of Tai Chi Hall. Like Huayeking, Wu Maqi's goal today is to defeat Yi Feng. The reaction of the group of people in the Tai Chi Hall was completely within Yi Feng's expectations, but Yi Feng paid a little attention to Wu Maji's provocative expression. Son of Wu Ma Changfeng? Yi Feng had heard about such a person before he came, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He just paid attention and arranged for a soul cultivator to watch over this guy. It's here, you can go in after opening the mountain gate. The driver of the bus also got out of the car at this time and ran away after saying a word. He didn't want to talk nonsense with these dying people. Now all the people in the martial arts are gathered in the square under the Xuanhuan mountain of the Taiji Hall. After everyone has arrived, the head of the Taiji Hall will come down to open the mountain gate, and guide everyone into the Xuanhuan mountain cave of the Taiji Hall, where the martial arts conference will be officially held. Yi Feng and the others gathered at the side, but they were clearly divided into two factions, that is, the Zhenjian faction and Yi Feng's side, who were a little far away from each other. In the square, everyone looked at Yi Feng's side and started whispering. The head of the Xuanhuan sect also came. He was a long-bearded man with a beard that grew to his stomach. He looked 78 years old, but his body was still very strong. This was Han Byuk, one of the top 10 masters of the last martial arts conference. Now 105 years of cultivation, the strength is extremely strong. Beside Han Shuku was the elder of the Xuanhuan sect, Su Xiaoyu, known as Nandu Xuanhuan. This Su Xiaoyu survived the two incidents of the East China Sea and the desert. He already knew a lot of Yi Feng's secrets, but he didn't tell anyone about these things, because he was old and cunning, and after seeing Yi Feng's power, he already had own plan. At this moment, Han Shuike was whispering with Su Xiaoyu, discussing something about Yi Feng. In the ruins of the desert, Su Xiaoyu saw with his own eyes that Han Jiwu, who had cultivated for 100 years and was stronger than him, was killed by Yi Feng's beautiful master. He didn't tell anyone else about it. The disciples of Xuanhuan sect are all dead. Master, the deaths of my Saint Luo Feng and Elder Han are all deeply related to this Yi Feng, and this time he must not be allowed to leave this place. Su Xiaoyu whispered. The deceased Beidu Xinquan Han Jiwu still had some distant relatives with Han Shukai, the head of the Xinquan sect. Han Biuk listened to Su Xiaoyu's words. On the surface, he looked like he was old and confused, his eyes were cloudy and his eyes were dim, but his heart was filled with anger. This Yi Feng, relying on being the descendant of the Yi family, had a bit of talent, yet he was so presumptuous. If he did something wrong, he, Han Shoujia, would definitely take off his head with his own hands. Don't worry, Elder Su, even if we don't fight this martial arts conference, Yi Feng won't be able to leave here alive. Han Biuk's eyes were dim, and he said something lightly, as if he didn't take this matter to heart, but looking at his eyes and listening to his tone, anyone could tell that the head of the Xinquan sect was really angry. What the two of them didn't know was that Yi Feng heard their conversation intact. If you want to take off my head, with your 105 years of cultivation, I'm afraid it's not enough. Yi Feng thought lightly, without even looking at the Divine Fist Gate. Of course, it's not that he looks down on the other party, it's just that he can feel the situation with his spiritual sense, so there's no need to look at it with his eyes, and seeing more will arouse the other party's suspicion. In addition, the sects that hate Yi Feng are not limited to the Xinquan sect and the Taiji Palace. People from Heavenly Sword Hall, Huayun sect, and 10,000 Snake Poison sect all looked towards Yi Feng one after another, each with their own little calculations to make the King of Soldiers popular. For the people in the Heavenly Knife Hall, Yi Feng's killing of Li Hua and Hai Tang has long been widely rumored in the Jianghu. The loss of several elites in the desert last time seems to be related to Yi Feng, but there is no evidence. Therefore, the people of their Heavenly Sword Palace will never allow Yi Feng to leave this place. Originally Huayunzong didn't have any hatred towards Yi Feng, but from the news leaked out by the True Sword sect, it seems that after the disciples got the 9 Yuehua stones last time, they were murdered by Yi Feng. Of course, this kind of gossip is not credible, but Huayunzong still put Yi Feng on the must-kill list. Needless to say, the 10,000 Snake Poison sect, their fragrance lord Snake Xingyu went to kill Yi Feng, but they didn't return all night, and they couldn't be contacted again. They must have been broken in the hands of Yi Feng and others, which made them hate Yi Feng. Gotta gnash your teeth. Especially Snake Xingyu's elder brother. Snake is good at shooting, hiding in the dark, his eyes are like poisonous snakes, quietly sweeping over Yi Feng and everyone else around him. Because of the death of his younger brother, Snake Shanxi is about to launch crazy revenge on Yi Feng and others. In addition to these sects that have enmity with Yi Feng, there are also many forces in the world that have enmity with the Yi family in the past. At this time, each of them cast their indifferent eyes on Yi Wendian and Yi Feng, as if they were watching a group of people dead. It's just that for the four beauties in Yi Feng's crowd, and Hua Yeqing, the most handsome guy in the world, everyone was amazed by them, thinking that Yi Feng would be too stupid to bring beauties to participate in the martial arts conference. You must know that the martial arts conference is all about fighting, not playing games. If Yi Feng and Yi Wendian were killed in the martial arts conference, wouldn't these beauties face disaster? For a moment, everyone thought that Yi Feng was too stupid to bring all the female family members to the martial arts conference, but they never thought that the women around Yi Feng were all as strong as Yi Wendian. Among the women, only Long Wanner's identity could cause some waves in the crowd. Seeing Long Wanner standing so resolutely behind Yi Feng, those people in the martial arts who wanted to be unfavorable to Yi Feng felt a little worried, for fear that it would attract hostility from the Long family, which would not be a good thing. But in the whole square, there was another sect with ulterior motives, who just happened to be watching Yi Feng and the others leisurely. That is the Tang family. Tang's parents and elders meeting made a decision to win over Yi Feng, so they should try their best to keep Yi Feng in the martial arts conference. But at the same time, Yi Feng had to be allowed to join the Tang family and change his surname to Tang, named Tang Feng, and Yi Wendian, Tang Xifeng and others had to be discarded. Looking at Tang Xifeng and the gentle Tang Qingling standing behind him from afar, several elders of the Tang family, including Tang Jingtian, secretly sneered. Let's see what choice Yi Feng will make when faced with the pressure of many martial arts bosses. I believe such a smart young man will not let us down. This is what the patriarch of the Tang family said to the elders at the elders' meeting. Tang Jingtian looked at Yi Feng from a distance, and remembered that the night before yesterday, Yi Feng sold him the sword in the Tai Chi Hall. The price of 1 billion is SOSO, not too bad, and after he went back to test the sword, the quality was indeed good. It's just that being forced by a junior to buy a sword like this always makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Tang Jingtian decided that if Yi Feng chose to join the Tang family and change his surname to Tang, and accept the protection of the Tang family, he must give this kid some color and let him understand the principle of respecting elders. Not long after, people from all major sects of martial arts in the square had basically arrived. The master of the Tai Chi Hall, xuanhuan, was about to come down to open the mountain gate and lead everyone to the cave of Xuanhuan Mountain. Everyone in the square looked serious. When many people in the martial arts world at the foot of Xuanhuan Mountain were all discussing, preparing to welcome the head of the Tai Chi Hall, Master Zhonghua, to come down the mountain and open the gate, Yi Feng was a little strange. Because there is not even a Long family in this square, after thinking about it, it is estimated that the ancestor of the Long family just came out of the seclusion, but found the accident of Long Moran's retreat, so it will be a little late. The martial arts people in the entire square didn't take the Long family's arrival seriously, and soon, several figures appeared in the distance on the stone steps leading from the foot of the mountain to the mountain. Real person Chonghua? Yi Feng squinted his eyes and looked at the leader among those figures from a distance. Daoist Chonghua has been cultivating for 130 years this year, and it is said that he has gained something in the past 2 years of retreat, and has comprehended the martial arts moves of the Taiji Temple to a new level. Of course, no one can know which level it is, but everyone feels that if there is no accident in this martial arts conference, the title of the #1 master is still from the Taiji Temple. It is still Tai Chi Hall. Even Yi Feng, who has performed miracles many times, will definitely not be able to escape from the hands of Daoist Chonghua this time. Not to mention that there are so many large sects in the audience who want to get rid of Yi Feng quickly. Especially after entering the cave of Xuanhuan Mountain. As the mountain gate of the Taiji Temple, there are naturally some mysterious formations protected in the cave of Xuanhuan Mountain. It is absolutely impossible to find the gate of Xuanhuan Mountain after arriving at the original position. Because of this, the Tai Chi Hall has not been discovered by the world. Before Yi Feng came here, he had heard about these formations from Yi Wendian, so he was very interested to investigate and see how these formations compared with the formations in the world of cultivating immortals. If it was a normal formation, Yi Feng could easily destroy it with his true energy, let alone 83 soul cultivators to investigate. Daoist Chonghua led several Tai Chi disciples and walked down the mountain path slowly. Ordinary people may not be able to see clearly, but Yi Feng has divine sense, so he can see very clearly. The real Chonghua looked like a Taoist priest with a white beard, holding a dust whisk in his hand, with a fairy-like appearance, but the way he walked slowly made Yi Feng want to hit him no matter what he saw. This is the strongest enemy we will face in this martial arts conference, right? Yi Feng thought in his heart. He paid more attention to Chonghua Daoist, and swept his spiritual consciousness towards the opponent vigorously, to find out how much the opponent has cultivated and how many things he has hidden. 131 years and 4 months of cultivation. I carry a long sword of the magic weapon level on my body, but unfortunately it doesn't have a single engraving. Its power should not be very good. Yi Feng rated Chonghua Daoist's combat strength, and felt that even if the opponent's equipment is not good, at least he has a real magic weapon. Using martial arts moves may also increase the effect. In this way, Chonghua Daoist's real combat strength. It was around 150 years ago that Black Iron Castle was born. Soon, Chonghua Daoist led his people all the way down the mountain path, his shrewd and piercing eyes swept across the entire square, and paused for a moment on Yifeng and his group. Yifeng noticed that the other party's gaze stayed on him longer than the time spent on other people in the square combined, which shows how much Chonghua respects him. It's a pity that in the current situation, even real Chonghua would not be able to attack Yifeng directly. After all, Yifeng was sent by Zi Zhenjian to participate in the martial arts conference. He was a guest from afar. Anyway, after entering the cave of Sichuan Mountain, Chonghua Daoist has plenty of time to deal with Yifeng, and he also wants to ask clearly about what happened in the desert before. I'm sorry to trouble you all from all over the country. The old Taoist Chonghua will be waiting here for a long time. Taoist Chonghua clasped his fists and began to shout to the people in the square. His voice was extremely loud and clear under the effect of inner energy, which showed his profound skill. It's a pity that what the old man said made many people privately dislike it. Nima still waited for a long time. In fact, it was a crowd of martial arts people waiting in the square for Daoist Chonghua to come down the mountain. This Chonghua real person can be regarded as good at showing off. In Yifeng's impression, even a strong man with more than 130 years of cultivation in the world of cultivating immortals would not pretend to be so aggressive in front of so many people. It can be seen that the world of martial arts and cultivating the fairyland is indeed different. Of course, on the surface, after Master Chonghua said this, there were still a group of people who complimented and congratulated them. After all, for many martial arts sects, Master Chonghua could pick their entire sect by himself, and they had to curry favor. An existence that cannot be offended. 3 years later, my Tai Chi Hall once again became the host of the martial arts conference. During these 3 years, the previous 2 years have always been peaceful. However, this year, too many things happened in the Jianghu, which is embarrassing. Many people we know, people of the same ideology, just leave us like this. Daoist Chonghua began to speak. Next, Yifeng and Long Wano looked at each other, and they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. The old man's words were clearly arousing the hatred of Yifeng in the martial arts. Of course, the other party didn't mention Yifeng by name. After all, Yifeng hadn't taken the bait yet and entered Sichuan Mountain. After talking for a full 10 minutes, Chonghua finally finished his speech, but the content he said still pointed the finger at Yifeng. After arriving in the mountains, as long as he came up with any excuse, the real person Chonghua could justifiably attack Yifeng, but the real person Zhonghua still glanced at the direction of the Tang family and others in the field. The plans of the elders were not ignorant. Next, please follow the old way up the mountain. I hope you can spend 3 wonderful days in the Tai Chi Hall and give full play to your strengths in the martial arts conference. After Taoist Chonghua finished speaking, he finally forgot to take a look at Yifeng, and led many disciples of Tai Chi Hall to turn around and step on the stone steps leading to the mountain. This old guy is really insidious. Yifeng chuckled lightly. What should I do? Should I be more prepared before going in? Long Wanner was on the sidelines, and she felt a lot of psychological pressure when she saw Chonghua Daoist. After all, to her in the past, this old man was an existence that must not be provoked. Now that he followed Yifeng, he had to confront the opponent directly. There's no need to prepare anything, let's go. Uncle Yang will tell us what's going on. Yifeng smiled and pointed to the sky quietly. Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun, and Zi Jianlan, who possessed spiritual consciousness, quickly realized what Yifeng was talking about, and they knew it clearly. On the other hand, Master Chang Shan, Hua Yeqing and others from Zizhen Sword sect looked at Yifeng's confident face, and felt a little strange in their hearts. They didn't quite understand where Yifeng's confidence came from. Many people in the martial arts forest followed Chonghua Daoist and other people from the Tai Chi Hall all the way up the mountain, gradually along the stone steps of the mountain road. It is not the first time for many martial arts people to come to Tai Chi Hall, so they are familiar with the road when walking the stone steps of this mountain road, and they are still chatting and laughing. But other people in the martial arts who are cautious, for fear that some mechanism will appear in this place. Yi Feng followed Yi Wendian and the people from Zijian Sword sect, and walked at the end of the whole team. He raised his head to look at the dense jungle on both sides of the mountain road, and carefully felt the richness of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in it. The 4 daughters of Long Waner followed closely beside him, and they also released their spiritual sense to grasp any disturbance around them. Tang Qingling walked not far in front of Yi Feng, following beside Tang Xiefeng, looking around with gentle and watery eyes, looking a little curious. Her memory began 20 years ago, and it was the first time she came to such a far place and came into contact with other martial arts people besides the Zijian Sword sect. The situation is normal. Yang Shunning, who was floating in the air, gathered the information of his subordinates, and then floated down to report to Yi Feng. Well, let's continue the investigation, thank you Uncle Yang. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. What's the hard work, now it's pretty good. After practicing the soul control art, I can feel my strength has improved, and I don't have to listen to the orders from above all day long, haha. Yang Shunning shook his head. Although he was joking, there was still some bitterness in his tone. Obviously, if he had a choice, he still wanted to live rather than become a soul cultivator. Wife and daughter meet, this is an extremely painful torture for anyone. But compared with Hun Fei Pasan, becoming a soul cultivator is much better. They don't hate Yi Feng, they only hate how the country has such a scum like Miao Feng, and they also hate the US Navy and pay on the other side of the ocean. Qian Group. With Yang Shunning leading the Soul Cultivation Corps, it is absolutely impossible for anyone in the martial arts world to quietly approach within a 3-kilometer range without being discovered. Soon, Yi Feng and the others were already 1 kilometer away from the intersection at the foot of the mountain. The Soul Cultivation Corps, led by Yang Shunning, found that the intersection was indeed sealed off with a big stone by the people from the Tai Chi Hall. It won't hurt to turn over the big rock and walk up the mountain road. And even if there are people with egg pain going up the mountain road and walking up the stone steps of the mountain road, it will not take long before they will encounter the Real Mountain Gate formation of the Taiji Temple, the Dong Tian Magic Formation. This is an important measure used by the Tai Chi Hall to protect the mountain gate from being sneaked in by others. No one in the entire martial arts world can decipher this magic formation. If someone hadn't led the way, it would be absolutely impossible to enter it through the illusory cave array. After going up the mountain road for 3 kilometers, we arrived at the entrance of the illusory cave. The place is already full of dense forests, and there is no trace of the road. Ordinary people should go back home when they come here. However, the leading Taoist Xuanhuan immediately took a step forward and slammed into a big tree. Swish! His figure disappeared from the tree trunk at once. The disciples of the Tai Chi Hall who followed him also bumped into the big tree one after another, leaving one of the Tai Chi Hall disciples guarding in front of the tree, and directed the following people, "Everyone, please go this way." Followed closely behind them was a group of people from Huayunzong. For a long time, Huayunzong has always been the dog leg of the Taiji Hall, the most loyal horseboy of the Taiji Hall. Of course, no one in the martial arts will mention that his wife is too fierce in front of Huayunzong. The people of Huayun sect were obviously familiar with the road, but a few young disciples were very curious, followed the elders of the sect, fumbled into the big tree, and then disappeared. Yi Feng was at the back of the team, listening to Yang Shunning's report on the situation ahead, the corners of his mouth curled up. What kind of magic array? Isn't it the simplest way to deceive the eyes in the world of cultivating immortals? It's just that the formation stones are used to put them out and take effect for a long time, and the grade of the formation stones is not low, otherwise it would not be able to support a blinding magic formation for so long. This trick of blinding everyone in the martial arts world, even the top masters like Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, is accurate one at a time, and it will definitely make them unable to find their way. But for immortal cultivators like Yi Feng and Si Nu, who have divine consciousness, it is too easy to see through this blindfold. Because Yi Feng and the four girls don't need to see at all, but use their spiritual sense to perceive. Seeing some people in the martial arts in front of them follow Xuanhuan Daoist and other people from the Tai Chi Hall in a serious manner, Yi Feng couldn't help laughing secretly. Come on, it is extremely difficult for others to pass through and know the route of this illusionary formation. And Yi Feng discovered that this illusionary array will still change from time to time. After a few hours, the entire illusionary array will be completely changed, and it is impossible to go down the mountain according to the original route. There are traps in the phantom array. The detection range of Long Wanner's consciousness was 30 meters farther than Yi Feng's, so she discovered the problem in the phantom array before Yi Feng. Uncle Yang, you first pass through this phantom formation from the air, and wait for us in front. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, and walked a few steps forward, and he really found that there was a trap in the cave, and it looked like it was aimed at him, Yi Feng. Two old men with 80 years of cultivation should be the elite disciples of the Tai Chi Hall. They were hiding behind a tree, hidden in the illusion of the cave, whispering and discussing the plan to ambush Yi Feng. If Yi Feng could be solved by creating an accident in the illusionary formation, it would be done without anyone noticing, once and for all. Even Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng would have nothing to do with it. People in the martial arts forest passed by them one by one, but they turned a blind eye. Obviously, it was the effect of the magic array, which made the two old men invisible to others. If Yi Feng was as defenseless as the others, two martial arts masters with 80 years of cultivation could easily kill him in a sneak attack. But it's a pity that Yi Feng noticed the opponent's ambush first. It's not that easy to deal with me. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Since the other party wants to solve him without anyone noticing, then he can also do the opposite. The murderer always kills him, and if the other party wants to kill him, Yi Feng, then he has to be prepared to be killed back. For Yi Feng, the people in the Tai Chi Hall are also enemies anyway. One death is one, two death is a pair. He will not have any idea of showing mercy. Being soft at such a time is cruel to himself. The two old men with 80 years of cultivation are also extremely important strengths for the Tai Chi Hall. If they are damaged here, it will definitely further affect the status of the Tai Chi Hall in the martial arts world. The people in the Tai Chi Hall never imagined that Yi Feng had easily seen through their ambush and was about to fight back. There are murderous intentions hidden in the dense jungle. Even Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng couldn't find it. In the eyes of the two elders, people from the Taiji temple should not set up an ambush in such a place. In the phantom formation, a group of martial arts people followed the people from the Taiji temple and kept moving forward one by one, passing in front of the two ambushing old men from the Taiji temple. I don't know why the sect master ordered us to ambush here. Yi Feng is supposed to have a chance to deal with him in the martial arts conference. The deaths and disappearances of the 5 great elders in my Tai Chi Hall are all related to this kid. Don't you want to get rid of this pest in the martial arts world earlier? That's just an ambush here, it's morally inappropriate. Don't you know that at such an advanced age, there is only one dead end to talk about morality in the arena? It's the last word to strike first and be strong. The two elite disciples, one fat and one thin, proposed to participate in the killing of Yi Feng because the positions of the 5 elders in the Tai Chi Hall are currently vacant. Of course, the Tai Chi Hall does not recognize the death of the 3 elders, Mei Lanju and Chen Jianxiong, only as the missing elders, and only one person can take the position. The two kept observing the many martial arts people passing by, and soon they saw Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng passing in front of them. Yi Feng is coming soon. The two elite disciples looked at each other, raised their hearts, gathered their inner energy, and prepared their fists to strike and kill Yi Feng at any time. But just at this time, before they could see Yi Feng's figure, they felt a gust of wind blowing from behind at the same time, unexpectedly without warning. The two suddenly became alert, turned around at the same time and punched out, but they felt that the punch hit something sharp, followed by a pain in the chest, and the eyeballs popped out all at once. Yi Feng and the eldest lady of the Long family, Long Wanner, appeared behind them at the same time. A dark green and a star blue long sword with fire had already pierced deeply into their hearts. This is impossible. The eyes of the two elite disciples of the Tai Chi Hall widened. How could Yi Feng and Long Wanner run around in the magic formation and reach behind them? You must know that the place where the two of them are standing is a mountain stream in the eyes of outsiders. How did they know that Yi Feng and Long Wanner possessed spiritual sense and would not be confused by this illusion array? What they saw with the naked eye was a deep mountain stream, but what their spiritual sense felt was a big rock and two big trees next to a flat ground. Since it was a surprise attack on Yi Feng, he naturally wouldn't say any more nonsense before unleashing his sword, and directly struck to kill him with one blow. The throats of the two elite elders of the Tai Chi Hall moved together, but they fell to the ground without saying anything. Bang bang. Long Wanner casually threw two fireballs to burn the bodies of the two, then looked at Yi Feng and nodded, and walked out of the magic formation through another road. The group of people in the martial arts at the front followed the master of the Taiji Hall, Xuanhuan Daoist, and they have quickly left the range of the magic formation. Although the distance is only 1 kilometer, they spared at least 10 kilometers of road, and the speed of passing this section of road is extremely fast. At last, they left the range of the cave magic formation with Master Xuanhuan. At the same time, several elders of Huayunzong began to praise the magic cave formation. But they didn't know that Xuanhuan Daoist took them around several times in the phantom formation before finally walking out. Master Xuanhuan listened to the flattery of Huayunzong and others. His face was full of indifference. He didn't seem to care, but he was actually laughing in his heart. These people are all idiots, so they were deceived by the phantom array. He stood at the head of a suspension bridge outside the magic formation of the cave, and as long as he passed this suspension bridge, he would truly enter the range of the cave of Sichuan Mountain. Here, the green trees are evergreen, and the fairy mist is lingering. It is a real place suitable for cultivation. It's a good place, not to mention that it can increase the speed of cultivation by 30%. The Tai Chi Hall and the Inxian School are naturally different. The school is directly established in the cave, so that all the disciples of the school can enjoy a 30% improvement in cultivation speed. Only in this way can the overall strength of the school be improved. It is extremely normal for high-level sects like the Inxian sect to not let ordinary disciples enter the back mountain to practice in order to ensure their leadership position. Standing at the head of the bridge in the white mist, Xuanhua's real person is indifferent, and his temperament and strength make people sigh. Yi Feng's son should have been lost in the phantom formation. Daoist Xuanhuan was thinking in his heart, looking at the jungle shrouded in phantom in front of him, not worried about the failure of the plan at all. First of all, he is very confident in his sect's illusory array, and secondly, the two elite disciples he sent out to handle affairs have also made great contributions to the sect, and their ability to handle affairs is extremely strong. If you can't even deal with Yi Feng, then you don't need to go back to Tai Chi Temple is coming. After a while, all the martial arts people who came here finally came out of the illusion. Master Xuanhuan looked back and sure enough, there was no shadow of Yi Feng behind the two old men, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. This phenomenon not only surprised Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, but also made the rest of the martial arts people a little surprised, right? The Tai Chi Hall attacked Yi Feng in the magic formation. The expressions of Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng became extremely ugly. Yi Wendian suddenly raised his head and looked at the real person Xuanhuan. If something happens to my grandson in the phantom array, old man, I will definitely wash the Tai Chi Hall with blood. It's no joke that a light man with a century-old cultivation base would go mad. This phantom formation is not something everyone can pass through. Daoist Xuanhuan said indifferently, Yi Wendian, if you want to make trouble, you have to ask all the fellow martial artists to disagree. When you come out, you can only look at yourself. You. Tang Xiefeng pointed to Chonghua Daoist, who only said one word and wanted to do something, but was stopped by Yu Wendian. I believe Fenger will be fine. Yu Wendian said solemnly. It's okay. Tang Xiefeng didn't know Yi Feng's ability. Hearing what Yu Wendian said, he reluctantly nodded. Although Yu Wendian didn't know why Yi Feng disappeared while walking, but he felt that with Yi Feng's strength, nothing would happen. After all, he knew that Yi Feng came back alive in the East China Sea and the desert and got the most benefits. Since that's the case, everyone wait here for a while. If Yi Feng doesn't show up within a quarter of an hour, we will go to the cave. Daoist Chonghua said lightly, but he never thought that Yi Feng could really come out. At the end of the suspension bridge outside the cave of Xuanhuan Mountain, all the people in the martial arts are whispering to each other. Of course, what they are discussing is about Yi Feng. It seems that this time, Yi Feng's bad luck is bad. It's a pity that a rookie in the martial arts was cheated by the old master of Chonghua like this. What kind of martial arts rookie? In my opinion, that kid must be a demon heretic, otherwise how could he make such rapid progress? Now that he is dead, he will come to cure us in a few years. That's not a bad thing to say. It's better to get rid of a kid like Yi Feng who has a bit of talent and can run amok as soon as possible. Yu Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, while everyone was chattering, their faces were livid. As for Hua Yeqing from the True Sword sect, I really can't figure out why the head of the sect agreed to let Yi Feng and the others follow him. It really ruined the reputation of the True Sword sect. Master Chonghua was very satisfied listening to everyone's discussion. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Yi Feng did not come out. He was finally relieved. It seems that the kid must be solved. As for the two elite old men from the Taiji temple, naturally they wouldn't come out after killing Yi Feng, otherwise, wouldn't it mean that he was the one who moved the Taiji temple? I can't find any evidence for what I did. A quarter of an hour has passed, and it looks like little friend Yi Feng won't be able to get out of this illusion. Feeling that Yi Feng is dead, Chonghua Daoist is quite gratified. Looking at Yu Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, there is a little pity and sympathy in his eyes. Now I invite you to follow me. The martial arts conference can't be too late. A group of martial arts people whispered to each other while following Daoist Chonghua up the suspension bridge and preparing to enter the cave of Xuanhuan Mountain. What about Lao Yi? Tang Xiefeng asked in a low voice. Let's wait here. Yu Wendian thought for a while and made a decision. He glanced at the three women, Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun and Zi Jianlan behind him, but saw that the three women were calm and at ease. From their expressions, they couldn't tell what was going to happen to Yi Feng. Su Menghan seems to know more about Yi Feng than Yu Wendian. Don't worry, Grandpa, let's just follow up without waiting, the good show is still ahead. Su Menghan blinked and said to Yu Wendian. What? Tang Xiefeng was a little surprised. What does this girl mean? Yu Wendian stared at Su Menghan twice and finally made a decision. Then let's follow. In the end, he chose to believe in Su Menghan. Everyone continued to walk up the suspension bridge on the cliff at the end of the team. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of exclamation from the opposite side of the suspension bridge extending into the clouds, as if no one could believe it. This surprised Yu Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, and quickly led Tang Qingling and the girls across the suspension bridge towards the opposite side. On the opposite side of the suspension bridge extending into the clouds and mist, when Daoist Chonghua led the crowd to come here through the suspension bridge, he unexpectedly found two figures in front of the suspension bridge. Yi Feng and Long Wanner. Daoist Chonghua's face suddenly changed. What happened to these two guys? They actually appeared in front of the suspension bridge. This is unscientific, shouldn't they die in the phantom array? Hi guys. Yifeng sat on a boulder on a winding mountain road opposite the suspension bridge, smiled and waved to everyone. Long Weiner sat next to him and leaned on him, her beautiful eyes swept over everyone one by one, and there was an inexplicable smile in her eyes. I didn't expect little friend Yifeng to be so fast. Master Chonghua really wanted to know why Yifeng appeared here, but naturally he couldn't ask it this time, so he gave a fake praise with a half-hearted smile. Yifeng looked at him holding Fuchen with a long sword hanging on his waist and smiled lightly. That's natural, old man, you led them around in the phantom formation for a few big circles, how could the speed be faster? I'm sorry, I fixed your ambush. I still crossed the bridge one step ahead of you. As soon as these words came out, Chonghua's face suddenly changed. Sure enough, after hearing Yifeng's words, all the people in the martial arts world behind Chonghua Daoist started whispering again. The focus of this discussion is on the phantom array just now. Could it be that Master Chonghua really took them around several times and Taiji Hall really sent people to ambush Yifeng in the phantom array? That's so unkind. Although it is a very good way to protect the gate of the Taiji Hall from being invaded by others, no matter who is being played like a monkey like this, no one will feel happy. Hua Zhenren would be so eager to do it. Nonsense, that Chonghua Daoist surname Ji has high morals and high prestige, how can he be the villain you mentioned? At this moment, Dan Huazi, head of Huayun sect, stood up and spoke firmly by the side of Daoist Chonghua. This is a middle-aged male Taoist priest who has cultivated for 100 years. He looks like the son of Chonghua Daoist. He holds a dust whisk and hangs a long sword on his waist. But his appearance is very different. But with a ferocious face like a butcher, it looks very intimidating. As soon as Dan Huazi stood up, Chonghua Daoist was very pleased and proud. Sure enough, many people choose to believe him at this time. After saying this, the people in the martial arts behind him turned their backs at the same time and began to point at Yifeng. For them, Chonghua Daoist is absolutely not to be offended. Even if what Yifeng said is true, so what? They must not let Daoist Chonghua lose face. One by one, they began to accuse Yifeng, saying that he didn't learn how to fabricate facts at a young age, and framed the respected Daoist Chonghua, etc. Ah! Yifeng looked at the faces of a group of martial arts people and sneered. He immediately stretched out his hand, and in his hand was a multicolored stone that looked radiant. Old man Chonghua, do you know what this is? Yifeng took the time to play with the five-colored stone, and then asked Chonghua Daoist. Immortal Chonghua's expression changed immediately when he saw this multicolored stone. Isn't this one of the eyes of the magic formation in their Tai Chi Hall? That's right, this is the eye of the magic formation just now. Now the magic formation has been broken. If you don't believe me, you can look back and see how much more you have traveled. Yifeng said lightly. After hearing his words, many people in the martial arts world didn't believe it at first, but they valued Hua Zhenren's expression, but they felt that there was a slight sign, so they backed up to the beginning of the suspension bridge and looked down. Sure enough, they saw a layer of cloud and mist dissipating from the dense forest. What appeared in front of them was a straight mountain road with a total length of no more than 1 kilometer. The square at the foot of the mountain seems to be right in front of your eyes. There is no doubt that they were indeed tricked by real Chonghua. Daoist Chonghua's complexion instantly became ugly. Seeing everyone's expressions, Yifeng smiled. Although he easily dealt with the 2 elite disciples who were ambushing him in Tai Chi Hall, since the other party had ambushed him, wouldn't he be too sorry for himself if he didn't fight back? Looking at the expressions of many people in the martial arts now, it is obvious that Chonghua's prestige in the entire martial arts world has suddenly decreased. This may have some influence on Tai Chi Hall's desire to continue to be the biggest sect in Jianghu, but it has nothing to do with Yifeng. In order to prevent the old man from becoming angry from embarrassment, Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and jumped off the boulder. At this time, his figure in a black shirt seemed even more mysterious to the eyes of many people in the martial arts world. What kind of boy is this? Even Taoist Xuanhuan suffers under his hands. Yi Feng raised his hand and threw the 5-colored stone to Xuanhuan Taoist. Now he is not afraid of Xuanhuan Taoist turning his face at all. With the combined strength of him and Long Waner, he can definitely eat Xuanhuan Taoist to death, and with the prestige of this old man, even if he does it, he will definitely not be willing to let other people help. Yi Feng wouldn't mind teaming up with Long Waner to kill him in seconds if the old man did it. Fortunately, Master Xuanhuan endured his anger. He took the 5-colored stone thrown by Yi Feng with one hand and put the 5-colored stone into his bosom. The phantom array is the cornerstone to protect the Tai Chi Hall. Even if the old man takes everyone around for a while, it won't be too much. The real person Xuanhuan said coldly that he is no longer that fairy tale appearance. He had to admit that he really underestimated Yi Feng before, but he didn't expect this kid to break through the phantom formation and walk in front of him, but he didn't know what happened to the 2 elite disciples who were sent to ambush. Xuanhuan Taoist thinks that those 2 old fellows must be in danger. It seems that Yi Feng has to add another blood debt. My friend Yi Feng, your strength surprised me. I'm embarrassed to embarrass you in front of so many people, lest people say that I am bullying the small. Master Xuanhuan looked at Yi Feng and said in a calm tone, it seems that Yi Feng's goal in the martial arts competition is to win the first place in the rookie competition. It doesn't bother the real person to worry about it. Yi Feng smiled softly. To be honest, he really didn't pay attention to the first place in the rookie battle. He knew that Xuanhuan Immortal would never let him leave alive this time. In the end, he would definitely fight this old man. His ultimate goal was to defeat Xuanhuan Immortal. This is not only the basis for him to gain a foothold in the martial arts world, but also a major challenge in his cultivation path. If he can defeat Xuanhuan Taoist, his cultivation path will be more magnanimous. Of course, he wouldn't say this kind of thing directly, so as not to make people laugh out loud. Taoist Xuanhuan took a deep look at Yi Feng and finally waved his hand to lead the crowd to bypass Yi Feng and continue on. After Dan Huazi, the head of the Tai Chi Hall's dog-legged Huayan sect, explained that the next group of people in the martial arts finally put away their opponents for the time being. Master Xuanhuan was dissatisfied and followed up one by one, but when they passed by Yi Feng, they all cast strange glances. The Taiji Temple's ambush in the Phantom Formation, this kid didn't get him done. Is the Taiji Temple's too stupid or is this kid too strong? Well, let's see what kind of results Yi Feng can achieve in today's rookie competition. A group of people never thought that Yi Feng did not come to participate in the rookie competition, but to participate in the competition of the top 10 masters in the martial arts world. 30 years of cultivation will arrive tonight. Yi Feng felt the rich aura of heaven and earth surrounding him after entering the cave of Xuanhuan Mountain, and he couldn't help secretly praising it. It's really cool to practice in the cave. Originally, he was almost able to reach the 30-year cultivation base, but now he can finally reach the 30-year cultivation base before the fight with Xuanhuan Taoist. In this way, his confidence in defeating the opponent will be a little bit greater. Yi Feng and Long Waner waited beside the boulder to watch many people from the martial arts pass by, and then there was Master Chang Shan of the True Sword sect, Xiao Fengzi, Ren Jia, Hua Yeqing and other disciples of the True Sword sect. Everyone looked at Yi Feng and began to re-examine him. I will not lose to you in Yi Feng's rookie match. Although Hua Yeqing was shocked by Yi Feng's ability to break through the Phantom Formation, he was still quite confident in his own strength. In his opinion, Yi Feng just used some crooked means to break through the Phantom Formation. Oh. Yi Feng said calmly, then turned his head and looked at Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, who were following behind the Zhejian Sword sect members. His reaction made Hua Yeqing half dead. The most handsome man in the world held the Snow Wolf Qi Shuling by the hand, looked at Long Waner beside Yi Feng, and the several stunning women who followed, especially staying for a moment on Tang Qingling's gentle and watery face. Only then did he turn around and look at Yifeng again. Yifeng, wait and see. Huayekeng put down a word and walked forward. Yifeng looked at him and frowned slightly, then glanced at his mother, Tang Qingling, and found that she was whispering with Su Minghan, showing a gentle smile from time to time. Now that Su Minghan's cultivation has reached 30 years, even Yifeng can't help it. I can't detect what she's talking about with my mind. Shaking his head, Yifeng brought Long Waner back to the team. Brat, what you are doing so quietly is to make us two old bones worry to death. As soon as Yi Wendian saw Yifeng, he immediately ran up and angrily gave him a chestnut. Isn't it all right? Grandpa, don't worry about me. Yifeng was knocked hard. Looking at the delicate appearance of all the girls holding back their smiles, he couldn't help but feel very embarrassed. Humph, see if I won't swallow you alive next time. Yi Wendian said and waved his hands. Let's go. Seeing that Yifeng had been taught a lesson, Tang Xiefeng didn't say anything, just smiled and patted Yifeng's shoulder to let him follow him. This ability is by no means comparable to that of ordinary young people. It's just that I don't know what kind of ambush he encountered in the Tai Chi Hall in the Phantom Array. A group of people walked up the mountain road and quickly saw the pavilions on the mountain in the distance, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. The gate of the Taiji temple is in such an ethereal place. Under the morning sun, a golden sea of clouds is like a fairy palace. Kyanglawij. Unlike the Inxian sect, where the mountains are covered all year round, the sun can only be seen at noon, and the rest of the time is gloomy. No matter who, even Yifeng, was shocked when he saw that the Taiji Palace actually occupied such a sky-shattering mountain gate. I have to say that the cultivation environment of Tai Chi Hall disciples is so good that even Yifeng is a little envious. If he and Su Feiying had such a good cultivation environment in the world of cultivating immortals, the situation would have been different now. In the world of cultivating immortals, only those medium-sized cultivating sects can have such a good environment, not even the Imo family in Nanling. Qualifications. Yifeng first sighed with emotion for a moment about the good environment of the cave in the Tai Chi Hall, and then followed the crowd up the mountain, feeling that it was a waste of money for the cave to be occupied by the Tai Chi Hall. In the realm of cultivating immortals, the role of Dong Tian is not only to increase the speed of cultivation, but also to give great help when refining weapons and alchemy. For example, Yifeng's refining Xinghe Yanwu sword is the word Quatsongshan Dong Tian. If it is successfully refined in Yanjing, definitely not so smooth. But for the Wulin sect in the martial arts world, Taijidian, they don't know anything about refining weapons. And even alchemy is half knowledgeable, and they can't make any good pills. The most important thing is that they don't have weapon refining and alchemy. Rare materials such as Lidi Xingsha are absolutely impossible to refine. Such things as Xinghe Yanwu sword, Baoqi pill, and explosive Yuan pill. Of course, Yifeng couldn't have any thoughts about this cave. After all, this is the first sect in the martial arts. Even if he defeated Chonghua Daoist, it would be impossible for him to occupy this cave. He always keeps in mind not to make too much trouble and let those old monsters hidden in the city take action. Those are all terrifying existences with more than 150 years of cultivation. Fortunately, the Immortal sect doesn't have any big backing. Yifeng can still take the Quokang Mountain cave as his own, and one such cave is enough. It's too hot. Everyone walked up the mountain and quickly entered the gate of the Taiji Palace. A large square was facing us. At this time it was bathed in the morning sun. The stones carved with Taiji patterns on the ground looked glorious and mysterious in the sun, and people couldn't help but admire again. This is Taiji Square, where various activities have been held in Taiji Hall. Many people in the martial arts are already familiar with it. For example, Dan Huazi of Huayanzong has been here many times. But for those who come here for the first time, they are really taken aback. What a huge project it is to create a large square with a radius of 2 kilometers on the mountain. But Yifeng didn't care too much. For cultivators, it's very easy to create such a square. Even with modern Earth technology, it's not difficult to create such a square. It's really not easy for people hundreds of years ago to create such a square. The whole square is composed of huge stones, and a large group of Tai Chi Yin Yang fish is carved out, which looks solemn and solemn. The rookie battle on the first day of the martial arts conference and the master battle on the second day are held in this square. This is a grand event for the entire martial arts world, and it is also an opportunity to re-rank the various sects in the martial arts world. There are many sects such as the Zizhenjian sect, who want to make a blockbuster in the martial arts conference and win the title of the top 10 sects, and are admired by the entire martial arts community. Hundreds of sects, large and small, from the martial arts world have come to participate in this martial arts conference. There are thousands of people who came to this square at a glance, and there are dense crowds of people, but this Tai Chi square is so big that it can accommodate so many people. People gather. Zizhenjian faction's location is here. Immortal Changshan observed the entire Tai Chi square, pointed to the east, and led the crowd to walk over. It is said that the location is actually just a place to stand. Of course, people in the martial arts will not feel tired if they stand for a whole day. Although there are a lot of people in the entire Tai Chi square, it doesn't look chaotic, but orderly. There are more than 200 sects in the audience. Some sects only come to one person, and these people are grouped together. Soon Yifeng followed Master Changshan to find a place, looked at Tang Qingling's forehead showing a little sweat, then quickly took out a chair from the storage space of Longjian ancient ring and put it on the side of the square. The one you sit on. Yifeng didn't know how to address Tang Qingling for a while, so he said this and smiled at Tang Qingling. Tang Qingling couldn't help being a little surprised when she saw that there was an extra chair coming out of the square. She looked around and didn't see any chairs in other places, so she couldn't help feeling a little fond of Yifeng, a magical boy. Thanks. Tang Qingling didn't shirk. After all, she also knew that she was the only one in the arena who was not from the martial arts world. 20 years ago, Tang Qingling was also a member of the Tang family and her cultivation was good, but from the day she was expelled from the Tang family 20 years ago, she abolished her cultivation and lost her memory in the process. Now she's just a normal person. Seeing Tang Qingling sitting down, Yifeng stood behind her, while Long Wanner and his daughters followed Yifeng closely and surrounded Tang Qingling's position to prevent anyone else from getting close. Originally, Huayeking from the True Sword sect wanted to come over, but seeing this situation, he had to endure it. He glanced at Yifeng and snorted lightly but remained silent. Yifeng looked at this guy strangely. He really didn't know what the other person was thinking. It's just that such a young man, Yifeng, didn't bother to take it to heart. He glanced at the snow wolf Qi Shuling, who was sitting on the rocky ground next to Huayeking, but seeing Qi Shuling was also very hostile and looked at him with sharp teeth showing his fierce expression, but he didn't dare to speak to Yifeng. Do what? Apparently, Yifeng's kick in Shishan made this beast hate him. Now arrange the candidates who will play in the rookie competition later. Seeing that everyone had chosen their seats, Master Changshan began to arrange things for later. When he said this, his eyes were focused on Huayeqing and Yifeng. Master Changshan has high hopes for both of them. No matter which one wins the first place, it will be under the name of his son True Sword sect. This time, the rookie battle is just a show for Master Changshan. He is deeply aware of Huayeking's improvement in strength in the past 3 years, and Yifeng is also very strong in the rumors in the Jianghu. Even if it is not Huayeking's opponent, it will not be a problem to take the second place. I won't go up to Jianlan, how about you go? Yifeng saw Changshan's real person looking at him, he couldn't help but smiled and asked the elegant and fresh Zi Jianlan. Aye. Zi Jianlan was taken aback when she heard the words. She didn't expect Yifeng to choose to let her play. And Yifeng chose her for a reason. Zi Jianlan has 18 years of cultivation and can still take the first place in the rookie competition, but in tomorrow's master competition, she won't have the ability to compete with other masters, and the rules of the martial arts conference is that a person can only appear once. Under such circumstances, Yifeng naturally wants to reserve the strength of himself, Long Waner, Zhang Xingyun and others to participate in tomorrow's master battle. Hearing Yifeng's words, except for Long Waner and the other girls, everyone beside him, including Chang Shanjinren, Yi Wendian, and Tang Xiefeng, were all stunned. Yifeng will not play. What does this mean? Is this kid planning to come here for nothing? Or is this kid planning to participate in tomorrow's master battle? Both are unlikely. But comparing the two, everyone still thinks that Yifeng is more likely not to play this time. After all, if you want Yifeng to participate in the master battle, wouldn't it be dead if you meet those who have been cultivated for more than 100 years? Even if you don't meet the real person Chonghua, the head of the Taiji Hall, even Sima Chongfeng, the great elder of the Taiji Hall, this kid will definitely not an opponent. Because now many people know that the last time Yifeng seriously injured Sima Chongfeng, it was all because of Yi Wentian's help. Xiaoya. You really don't want to participate? Master Changshan was a little surprised. He asked Yifeng again. No. Yifeng continued to shake his head and pushed Zijianlin out. This is Zijianlin. You should have heard of it. I rescued her from the Immortal sect. I believe she will add luster to our True Sword sect. Zijianlan was a bit reluctant. But since Yifeng said so, she could only prepare to play. If it wasn't for Yifeng, she would have been sadly reminded at the foot of Quokang Mountain. How could it be today? And she is not very afraid of fighting. She has fought with Su Menghan and other women in normal times. In addition, Binger has integrated into her body. Zi Jianlan, who has comprehended the middle-level cultivation method, is still confident in her fighting power of. At least he won't lose to a guy like Huayeking, who has been cultivated for 35 years. Julin. Xinghe Yanwu sword will be handed over to you first. Seeing this, Long Waner untied the long sword from his waist and handed it to Zijianlin. Naturally, Xinghe Yanwu sword can't just go out to meet people like this. So Yifeng made a scabbard casually afterwards. This scabbard is useless. It can only cover the sharpness of Xinghe Yanwu sword. Zijianlin took the scabbard and felt her hand sinking. The sword actually weighed 200 caddies. If she hadn't been an immortal cultivator with 18 years of cultivation, she would have been danced by Xingyan. Push it down to the ground. Thank you, Waner. Of course Zi Jianlan knew what this sword represented to Long Waner, so she couldn't help being moved. What are you being polite about? Do your best. Long Waner hugged Zi Jianlan tightly, smiled and patted her on the shoulder, encouraging her. Looking at the action scenes of Yifeng and others, people from the True Sword sect, such as Master Changshan, Huayeqing, Xiaofengzi and Ren Jia, felt a little weird. They all know the identity of Zijianlin. It is said that she is the adopted daughter of Kalinzi, the former head of the Yinxian sect. She was also accepted as a concubine. Now she has stayed by Yifeng's side. What Zijianlan was doing next to Yifeng, no one in the entire martial arts world knew. They all thought that Yifeng was greedy for her beauty and had sex with her every night. But in fact, she was always working hard. Practice. Standing up at this time made everyone in the True Sword sect very disappointed. This kid, Yifeng, really has no guts. He didn't dare to play. He even sent a woman base to die. It's too useless. At that time, this elegant beauty called Zi Jianlan will definitely be humiliated by others on the court. Headmaster. This matter cannot be promised. On the side, Feng Yin Zi, the second elder of the True Sword sect, said to Master Changshan with a solemn expression. As we all know, each faction can only send 2 people in the rookie battle. Originally, Feng Yin Zi wanted Hua Yiqing and Yifeng to play. In this way, both of them have a good chance of winning. But now Yifeng can't play. It was replaced by Zi Gladiolus. The situation is very bad. Not to mention other things. Zijianlin's previous background of the Yinxian sect is enough to make other Jianghu sects look down on the Zizhenjian sect. Not to mention the performance after playing. Forget it. Little friend Zijianlin, get ready to play. Master Changshan ignored Feng Yin Zi's opinion, thought for a while, then shook his head and said. This time, he has done his best to Tang Xiefeng. Ever since he helped Tang Xiefeng and Tang Qingling 20 years ago, Master Changshan has always been in self-blame. Because that time they were strongly opposed by the elders of the True Sword sect, but he insisted on going his own way. In the end, as a result, the Great Elder has been in seclusion until now. He has not been out of the seclusion. Because of this, only the second elder, Feng Yin Zi, and the third elder Ren Jia are the only ones who have walked the rivers and lakes of the Zhejian sword sect in recent years. This year's martial arts conference. Master Changshan once again defied all opinions. Let Yi Wendian and others participate in the martial arts conference as the Zhejian sword sect. It is the last benevolence and righteousness as friends. Hearing what Master Changshan said, people in the Zhejian sword sect booed immediately. Obviously they were not optimistic about Zijianlin. Even Hua Yiqing kept shaking her head after taking a look at the purple sword orchid. Of course, Zijianlin had guessed the reaction of this group of people long ago, and didn't care. For her, she only needs to be responsible to Yifeng alone. The goal is to win the first place in the rookie competition. As for the others, she is too lazy to care about them. In the first round of the rookie competition, 200 people were eliminated from a total of 300 people. Only 100 people were left to enter the next round. The method of competition is to run in groups of 30 people from the square. On the other side of the square, the first 10 people in each group can pass. This is the game's agility and speed. The second round of audition for the rookie contest. 92 people are eliminated from the 100 people who passed the first round of audition. The method of competition is 100 people in the same field. Run from the edge of the square to the center, grab the ones and place them in the square. The 8 wooden cards in the center. This is not only a competition of body skills and speed. After the 2 rounds of audition, the final 8 will go to the final. That is the qualifying round. Changshan explained the rules of the rookie battle audition. Zijianlin quickly remembered it. The people from the Tai Chi Hall had already prepared everything needed for the rookie battle in the Tai Chi Square. After talking a lot of nonsense in Chonghua Real Luo Liba, such as revitalizing the martial arts world, promoting Chinese martial arts, etc., the rookie battle finally it's about to start. Before we start, of course, we need to read out the list of each faction participating in the rookie battle. Everything else is normal. When I heard that Zizhenjian sent Hua Yiqing and Zijianlin to appear, the entire Taiji square burst into laughter voice. Purple Jianlan. Who doesn't know that this girl is the adopted daughter of Kalinzi, the former head of the Yinxian sect? She has only been cultivated for more than 10 years. Those who participated in this rookie battle. Which one is not a young hero with a cultivation base of more than 20 years? A young hero who is less than 30 years old. A girl with a cultivation base of this decade also participated in the battle. It is too funny. Can she pass the first round? 99% of the people in the entire Taiji Square were thinking this way. When they looked in the direction of the Zizhenjian faction, they all showed amused expressions, and whispered. Everyone seemed to want to see a joke. The most important thing is that they are all as strange as the disciples of the True Sword sect. Why didn't they send Yifeng on the field? Could it be that this kid flinched when things came to a head and flinched? Instead, he sent a woman on the field. You must know the rookie competition, but it is easy to do some small tricks secretly. If a woman is not cultivated, it is easy to be taken advantage of in the chaos. This Yifeng is willing to be molested by such an elegant beauty. There are more than 1,000 people in the entire Taiji Square, and 300 of them are here to participate in the rookie competition, and more than 90% of them are men. When these people saw Yifeng sending out a top-quality beauty with an elegant temperament, they all showed delighted expressions. After all, it means that they may run into the purple sword orchid later. Moreover, Zi Jianlan's cultivation base is only in the early 10 years. In their eyes, she is definitely a target that can be bullied as much as she likes. When the time comes, breasts and so on will not be a problem at all. They don't know that Zijianlan's internal energy has now been transformed into true energy and has been raised to 18 years of cultivation. Her true strength is comparable to that of Huayeking, and her fighting strength is much higher than his because of her immortal skills. In the world of martial arts, the treasures of heaven, material and earth that can instantly improve one's cultivation level for 8 years are not even available to Chonghua Daoist. They naturally don't know that Yifeng can get such a good thing. In the world of cultivating immortals, the effect of Haredi star sand is absolutely extraordinary. The first round of the rookie battle begins. An elite disciple of the Taiji Hall circulated his internal energy and roared all over the audience, the first group of Huayanzong Yin Jianrong, King Songyuan Mu Qingqing. The first group list was quickly sorted out. A total of 30 people came out from their respective sects and gathered at the edge of Taichi Square. There is a distance of 2 kilometers to run straight from Taichi Square to the opposite side, but it is very difficult to run in a straight line due to the large number of people participating in the same group. Compete. Since only 10 people in a group of 30 people can enter the next round at most, in addition to trying their best to advance quickly, each group of people must also prevent others from advancing within the scope allowed by the rules in order to win the final victory. Yifeng is the first time to participate in the martial arts conference, so he observes more carefully, but Yi Wendian, an old Jianghu, doesn't care so much. Anyway, it's just a competition of some juniors. It has nothing to do with them. Of course, old men like Yi Wendian will pay close attention when there are young people related to him on stage. Yifeng looked up and realized that only 2 of the 30 people in the first group had reached 30 years of cultivation. One of them was Yin Jianrong, a genius of the Huayan sect, surrounded by beautiful women. The other person is Mu Qingqing from King Songyuan. King Songyuan is a middle-level sect with the same strength as the Zhenjian sect. Mu Qingqing is a female disciple that King Songyuan has cultivated with all its strength over the years. Although she is not as beautiful as Zijianlan, she is also as graceful as Xiajiabiyu, which is lovable. Yin Jianrong and Mu Qingqing stood next to each other at the starting point, occupying the best starting position, while the other young people in the same group could only be a little farther away from them, and the distance to the finish line was even further away. The sense of superiority between the two was immediately reflected. A young man who has reached 30 years of cultivation is definitely an enviable existence in the martial arts world, because it is only possible to achieve it if he is fully trained by the sect. Start. The elite disciple of the Tai Chi Hall who gave orders resounded through the audience with a loud roar. Almost as soon as he spoke, the 30 young people in the arena immediately started to move. Yin Jianrong and Mu Qingqing took the lead in running towards the destination with their respective light kung fu skills. Even when Huayanzong genius Yin Jianrong was running, he still had that cynical expression on his face, deliberately lagging behind by 2 steps, staring at Mu Qingqing's upturned buttocks in front of him, showing admiration. Mu Qingqing didn't think too much about it. Although she looks beautiful and petite, her lightness skills are unambiguous at all. The distance of 2 kilometers was reached in a blink of an eye, and it took only 2 minutes to reach the finish line. Yin Jianrong followed closely behind and became the second young man to pass the first round of audition. As for other people who can't compare with the two at all, even if they exhaust their whole body of internal energy, they can only follow them far behind and create fierce competition. As long as they don't use internal energy, it is not a violation. It's also not a violation to not directly touch another person. So in the first round of auditions, behaviors such as stretching legs and tripping people, pushing each other, using inner energy to attach to objects and throw them out to block others are not uncommon. Some people avoid the most central route and take a long way from the side. Although the distance is longer, it avoids direct competition with others. For weaker people, it is more likely to stand out. After watching the first round of the competition, Zi Jianlan already understood the rules of the competition, but she didn't take it seriously because her speed was much faster than that of Yin Jianrong and Mu Qingqing in the first group. The speed of Suning Xianzong can run in just 1 minute. The second group of Tai Chi Hall Wumaji, Zizhenjian School Zijianlan. Immediately after Zi Jianlan entered the second group, she saw a tall and mighty young man in the lineup of the opposite Tai Chi Hall sneering at this side and discussing something with several Tai Chi Hall disciples next to her. Because the distance is too far, Zijianlan can't hear what they are talking about, but it is not difficult for Yang Shunning and other soul cultivators to sniff out the other party's conversation. Jianlan, be careful, that kid wants to throw a hidden weapon at you in the first round. Yi Feng frowned slightly and said. Zi Jianlan glanced at the mighty young man named Wumaji with a little surprise. For a moment, she didn't think why that guy would target her like that, but soon she realized that Wumaji was the son of Wuma Changfeng. Before, Yi Feng and Yi Wendian teamed up to beat Wuma Changfeng into serious injuries. As Wuma Changfeng's son, Wumaji must have a grudge against Yi Feng. Now that Yi Feng is not on the stage, it is perfectly normal for the other party to want to attack Zi Jianlan. Don't forget that I am from the hidden immortal sect. In terms of hidden weapons and means, the opponent is not as good as me. Zi Jianlan smiled and walked confidently on stage. Wumaki quickly got ready and also went around the half-court to the starting point of the first round of competition. His tall and mighty stature made him very conspicuous among the 30 people in the second group. In addition, he is the only one in this group who has reached 30 years of cultivation. Almost everyone believes that he can definitely pass the first round. The only suspense now is what will Wumaji do to Yi Feng's purple gladiolus in this competition. Everyone was looking forward to it, and the disciples of the Tai Chi Hall were even more excited. One by one, they began to cheer for Wumaji. Daoist Chonghua sat on the head seat not far from Taiji Square, calmly watching the second round of audition that was about to start. Real person Chonghua was also a little surprised that Yi Feng didn't play, and he couldn't understand the situation. In the end, he could only think that Yi Feng flinched when he was about to play. Letting a little woman play is really Yi Yunfei's demeanor. Daoist Chonghua said lightly. Wuma Changfeng, the great elder of the Tai Chi Hall beside him, snorted softly when he heard the words, "No matter what the little woman is, I have already let my son play hard, as long as it does not violate the rules of the competition." Daoist Chonghua didn't say a word, obviously acquiescing. At this moment, the elite disciple of the Tai Chi Hall standing not far in front of the two finally yelled again and spread throughout the audience, "The second round begins." Almost as soon as he spoke, 30 people in the field started to move at the same time, and a group of people unanimously gave up the shortest path in the middle for Wumaki, making it clear that he was the first to reach the finish line. But at this time, the miraculous scene blinded everyone's eyes. But I saw that the girl Zi Jianlan, who played Yi Feng's place, followed Wumaji's side like a purple butterfly fluttering in the sunlight of Tai Chi Square. Good chance. Seeing this, Wumaki was overjoyed that the hidden weapon in his hand had already been prepared. For him, of course, he thinks that it is easy to deal with a purple sword orchid, but it is more difficult. If the purple sword orchid deliberately avoids him in the first round of competition, he has no proper reason to attack the purple sword orchid, and it is a waste of time if he runs away. It's sad to be in the top 10. But now Zi Jianlan is not afraid of death and runs forward side by side with him. Although Wumaji was a little surprised that Zijianlin could keep up with his speed, but thinking about it, Zijianlin used to belong to the Yinxian sect, and he was relieved. Compared with the Yinxian sect, the most proficient is the movement. But the chick would be stupid to run next to him. This is undoubtedly a godsend opportunity for Wumaki, so without hesitation, he moved his right hand and several darts flew out towards the path of the purple gladiolus. In the first round of the audition for the rookie competition, there are generally few people who use sharp hidden weapons such as throwing knives and darts to block the enemy. Although this is in line with the rules, it is very damaging to the friendship between the Jianghu sects, so if you can use hidden weapons, you don't need hidden weapons. Most of them use gravel and wood blocks to stop others. But now Wumaji is of course not afraid of making enemies with Yifeng, of course he will not have any scruples. Swish 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 swish. The 5 black darts swept towards the front of the purple sword orchid at the same time. If the purple sword orchid can't react at the current speed, it will definitely be hit by 5 darts and will not die or be seriously injured. When Wumaki made a move, the audience burst into exclamations. No one thought that Wumaki would treat a beautiful girl so cruelly. But when they thought about Wuma Chongfeng's serious injury, everyone felt relieved and began to sympathize with the beauty sent by Yifeng. Otherwise, Yifeng must have been wounded or killed by Wumaji with a hidden weapon. She was simply acting as Yifeng's scapegoat. Among the group of people from the Zizhenjian sect, Master Chang Shan frowned tightly, Xiao Fengzi, Hua Yeqing and others looked regretful, while the third elder, Ren Jia, was full of gloating. For Ren Jia, seeing Zi Jianlan is 100 times more beautiful than when she was young, she was already a little envious and jealous. Now seeing Zi Jianlan is about to drink hatred, not to mention how happy she is under Wumaji's 5 darts. Even the girls on Yifeng's side held their breaths and stared intently at where Wumaji and Zi Jianlan were in the field. Careful! Su Menghan and Long Waner couldn't help shouting, and Zhang Xinyun stared at the field with her beautiful eyes wide open. Tang Qingling held the corner of the light green dress with one hand and looked at Zi Jianlan nervously. Although she was not familiar with Yifeng and the others, she was kind-hearted by nature, but she couldn't bear to see a beautiful woman being thrown away by a dart like this. Plotted against. Maybe Yifeng is the only one in the entire Taiji Square who is calmer because he believes in the strength of purple sword orchid. Fusion of thousands of years of Shanbing in the meridians in the body, Zi Jianlan, who has 18 years of true qi cultivation, is as powerful as a martial artist with 36 years of cultivation, and is stronger than Hua Yeqing, the number 1 person of the younger generation. And she has also comprehended the middle-level cultivating heart method, the Ice Star Immortal Jew. If she is still injured in this kind of sneak attack, the reaction speed of the purple sword orchid is too scumbag. Sure enough, the scene that followed suddenly blinded the eyes of everyone in the square. Too slow. The corners of Zi Jianlan's mouth slightly tilted up, the whole body's true energy condensed on the feet, the second layer of the Wizard of Shadows erupted. The graceful figure in the purple dress suddenly sped up, leaving behind several purple afterimages. One of them happened to be hit by the 5 darts in the eyes, the heart, the dantian of the lower abdomen and the neck. Remnants dissipate in an instant. The expression of Wumaki who was closest to him changed. How could this chick be able to explode at such a terrifying speed? Even his father might not be able to catch up to it. Wuma Chongfeng, who was watching not far away, patted the armrest of the chair and suddenly stood up, looking solemnly into the field. He could tell that the girl's speed was so fast that even he couldn't react. If Wumaki continued to fight against that girl, it would be dangerous. Unexpectedly, that Kiji Feng is so evil. This Zi Jianlan just followed Yi in such a short period of time. Feng has made such an obvious improvement in strength. I heard that Yi Feng's master is the Eastern Sea Fairy from the previous rumors, but I don't know if it's true. The purple gladiolus burst out suddenly and easily dodged Wumaji's 5 darts, causing an uproar in the square. Many people in the martial arts who didn't care much or thought that the result of this competition was doomed all of a sudden focused their attention on Zi Jianlan and Wumaji in the field. Especially some martial arts masters looked dignified one by one, because they all felt that the speed at which the purple sword orchid had just exploded far exceeded that of ordinary martial arts people. It was so fast that 4 or 5 afterimages were created in that instant. The frowning Chang Shanzhenren, the regretful Xiaofengzi, Hua Yeqing, and the gloating Ren Jia opened their eyes wide at the same time, and they were also stunned by the scene in front of them. It turned out that they thought Zijianlin was just a piece of scum that was pushed out by Yi Feng as a shield, but now it's completely different. This chick from the hidden Immortal school in a purple dress is extremely strong. She is definitely a popular candidate for the rookie finals. It's time to fight back. In the field, the purple sword orchid exploded and ran to the front of Wumaji at a high speed. With a movement of her hand, she took out a tiny flying needle from the belt around her waist, which is absolutely invisible to ordinary people. Zi Jianlan doesn't like to fight with people, but since the other party wants to put her to death, she will be too sorry for herself if she doesn't fight back. Only in silence. Zi Jianlan used the method of thousands of miles of invisible needles at close range, and shot the small flying needle in her hand backwards. Let alone Chonghua Daoist, Wuma Changfeng and others who are far away, even Wumaji himself has not noticed Zijianlan's little tricks. Puff. The thin long needle pierced a acupuncture point on Wumaki's thigh at once, and penetrated at an extremely fast speed. After piercing the acupuncture point, it flew out from his thigh again. Accompanied by strong qi, it shot at the acupuncture point. Far away. Even in the sun, there is no reflection of even the slightest light. It was specially made by the hidden immortal sect. It is a long needle used to cast the 1,000 miles invisible needle. It is casted silently. You can't even feel the consciousness. Not to mention Wumaki. He only felt a pain in a certain acupuncture point on his thigh. Immediately afterwards, his whole body seemed to be paralyzed. He lost consciousness for a moment. He fell forward. When Wumaji came back to his senses, he had already collapsed in the center of Tai Chi Square. He raised his head and looked forward, but saw that all the 29 youths except him had reached the finish line. This made his complexion changed. What happened just now? What happened? But at this moment, the scene of him falling has become a topic of discussion for everyone around Taiji Square. No one thought that after Wumaji failed to attack Zijianlin, he accidentally fell down and fell unconscious. It's been over a minute. This extremely weird accident made Wumaji lose the chance to advance to the second round of the rookie competition. Even if the host of this rookie competition is Tai Chi Hall, it is impossible to openly violate the rules like this and let Wumaji participate in the competition again. You will kill yourself if you do too many unrighteous actions. Look at it. You have shot at other beautiful women in a good manner. You will be punished now. People around are talking about it. Everyone is gloating. Especially those who are likely to advance to the finals of the rookie tournament. Once Wumaki is eliminated, they are more likely to enter the top 8. And the ranking of rookies can be even higher bit. That's not necessarily the case. It's also possible that the beauty used some means to make Wumaki fall down. That's right. Judging from the speed of the purple sword orchid, if she uses some unknown method, none of us will be able to detect it. What these two people said was exactly what most people in Taiji Square believed, including Chonghua Daoist and Wuma Changfeng. It's just that no one could see that Zijianlin had any clues to do something. What's more, even if Zijianlin made a move, it was within the scope allowed by the rules. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zijianlin didn't directly touch Wamaji. All other behaviors were reasonable of. Very good. On the side of the Zizenjian faction, there was a burst of cheers. No matter how you say it, Zijianlin represented the Zizenjian faction in the battle. Being able to achieve good results will undoubtedly increase their Zizenjian faction's prestige a lot. What's more, they originally thought that Zijianlin would be eliminated when she played. But the result now is that Zijianlin stood out with the fastest result in the second group and became the absolute dark horse in this rookie competition. Even when Zijianlin and Wamaji confronted each other for a while, Zijianlin reached the finish line faster than both of them in the first group. It only took a little over a minute to run the 2 kilometers. This kind of speed. Even some martial arts masters can't reach it, let alone other rookies. Some people in the Tai Chi square began to whisper. They looked towards the direction of the Zhejian sword sect. Mostly, they looked at the most handsome Huayeking in the audience. If this purple sword orchid is really powerful, coupled with Huayeking, wouldn't the two cooperate to win the first and second places in the rookie competition? In this way, it is possible for the Zizenjian sect to advance to the top 10 sects will be huge. The third day of the martial arts conference. It is the ranking of the Jianghu sections. The ranking of the top 10 sects of the Jianghu is rearranged. The results of the rookie battle will have some impact on the ranking of the 10 sects. The direction of Tai Chi Hall. Wuma Changfeng pressed his hand tightly on the armrest of the seat. He looked coldly at the purple gladiolus in the field. Although there was no evidence, he was certain. It was definitely the woman who secretly attacked his son. His son fell down halfway. He lost the qualification for promotion. Chen Hui of their Tai Chi Hall is dead. Now Wumaji has no hope of advancing. Doesn't it mean that the entire Tai Chi Hall is playing soy sauce in the rookie battle this time? That one is left. Although the strength is not weak, it is still a bit weaker than Wumaki. Especially Wumaki is still preparing to use it against Huayeking. Now it is such a tragedy. Let Wumaki, how could Ma Chongfeng not be angry? It's a pity that facts are facts. Now the result of the second round of competition cannot be changed. Treat yourself with the way of others. Not bad. Yi Feng watched from the side. He nodded with a satisfied smile. Even he himself didn't expect that Zijianlin would be so decisive. It directly made Wumaji lose the qualification for promotion. Although Yi Feng didn't feel the invisible long needle, he felt the real energy with his spiritual sense. It pierced through Wumaji's thigh with lightning speed, and the real energy in the long needle rushed into it like this. Wumaki's body temporarily paralyzed his whole body for more than a minute. When he woke up, he was already powerless. In Yifeng's own words, he must have done better than Zijianlin in some kind of competition. But for Zijianlin, this is already pretty good. Long Wanner and his daughters also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Zijianlin advance quickly, they were full of confidence in Zijianlin. Hee. It seems that little friend Yi Feng has a good vision. Seeing this situation, Master Changshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, this purple sword orchid still had some strength, and he didn't embarrass the Zizenjian faction. Although he didn't know what happened to Wumaki's fall afterwards, he could escape Ma Jin's 5 darts. The strength of the purple gladiolus has already made him agree. That's natural. Hearing the praise of Master Changshan, Yu Wendian on the side suddenly felt complacent. He laughed. How could my grandson of Yu Wendian be so bad? Okay. Even if the first round is over, there is still the second round and the final. Let's not be too happy. Tang Xiafeng interrupted the two of them from the side and reminded them. That's right. The next round will be difficult. Yi Wendian and Master Chang Shan frowned at the same time. Seeing the worried appearance of the three old men together, Yi Feng wanted to laugh, but he didn't say anything. It's useless to say anything now. Only the facts can make people convincing. In Yi Feng's eyes, Purple Sword Orchid and Xingqian's Sword Dance should definitely win the first place in the rookie tournament. Immediately afterwards, the third round of the rookie audition began. Finally, it was Huayeking's turn to play. After the first round of the rookie audition, it was already noon. Thousands of wooden lunch boxes were made in the kitchen of the Tai Chi Hall. The people in the Tai Chi Hall distributed them to every martial artist present. When it was Yi Feng's turn, he first scanned the food in the wooden box with his spiritual sense, and then ate it directly, which surprised the people around him. In their eyes, Yi Feng ate without even looking at it. I'm not afraid of the poison in the food. But Yi Feng was very relieved. On the one hand, his spiritual sense could sweep out most of the toxins. On the other hand, the Tai Chi Hall would not be so wicked as to add medicine to the food. After all, he was still the #1 sect in the martial arts world. Everyone in the Tai Chi Plaza was eating and discussing the results of the first round of the rookie contest. Except for Zijianlin's promotion and Wumaki's accidental fall and disqualification, the first round of the rookie contest audition was uneventful. But these two things alone are already shocking. Especially Wumaki's fall. The heated discussions among the martial arts people in the square. This made Wuma Changfeng, Wumaji father and son feel ashamed. Wumaji returned to the team of Tai Chi Hall and immediately cursed Wuma Changfeng. But after the scolding, he quickly checked Wumaji. At this moment, he finally found a tiny hole in his thigh. Although the hole was bleeding, it should not make Wumaki faint. Naturally, the use of poison is not allowed in the martial arts conference. And they did not find traces of the toxin on Wumaki's thigh. There is only one possibility. That is, the purple gladiolus has been able to attach the inner energy to the hidden weapon. Let the inner energy knock out the Wumaki. This is undoubtedly a conjecture that shocked the people of Tai Chi Hall. You must know that even the hidden immortal school, before the inner chi can be released, the hidden weapons thrown are difficult to attach to the inner chi. The inner chi attached to the hidden weapon will quickly lose in the air. The effect of the hidden immortal school hidden weapon technique. It's just to increase the speed and power of the hidden weapon when shooting. Now Zijianlin can use the hidden weapon to make Wumaki faint for more than a minute. It is obvious that the internal energy has entered Wumaki's body. This made Chonghua Daoist, Wuma Changfeng and others pay more attention to Zijianlin. This little girl is so strong. She comprehends the release of internal energy at such a young age. This is earlier than Chenhui and Huayeking. Age. Could it be that she is the most talented person among the young generation of martial arts today? That's not scientific. Because this purple sword orchid was not well known when she was in the Immortal sect. After following Yi Feng, her progress is so obvious. A group of people continued to cast their eyes on Yi Feng, who was in the Zhejian sword sect team, thoughtfully. Yi Feng didn't play in person this time. Instead, he let a chick play. It seems that there is really deep meaning in it. The second round of the audition. After everyone had lunch and rested for an hour, it started again. The rules for the second round are that the 100 people who advanced in the first round will all gather around the edge of the Taiji square. In the center of the Taiji square, 8 wooden cards will be placed. Whoever can get these 8 wooden cards will be the final young generation. Top 8. This round not only tests the speed of the cultivator, but also tests the reaction ability and actual combat ability during the period. Because in this round, there are no restrictions on the contestants to fight. As long as it's not poisonous. Everything else is fine. Zijianlan stood among the crowd. She glanced at Yi Feng from a distance. Seeing Yi Feng's encouraging smile, she felt at ease. The wooden sign closest to her is more than 800 meters in front of her. Her goal is that piece. There are a total of 10 people competing with her next door. Most of them are young talents with more than 20 years of cultivation. There is only one who has completed 30 years of cultivation. That is Yin Jianrong, a genius cultivated by Hua Yunzong. Yin Jianrong is personable, with a bookish temperament all over his body. But there is a hint of greed and yuang in his sideways gaze towards Zijianlin. It is stronger than when he looked at Mu Qingqing of King Songyuan before. The Tai Chi Hall will definitely attack Yi Feng. If Yi Feng dies, there will be no place for this purple sword orchid to go. He, Yin Jianrong, is the leader of the younger generation of martial arts. It is not impossible to take this beauty. He secretly calculated and decided that the main goal of this martial arts conference is to get the purple sword orchid. Start. The elite disciples of the Tai Chi Hall roared and issued orders. The sound resounded throughout the audience, making everyone in the Tai Chi square focus on the field. Huayeking, who was opposite to Zijianlin, took the lead. Like a sharp sword drawn out of its sheath, he left the others around him far behind. His handsome and elegant figure showed a confident smile in the sun. Let the square, some young girls in Huaichuan screamed one after another. This is the first person of the younger generation, Huayeking. Not only the strength is the first, but also the appearance is the first. He has completely become the Prince Charming in the eyes of some girls. Zhejian sword technique. After running more than 600 meters, Huayeking was only more than 100 meters away from the nearest wooden sign. Seeing this, she grasped the long sword at her waist, and then a sword flower rolled out. Air inside out. While the others were still far away from the wooden card, Huayeking had already picked up the first wooden card and became the first young man to advance to the finals of this year's rookie competition. His nimble technique, super talent, and elegant figure make him the pride of the Zhejian sword sect and the idol of thousands of girls in the martial arts world. He has a good character and is much more attractive than Chen Hui from the Tai Chi Hall. And when Huayeking succeeded, there was a fight between dragons and tigers opposite him. To be exact, a kitten wanted to take food from a dragon, but it was crushed by that dragon. The dragon, of course, is the purple sword orchid. The kitten, of course, is Yin Jianrong. When the sound of the start of the competition resounded throughout the audience, Yin Jianrong immediately ran towards the purple sword orchid. In his opinion, if the speed of the purple sword orchid before it broke out, he would definitely get a wooden card. There is no chance. Thinking the same as him, there were many other young people in the neighborhood. They ran towards Zijianlan one after another, trying to stop her. Zijianlan did not expect so many people to deal with her. She was in a hurry for a while. With a light footstep, the speed of the second layer of Zhenyixiankai burst out at full speed. But in order to avoid hitting others, Zijianlan had to pass through gap between the crowd. Advance towards the wooden sign ahead. The speed is quite fast. I just don't know how to do kung fu. Yin Jianrong smiled lightly. The kung fu he said was not just martial arts. It also included another meaning. Therefore, these words sounded a little obscene. He stepped forward quickly. As a genius cultivated by Hua Yunzong, Yin Jianrong's speed is naturally not bad. He bypassed the side all at once, and swung his palm at the galloping purple gladiolus, attacking the girl under her long purple dress. Chest. Feeling the palm wind coming from the front, Zijianlan's heart trembled, her footsteps stopped quickly, and she punched forward directly. Crazy boxing. The Yi family's unique skill was displayed at this moment. The light yellow fist mark that went straight forward without any rules was like a sandbag, mixed with a little bit of ice, and hit Yin Jianrong's face heavily in front of him. Boom. Yin Jianrong had a bookish face. His face was covered with blood from the punch. Immediately afterwards, he flew backwards and fell down on the stone floor of Taiji Square in an instant. He fell unconscious. The punch of Zijianlin appeared. The crowd around Taiji Square suddenly let out a sound of exclamation. Inner air is released outside. It is really an internal air release. Ever since the death of Luo Feng and Chen Hui, the master of the Divine Fist, Huayeking is the only one left among the younger generation in the world who has realized the release of internal energy. But now there is finally a second person. That is Z Gladiolus. Chang Shan was so excited that he almost cheered. This surprise is too big. Originally, he thought that Zijianlin was just made up by Yi Feng. But now it seems that this girl is clearly a strong person. Except for a slightly lower cultivation level, she can be compared with Huayeking in other aspects. People in the martial arts have realized whether the internal energy is released or not. They are completely different concepts. This means that after Zijianlin advances to the finals later, she will be able to easily defeat other opponents. What she really needs to deal with is only among the other masters who have comprehended the release of internal energy and external energy. Now it seems that Huayeking is the only one. At this time, the wooden card has already been obtained. Huayeking, who has advanced to the finals, looked at Zijianlin's fist mark. She also showed a look of surprise. She didn't expect this weak and elegant girl to be able to release her internal energy. This is too amazing expected. Huayeking showed a hint of amusement on her face. In this way, there will be something to play in the finals later. The direction of Tai Chi Hall. Daoist Chonghua frowned tightly. Wuma Chongfeng clenched his fists tightly. Since Zijianlin is really a master who understands how to let go of her internal qi, then Wumaji must have been hurt by her letting go of her internal qi. Poor Wumaji also just realized how to let go of his inner qi. He was going to make a blockbuster when he was going to face Huayeking in the final, but he was unexpectedly eliminated in the first round. This made the people in the Tai Chi Hall really unwilling. However, the rules of the competition are passed down from the ancestors. Even Chonghua Daoist can't change it at will. Wumaji lost the chance to advance this year, so he can only wait for the next martial arts conference 3 years later. Of course, at the next martial arts tournament, Wumaki will be over 30 years old and will not be able to participate in the rookie competition. This year's competition is destined to be the pain of Wumaki's life. Zijianlin swung a fist, which immediately shocked the people in the adjacent martial arts around her, and they all backed away. Originally, they wanted to hold back Zijianlin. But now it seems that people are not afraid of their siege at all. They have realized the strong man who releases internal energy and outward. To be honest, they are not enough to fight Zijianlin. It is better to be acquainted. Open. Zijianlin was very satisfied when she saw this. Step lightly. The speed of the second layer of Ziniangxiankai burst out. In an instant, it was 100 meters away from the central wooden sign. Dragon Claw Hand. Zijianlin's hands were clawed, her legs were slightly bent, and 2 faint dragon claws were condensed in her hands. True energy burst out from the air, still mixed with a little bit of ice, and she grabbed the wooden sign. Click. The ice shards in Longshua's hand directly froze the wooden sign. Then Zijianlin pulled back and held the wooden sign in his hand. Grabbing lightly, it was broken into pieces. The middle-level cultivating heart method, Ice Star Immortal Ju. The effect is that ice chips can be mixed in any fairy art, and the power will be enhanced. If it is replaced by an ordinary person, it will have the same cultivation level as her. A punch from the crazy magic boxing method will not be able to make Yin Jianrong faint. But Zijianlin did it. Purple Sword Orchid of the Zhejian Sword School. Advance to the final. The voices of the elite disciples of Tai Chi Hall trembled. He was afraid that he would be beaten by Daoist Xuanhuan and Feng after shouting this sentence. But as the person who gave orders in the entire rookie battle, it was impossible not to shout this sentence. Sure enough, after shouting this sentence, the faces of Xuanhua Daoist and Wuma Changfeng became even more gloomy. In the direction of the Taiji Hall, there are also two elders, Elder Zhu and Li Xian. Li Xian looked dignified. He kept looking toward Yi Feng, who was in the direction of the True Sword sect. He had a premonition. This time Yi Feng will never remain unknown in the martial arts conference. Now Yi Feng will not participate in the rookie competition. Could it be that he has other plans? Only he knows. Yi Feng can defeat him who has cultivated for 95 years by himself. In this case, it is not impossible for Yi Feng to really want to participate in tomorrow's master battle. Elder Zhu looked at Yi Feng's figure and remembered the scene where he saw Yi Feng and Su Feiying walking together in the ruins of the desert. If Yi Feng really has a fairy as his master, then who else in this world is his opponent? I am afraid even the real Master Xuanhua. Thinking of this, Elder Zhu shook his head. He thinks this is still a bit impossible. Master Xuanhua, after all, he is a top expert with a cultivation base of 130 years. He almost reached that level. How could he be defeated by Yi Feng, a junior? For Zi Jianlan, who easily advanced to the final and knocked Yin Jianrong unconscious with one punch, Yi Feng felt that it was nothing more than normal. Zi Jianlan has always lived in Yi Feng's house. It is not difficult to learn the Yi family's crazy demon boxing and dragon claw hands. And in the finals later, she will be able to hold the Xinghe Yanwu sword and use Xianyang's sword. That Huayeking is definitely not an opponent. Of course. Now the whole Taiji Square is not aware of this. They still think that Huayeking will be the first person in this year's martial arts competition. It didn't take long. After a wonderful fight between dragons and tigers, all the 8 wooden plaques in the center of Taiji Square were finally taken away. Among them, some relied on their own strength to snatch them abruptly, and some opportunistically obtained them by special means. They showed their strategy. The real arena. It is by no means that you can get along with strong force. You must also have enough wisdom and popularity. This is an unassailable truth. This has been reflected in the second round of this rookie competition. Tang family Tang Yao advanced to the final. This is the elite of the Tang family who advanced to the final by relying on their own strength. It is a woman with short hair. She is about 26 or 17 years old. Mu Qingqing of King Songyuan advanced to the final. Mu Qingqing was able to advance. It didn't just rely on her cultivation and strength. It was more because of the help of other people. Some sects who made good friends with King Songyuan gave Mu Qingqing some convenience in the second round of competition. Help her block other powerful parties, and so on. This is the role of popularity. Thousand Snake Poison sect Chugu advanced to the final. This Chugu is a representative who relies on his wisdom to advance. In the second round, he successfully caused the 2 opponents who threatened him the most to fight each other. And his left hand is a fisherman's prophet. He easily took away a wooden card. Of course, Chu Ji's own strength is not weak. But after using his resourcefulness, he advanced to the final without consuming any energy. This will give him an advantage in the quarterfinals later on. The 8 people who can advance to the final in the second round are all dragons among the younger generation in the martial arts world. If they don't die, they will all be figures who will aspire to the top of the martial arts world in a decade or 2. A total of 8 people participated in the final of the rookie tournament. All of them are young talents under the age of 30 in the martial arts world. The final competition method. 8 people are divided into 4 groups. 1-on-1 elimination battle. The winner becomes the top 4, and the loser is the next 4. The top 4 will have a one-on-one competition. In other words, each player has only one chance in the finals of the rookie tournament. Once they fail, they will no longer be able to win the top spot. It's time to see what talented young people have emerged in the past 3 years. Tang Jingtian, the direct elder of the Tang family, looked at the field indifferently. The main eyes were on 4 people. They were Huayeqing, Zijianlin, and Tang Yao, a female disciple of the Tang family. The other person was naturally Yi Feng, who was watching the battle. Tai Chi Hall will definitely attack Yi Feng. Either tonight or tomorrow. Tang Jingtian is not anxious at all. Yaoer hides her strength. No one knows that she has comprehended the realm of releasing internal energy and external energy. Next to Tang Jingtian, a middle-aged man with a red nose said very gratified, "As long as you are careful, you may not be able to win the first place." This middle-aged man with a red nose is Tang Yi, who persuaded Tang Jingtian in the western mountain forest before. Tang Yao, who achieved results in the stage, was his daughter. 2 disciples of the Tang family entered the stage. Tang Yao successfully advanced to the final. The strength of the other person was almost the same. It was only one step away from comprehending the release of internal energy and external energy. But because of being targeted and besieged in the second round, he lost the chance to advance to the final. People in martial arts walk in the rivers and lakes. Luck is also very important. They can't complain when they encounter this situation. Just wait and see. It's just that I always feel that the purple gladiolus is a bit evil. Tang Jingtian frowned slightly. Although he had confidence in Tang Yao, Zijianlin surprised people twice in a row. It might not be impossible in the final. Yaoer may not be in a group with that purple sword orchid. Tang Yi chuckled. Very soon. The lottery results notarized by many people in the Taiji Hall have come out. First of all, the first match is Huayeqing vs Chu Gu of the 10,000 Snake Poison Sect. Hearing this news, the snake-playing young man of 10,000 Snake Poison Sect turned pale. How could he be so unlucky? He worked so hard to make it to the finals, but in the first round, he met a strong player who could release his internal energy and external energy. Huayeqing. Huayeqing. Applause and cheers erupted from the surrounding Tai Chi square. In such an environment, Huayeqing stepped onto the stage, looking up at the Chu Gu of 10,000 Snake Poison Sect. Huayeqing was dressed in a light blue robe with a scabbard hanging on his waist. I hope Huayeqing wins even more. Be careful. Chu Gu, are not so easy to mess with. Chu Ji's face was livid. He looked at the green flowers and leaves on the opposite side. He twisted his fingers. A small poisonous flower snake wound from his neck to his fingers. It was extremely dangerous when he spit out a red letter. However, Huayeqing is not afraid at all. Bring it on. Huayeqing smiled faintly, pulled out the long sword in her hand, Zhejian swordsmanship. The swordsmanship of the Zhejian sword school is also considered unique in the martial arts. Although it is not as flexible as the Taiji sword, not as aggressive as the Shenyang swordsmanship, and not as cold as the Fenghua Shuiyue swordsmanship, it has a unique characteristic. That is lightness and elegance. Wandering like a ghost. At this time, Yi Feng had concentrated his attention and began to observe Huayeqing's movements. Kill. The two stood facing each other. After all, Huayeqing made the first move. The light of the long sword flashed past. Several sword flowers bloomed in the entire Taiji square. In just an instant, Huayeqing's sword stabbed at Chu Gu from a strange and unbelievable angle, making him unable to react at all. Swish. The long sword stopped. It was only half an inch away from Chu Ji's neck. It was obvious that Huayeqing was merciful. Otherwise, this sword would have killed Chu Gu. So fast. Yi Feng saw it in his eyes, but still couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. If he didn't know void swordsmanship, the speed of the sword would be about the same as that of Huayeking. From this it can be seen that this young man does have deep knowledge in swordsmanship. Achievements. I won. Huayeking said lightly. Flowers and leaves Qingxing of Zizhenjian sect. The elite disciples of the Tai Chi Hall shouted at the right time, announcing the result of the first round of the final. Chu Ji's neck was forced by Huayeching's long sword. He gritted his teeth with a gloomy face. If it weren't for the fact that poison was not allowed in the game, he would not be allowed to release poisonous snakes. Would he have lost so badly? Chuga was dissatisfied with the result. But now he obviously has nothing to do. He can only end sadly. But at the end of the game, there was a shadow in his eyes. Even Huayeking, if you meet him in the wild, it is not certain who will win. You must know that the most important combat power of the 10,000 snake poison sect is the innate, the poisonous snake raised. Huayeking calmly ended the game. She didn't feel proud of defeating the enemy with a single sword, because the opponent's strength was too weak. When he came back, he inadvertently glanced at the gentle Tang Qingling, then raised his head, and saw Yi Feng standing behind Tang Qingling, with the corner of his mouth curled up. This Yi Feng won't play. Does it mean that his real strength is not good? It's really a pity. Otherwise, everyone can see how I, Huayeching, defeated him. Huayeching thought in her heart, and walked back to the face of Master Changshan. She cupped her fists and bowed, Master, this disciple is lucky to live up to his fate. Not bad. Let's rest first. Master Changshan was very satisfied with Huayeching's performance. He said with a peaceful smile. Huayeching nodded and walked in. When passing by Tang Qingling's position, Tang Qingling's gentle voice suddenly sounded, Yi Qing, are you tired? Why don't you sit here for a while? As she said that, Tang Qingling wanted to stand up and gave up the seat to Huayeking. In her opinion, Huayeking's competition must be very exhausting. It is also appropriate to let him sit. Because Zi Zhenjian was kind to Tang Xiefeng and Tang Qingling in the party, Tang Qingling was also somewhat grateful to Huayeking. In addition, Huayeking often went to her tea house to drink tea. Those who came and went got to know each other well. Oh, Miss Tang doesn't have to be like this. Huayeching was a little surprised. She just wanted to wave her hand to refuse, but saw Yi Feng, who was behind Tang Qingling, looked over with some displeasure. So Huayeking smiled softly and said instead, then respect is worse than obedience. He could see that Yi Feng was unhappy. But Yi Feng was unhappy because he was happy. Since Yi Feng was unhappy, he sat on the seat. Then he sat sideways. But immediately after, he saw Yi Feng stretch out his hand and hold down Tang Qingling, who was about to get up. There is no reason for the elders to give up their seats to the younger generation. Yi Feng's faint voice came out. Yi Feng made a faint sound, and attracted the attention of people from the Zizhen sword sect. When everyone else was attracted by the second round of the Tai Chi Square Central Finals, Yi Feng clashed with Huayeching off the court. Tang Qingling was held down by Yi Feng. Her soft and beautiful face was slightly taken aback. She didn't quite understand what Yi Feng was doing. From her point of view, it's normal to give up seats to people who just came on stage. After all, this place, it's the only chair. And it's only for a short while. Soon, Huayeking will go up to play again. Of course. Because this chair was originally given to her by Yi Feng, so she didn't blame Yi Feng for anything. It just felt that something was wrong. Although it was the first time meeting Yi Feng, she saw it from Yi Feng's performance before. Yi Feng should not be such a harsh person. In Tang Qingling's eyes, Yi Feng is just the grandson of an old friend of her father Tang Xiefeng. Yi Feng respected her and gave her a chair. This is understandable. After all, she is not from the martial arts. It must be very tiring to stand for a day. But it is still a little strange to prevent her from giving up her seat. However, Yi Feng didn't think he was strange. He moved out a chair. It was just for his mother to sit on. Huayeking wanted to sit. There was no door. A man takes the sky as his quilt and the earth as his mat. Yi Feng looked at Huayeking with a look of righteousness in his eyes. It's not a cute little girl. If you want to rest, why do you need a chair? You can just sit on the ground. As he spoke, he glanced at the surrounding square. Sure enough, among the thousands of people in the entire square, many people are already sitting on the ground to watch the competition in the arena. This is martial arts. Hearing Yi Feng's words, the expressions of the people from the True Sword sect all changed. Huayeching's expression became a little ugly. This Yi Feng, sincerely, can't get along with him. But before he opened his mouth to fight back, Yi Feng's next move has already come. Sit on the floor. Yi Feng said lightly. One hand was clenched into a claw. True Qi burst out through the air. It was equivalent to the tyrannical force of 60 years of internal Qi cultivation. It hit Huayeking's knee all at once. Snapped. Even though Huayeking reacted quickly, the gap in strength made him directly knocked down by Yi Feng's dragon claw hand, and immediately fell to his knees. The scene that happened in such a short period of time immediately surprised Yi Wendian and others who hadn't had time to stop it. This Yi Feng is too domineering. Everyone's faces became exciting at the same time. No one could have imagined that Yi Feng would choose to act so resolutely. Moreover, Huayeching, the number one person in the younger generation in everyone's eyes, didn't even have the ability to resist at all. This Yi Feng is out of stage fright. He obviously doesn't want to participate in the rookie competition. Huayeking's face suddenly turned blue and purple. He could feel the force hitting his knee. It was far beyond his cultivation level. He knelt down without any resistance. This Yi Feng actually has such a strong cultivation. No. It's impossible. This Yi Feng is obviously 6 or 7 years younger than Huayeching. How could he have 50 or 60 years of cultivation? Even if he is a monster, it's impossible. The most important thing is, where did this kid come from for so many days? Material treasure. But the fact is in front of his eyes. Huayeking is not Yi Feng's one-sided enemy. He just fell to his knees. This unexpected scene made the surrounding people unable to help but let out a sound of exclamation. Tang Qingling was taken aback by Yi Feng's actions. But it was not easy for her to intervene in the affairs of people in the martial arts, so she didn't say anything. She just cast her eyes on Tang Xiefeng, who was at the side, obviously wanting him to help out with ideas. But Tang Xiefeng was just like Master Chang Shan and others at this time. He was on the spot in a daze. Firstly, he didn't expect Yi Feng to do it like this. Second, he didn't expect Yi Feng to be so awesome. And what you said just now is quite correct. Where is a man not at home? As a person in the martial arts world, when did he become so delicate that he had to sit on a chair even to rest? This time, around the Taiji Square, other martial arts people who were paying attention to the rookie battle in the arena all focused their attention on the direction of the Zizhenjian faction. When they saw Huayeking, who was still shining just now, when they knelt down in front of Yi Feng, they all opened their mouths in surprise. How is this going? Someone has been paying attention to the situation here, so they told the story of what Yi Feng did just now. It was spread 10 to 10, and then everyone knew it. It turned out that it was Yi Feng who made Huayeking hit fell to the ground. This situation made everyone's eyes wide open. For a moment, everyone understood why Yi Feng did not participate in this rookie battle. For a person who can knock down Huayeking with one move, do they still need to participate in any rookie battle? If you participate, you should be the first. Now they finally understand that Yi Feng is not afraid to play because he is afraid, but because he wants to give others a chance. He is simply Lei Feng. In the direction of the Tang family. Tang Jingtian and other elders saw this situation and their eyes lit up. They thought in their hearts that it was true. This Yi Feng is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He is definitely a strong player. This is obviously good news for them. Because Yi Feng, if they are not strong, they will have no value in wooing Yi Feng. Anyway, no matter how powerful Yi Feng is, it is impossible for him to be strong enough to escape the pursuit of Taiji Palace and other sections. In the end, he turned to the Tang family for help. In the direction of the Tai Chi Hall. Seeing this, the elder Li Xian felt a chill in his heart. It was as if he had returned to the forest in the East Sea. Yi Feng used that unpredictable sword technique to defeat him. Too strong. Li Xian pondered secretly in his heart, but he didn't tell these facts to Chonghua Daoist and Wuma Chongfeng and other people in the Tai Chi Hall, because he was considering a seemingly impossible possibility. Daoist Chonghua and Wuma Chongfeng. Seeing Yi Feng's strong side, they showed such expressions on their faces. Obviously, according to their estimation, Yi Feng should be a very strong existence. After all, Yi Feng and Yi Wendian cooperated. Both of them could seriously injure Wuma Chongfeng. If Hua Yeqing and Yi Wendian cooperated, they would definitely not be able to do this. The extreme flame crazy demon fist that Yi Feng used still caused Wuma Chongfeng's injured part to ache. As for the direction of the God Fist Gate, Su Xiaoyu raised his mouth slightly when he saw this. Yi Feng's strength was already in his expectation. He even knocked Hua Yeqing down. It was just a trivial matter. The stronger Yi Feng was, the more he made Su Xiaoyu feel at ease. As for the head of the Xuanhuan sect, Han Bokai, seeing Yi Feng's domineering performance, he gritted his teeth. This kid caused the death of two geniuses of his Xuanhuan sect, Luo Feng and Han Jiwu. He deserves a beating for being so prominent now. Maybe tonight. I should show that kid some color. After Yi Feng knocked Huayeking down with one move, he ignored other people's gazes, spread his hands, and said with a smile, "Look, sitting on the ground is fine too." Since this kid has bad intentions, Yi Feng certainly doesn't need to save face. After hearing Yi Feng's words, Hua Yeqing knelt down on the ground, feeling her face burning hot all of a sudden. Too many ads? There is a pop-up window? Fresh interface, full-site advertising. Especially when Tang Qingling looked at him in surprise, as if asking him what's wrong, how could he be knocked down by Yi Feng all at once? At this time, Huayeking wanted to explode, but after thinking about it, Yi Feng was able to defeat him with one move. Obviously he didn't take him seriously. Even if Hua Yeqing broke out, he would definitely not be Yi Feng's opponent. Why would he humiliate himself in this situation? There is no doubt that Hua Yeqing's consideration was correct, and the kid immediately replied with a half-smile, "Brother Yi is right, why not just sit on the floor as a man? I have learned my lesson." Yi Feng was taken aback by these words, and then his heart became serious. This Huayeking can even endure this kind of humiliation. It is obvious that the dragon is not in the pool. It seems that in this martial arts world, not all are reckless men who only know how to bury their heads and work hard. There are still people like Hua Yeqing who can endure hardships and taste courage. Often it is this kind of person who can achieve a great career, which makes Yi Feng think of Hua Yeqing in a higher level. "Brother Hua, you don't have to be polite. As a big brother, I should give you some pointers." Yi Feng simply hit the snake with the stick, and once again said a word to Hua Yeqing. Genius Sword Fairy 515. What Huayeking said was almost gnashing her teeth, but she finally held back and did not burst out. He knelt down on one knee, but felt that his knee was numb, and he couldn't stand up at all. This gave him an intuitive understanding of Yi Feng's strength. Powerful. Hua Yeqing no longer dared to treat Yi Feng as a junior. Little brat, you are so rude. Yi Wendian listened to it for a long time, and his heart was already full of joy. He thought to himself that his Yi family was different, and he deserved to be his grandson of Yi Wendian. The update is almost gone. Pop window Chen text words, but after thinking about it, Yi Feng humiliated Hua Yeqing in front of everyone in Zizhenjian's sect. It's too outrageous, he must be taught a lesson on the surface. Of course Yi Feng knew that the old man was joking, so he spread his hands helplessly and said, "Where? Grandpa, even Brother Hua thinks what I said is right, why am I being rude? Brother Hua." These 3 words appeared again, causing Hua Yeqing to almost vomit blood. Nima, he is 5 or 6 years older than Yi Feng, and Yi Feng called him little brother Hua. Isn't this too outrageous? It's okay to call once, but call twice. Ahem. Tang Xifeng also felt that Yi Feng was going too far, so he coughed as a reminder. Anyway, Hua Yeqing was also a member of the Zizhenjian sect. If it wasn't for the Zizhenjian sect, he and Tang Qingling would not know where they would be now. Sitting on the chair, Tang Qingling felt a little funny looking at the situation, but couldn't laugh out loud. Although this young man, Yi Feng, is not very polite, he seems to be very interesting, and he seems to be defending her. She is not blind, so she can see it. Yi Qing, you should get up. Tang Qingling beckoned, wanting Hua Yeqing to stand up. But Hua Yeqing doesn't want to get up. It's because his knees are numb, and he can't stand up even if he wants to. Genius Sword Fairy 515. Yi Feng's attack was too ruthless, so ruthless that he might not be able to play for a while. Don't worry, it will be fine in a while. I'm sorry, it seems that the shot was too heavy. Yi Feng reminded. Hua Yeqing really wanted to die. Immortal Changshan looked at the scene in front of him, and felt very uncomfortable. The genius of his true sword sect was not Yi Feng's all-in-one enemy. Isn't this too shocking? If it was another disciple of the true sword sect who was bullied by Yi Feng, he would definitely stand up to stop Yi Feng, but for Hua Yeqing, Master Changshan held back his temper, and it would be good to teach this kid a little lesson and setbacks. All-site advertisement. Welcome to visit. 3 years ago, Hua Yeqing and Chen Hui fought against each other, and they were only a little short of winning the first place in the rookie match. This allowed Hua Yeqing to practice his moves with all his strength within 3 years, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds, so his self-confidence was extremely inflated. If the road goes on so smoothly, it will not be good for his future development. Now that Yi Feng is in front of him, Hua Yeqing has a goal. Not to mention. Master Changshan glanced at Hua Yeqing, then at Tang Qingling, shook his head and sighed secretly. The conflict between Yi Feng and Hua Yeqing did not affect the rookie finals. In the middle of the Taiji Square, it happened to be Zijianlin's turn at this time, but Yi Feng hadn't paid much attention to who the opponent was. Zijianlin had already used the Mad Magic Fist, and the 2 domineering fist seals were mixed with ice chips, blowing the opponent away in one fell swoop, successfully advanced to the semifinals. In addition, Mu Qingqing from Qingsong and Tang Yao from the Tang family defeated their opponents, respectively, and became the top 4 in this rookie competition. Mu Qingqing didn't even think that she would be able to make it this far, because Wu Maji and Yin Jianrong stood in front of her before, and it was almost difficult for her to defeat these 2 guys. Now these 2 guys were brushed out mercilessly because they ran into Zijianlin. There are 3 women in the top 4, which is really beyond everyone's expectations, but this kind of situation has never happened before in the martial arts conference, so it is not too strange. In the second round of competition, Zijianlin will face Tang Yao first. As soon as the 2 women stood on the field, the whole Taichi Square immediately became lively, talking about the 2 women. This round, little sister Zijianlin will win, right? After all, she has already realized how to let go of her internal energy, but Tang Yao of the Tang family is still a little bit behind. It's hard to say, Tang Yao hasn't used her full strength in the previous competition, and it is very likely that she is also a master who has comprehended the release of internal energy. If this is the case, then Zijianlin is definitely not Tang Yao's opponent. After all, there is a difference in cultivation between the two sides. There was a lot of discussion in the square, but in the direction of the Tang family, Tang Jingtian, the elder of the direct line, looked at the field confidently. Tang Yao has realized how to let go of her internal qi, and now only the people of the Tang family know about it. If she uses it in the competition, it will definitely surprise a group of people. Suddenly, it is not impossible to defeat Huayeking in one fell swoop, let alone a purple gladiolus. However, what happened next in front of his eyes made him stunned. I saw that when the competition started, before Tang Yao could make a move, the purple sword orchid in a purple dress had already taken the lead, grabbing the Xinghe Yanwu sword at his waist. Boom! There was a clear sound of the sword, and a sword energy with fire and ice chips swept towards Tang Yao's direction at an extremely fast speed. Around the Taiji Square, even the highest cultivated Daoist Chonghua, Wuma Chongfeng and others couldn't react in time, let alone Tang Yao in the field. She had a dignified expression, and she was just about to make a move, when a sword energy swept in front of her with infinite power, heat waves and cold air intertwined and exploded in the air in front of her. Boom! The tyrannical airflow instantly swept Tang Yao's figure into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Purple Sword Orchid is as powerful as a broken bamboo, defeating Tang Yao with one sword. In the direction of the Tang family, Tang Jingtian and other elders stood up all of a sudden, with incredible expressions on their faces. Android Client Online Download Address. Zijianlan defeated Tang Yao with a single sword, and this scene shocked everyone around her like a major earthquake. The sword moves performed by Zijianlan alone looked almost the same as the third level of Long Moran's Fenghua Shuiyue swordsmanship, and it was able to concretize the inner energy. Those flames, those ice chips, are as real as they are. They don't know that it's not as if it were true, but as it is. The moves of Xianyang swordsmanship are very simple, but when performed with true energy, the effect is completely different. In addition, Zijianlin cultivated the Ice Star Fairy art, so that when she uses any fairy art, there will be ice or stars mixed in it. The power of. The most important thing is that Zijianlin used this move, but didn't even draw Xinghe Yanwu's sword out of its sheath. After defeating the enemy with one move, Zijianlin didn't feel proud, instead she frowned slightly, because she felt that her sword just now was too wasteful. To deal with Tang Yao, there is no need to use such a powerful sword. According to what Yifeng said before, she is too impulsive. If she encounters a powerful enemy later, she may not have enough true energy. Certainly. Zijianlin glanced at Huayeking, who was knocked to the ground by Yifeng, and shook her head. If the final opponent is Huayeking, she will never lose anyway. After the match, Zijianlin left the stage slowly and walked towards the Zhejian Sword sect. The members of the Zhejian Sword sect, including Master Changshan, had not yet recovered from the shock just now, and they all opened their eyes wide and swallowed their saliva. This beauty in the purple dress is so strong? What kind of awesome person did their son, the True Sword sect, meet to have such a powerful beauty to help them? And just now Yifeng knocked Huayeking down with one move, which made all the True Sword sect feel that Yifeng and the people he brought this time are probably very unusual. The shock brought by the purple sword orchid sword lasted for a long time, and there were whispers of discussions everywhere around Taiji Square, all discussing around the purple sword orchid sword. Undoubtedly, many masters in the martial arts world have already seen the power of Zijianlan's sword. In time, this purple sword orchid will surely become a top powerhouse who will influence the direction of the martial arts world. This has an extremely profound impact on the entire martial arts world, how can we keep them from discussing fiercely? After a long time, under the instigation of Xuanhuan Daoist, the elite disciple of the Taiji Hall who gave orders continued to shout out, spreading throughout the audience, the next round, the Zizhenjian faction Hua Yiqing, and King Songyuan Mu Qingqing. On the Taiji Square, there was a sigh from the direction of King Songyuan and some small sections. Confronted with Hua Yiqing, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult for Mu Qingqing to advance. I surrender. Mu Qingqing didn't play, but just smiled wryly off the court. It wasn't that she didn't have the courage to fight against Hua Yiqing, it was because she was accidentally injured in the last match, and if she faced Hua Yiqing again, she might lose her life because of it. Anyway, being able to break into the semi-finals was already beyond her expectations. She didn't want to fight for the first and second titles, and this was exactly the advice given to her by the seniors of Qingsong Academy. For the elders of King Songyuan, Mu Qingqing's safety is obviously more important than the false reputation of being the number one of the younger generation. Since Miss Mu Qingqing conceded, the next battle is the final battle of the rookie battle, between Zizhenjian faction Hua Yiqing and Zizhenjian faction Zijianlin. After the elite disciples of the Tai Chi Hall asked Chonghua for instructions, they turned around and shouted. Finally came this exciting moment. Everyone on the field turned their attention to the direction of Zizhenjian faction, which made the group of Zizhenjian faction feel proud. The two rookies before the battle were from their Zizhenjian faction. The possibility of advancing into the top 10 of the sect is greatly increased. However, the current situation is a bit strange. Hua Yiqing was trying to stand up from the ground, but still felt some pain in her knees. As for Zijianlin, she chatted happily with Yifeng and others off the court, and seemed not to take this competition seriously. Yifeng waved his hand when he heard the voice of the commanding officer, "Go to Gladiolus. Take the first place." He said this sentence in his heart. After all, what he said in person was too embarrassing for Hua Yiqing. It's okay to make Hua Yiqing lose face, but it's not good to make Tang Qingling think he's impolite. Purple Gladiolus smiled, fresh and elegantly, and walked onto the stage with a scabbard in hand. Hua Yiqing finally stood up at this time, raised her head, without even looking at Yifeng, she walked towards the field with one hand, tightly holding onto the hilt of her sword. The title of the first person of the younger generation is his Hua Yiqing. No one can take it away. Hua Yiqing was thinking in her heart, staring at Zijianlin, who was the first to enter the stage. From the beginning, this beauty in the purple skirt was inconspicuous, but now she has shown her strength with brilliance. The speed is really too fast. Hua Yiqing couldn't accept this fact. In addition to being humiliated by Yifeng just once, he was in a very bad mood. However, if he can't beat Yifeng, he won't lose to this purple sword orchid, right? Although Zijianlin's sword just now was very bluffing, but in Hua Yiqing's view, it was nothing more than that, because Zijianlin's cultivation base was relatively low, and his 18-year cultivation base was compared with his 35-year cultivation base. When I got up, it was twice as bad. Even if it was Tang Yao, just now, it was just because she was caught off guard. If she was prepared, even if she lost, she would definitely not lose so badly. Hua Yiqing thought about it, and gradually regained her previous self-confidence. Let this purple gladiolus make up for the face lost just now. With a confident smile on Hua Yiqing's handsome face, some girls around him screamed again, shouting his name to cheer for him. At the same time, Zijianlin already had her own fans at this time, and some young men in Tai Chi Square remembered the warm applause and shouts. Hua Yiqing was knocked to the ground by Yifeng just now. She has already lost all face. Now when she hears these applause and shouts, she is even more dissatisfied. Bring it on. Hua Yiqing raised her head and proudly looked at the purple gladiolus, which was more than 20 meters away from him. As soon as his words fell, Zijianlin didn't hesitate at all. She was not polite, and all of her true energy rushed into the Xinghe Yinwu sword in her hand. Boom! She pulled Xinghe Yanwu sword out of its scabbard, and then starlight and firelight entwined each other, and a sharp sword energy gushed out. The fairy art that Feijian comes with, Xinghe Yanwu, was urged by Zijianlin in this way. This sword energy is more ferocious than the sword when Zijianlan defeated Tang Yao just now. It was just her random sword, but now, it has borrowed the power of Xinghe Yanwu's sword and absorbed the power of stars outside the sky. 10 times more powerful. There was a loud bang. The Xinghe Yanwu sword energy instantly hit the stone bricks in the square beside Huayeqing, causing a violent explosion. Huayeqing, who had just reacted, had no time to dodge, and was immediately swept away like Tang Yao. Facing Huayeqing and Zijianlin, they won with one sword. Everyone in the audience was stunned at once. What kind of evil character is this purple sword orchid? The second sword that Zijianlin used in Taiji Square stunned everyone in the audience. They all guessed in their hearts, what kind of evil character is this Zijianlin? Even those who supported Zijianlin's victory over Huayeqing before did not expect her to win so easily. This is simply crushing. On the side of the True Sword sect, Master Chang Shan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Huayeqing was defeated like this. As for Xiaofengzi, Ren Jia and others, it was even more unbearable. All of them opened their mouths wide, looking like they couldn't believe it. Look like this, Yifeng randomly sent a woman with such a strong strength, so what about him and the other women? At this time everyone in Taiji Plaza no longer dared to underestimate Yifeng and others. Today's rookie match seemed to be like the performance of Zijianlan and Yifeng. Under their glory, everyone else was overshadowed. Wu Maji, who was originally dissatisfied because of the sudden fall, suddenly stood up when he saw Zijianlin's sword. His face was full of shock. Now he finally understands that Zijianlin is much stronger than him, and he wanted to deal with it before. Purple Gladiolus is completely an act of hitting a stone with an egg. It would be easy for Zijianlan to kill him, let alone make him unconscious, for more than a minute. As for Yin Jianrong, he had already come to his senses under the care of Hua Yunzong's elders. He was so frightened when he saw the scene of Zijianlan showing his power, he fainted again and fell unconscious again. Tai Chi Hall, Tang Family, Xuanhuan Sect, Heavenly Knife Hall, 10,000 Snake Poison Sect and other sects are all staring at Yifeng and Zijianlan, as if they want to dig out all their secrets, but this is impossible. The rookie battle came to an end. As for how the elite disciples in the Tai Chi Hall announced the end of the rookie tournament, no one paid any attention to it, because now everyone is talking about the purple sword orchid. In Xishuan Mountain Cave, naturally there will be no places for thousands of people to live, so after the rookie tournament, all the martial arts people who came to participate in the martial arts conference have to go down the mountain, find a hotel in Yanjing to live in, and wait for the first time. The arrival of the two-day master battle. Yifeng didn't really want to leave the cave of Xishuan Mountain. After all, he would soon be able to cultivate for 30 years here. If he left, it might take another day. On second thought, he could stay here incognito, but what about Yi Wendian and others? Now in the rookie battle, Zizhenjian sent such a big limelight, Yifeng had to consider that someone might take action against Zizhenjian tonight. It is impossible for him to act separately from Yi Wendian and others. So I had no choice but to go down the mountain as well. Among the Zizhenjian faction, the atmosphere at this time was extremely strange. On the one hand, they were overjoyed because they won the top 2 in the rookie competition, but on the other hand, because Huayeqing was defeated by Zijianlin, let everyone have a new understanding of Yifeng and others, and because Huayeqing was injured, many people began to be a little hostile towards Yifeng. Of course, these young people from the True Sword sect would not be dissatisfied with Zijianlin. From their point of view, Yifeng ordered this beauty to do all of this, and it had nothing to do with her. As for Yifeng, he is quite satisfied with the situation. At least today he succeeded in making Huayanzong, Taijidian and other sects hate him even more. In tomorrow's master fight, the angrier the opponent is, the more he will lose his sense of proportion, which is obviously more beneficial to Yifeng. But when everyone in Tai Chi Square was about to leave, the whole day's scene today was seen by the people from the National Security Bureau. Members of the National Security Bureau were always mixed in the crowd. Shooting sent back all the scenes of Tai Chi Square. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Hongchuan and Lin Shiqing were sitting next to each other, watching the screen in front of them in a secret room. Today's Jianlin and Yifeng showed their power, especially when they defeated Huayeqing with one move. Lin Hongchuan and Lin Shiqing were not surprised, but Quan Chongsong and Geng Chaoyang, the two leaders of the National Security Bureau, were on the side. It is dignified. Obviously, there may be a lot of variables in this year's martial arts conference. This variable comes from Yifeng, which means that the workload of their National Security Bureau must be increased, and the influence of this martial arts conference must be controlled. To prevent the situation on Xuanhuan Mountain from being involved in the affairs of the secular city. Look, I just said that this kid is very good. What's your dissatisfaction with him? Lin Hongchuan smiled kindly and persuaded his granddaughter. Grandpa, don't keep talking about this. Lin Shiqing looked puzzled. Xiaoya already has someone she likes, so why do you forcefully push your granddaughter to him? Because of this, Xiaoqing, you have to hurry up. Lin Hongchuan said earnestly, otherwise it will be too late when you regret it. Okay, Grandpa, I'll take care of myself. Lin Shiqing interrupted Lin Hongchuan's words impatiently, but what she didn't know was that she really regretted it soon. In general, nothing unexpected happened in the rookie match on the first day of the martial arts conference, and everything was within the controllable range. The National Security Bureau was relieved. But the task of the National Security Bureau in the following night was not easy. Because thousands of people will stay in the Mountain Hotel for 2 nights, the National Security Bureau must patrol all night to ensure that these martial arts people will not cause trouble in the secular city. Just when Quan Chongsong and Geng Chaoyang, the two heads of the National Security Bureau, breathed a sigh of relief, the scene on the screen in front of everyone suddenly changed, which made everyone nervous. After the rookie tournament ended, many martial artists were going down the mountain, and each of them found the hotel they had booked before to stay and rest. But at this moment, a group of people walked up from the bottom of the mountain. Seeing this group of people, all the people in the martial arts world who were about to go down the mountain looked stunned. Be good, this is a good show to watch. The person who came was the leader, a gray-haired old man in a yellow robe, walking with his hands behind his back, with proud eyes, and his facial features were probably 80% similar to Long Moran. From the discussions among the surrounding people, it can be known that this old man in yellow robe is the ancestor of the Long family, Long K. Long K is over 70 years old this year, and has been cultivated for 113 years. In recent years, he has achieved remarkable results in retreat. The main reason is that he has comprehended Feng Hua Shuiyue swordsmanship to a new level, and his strength has greatly increased. In addition, the ancestral weapons of the Long family let his actual combat power be almost the same as that of Zhonghua Daoist, and he will not be afraid of ordinary strong men with a cultivation base of 150 years. Of course, a strong man with a cultivation base of 150 years must have other means, not necessarily inferior to Long K. Long K led a large group of people from the Long family, about 30 people hiked up the mountain. Among all the sects who came to participate in the martial arts conference, it was the sect with the most visitors. Patriarch of the Long family, Long K? Yifeng followed the crowd and was still behind. Hearing the discussion of the crowd in front, he couldn't help being taken aback. He didn't expect the other party to come at this time. When Long K, the patriarch of the Long family, came up the mountain with a group of the Long family, all the martial arts people around turned their eyes to the direction where Yifeng was, looking at Yifeng, who was wearing a black shirt and standing beside him, wearing pink clothes. The cute Long Wainer in a short shirt. As a member of the Long family, Long Wanner has been hanging out with Yi Feng all the time, which must have made Long K furious, right? Although there was a relationship with Long Moran before, in fact, no one in the entire martial arts world knew what happened between Long Moran, Yi Feng, and Long Wanner, and now Long K looked aggressive and arrogant. The color, the most important thing is to choose to go up the mountain at this time, obviously to trouble someone. Yi Feng and Long Wanner must be in trouble. For a moment, everyone thought so, and looked towards Chang Yi Feng and Long Wanner with expressions of sympathy, regret, and gloating. The rookie battle has just come to an end, and Zi Jianlan and Yi Feng shocked everyone not long ago, but now they are faced with Long K coming up the mountain to find trouble. Everyone was going down the mountain, only Long K brought people up the mountain, and he knew the purpose at a glance. Didn't he come to ask for trouble? Could it be that he wanted to spend the night in the cave of Xuanhuan Mountain? What to do? When Long Wanner saw Long K, she naturally shuddered, which was a habit she had accumulated over a long period of time. Long K spoke his mind in the Long family, he was very domineering, no one dared to disobey what he said. But now Long Wanner was running around with Yi Feng, and Long Moran couldn't escape. Based on Long K's unreasonable personality, firstly, he would definitely bring Long Wanner back to the Long family, and secondly, he would never show mercy to Yi Feng, who made the Long family ashamed. It's okay, I'm here. Yi Feng held Long Wanner's tender little hand tightly, and looked forward with a solemn expression. In front, Long K, an old man in yellow robe, was leading the Long family all the way up the mountain, and the rest of the martial arts people made way for him one after another, allowing him to see Yi Feng and Long Wanner standing together at a glance. This made Long K's old face show a look of anger from embarrassment. His granddaughter, Long Wanner, was actually with that kid named Yi Feng. 20 years ago, Long Moran was able to lead the crowd to destroy the Yi family, and naturally he also had the help of Long K, so Long K did not have a good impression of the Yi family. As soon as he came out of retreat, he heard news everywhere that Long Moran had his hand cut off by Yi Feng, knelt down with Yi Feng and begged for mercy, etc., which made him hate Yi Feng so much. As for the granddaughter Long Wanner who followed Yi Feng everywhere, Long K made up his mind to bring her back to Long's house this time, so as not to let her continue to embarrass herself outside. You are Yi Feng? Long K came in big strides, with a proud expression, and a long sword with 6 snowflakes engraved on his waist. Yi Feng swept his consciousness and found that the long sword turned out to be a magic weapon of the spirit weapon level, which surprised him greatly. He never thought that there would be an attack magic weapon at the spirit weapon level on the earth, which was beyond his expectation. Expected. The Qinyang Baojian from the Tai Chi Palace that he had seen and obtained before was also a magic weapon of the spiritual level, but after all it was only an auxiliary type of magic weapon and could not be used for the main battle. The meaning of Long K's long sword is completely different. I have seen Senior Long. Yi Feng clasped his fists together and greeted him politely. He thought about it, the other party was Long Wanner's grandfather, no matter what. If the other party didn't go too far, of course he couldn't do anything to Long K. It's a pity that Yi Feng was so polite, but Long K didn't give him any face at all, and immediately said in an aggressive tone, there's no need to make friends with the old man. The boy named Yi, the accounts of our Long and Yi families will be left to the future, forget it, now you hand over my granddaughter Wanner to me. Otherwise your soul will return to Xuanhuan Mountain today. As expected of the well-known Hob Meat in the martial arts world, he is domineering wherever he goes. One must know that Long K will not give any face to Chonghua, the head of the Tai Chi Hall, let alone Yi Feng, a junior. As soon as Long K said this, the surrounding martial arts people started whispering one by one. As for Yi Feng, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The old man's self-confidence really swelled to the extreme. Did he really think he was invincible in this world? Long Wanner's mood tightened, and she held Yi Feng's hand even more tightly, thinking about what should she say at this moment to resolve the current crisis. But she thought about it for a long time, but she didn't think of any way to change Long Kei's mind. It wasn't that Long Wanner was too stupid, but that she knew her grandfather deeply. Long Kei is good at everything, but he is obsessed with saving face, and he is a piece of meat with a top-quality hob. In this situation, let alone Long Wanner, even if 10 Long Wanner came together, Long Kei would not be able to change his mind. So, we can only go back with Long Kei first? Long Wanner is not reconciled, but the current situation. Following Long Kei's words, the more than 30 disciples of the Long family who followed behind him glared at Yifeng one by one. Their aura was extraordinary for a while, and the coercion generated caused the surrounding martial arts people to retreat involuntarily. Several strides. Obviously, if Yifeng didn't cooperate, they, the Long family, would kill them right here. Humph, how overbearing. Another old man's voice came out, but it was Yi Wendian, who was beside Yifeng, who spoke. Yi Wendian made a sound while staring at Long Kei in front of him, and walked out to block Yifeng. Tang Xiefeng, a martial arts master with 100 years of cultivation, also walked out with him. Together, 2 masters with 100-year cultivation base can still deal with Long Kei for a while, but if he wants to defeat Long Kei, unless Long Kei can't use the long sword of the spirit weapon level, it is impossible at all. Old monster Long Kei, after so many years, you are still so unreasonable. It seems that your cultivation has increased, but your eyesight has not improved much. Tang Xiefeng followed Yi Wendian out, looked at Long Kei, and said calmly, "Haha, you 2 old guys, do you think you can stop me today?" Seeing this, Long Kei laughed out loud, and the figure in yellow robe undoubtedly became the focus of the entire scene. The Long family is ready to attack. He didn't think about the consequences at all, and made people ready to fight as soon as he spoke, and this sentence also made the surrounding martial arts people back away quickly. If there was a real fight, they couldn't stay here, lest they be affected by Chiyu. Faced with Long Kei's threat, Yifeng immediately prepared to fight, but he was a little bit restrained. After all, the opponent was Long Wanner's grandfather. Although Long Wanner's father, Long Moran, was killed by Yifeng, but it was Long Moran's desperation and self-inflicted murder, and it was impossible not to kill him. As for Long Kei, Yifeng still doesn't know his character. Maybe this old guy didn't do anything bad, just caring about Long Wanner? Slow. Just when the 2 sides were at war, a calm figure suddenly appeared between Yifeng and Long Kei. Yifeng raised his head and saw that it was Xuanhuan Daoist from Tai Chi Hall. As soon as Daoist Xuanhuan, the head of the Tai Chi Hall, appeared, the tense situation between Long Kei and Yifeng eased. They each set their sights on Daoist Xuanhuan. It seems very irrational for this old guy to intervene in this matter at this time. Yifeng was a little skeptical. Daoist Xuanhuan definitely wanted him to be killed by Long Quebec. But now he appeared to stop him. It is very likely that there is some evil intention. Anyway, it will definitely not be a good thing for Yifeng. As for Long Kei, although he is not sure what Xuanhuan Daoist will do when he appears, but with his temperament, he doesn't even bother to make random guesses. Old Xuanhuan. This old man is dealing with housework in the Long family. Why are you jumping out and yelling? Long Kei snorted coldly at that time. Could it be that he wants to be an enemy of my Long family? If that's the case, the old man should accompany me. Today, even your Tai Chi hall will be wiped out. As soon as these words came out, people in the surrounding martial arts were in an uproar. This Long Kei is really domineering. He uttered wild words. Not to mention that Xuanhuan Daoist appeared not necessarily to stop him from Long Quebec. Even if it was, it would be impossible to wipe out Yifeng and the power of Tai Chi Hall today, just because Long Kei brought so few people. No. Long Kei, old monster. Can you change your violent temper? Immortal Xuanhuan shook his head when he heard it. Holding a whisk in his hand, he said indifferently, the old man didn't want to participate in your Long family's affairs. It's just that Yi Feng's son is related to my Tai Chi Hall's most treasured Chunyang Baojian. Long K old monster. You can leave your granddaughter. But if you want to kill Yi Feng's son, you can't think about it. Unless you force him to hand over the Chunyang Baojian first. The two old men talked to each other. They quickly explained what they meant. Yi Feng frowned when he heard it from behind. In this way, this xuanhuan real person jumped out to stop him. In fact, it was to join hands with Long K and put more pressure on him, so as to force him to hand over the Chunyang Baojian. Sure enough, he is old and cunning. If Long K kills Yi Feng like this, Chunyang Baojian may never be able to return to Taiji Hall. And the significance of Chunyang Baojian to Taiji Hall is self-evident metaphor. It can be said that without the pure Yan treasure mirror, the deterrent power of the entire sect of the Tai Chi Hall has dropped by 30% in the world. Because this means that they will also be afraid of sects that use poison, like the 10,000 Snake Poison sect. It is not like it used to be. This kind of evil faction dare not provoke the Tai Chi Hall. Chonghua's words sounded reasonable, and Long K instantly understood what he meant. This old Taoist is nothing more than wanting to use the power of the Long family. Let's get the Chunyang Baojian together first. But it is also a good thing for Long Quebec. It can save some power of the Long family. If there is a real fight, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng will still be very troublesome. If there is Tai Chi Temple to share, Long K can save a lot of energy. Long K made up his mind. First help Chonghua Daoist to force Chunyang Baojian out. That can be regarded as doing the other party a favor. It can be counted as a favor. But just as he wanted to speak out, when he promised Master Chonghua to deal with Yi Feng together, Long Wanner, who was standing beside Yi Feng, saw Long K's intention at a glance. Slow. Long Wanner made a sound decisively. The delicate and lovely figure stood in front of Yi Feng all of a sudden. She stared at the two old men, Long K and Daoist Chonghua, on the opposite side. Damn girl. What can I say? But I figured it out. As soon as Long K heard Long Wanner's words, he snorted softly and looked at her. Well, Grandpa. I'll go with you. Long Wanner made a difficult decision. She raised her head and looked at Long K firmly, but Grandpa, you must not make things difficult for Yi Feng. Can you agree? Otherwise, I will risk my life and will not compromise with you. Wanner. Yi Feng was a little surprised when he heard this. Why did this girl suddenly make such a decision? In fact, even if the Long family and the Taiji Palace join hands, Yi Feng may not be unable to win. After all, he has mastered the great killer magic of nuclear explosion. Although it is more difficult to perform, once it is used, the entire Taiji square they will definitely turn into ashes. There will not be many people left in the Tai Chi Hall and the Long family. Of course. In that case, those old hermits who have cultivated in the martial arts for more than 150 years will definitely be involved. Maybe. Long Wanner was thinking about this relationship. That's why she took the initiative to stand up. She didn't want Tai Chi Palace and the Long family to join forces to deal with Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I've already made a decision. Long Wanner gritted her teeth and said a word without looking back. She was very reluctant to leave Yi Feng in her heart. But under the current situation, she couldn't help staying by Yi Feng's side anymore. If it was a one-on-one duel in a martial arts conference, Yi Feng really wasn't afraid of Long K or Chonghua Daoist. Two old men. But if the opponents unite now, Yi Feng is definitely not an opponent. Even if Yi Feng has a big hole card, he can kill Long K and Chonghua Daoist. He will definitely attract those hermit old monsters in the martial arts world, and he will be finished by then. Rather than that, it's better for her, Long Wanner, to take a step back and buy some time. Anyway, she, Long Wanner, is from the Long family. she is Long Kei's granddaughter. If she follows Long Kei back, she will be punished at most. It is impossible to encounter any danger to her life. With these time buffers, Yifeng's strength can increase her speed. I can go to Long's house to pick her up soon. Anyway, even if she's not around for a while, Yifeng still has Su Menghan and Xiaoyu by his side, so he definitely won't feel lonely. Girl, you're smart. When Long Kei heard what Long Wanner said, he immediately snorted softly, nodded, and agreed to her request. Although Long Kei is a meat hob, he is not unreasonable. After all, Yifeng and Long Wanner are husband and wife. Since Long Wanner pleaded for Yifeng, it's okay for him to let Yifeng go first. However, the grievances between the Long family and the Yi family must be resolved sooner or later. This. Daoist Chenghua's gray brows frowned. Unexpectedly, this little girl, Long Wanner, would stand up and go with Long Kei on her own initiative. This is good. I missed a good opportunity to force out the treasure mirror of Chunyang. With the power of his Tai Chi Hall alone, it is really not easy to force Yifeng to hand over the pure young precious mirror, because Master Chonghua is very clear about the Tang family's intentions. If the Taiji Palace and the Long family join hands, the Tang family may not dare to speak up and say gossip. But if he is the only Taiji Palace to take action against Yifeng, then the Tang family will definitely stand up. It would not be beautiful to force Yifeng to join the Tang family. The current real Chonghua doesn't know that Yifeng is a very talented young man. Yifeng, who was behind Long Wanner, took a long time to react after hearing Long Wanner's firm tone. If he has enough strength now, why should he look at the faces of Long Kei and Chonghua Daoist? But now, he can only do this. Otherwise, it will be bad for him and Long Wanner. Strength. Yifeng hasn't had this feeling of not having enough strength for a long time. But this time it made him rekindle a deeper desire for strength. It seemed that she felt Yifeng's emotion. Long Wanner finally turned her face and looked back at him. It's all right. I trust you. Long Wanner pursed her lips and smiled. She stretched out her hand to hold Yifeng's hand, so you should also trust me. With Xingqian dancing sword, I will be fine. But you. You must take care of yourself. Yifeng held her hand tightly, stared into her eyes, wanted to say something, but did not say it after all. Just leave for a while. Just like Long Wanner believes in Yifeng, he also believes in himself. As long as he is given time, it is definitely not a big problem to snatch Long Wanner back from Long Quebec. Even if there is no Taiji Palace alliance, Yifeng can break through now. The Long family went to bring Long Wanner out. Of course, the opponent is Long Wanner's family, after all. Yifeng can't treat the Long family the same way he treats the Immortal sect. But as long as he has enough power, of course he can do whatever he wants. Yifeng nodded heavily. Boy surnamed Yi. You are still sensible. Girl. Let's go. Long Kei nodded when he saw Yifeng. There was a look of "it's true" in his eyes. Obviously in his mind, Yifeng was also impossible to fight against him. Wouldn't that be a dead end? Since Yifeng knew each other, he would let Yifeng linger on for a few more days. The premise is that Yifeng can leave Sichuan Mountain alive. However, Long Kei left with Long Wanner, which surprised everyone around. Could it be that the Long family is not planning to participate in the martial arts conference this time? Judging from Long Kei's expression, it seems that this is really the case. Long Kei turned around and left with his people, without the slightest nostalgia. Long Wanner followed. Finally, she turned around and glanced at Yifeng. She waved her hand with a smile, and sent a message in a wonderful fairy voice, "Don't worry. I'll be fine. Come on. Well. After finishing the work here, I will go to you." Yifeng frowned slightly. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong about parting this time. But he didn't know what was wrong. After thinking about it for a long time, he was finally sure that Long Wanner would be safe in Long's house. Block it. It is impossible to hurt Long Wanner. So, where did the uneasiness in my heart come from? Yi Feng didn't know. Long Wanner turned around with a smile. But the moment she turned around, there were tears in her eyes. If she had a choice, she didn't want to be separated from Yi Feng. But the current situation doesn't allow her to think too much. Even if Yi Feng is extremely powerful and can kill the Long family and the Tai Chi Hall together, those hermits with more than 150 years of cultivation will definitely show up and attack Yi Feng the next day. That is the power that Yi Feng can't resist now. While going down the mountain, Long Wanner felt a little premonition. The separation from Yi Feng this time may not be short. Women's intuition has always been more accurate than men's. This is especially true for Long Wanner. She believes in her own judgment. Even if Yi Feng wanted to go to Long's house to look for her non-stop after the martial arts conference, he would definitely be entangled by something. As for what it was, Long Wanner didn't know. Long K in a yellow robe led people away directly. Daoist Xuanhuan was a little surprised. He thought that the other party would exchange some things with him, but he didn't expect them to leave directly. After all, it's the time of the martial arts conference. Long K will not participate in this. The martial arts conference seems a little unreasonable. Could it be that something happened to the Long family? Daoist Xuanhuan can only think so. And the most likely accident must have happened to Long Moran, who was close to death. The old Taoist didn't think too much. Instead, he turned around and continued to block Yi Feng. Little friend Yi Feng, since the old monster Long K has left, the dispute between you and me in the Tai Chi Hall should be settled. Master Xuanhuan faced Yi Feng and said calmly. Are you Chunyang Baojian? I'm sorry I didn't bring it with me. When I go down the mountain, I will return it to its original owner tomorrow. Of course, Yi Feng will not be bluffed by the other party. He has already thought about the way to get out today. After saying a word, he smiled easily, of course. If you want to force me to hand over the pure Yang Baojian today, do it to our people. Guaranteed you will never see the Chunyang Baojian in your life. Of course, the pure Yang treasure mirror is in the storage space of the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring. But of course Daoist Xuanhuan would not know that there is a storage ring in this world. As soon as Yi Feng said these two words, everyone in the surrounding martial arts was speechless. This kid is too rascal. He actually said such unbearable words to Master Xuanhuan. And the most important thing is, even the real person Xuanhuan faced such a situation, he really didn't dare to do anything to Yi Feng. What's more, the real person Xuanhuan knew that the people of the Tang family were always paying attention to this side. The old Taoist is the head of the Tai Chi Hall. Naturally, he would not do such bullying things. Daoist Xuanhuan smiled faintly. It seemed that he was not angered by Yi Feng's words. But anyone with a discerning eye could see it. The flames of anger were already burning in the depths of his eyes. Yi Feng, a junior, dared to confront him like this. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in the 20 years since he became the head of the Tai Chi Hall. Of course, in order to be able to see Chunyang Baojian again, Xuanhuan Daoist can still bear it all night. It can be regarded as selling face to Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. However, please remember what you said. Daoist Xuanhuan threatened lightly, if you don't see Chunyang Baojian tomorrow, you will have to stay on Xishuan Mountain. So. While talking, he glanced sideways at the girls behind Yi Feng. Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun, Zi Jianlan, and Tang Qingling. One look at his eyes. The people around including Yi Feng immediately understood the meaning of Xuanhuan Daoist. It was obvious that he wanted Yi Feng to keep a few girls as hostages. In this way, Yifeng would not be here after going down the mountain today. I ran away. In that case, I can go down the mountain alone tonight. Please. Yifeng didn't think about it at all. He made a decision directly. He left the girls alone. He was naturally worried. But with the protection of Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, there would be no problem. You must know that Su Menghan and the three girls are also very powerful in fighting, yes. Together with the two elders, it is not impossible to face the real Zhonghua. As for the members of the True Sword sect, Yifeng doesn't care about them anymore. But there is no need to pay attention to them. After all, the two sides are not on the same path. Yifeng. Hearing Yifeng's decision, Zi Jianlan was a little surprised. This doesn't quite fit Yifeng's character. He must have his own plan. We just follow his arrangement. Su Menghan smiled softly at the side and held Zi Jianlan's hand. Zhang Xinyun didn't express any opinions. Regarding Yifeng's words, she would obey most of them. Unless it was something that violated her principles. As for Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, seeing that real Zhonghua has a firm attitude, they will naturally stay to protect the three daughters. It's just that no one knows what Yifeng wants to do when he goes down the mountain. From many other people's point of view, Yifeng must have gone down the mountain to get the Chunyang Baojian. But Su Menghan and the others know that the Chunyang Baojian has always been on Yifeng's body, so Yifeng went down the mountain alone, except to hide the eyes and ears. There must be other things to do. Soon night fell. Yifeng went down the mountain, but he was not alone, but with Xiaofengzi, Ren Jia, Hua Yeqing and others from the Zizhenjian sect, because Chang Shan, the head of the Zizhenjian sect, finally decided to fight with Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. The two elders stayed together on Xuanhuan Mountain to protect the three daughters. Ever since he saw the strength of Zijianlin defeating Hua Yeqing with a single sword, Master Chang Shan knew that Zijianlin was definitely a rare talent. There is news about Yifeng. This made Hua Yeqing very unhappy. But the fact is that his skills are not as good as others, and there is nothing he can do about being injured by Zijianlin. It can be said that today is Zijianlin's performance, but Hua Yeqing has become a ridiculous foil. This is unscientific, that's not how the script was written. Hua Yeqing was thinking this way, thinking about something secretly, and he was thinking of some bad idea at a glance. Which hotel are you staying at? After going down the mountain to the square at the foot of the mountain, Yifeng asked Tang Qingling next to him. Xishan International Hotel, 5-star. Before Tang Qingling could answer, a female disciple of the True Sword sect had already spoken out first, and looked at Yifeng with admiring eyes. This is the 5-star hotel closest to Xishuan Mountain. Well, thank you. Yifeng responded and smiled at the female disciple. This made the female disciple flattered, her face blushed immediately, she was actually a shy little girl. Yifeng stayed with the True Sword sect for a day, and from their conversation, he knew that this little girl was named Peng Lin. She was only 16 or 17 years old, and she was a talented disciple who had just been dug out by the True Sword sect. So I brought it to the martial arts conference to see the world. For Peng Lin, originally the most handsome and talented Hua Yeqing was the most handsome and talented Hua Yeqing in the sect, but seeing Yifeng knock down Hua Yeqing with one move today, Peng Lin suddenly changed the target of admiration. This little girl is not very old, and she has just embarked on a journey of cultivation. She is very curious at the age, so she will have a kind of blind worship for people with advanced cultivation and strong talents. Seeing Peng Lin's appearance, Hua Yeqing was even more annoyed, but he knew that turning against Yifeng now would not do any good. He cast his eyes on Tang Qingling, who was at the side. Tang Qingling didn't know the relationship between her and Yifeng, but Hua Yeqing knew it very well, and what made him afraid to say it was that he had been in contact with Tang Qingling so much over the years that he had a crush on Tang Qingling. A different kind of affection. Taken by the bus from Tai Chi Hall, everyone arrived at Xishan International Hotel soon and got off the bus one by one. Let's go to the hotel restaurant to have dinner first. Brother Yifeng, do you want to come together? Master Changshan was not there, so of course the second elder, Xiaofengzi, was in charge of the Zhejian sword sect. After he got off the car, he gave an order, and then turned his attention to Yifeng. Well, let's go together then. Yifeng happened to have something to ask the other party, so he nodded and did not refuse. After entering the hotel lobby, Yifeng opened a room upstairs to Tang Qingling according to the room number of Zhejian sect and others, using the bank card given to him by the Tang family Tang Jingtian. Then, followed Xiaofengzi, Huayeking and others to the hotel restaurant on the 6th floor. Since it is the closest 5-star hotel to Sichuan Mountain, there are quite a few other Wulin people living in this Xishan International Hotel. Fortunately, not every martial arts person who came to participate in the martial arts conference had the luxury to stay in a 5-star hotel, otherwise the Xishan International Hotel would have been overcrowded. Second elder, do you know where the Xuanhuan sect and the Tang family are located? Yifeng followed Xiaofengzi into the elevator and asked softly at the same time. Oh? What's the point of little friend Yifeng asking this? Xiaofengzi was a little surprised. Ask freely, the second elder doesn't need to care. Yifeng smiled. Naturally he wouldn't tell the other party, he was going to talk to people from Xuanhuan sect and the Tang family at night. Xuanhuan men and the Tang family are relatively rich, and they both settled down in another 5-star hotel to the east. Xiaofengzi told the whereabouts of the two families, and at the same time blushed a little. Because the Zhenjianpai chose Xishan International Hotel not because he had no money, but because he could not book a room at the other hotel. Although the other 5-star hotel in the east is slightly farther away, its environmental facilities and price are still much higher than Xishan International Hotel. It is the first choice for martial arts conferences. It's a pity that Zhenjian sect specifications are not enough, and he is not qualified to grab a room at that place. When he wanted to book a room before, he was forced away by the 10,000 snake poison sect. Yifeng nodded. He will not pursue these things. For him, the main thing now is to settle all the matters in the martial arts conference. One of the reasons why he didn't fight Chonghua Daoist just now is that if he fights now, he only has 29.9 years of cultivation, so he is not very sure. If he can reach 30 years of cultivation, the power of the true energy sword he condenses will definitely be improved to a higher level. After the dark green is Dan Qing, the power of the dragon sword Gujie Zhenqi sword is higher and higher. Now the dark green true energy sword is as powerful as the Xinghe Yanwu sword. If it can be turned into a pure blue color true energy sword, it will be stronger than the Xingqian dance sword. It's a pity that this Zhenqi sword does not increase the power of immortal arts, but it greatly increases the power of certain sword arts, such as void sword art. If not, it would be impossible for him to use void sword dance to instantly kill those martial arts masters who have cultivated for 100 years. The ancient ring of dragon sword is really too strong. This is the most precious treasure in Yifeng's body, and it is the basis for him to gain a foothold even after returning to the world of cultivating immortals. Have a meal. Now it's time for dinner. The restaurant on the 6th floor of the hotel is already full of people. Xiaofengzi directly asked for a private room, and let the 10 or so people from the True Sword sect go in and sit down. Yifeng sat down directly beside Tang Qingling. The little girl Penglin saw it, and immediately rushed to sit on the other side of Yifeng. Auntie, are you tired from the sun today? Yifeng didn't know how to address Tang Qingling, so he had to call out like that. Seeing her mother right in front of her eyes, but not being able to call her mother, it's just too damn painful. But Tang Xiefeng warned that Tang Qingling must not let Tang Qingling know about this. After all, she has amnesia now, and she doesn't know the second about the Yi family 10 years ago. If Yifeng yelled "Mom" and it reminded her of something, it would be too bad. Hearing Yifeng's words, Tang Qingling let out a soft "huh" and turned her head. Your name is Yi Feng, right? Thank you for your chair, I'm not tired. Facing Yi Feng, Tang Qingling still remained polite. I'll give you a massage later, it's very effective. Yi Feng smiled and volunteered. He wanted to take this opportunity to dredge Tang Qingling's muscles and bones, among other things. With his jinqi nourishing, Tang Qingling's fatigue from this day would be wiped away, and his physique would be strengthened a little. But from Huayeking's ears, it's not like that at all. Immediately, he couldn't bear it any longer, and stood up abruptly. Brother Yi Feng, what you said is inappropriate, isn't it? When Huayeching stood up, Yi Feng asked in surprise, huh? Why isn't it appropriate? As a junior, what's wrong with giving the elders a massage to relax their bodies? This. Huayeching just wanted to say whether a man and a woman should be married or not, but then she thought about it. No, this Tang Qingling is Yi Feng's mother, he did this to show his filial piety, why not? On the other hand, when he heard Yi Feng talking about massage, he naturally thought wrongly. This mentality is obviously in a state of madness. Okay, Miss Tang must be quite tired after a day in the square. Xiao Fengzi hurriedly smoothed things over. Brother Yi, it's not bad for you to go and stretch Miss Tang's muscles. By the way, exchange mother-child feelings. Xiao Fengzi thought to himself, but of course he didn't say it out. Then he looked at Tang Qingling, as if he was telling her to accept it. Tang Qingling was already on the lookout at this moment. Yi Feng's attitude towards her was very attentive all day long, which made her a little strange. The relationship between Yi Feng and her didn't seem to be so close, right? She originally wanted to refuse, but when she heard what Xiao Fengzi said, she nodded and smiled gently. Okay. She believed that Xiao Fengzi would not harm her. Since Xiao Fengzi let her accept Yi Feng's massage, there must be a reason. Maybe there is something to tell her. After dinner we can start. Yi Feng smiled at Tang Qingling. He felt a little fond of Xiao Fengzi. From the first time he saw him until now, Yi Feng could feel that this old man was really not a bad person. As for the other third elder, Ren Jia, this round-faced old lady was a bit annoying. She had always kept a straight face, and now she looked even more disdainful when she heard Yi Feng's words. Of course, Yi Feng was not interested in caring about the other party's attitude towards him. During the dinner, the little girl Peng Lin was chattering all the time. She seemed very interested in today's martial arts conference, and at the same time, her beautiful eyes were always aiming at Yi Feng quietly, as if she wanted to talk to Yi Feng. What did he ask for advice? But he was too embarrassed to say it. As for Yi Feng, he felt the real energy in his dantian and meridians during the banquet, and he realized that 30 years of cultivation was just around the corner. Maybe when he gets up early tomorrow morning, his cultivation has already made a breakthrough, so that he will have greater confidence in the master fight in the martial arts competition tomorrow. At the same time, Yi Feng saw that Huayeching was always looking for a chance to talk to Tang Qingling, but Yi Feng stopped him. Whenever Huayeching wanted to say something, Yi Feng would always use other topics to attract Tang Qingling's attention, making Huayeching completely unable to do anything. In just 15 minutes of eating, Huayeching already hated Yi Feng extremely much, and hated Yi Feng several times more than before eating. Yi Feng looked at this kid's expression. He didn't know what the other person was thinking. Hey, is this kid attracted to my mother? If he becomes my stepfather, wouldn't he be? Yi Feng was taken aback by this thought, although Tang Qingling looked gentle and charming, but no matter what, she was already in her 40s, Huayeching had such thoughts, it was really a bit insane. Of course, Yi Feng would not allow this kind of thing to happen. No matter what Huayeching did, Yi Feng would not let his idea succeed. After eating, Yi Feng informed Tang Qingling and was going to give her a massage. Tang Qingling hesitated for a moment, then got up and prepared to go upstairs, with a gentle and tender smile. Xiaoya, I really trouble you. No trouble, no trouble. If you think the effect is good, I can massage you often in the future. Yi Feng waved his hand and said with a smile. This made Hua Yuqing gnash her teeth even more, thinking that she would have known that he would have proposed to massage Tang Qingling earlier, but if he proposed it, it would be obviously inappropriate in the eyes of other people. After all, Hua Yuqing and Tang Qingling can only be regarded as outsiders, unlike Yi Feng, who are Tang Qingling's sons. Zhenjian sent everyone to arrange rooms, and they shared a room with each other. Originally, Ren Jiao lived with Tang Qingling, but Xiao Fengzi looked at Peng Lin, who was looking forward to it, and said aloud, "Peng Lin, you can go up with me too, and live with Miss Tang tonight. By the way, monitor Yi Feng for any unruly behavior." Peng Lin is a little girl, and Yi Feng has a good relationship with her. Moreover, for the Zhejian sword sect, Peng Lin is the focus of training in the future, and it is also very useful to have a good relationship with young talents like Yi Feng. Ren Jia also knew what Xiao Fengzi was thinking. She snorted lightly, and kept silent with a dark face, as if someone owed her millions and didn't pay her back. Hearing what Xiao Fengzi said, Peng Lin was overjoyed. Elder Xia. She was worried that she couldn't find a chance to talk to Yi Feng, and asked him about some cultivation matters. This elder, Xiao Fengzi, was really considerate. Looking at Peng Lin's happy face, Hua Yuqing gritted her teeth at Yi Feng even more. You must know that Peng Lin admired him the most, but now she doesn't even look at him, her eyes are always on Yi Feng. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Yi Feng didn't care about the little girl's coming. Anyway, his room is above Tang Qingling's. After dredging her meridians, he should go upstairs to rest. In the middle of the night, he will go to the East Hotel to find a god. People from Quanmen and the Tang family. A group of 3 went upstairs, leaving Hua Yuqing at the dinner table bitterly. Today was simply too aggrieved for him. No, I have to go up and have a look. Hua Yuqing made a decision, made a random excuse, and left the dinner table to go upstairs. Yi Feng and Tang Qingling walked in front, their spiritual sense detected it, and they easily felt that Hua Yuqing was following, but they didn't care. Anyway, it was impossible for the other party to follow them into the house. Peng Lin, on the other hand, was chirping like a lively lark. Brother Yi Feng, why is Sister Z so powerful? Brother Yi Feng, what is your relationship with Sister Z? Brother Yi Feng, can I become as powerful as Sister Z? Along the way, Peng Lin asked all kinds of questions, which made Yi Feng feel a little ashamed, so he answered the other party casually. As for the last question, Yi Feng wanted to become as powerful as Zijianlin, but it was not that easy, and even as long as the normal development continued, it was impossible. Because Zijianlin is a super talent who has comprehended the mind of super immortals, and has also integrated the power of the 1,000-year-old Xianbing, so she will make great progress in the future. And on the entire Earth, there has never been a super martial arts mental method. After entering the elevator, Yi Feng began to inspect Tang Qingling's body with his spiritual sense. Because of his previous practice of martial arts, Tang Qingling's physical fitness is better than that of ordinary people, but because the way is to abolish his dantian, he is now just an ordinary person without cultivation. If you use Jinqi to dredge her meridians, it can improve her physical fitness to a higher level. If you dredge it frequently, it will not be a problem to prolong her life for a few years. With a bang, Yi Feng locked the door behind him. This is to prevent someone from disturbing Tang Qingling when he clears his meridians later. As for the little girl Peng Lin, Yi Feng has already warned her very seriously, telling her not to make any noise for a while. The little girl immediately closed her mouth and opened her eyes without saying a word. Well, Auntie, please sit down first. Yi Feng pointed to the sofa beside him and asked Tang Qingling to sit down. Tang Qingling nodded. With Peng Lin on the side, she wasn't afraid that Yi Feng would do anything wrong to her. After all, as long as he shouted, everyone would come over. Yi Feng has never dredged the meridians for ordinary people. But he knows the method. That is to moisten the dantian and meridians in their body, clean up some impurities that may cause disease, and make the body strong. And the higher the cultivation level of the immortal, the more the meridians will automatically clean up these impurities and the germs that enter from outside the body. Therefore, generally speaking, those diseases that ordinary people on the earth often suffer from will not be encountered by immortal practitioners. Tang Qingling is not young. When Yifeng saw her, he would think of Shu Shu, Long Wanner's aunt at home. This time, let Long Wanner follow Long Ke back to Long's house. Shu Shu will definitely be more worried when she finds out. Yifeng must bring Long Wanner back as soon as possible. The most important thing is to get Long Ke's approval. And this, the easiest way, is to have an outstanding performance in the martial arts conference. If he can defeat Xuanhuan Daoist, I believe that Long Ke will never refuse Yifeng to be their son-in-law. Because Yifeng is still very young, and his future is even more limitless. After Tang Qingling sat on the sofa, Yifeng also sat next to the sofa. Under the gaze of the little girl Peng Lin, he pressed Tang Qingling's shoulders with both hands through the fabric. Genuine qi sprang out softly and slowly, and gradually entered Tang Qingling's meridians, and gradually spread to her whole body like a stream of water. Tang Qingling only felt her body relax. The whole body relaxed all of a sudden. It was like bathing in a hot spring after a tiring day. Her whole body was refreshed and transparent. And that's just the beginning. When Yifeng's true energy pours in more, Tang Qingling will feel a whole body reborn, just like ordinary people who just started cultivating immortality. The little girl Peng Lin opened her eyes wide and fixedly looked at the two of them. Seeing the tired look on Tang Qingling's face gradually disappear, she couldn't help being a little surprised. This Yifeng really knows how to massage. She doesn't know. What Yifeng understands is not massage. It's a technique that is more advanced than massage, such as dredging the meridians. Ordinary people don't know it. Because there is no such thing as true energy in the human body on the earth. At most, it is internal. Compared with the dredging of true qi, the effect of dredging internal qi is far worse. At this time, Yifeng was distracted. His spiritual sense detected the door, and found that Hua Yeqing was leaning against the door, as if he was listening to the movement in the room. It's just that Yifeng dredged Tang Qingling's meridians. There was no sound at all. And Peng Lin was also given a password ban by Yifeng. The whole room was silent, and a needle could be heard. In addition, the sound insulation of this 5-star hotel is also well done. Hua Yeqing couldn't hear any sound in the room at all. The two young women walked through the corridor. When they saw Hua Yeqing, a handsome guy standing outside the door, they couldn't help but their eyes lit up. This handsome guy. Do you have a place to stay tonight? One of them, a young woman in expensive clothes, walked over and said, while winking at Hua Yeqing. Obviously, she took a fancy to Hua Yeqing and wanted to invite him to spend the night together. Hua Yeqing is handsome. He is well known in the entire martial arts world. It is normal for these two young women to be interested in being handsome. Yes. Sorry. Hua Yeqing smiled slightly and lowered her voice to reject the other party. Oh. What a pity. The young woman was very sorry, but she didn't give up. She took out a business card from the expensive bag she was carrying. This is my business card. If the handsome guy has no place to spend the night someday, you can just come to me. While talking, she handed the business card to Hua Yeqing. Seeing this, Hua Yeqing was a little embarrassed. He never expected to encounter such a thing in this kind of place. He wanted to take over that business card, but he was afraid that Tang Qingling would find out, which would affect his image. But just when he was hesitating, a sudden change occurred. The young woman let out a horrifying scream the next moment. She seemed to see something extremely frightening. She found a colorful poisonous snake coming out from the sleeve of her expensive coat. Swam to the business card, jumped up, and bit Hua Yeqing's neck. Puff. Huayeking's expression changed drastically. Without even thinking about it, she grabbed the colorful little snake and threw it towards the magnificent wall beside her. And the two young women were all frightened and dropped their expensive bags. They ran to the elevator at the end of the corridor, shouting as they ran, "There are snakes! There are snakes! There are poisonous snakes! The hotel manager is here. Where? I want to complain to you." The young woman's shouting immediately alarmed a security guard not far away. And the security guard also saw the situation here from afar, and quickly said something to the walkie-talkie, then quickly ran towards the place where Huayeking was. "Come over." When he ran over, Huayeking's face had turned purple, her breathing became extremely weak, but she leaned against the wall firmly, and she didn't fall down. As for the colorful little poisonous snake just now, it has already swam quickly to a hidden place. It can't be found anymore. The little poisonous snake was not killed by Huayeking in one fell swoop. It can be seen that it is not an ordinary species. It's the brat from the 10,000 snake poison sect. Huayeking's face turned ashen. Soon, because of the security notice, more security personnel from the hotel rushed over. When they saw Huayeking's situation, they quickly dialed 1201 by one, and searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the colorful venomous snake. It's a pity. How could these ordinary security guards find the whereabouts of the 10,000 snake poison sect? The security captain is a tall and mighty middle-aged man. Seeing this situation, his face is gloomy. He got the news before. The hotel may be a bit uneasy in the past few days. Let the security guards be more careful. I didn't expect such a thing to happen today. If the news about the poisonous snakes in the Xishan International Hotel spreads, all of them, the security guards, will lose their jobs if there is a big trouble. Search. Search hard for me. In addition, let his ambulance appear in front of me quickly. You must not die. The security captain gave the order decisively. Boss, let me help him suck out the toxin first. A young security guard saw Huayeking's black face. He was afraid that he would die if he didn't stand up. Then his job would be lost. You know how hard it is to find such a good job in Yanjing, the capital of China. Easy. Huayeking was unconscious at the side. Hearing the words of the young security guard, he almost vomited out of nausea. Nima, let a man suck his neck to suck out the toxin. Before Huayeking refused, he felt a breath of stench on his neck. Immediately after, a bloody mouth directly bit the snake bite wound. Gudong. Gudong. That kid probably doesn't have much experience in sucking out toxins from people. He accidentally swallowed 2 mouthfuls of poisonous blood, and his eyes widened. Little Lindsay. How are you, Lindsay? Seeing this, some other security guards surrounded the two of them nervously and asked eagerly. And Huayeking, who was surrounded by everyone, really wanted to die. It was too shameful to be sucked out of the poison by a big man biting his neck. What was even more tragic was that Huayeking was raped by a boy from the 10,000 snake poison sect. What a disgrace. Even if he loses to Zi Jianlan and Yi Feng, it can be attributed to the fact that these two are too strong. But the boy from the 10,000 snake poison sect is probably Chu Ge in the competition. He is obviously not as good as him at all, but he can threaten his life. This Xiao Linzi's technique of taking drugs by mouth is really not very good. And because he came a bit late, the effect is only a little bit. Huayeking finally rolled her eyes and fell down from the wall she was leaning against. And Xiao Linzi himself was eroded by the poison all over his body, and his face turned black at first. Just when everyone was in a hurry, the door of the next room was finally opened from the inside. Yi Feng pretended to be surprised and walked out. Hey, isn't this little brother Huayeching? Why did he become like this? Tang Qingling followed behind him. When he saw Huayeking, whose face turned black and fell unconscious on the ground, his expression also changed. After Yi Feng's dredging of her meridians, her complexion became much better. And her skin became fairer and smoother. When she appeared, the security guards were dumbfounded. The little girl Peng Lin cautiously followed behind Tang Qingling. She poked her head out to take a look. She couldn't help covering her mouth with an ah and said, "Why is senior brother Hua poisoned?" Not only that kid was poisoned. Our security team was also poisoned. At this moment, the tall and mighty security captain came over with a gloomy face. He was bitten by a snake at the door of your room. So you are all suspected. Please open the door and let us go in for inspection. Also, please cooperate with our search. Hearing this, Tang Qingling and Peng Lin were suddenly a little upset. They were women after all. How could they be searched by the other party? And they didn't know what was going on. Who knows where the snake came to give Huayeking bitten? Huayeqing was bitten by a snake. Both Tang Qingling and Peng Lin were quite surprised and worried. But it is too much to treat them as fierce beasts. Peng Lin was young and straightforward. She jumped out on the spot and said, "Senior brother Hua is a member of our True Sword sect. How could we hurt him?" "Brother Hua? What kind of real sword faction? You think you're filming a costume drama?" The security captain sneered, waved his hand, and asked all the security team members to prepare to enter the room and search. He also wanted to arrest the three of Yi Feng. He planned to search him. Yi Feng had to stand up at this time, of course. He blocked everyone on the other side with one hand. He said indifferently, "Search or something. I don't think it is necessary. I will cure the poison of these two people. With the pure yang mirror, the snake venom of the 10,000 snake poison sect is not a problem at all." And the sneak attacker obviously did not expect that Yi Feng would carry the pure yang mirror with him. From the previous conversation between Yi Feng and the elder Xuanhuan, look, Yi Feng obviously has to go down the mountain to a certain place before he can retrieve the Chunyang Baojian. A small storage ring. It deceived the entire martial arts people in me. This is something that Yi Feng himself did not expect. However, the security captain didn't believe that Yi Feng could detoxify at all. Not only he didn't believe it, but even the other security team members, as well as Tang Qingling and Peng Lin behind him, didn't believe it. The two women felt the same as the sneak attacker of the 10,000 snake poison sect. Jian must be hidden somewhere else. If so, how could Yi Feng have the ability to detoxify? Boy, you can detoxify. I think it's better to forget it. I won't take the opportunity to make up for them. The security captain sneered and waved his hand, "Search." What a hassle. Yi Feng said lightly. True Qi sprang out from one hand. On the second layer of the dragon claw hand, two light dragon claws sprang out at once, controlling the security captain and his team members. The powerful force made them completely can't move. This scene. Everyone, including the security captain, opened their eyes wide. Fuck. What the hell is this? They can't move anymore. With their naked eyes, they couldn't see the faint dragon claws clearly. They just felt that there seemed to be a little more gold in the air, but they didn't know what it was, let alone Yi Feng's method. Then they watched as Yi Feng kicked Huayeqing and the security guard Xiao Zi into the room and closed the door with a bang. Everyone looked at each other. But after a while, the door of the room was opened again. Immediately afterwards, both Huayeqing and Xiao Zi were kicked out by Yi Feng. At this moment, everyone saw that the blackness on their faces had all faded away. This made everyone couldn't help exclaiming. How did Yi Feng do it? Looking at the poison of the poisonous snake just now, it is obvious that it can kill a person within an hour or two. But Yi Feng only took a minute. Help them detoxify. He is a genius doctor. Tang Qingling and Peng Lin were also surprised. But after all, they knew more than those security guards. They guessed it right away. Yi Feng must have taken the time to bring Chunyang Baojian with him. It's just, where is the Chunyang Baojian? The two women looked left and right, but they couldn't see where the Chunyang Baojian was. Besides, Yi Feng seemed to have never left their team of the True Sword sect. Fetched. Of course, Yi Feng would not tell them about storing the ring. Seeing this, he smiled lightly. Okay, the matter is settled. Auntie. I'll go to rest first. He waved his hand. Until then, the security guards under his control finally regained their ability to move. They took a big breath and looked at Yi Feng like a monster. What is the identity of this young man in black shirt? They have been security guards for several years. They have never encountered such a weird thing. Yi Feng turned around and wanted to leave. However, his consciousness spread to the surroundings. He felt that Xiaofengzi, Ren Jia and others were getting out of the elevator. He called out from a distance, "Brother Yi." Wait a minute. What is it? Yi Feng asked from afar. This time it must be someone from the 10,000 snake poison sect. Ren Jia squinted at Yi Feng from a distance. Yi Feng, since you are with our True Sword sect, you have to help us. Now we go to catch the murderer. You can come along too. When Yi Feng heard it, he said calmly, catch the murderer. I'm too lazy to go. If the other party's attitude is more sincere, he may still be willing to make a trip. Otherwise, Ren Jia would still want to use him as a spearman, thinking that Yi Feng is a brain-dead man. This is not the first time. This made Yi Feng completely lose even a shred of affection for the third elder, Ren Jia. Seeing Yi Feng's calm refusal, Ren Jia was so angry that his eyes burst into flames. This kid is too arrogant. Does he really think he is a powerful character? Snort. Ren Jia snorted softly. If you don't stand up at this time, then when the Taiji Hall attacks you, it is impossible for our Zhenjian sect to help you. Yi Feng disdained. It's up to you. No matter how much I help you, you won't help me when the time comes. I'd better save my energy. Ren Jia, who said this, was even more angry, because what Yi Feng said was completely true, so how could she feel embarrassed if she said it on the bright side? Since that's the case, you should stay, little brother Yi, and protect Miss Tang and the others. Elder Ren and I will come whenever we go. Xiaofengzi thought about it, looked at Yi Feng and said. Forget it. Yi Feng shook his head. For Elder Zhao's sake, I can take action. Otherwise, it would be really impossible to find the murderer's whereabouts with you alone. You stay here, and I will come as soon as I go. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left without paying attention to Huayeking, the hotel security, and others who hadn't woken up yet. Hearing his words, Ren Jia almost had a heart attack. For Xiaofengzi's sake? Does it mean that Ren Jia's face is not as good as Xiaofeng's face? Even though she is the third elder, she is already a little lower than Xiaofengzi, but she is not to such a degree, right? But she didn't know that Yi Feng didn't look at the status and strength of the two at all, but just followed their attitudes. Whoever is kind to Yi Feng, he will remember it in his heart, and whoever makes things difficult for him, he will also remember it in his heart. Ren Jia was angry, but Xiaofengzi at the side nodded, quite obedient to Yi Feng's words. The old man faintly felt that Yi Feng was very powerful. After all, Yi Feng was not an idiot. It was impossible for him to come to die knowing that the Tai Chi Hall was dangerous. He must have a trump card he could rely on. Moreover, with him and Ren Jia alone, it is really difficult to find out where the kid who sneaked up on the 10,000 snake poison sect is hiding. Although I don't know how Yi Feng will find them, I believe Yi Feng will give them an explanation. Tang Qingling and Peng Lin looked at Yi Feng's leaving back. Their expressions were a little dazed. Inadvertently, Yi Feng's image in their minds became even taller. Tang Qingling couldn't help but think of the scene where Yi Feng gave her a massage just now, and still feels that Yi Feng's technique is amazing. Although the tea she brewed with the Tang family's special tea has the effect of relieving fatigue, it takes a long time to prepare and it is very troublesome to brew. How can it be as convenient as Yi Feng's massage? As for those hotel security guards, they were already stunned by Yi Feng's methods. They cured the poison of 2 people in a short while. This person is simply a genius doctor. At this point, of course they would no longer suspect that it was the poisonous snake raised by Yi Feng and the others that poisoned Huayeking. The tall and mighty security captain began to arrange various things, and asked the security guards to deal with the aftermath. The most important thing was to eliminate the impact of the previous appearance of the green poisonous snake. The 2 scared young women alone enough to keep them busy. Those 2 young women are relatively well known in the elite circle of Yanjing. Yi Feng walked out of the hotel all the way. From the moment he sensed the colorful poisonous snake with his consciousness, he asked Yang Shunning to lead the Soul Army around and began to search the surrounding environment. Sure enough, he soon found the disciple of the 10,000 snake poison sect, Chu Ge, who was hiding in the restaurant opposite the hotel. To Yi Feng's surprise, there was another person with Chu Ge, and that was Yin Jianrong of Hua Yunzong. The 2 of them came together to plot against each other this time. Because of Zijianlin, Yin Jianrong lost face in the rookie match. As for Zijianlin, he automatically ignored it, and didn't want to trouble her. She was a beauty after all, so Yin Jianrong shifted his target to Yi Feng. Damn it, you just killed Huayeking? And what about Yi Feng? After Yin Jianrong learned of Chu Ji's actions, he was very upset. His main target was Yi Feng. Killing a flower and leaf is useful. The 2 of them at this moment didn't know that Yi Feng had cured Huayeqing, and Yi Feng was attacking them. I just need to kill Huayeqing. Standing in the dining room, Chu Ge looked contemptuous. As for Yi Feng, if you want to kill it, you can kill it yourself. I don't want to be so troublesome, and this kid won't live until tomorrow, so why bother doing it yourself? I want to kill him with my own hands. Yin Jianrong's fresh and handsome face was full of hatred. You have the ability to go by yourself, I will not accompany you, bye. Chu Ge waved his hand, because after killing Huayeking in a sneak attack, he became in a good mood. This time he added a lot of deadly poison to the snake venom. 1 hour is enough to kill Huayeking, unless Yi Feng ran out to get Huayeking the treasure of pure yang to save him. But based on the conflict between the 2 at the martial arts conference, Chu Ge felt that it would be impossible for him to use Chunyang Baojian to save Huayeking. What they didn't know was that it was just a matter of effort for Yi Feng. Yin Jianrong was very dissatisfied after hearing Chu Ji's words, but he did not exert much energy during the entire sneak attack, so he was not qualified to ask more questions. He followed Chu Ge and wanted to leave the restaurant first, but when the 2 arrived at the restaurant gate, but saw a young man in a black shirt waiting for them outside the door. Want to leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The young man in the black shirt said lightly. It was Yi Feng. The expressions of Chu Ge and Yin Jianrong suddenly changed. Yi Feng? Yin Jianrong's face darkened. He couldn't imagine how Yi Feng would appear here. Did he know that they attacked Huayeking? Impossible, they are more than a kilometer away from the Hotel Huayaqingzu. Even Chonghua Daoist and Long K will definitely not notice it. Of course he didn't know that there was a soul cultivator army led by Yang Shunning beside Yi Feng, and it was easy to find their whereabouts. It's me, come with us now. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth curled up, and he looked at the 2 with a relaxed expression, not worried about their escape at all. With Yin Jianrong and Chu Ji's means, there is no way to escape from Yi Feng's palm, so they can only leave with him obediently. If they want to resist, Yi Feng will not be polite to them. Where are you going? Chu Ji's expression changed, and he quietly waved. Yi Feng could feel that a brightly colored little poisonous snake had quietly approached the area. It was not discovered by anyone else, but it couldn't escape Yi Feng's divine sense detection. Want to sneak attack? There was a playful smile on Yi Feng's face. The people of the 10,000 snake poison sect were indeed born sneak attackers, but it's a pity that such sneak attacks are useless in front of a cultivator like him. Snapped. Yi Feng urged his true energy. He directly took out a small stone from the storage space of Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, imbued it with true energy, and threw it towards the little green poisonous snake in the grass not far away. Chu Ge and the little flower snake didn't expect Yi Feng to know its location. They didn't react at all, and saw the little stone go through the air, with true energy, smashing the little flower green snake to pieces. Chu Ji's face turned livid all of a sudden. Although Huayeking failed to kill the little snake with a fall, Yi Feng's Shenqi attached to the pebble was so strong that it was twice as strong as Huayeking's. Since you have attacked the people of Zizhenjian sect, follow me to meet the elders of Zizhenjian sect. Yi Feng said lightly that he didn't take the matter of smashing a flower snake to death at all. Who do you say attacked Yi Feng, a member of the True Sword sect? I'll warn you. Don't wrong the good guy, or I, Hua Yunzong, won't be easy to mess with. Yin Jianrong was furious when he heard Yi Feng's words, and immediately threatened. Yi Feng smiled. There were 2 Hua Yunzong boys who said such things in front of me, but unfortunately they didn't end well. Of course he was talking about being bodyguards for Shen Tianjiao at Yanqing University and trying to tease Lin Shiqing and the others. Yin Jianrong's expression changed when he said this. I heard that Li Daiqiu and Li Dash provoked you at Yanqing University, and then disappeared mysteriously in Xishan. Could it be your fault? I'm warning you, don't wrong a good person. Yi Feng took out the other party's words and glanced at Yin Jianrong lightly. I don't know what those 2 guys did afterwards. I don't have the trouble to find 2 small shrimps in such a leisurely way. Yin Jianrong vomited blood when he said this. Yi Feng, don't be so eloquent here. Chu Ge snorted softly. He was able to use his wisdom to cause the other 2 opponents to fight in a scuffle in the rookie battle. Of course, his IQ is not low. He said immediately, you said that we attacked the people of the Zizhen sword sect. You have to scoop up evidence, otherwise you are slander. Well, that's evidence. I still don't have it, so forget it. Yi Feng suddenly realized that he was about to turn around and leave, and at the same time said calmly, however, your assassination operation is probably going to fail. Why isn't that kid dead? Yin Jianrong's expression changed immediately. As soon as the words came out, Chu Ge felt that something bad was going to happen and secretly cursed, is this kid an idiot? Sure enough, Yi Feng immediately said hey and turned around pretending to be surprised. You said that whoever is not dead is just a stab wound and will not die. Before Chu Ge could stop Yin Jianrong from saying this, he was shocked and said, I was bitten by a poisonous snake. Idiot. Chu Ge can't stand Yin Jianrong's IQ anymore. Won't Yi Feng get out of his way if he says that? Oh yes, I was bitten by a poisonous snake. I'm sorry. I accidentally remembered it wrong, but it's not important. The important thing is that the poisonous snake was sent by you. Yi Feng glanced sideways at Chu Ge. Since your accomplices have confessed, you should be honest and come with me. Chu Ge glanced at Yin Jianrong with a sullen face like an idiot, thinking that it was a failure to bring this guy out. Walk. While pretending not to care much, Chu Ge gestured and took out his mobile phone quietly to send a text message. Yi Feng's spiritual sense detected the other party's small movements and didn't stop him. He just laughed secretly in his heart. This kid seems to want to call for help, but even if he called the head of the 10,000 snake poison sect, so what? Yi Feng is equally good at killing. Anyway, Wan Snake Poison Sect and Huayun Sect are both Yi Feng's enemies. Sooner or later, the opponent will have to get rid of them. If they don't know each other and advance the day, there will be no problem. With Yifeng's ability, he is almost able to fight against Chonghua Daoist, and he will be afraid. This kind of sect head who has been cultivated for more than 100 years. Walk. After Chu Ge sent the text message, he stared at Yin Jianrong, who was beside him. He seemed to know that he didn't want him to leave, and wanted to involve him, so that the combination of Wan Snake Poison sect and Huayun sect would be much stronger. Yin Jianrong also realized at this time that he was a fool, and his complexion was a bit uncomfortable. Seeing Chu Ji's gaze, he shook his heart. If you leave, you will be afraid of others. But quietly, he also took out his mobile phone and sent a text message, which must have informed the other members of Huayunzong, to ask for help. The two were obedient and followed Yifeng all the way to the opposite Xishan International Hotel, took the elevator up to the 8th floor, which is the floor where Hua Yeqing was bitten by a snake. When he came back here, Yifeng found that those security guards had been sent away by Xiaofengzi and the others. After sweeping his consciousness, he found that Hua Yeqing was resting in the room, being taken care of by several other disciples of the True Sword sect. As for Xiaofengzi and Renjia, they stood at the door to protect and wait and see. They saw Yifeng come back with Chu Ge and Yin Jianrong. It's them joining forces. Seeing this scene, the two elders of the True Sword sect immediately turned pale. It was a 10,000 snake poison sect, and they couldn't deal with it, let alone the Huayun sect. This Yifeng is an idiot who can't make a sneak attack. Even though there is only Wanqi poison sect, why did he bring back Yin Jianrong from Huayun sect? Why is he making a strong enemy for the Zhejian sword sect for no reason? It was this buddy from the 10,000 snake poison sect that attacked little brother Hua. As for this little brother from the Huayun sect, he can be regarded as an accomplice. Yifeng brought the two of them to the door of the room and said to Xiaofengzi and Renjia. Snort. Chu Ge came here and saw the two elders, but he was not afraid. He calmly snorted, glanced at Xiaofengzi and Renjia respectively, and said, My Wan Snake Poison Sect Master will come soon. Make a statement. These words are the first to stabilize the situation so that Xiaofengzi and Renjia will not easily attack him. As long as the suzerain of the 10,000 Snake Poison Sect came, Chu Ge would have enough capital to deal with the other party and even wiped out Yifeng. He didn't believe that a young man like Yifeng could be stronger than their suzerain. Not to mention there is another Huayunzong who will come to help. When Yin Jianrong heard what Chu Ge said, he immediately spoke up and said, That's right, I, the head of the Huayun sect, will be there soon. I'll talk about it when they arrive. Xiaofengzi and Renjia were dumbfounded at the same time. Now that Master Changshan is not around, they really can't decide what to do with these two young people. Yifeng frowned slightly, wondering why these two elders were so timid. If someone wanted to assassinate a genius disciple in his sect, he would definitely kill him and would not give him any way out. Since the Zhenjian sect doesn't do anything, Yifeng will do it. Elder Xiao and the others attacked little brother Hua in a sneak attack and almost caused brother Hua's death. How can such actions be easily forgiven? Yifeng said lightly, Let me take care of them. Anyway, these two sects are hostile. Yifeng really doesn't mind pushing the 10,000 snake poison sect and Huayun sect to the opposite side. Hearing Yifeng's words, Xiaofengzi and Renjia were startled at the same time. Is this Yifeng really crazy? Chu Ge and Yin Jianrong are the main disciples of the younger generation trained by Wan Snake Poison Sect and Huayun Sect respectively. If Yifeng killed them, wouldn't it be the complete enemy of these two sects? Anyway, their True Sword Sect didn't have the courage. As for why Yifeng was so courageous, the two elders didn't know at all. They only knew that if Yifeng really killed these two young people, he wouldn't have to do it tomorrow, and he would definitely not survive tonight. But something happened that shocked them. Yifeng didn't pay attention to the reactions of the few people at all. He raised his hand as soon as he finished speaking, and two balls of white fire instantly ignited. Boom! Boom! The white fireball instantly surrounded Chu Ge and Yin Jianrong, burning them to ashes, and the two of them were unable to say a word, so they died on the spot, not to mention the corpses, not even the ashes remained. For the white steam, it floated in the corridor. The temperature of the extreme flame fireball is really too high, it is absolutely unbearable for those with low cultivation level. You must know that even Wuma Changfeng, who has been cultivated for 120 years, was beaten by Yifeng's extreme flame-mad demon fist. When the figures of Chu Ge and Yin Jianrong disappeared without a trace, Xiaofengzi and Ren Jia were stunned. They had never seen Yifeng make a move like this before, and the two living people behind him were burned to ashes by Yifeng like this? It's brutal. Especially the temperature of the white flame just now. The two had a hunch that even with their cultivation base, it would be difficult to resist. In other words, it would be easy for Yifeng to kill the two of them. This is also normal. From the perspective of cultivation alone, Yifeng's nearly 30 years of true qi cultivation is equivalent to 60 years of internal qi cultivation, which is almost the same as Xiaofengzi and Ren Jia. With the addition of fairy arts and the like, it is easy to deal with the two of them. Brother Yi, you've gotten into big trouble. Xiaofengzi didn't know what to say, he thought about it for a long time, he could only sigh, and reminded Yifeng that he wanted to show his interests. Yifeng waved his hand, it's just two little flies, nothing to be afraid of. The round-faced old lady Ren Jia had a gloomy face, do you know who is behind them? Shichilia, the master of the 10,000 snake poison sect, has a 95-year cultivation base, and Dan Huazi, the head of the Huayun sect, has a 100-year cultivation base. One is enough to crush you. We, the True Sword sect, can't control this matter, so please ask yourself. The round-faced old lady made it clear that she didn't want to be dragged into this matter by Yifeng, but she didn't know that the two little flies Yifeng mentioned were not Chu Ge and Yin Jianrong, but one snake poison sect and Huayun sect. With Yifeng's current strength, this kind of sect can be destroyed any time he wants. Regarding Ren Jia's words, although Xiaofengzi felt a little inappropriate, but after much deliberation, there was no other way to keep Yifeng. It's not that he doesn't want to protect Yifeng, it's because he doesn't have enough strength. If he wants to protect Yifeng, he will definitely become enemies with Wan Snake Poison Sect and Huayun Sect. With the strength of Zhejian Sword Sect, it is too difficult to fight against these two sects. Seeing Ren Jia being tricky and mean, and Xiaofengzi feeling a bit embarrassed, Yifeng shook his head, forget it, I didn't want you to take care of this matter. He already knew that it would be very difficult for Zhenjian faction to become enemies with the two sects at the same time, so he didn't want to bring this matter to the other party. Just looking at the appearance of the two elders still made him a little emotional. In this world, outsiders really can't believe it. If he went in, Tang Xiefeng, or even Su Menghan and the others were here, no matter what kind of powerful enemy Yifeng provoked, I believe they would stand by Yifeng's side without hesitation. Don't flinch. Zhenjian faction, after all, are just outsiders. Humph, you're really stubborn. I'd like to see how you face the masters of the 10,000 Snake Poison Sect and the Huayun Sect. Ren Jia snorted coldly. Xiaofengzi wanted to say something else, after all, it would be too inappropriate to leave Yifeng here like this. You must know that Yifeng saved Hua Yiqing just now, he must have used Chunyang Baojian to do it arrived. Although during the rookie battle during the day, everyone in the Zhenjian faction still had opinions on Yifeng, but to be honest, Yifeng saved Hua Yiqing's life, which was far more important to the Zhenjian faction than face. But before Xiaofengzi could say anything, his and Ren Jia's expressions suddenly changed. Because the two felt at the same time that a violent murderous aura and momentum was approaching from far to near, and it was coming from the east. Even the two of them could feel the murderous aura, which meant that the person who came must be a master who could let go of his internal qi, and he was in a state of rage, obviously looking for trouble, that is to say, the person who came was definitely not someone to mess with. As soon as their faces changed, they looked at Yi Feng with gloating and worried expressions respectively, only to find that Yi Feng was not as flustered as they imagined, but calm and composed. Didn't this kid notice the murderous aura? Seeing how smoothly he played with fire just now, he must be not weak. How could he not have noticed the murderous intent? Could it be that this kid used some means to defeat Huayeking, as well as Chu Ge and Yin Jianrong? Before the two of them finished thinking about it, the corner of Yi Feng's mouth curled up. The head of Hua Yunzong is here, I'll go meet him. No way. Xiao Fengzi hastily stopped him. Dan Huazi has cultivated for 100 years, and is extremely powerful. You will never return from this trip. It's better to leave quickly, don't take risks, and don't participate in tomorrow's martial arts conference. Yi Feng, am I such a coward? Yi Feng smiled faintly. Dan Huazi? I'll kill him with one sword. There was a strong sense of self-confidence in his tone of voice, which was a kind of self-confidence from the bottom of his heart, stronger than Hua Yeqing's self-confidence, which made Xiao Fengzi seem to have an illusion in a trance, and at that moment he still felt that Yi Feng it can really kill Dan Huazi with one sword. But after thinking about it, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Feng to be that powerful. If a young man in his early 20s can kill a sect leader who has cultivated for 100 years with a single sword, wouldn't the world of martial arts be changed? After all, young people are too young to know the horror of a century-old cultivation. Ren Jia smiled coldly. You haven't felt Dan Huazi's aura and murderous aura yet. When you face him face to face and want to escape, it will be too late. Of course, I won't stop you from touching the egg. Stone, some stupid young people only realize that they are ridiculous until their heads are smashed, and only then will they regret it. Didn't you feel his aura and murderous aura? Yi Feng laughed. Not only did he feel Dan Huazi's aura and murderous aura, relying on his divine sense, he had already seen Dan Huazi's every move, and at the same time, he had checked out how much he cultivated, how many pills he had, and what weapon he used. Because of this, Yi Feng was sure to kill the opponent with a single strike. But for people like Ren Jia, Yi Feng has nothing to explain. Killing people in a hotel is not good after all, so Yi Feng turned around and ran towards the stairs of the hotel, then sped away outside the hotel, running towards the angry Dan Huazi. Dan Huazi was very angry. As the head of Hua Yunzong, he has not encountered such a situation for a long time. Yi Feng, a mere junior, dared to kidnap Yin Jianrong, the genius of Hua Yunzong. This is too courageous. It's the True Sword sect. They don't even dare to do this. I have to say that Yin Jianrong is an extremely important member of Hua Yunzong. If he gets injured or something here, it will be a considerable loss to Hua Yunzong. Therefore, Dan Huazi must come to rescue Yin Jianrong. But this is not enough. For Dan Huazi, if a junior dares to provoke Hua Yunzong, he must show some color to the other party. If Yin Jianrong makes a mistake, he will definitely let the other party pay for it. Even Zizhenjian faction will not have good fruit to eat. Dan Huazi thought in his heart. Wearing a gray robe with a white cloud pattern on his chest, he quickly flew towards the Xishan International Hotel. This kind of thing, Hua Yunzong alone is enough to solve it. What's more, reached a cooperation with the 10,000 Snake Poison sect. There are people from the 10,000 Snake Poison sect behind. Dan Huazi doesn't have to worry about the other party's trump card. Thinking that Yi Feng even kidnapped Chu Ge from the 10,000 Snake Poison sect, Dan Huazi wanted to sneer. This Yi Feng is too daring. He offended two of their big sects at the same time. Do you think he can bear the anger of their two sects? Under the darkness of night, Dan Huazi moved forward quickly. But just as he turned over from the side flower garden and wanted to run into the Xishan International Hotel from the side, a strong wind came in front of him, making him alert. Who is attacking? Dan Huazi snarled and pushed towards the place where the strong wind hit with one hand. Hua Yunzong's martial arts were immediately displayed. It's a pity that he swept out with the palm of his hand, but found that what hit him was just a gust of wind. No one appeared in front of him. This made him a little puzzled. Could it be an illusion? But just as he was thinking this way, he suddenly found himself surrounded by sword energy. These sword chi flashed from around his body one by one, without any warning, and attacked him strangely, like the sharpest blade, piercing the inner chi shield formed in his desperation. Puff puff. The white sword energy is unparalleled sharp and powerful. It cannot be blocked by his inner energy shield at all. 40 sword auras enveloped his whole body from front to back, up and down, bright red burst out under the moonlight. Ah! Dan Huazi's screams were extremely short. He couldn't get out of the flower garden at all. He had already lost his life under the sword energy. Faced with such a strange sneak attack, he didn't know what happened to him until he died. Boom! A ball of white fire swept over after the sword light disappeared. It burned Dan Huazi's body at once. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding area was restored to silence, as if nothing had happened in this place just now. The attacker was of course Yi Feng. When he was 20 years old, he was able to defeat Li Xian, the elder of the Tai Chi Hall, who had been 95 years old. Now that he has been 30 years old, he has nothing against Dan Huazi, who has been 100 years old. Problem. Not to mention a sneak attack without warning. It is even more difficult to guard against. If the other party doesn't provoke Yi Feng will certainly not commit crimes indiscriminately. But since the other party wants to harm him, then Yi Feng must act first. After killing Dan Huazi in one fell swoop, Yi Feng did not show up. On the one hand, because after he used 40 sword chi in the void sword dance, his true energy was gone. On the other hand, the team led by Yang Shunning News from the Soul Cultivation Corps. There are several other people around Dan Huazi watching. As soon as Dan Huazi died, those guys were all taken aback. They were ready to attack anyone who appeared in the flower garden at any time. Of course, Yi Feng would not appear foolishly in this case. Instead, he swallowed one of the previous ones, a elixir to restore true chi. Continue to hide your body. Those guys are all members of the 10,000 snake poison sect. There are already several large flower poisonous snakes lurking around, waiting for the opportunity to move. Even Daoist xuanhuan may be attacked by the opponent under such circumstances. People from one snake poison sect are very good at sneak attacks. But compared with Yi Feng, they are far behind. The most important thing is that Yi Feng can keep track of the opponent's movements at any time, but the opponent doesn't know Yi Feng at all. Where? I know. You don't. This is the essence of assassination. Yi Feng wandered around incognito. According to the news from the Soul Cultivation Legion, he quickly searched for the traces of the 10,000 snake poison sect. He quickly knew the opponent's whereabouts and made a sneak attack plan. Puff. Yi Feng swung his sword horizontally. His figure suddenly appeared next to one of the guys hiding in the grass in the flower garden. It easily pierced the opponent's heart, killing him instantly. This guy is the older brother of Snake Xingyu, who died in Yanjing before. Snake is good at shooting. Now he has cultivated for 75 years and followed Dan Huazi to attack Yi Feng secretly. It's a pity that he hasn't seen Yi Feng's shadow yet. He was killed by Yi Feng's sneak attack, killed it. Speaking of the strength of Snake's good shooting, it is really not weak. Not to mention its sneak attack method. Just with 75 years of cultivation, it is not easy for ordinary people to fight against it. In addition, he belongs to the 10,000 snake poison sect. Sneak attack, the method is extremely clever. No one dares to provoke him. But to Yi Feng, such a guy is just a small shrimp. The snake was good at shooting and died. Several other members of the 10,000 snake poison sect were aware of it. One by one, they approached the grass here. Probably they also understood that they were facing an elusive opponent. Now they can only gather together. There is a way to survive. Who is doing it? Could it be that Qi Feng's master? It's hard to say. I heard that his master is a fairy of the Eastern Sea. But after arriving in the desert, he never appeared again. No one knows the specific situation. What kind of fairy? In my opinion, she's just a bitch. Everyone cheer up. No matter who appears to attack our brothers, let him taste the power of our 10,000 snake poison sect. These three people are Snake Gujian, Snake Duojian, and Snake Chilia. The first two have cultivated for 80 years and are the other two incense masters of the 10,000 snake poison sect. 95 years. Very strong. The three of them gradually stood back to back, cautiously watching their surroundings. Yifeng was hiding not far from the three of them. Looking at the three of them as if they were facing a formidable enemy, their expressions became colder and colder. The suzerain of the 10,000 snake poison sect, Shichilia, actually called Su Feiying a bitch. Even without the previous incident, Yifeng would not have easily spared the other party. The villa in Qingfeng Huyuan. The two sides have had a deep hatred for a long time. It seems that there are a lot of people to be killed today. Yifeng thought in his heart. True Qi has already gathered in his hands. After tonight, Wan Snake Poison Sect and Huayun Sect are destined to be eliminated from the martial arts world. Without the top 10 sects, what status will they have in the world? Xishan International Hotel. When Xiao Fengzi and Ren Jia saw Yifeng turn and leave, they didn't try to stop them. Instead, they thought it was better. Anyway, the other party didn't know that Yifeng had killed Chu Ge and Yin Jianrong. There is still room for turning around this matter. Especially as Yifeng, before handing over the pure Yang Baojian, whoever kills him will definitely become the enemy of Tai Chi Hall. Now in the martial arts world, apart from a stunned young man like Yifeng, there really isn't anyone who dares to be an enemy of the Taiji Palace, especially the Huayun sect led by Dan Huazi, who is still the dog leg of the Taiji Palace. This kid. Sigh. After all, he is too impulsive. Xiao Fengzi sighed with regret and worry. He was obviously worried about Yifeng's affairs. In his opinion, Yifeng was a friend of the True Sword sect after all. He also saved Hua Yeqing's life. They really shouldn't let Yifeng face Dan Huazi alone. But there is no way. Zizhenjian sect is now at a critical moment to become one of the top 10 sections. It is impossible for them to offend the people of Huayun sect and 10,000 snake poison sect, especially the other party is still the head. The responsibility for killing Yin Jianrong and Chu Ge can only be borne by Yifeng. I've seen it a long time ago. Sooner or later, this kid will die under his own impulse. Ren Jie's expression was not so good-looking. Instead, she was a little gloating. She didn't worry about Yifeng's safety at all. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her complexion suddenly changed, and Xiao Fengzi's also changed. Because the two of them felt at the same time the menacing murderous aura outside before suddenly disappeared, and the moment before that, it was a burst of intense energy erupted. What happened? This was the moment when Yifeng instantly killed Dan Huazi. It's a pity that Xiao Fengzi and Ren Jia would never have imagined that this would be the case outside the Xishan International Hotel. What happened to Dan Huazi? The minds of the two were full of doubts, but they couldn't come to a conclusion at all. With their cultivation base, they couldn't feel anything so accurately. The two could only continue to stay outside Hua Yeqing's room, waiting anxiously. After about a quarter of an hour, the two finally heard Hua Yeqing coughing in the room. It was at this time that Yifeng came upstairs alone and appeared in the sight of the two of them. I'll go in and check it out. You can deal with him. As soon as Ren Jie saw Yi Feng, her expression turned pale. After saying something to Xiao Fengzi, she dodged into the house to check how Huayeking's injury was doing. Xiao Fengzi had no choice but to stay outside the door. Seeing Yi Feng come back calmly, he hurriedly went up to greet him and said anxiously, "How about little brother Yi? Did Dan Huazi make things difficult for you?" "Difficult?" Yi Feng smiled, "No. They have already been dealt with by me. From then on, Hua Yunzong and Wan Snake Poison Sect don't have to be afraid. After he killed Dan Huazi just now, he dealt with the 3 guys from Wan Snake Poison Sect. Of course, it was easy. Wan Snake Poison Sect is the same as Yin School. The skill of sneak attack is very good. But it is still vulnerable when it is sneak attack. Even more than other people from the sect are much weaker in frontal combat. Faced with Snake Gujian, Snake Duojian, and Snake Chilia, Yi Feng really hit each other with one sword. He easily wiped out each other. Then each of them rewarded with an extremely hot fireball, destroying corpses and destroying traces. It happened in a hidden flower garden under the darkness of night. It is impossible for other people to know about it. And Yi Feng is not afraid of being known by others, so he easily told Xiao Fengzi. However, to Xiao Fengzi's ears, these words were as unbelievable as the Arabian Nights. Yi Feng got rid of Dan Huazi and the top management of the 10,000 Snake Poison Sect. How is this possible? Not to mention the difference in cultivation between the two sides. Just the elusive figure of the 10,000 Snake Poison Sect's people. How can ordinary people perceive it? Let alone Yi Feng, it is their master Changshan Daoist. If you keep an eye on it, you will definitely die. Xiao Fengzi's expression was strange. Brother Yi, what do you mean by solving it? Yi Feng's face also became a little strange when he heard this. Solve it. What's the point? Of course it was killed. Dan Huazi and Shi Qilia have been removed from the martial arts circle from today onwards. When Yi Feng said this, the expression on Xiao Fengzi's face was indescribably wonderful. Yi Feng killed Jin, Dan Huazi, Shi Qilia, and others. This is too scary. Xiao Fengzi's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what Yi Feng said was true. But with Yi Feng's personality, there is no need to lie about this kind of thing. And this kind of thing can be easily exposed. Lying is useless at all. But with Yi Feng's strength, how could he kill Dan Huazi, Shi Qilia, and others, by himself? There must be someone helping behind the scenes. Could it be the legendary fairy from the East China Sea? When Xiao Fengzi was digesting this fact in his heart, Ren Jie also walked out of the room with Hua Yeqing, who had just woken up, and heard Yi Feng's words from a distance. Both of them were greatly shocked. This Yi Feng's strength is so strong. Adding Dan Huazi and Snake Chilia together can solve it. Terrible. Hua Yeqing suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. In this way, during the daytime rookie battle in the cave of Sichuan Mountain, Yi Feng knocked him down with one move and knelt down entirely by his own strength. It couldn't be more normal. But Ren Jie's complexion changed drastically. Yi Feng was actually strong enough to deal with Dan Huazi and Snake Chilia. Even if it wasn't his own strength, there were extremely strong people protecting him by his side. The most likely, the fairy of the East China Sea that is widely rumored in the rivers and lakes. In other words, the scene where she made things difficult for Yi Feng before was also seen by the fairy of the Eastern Sea. Shouldn't it be troublesome for her? If she had known that the rumors were true, she would not have treated Yi Feng like she did before. Her attitude would definitely be much better. It is a pity that there is no medicine for regret in the world. This made her feel a little puzzled. Both Xiao Fengzi and Ren Jie didn't feel that it was Yi Feng's own strength that defeated Dan Huazi and the others. At the same time, they thought in their hearts, In this way, some people watched the martial arts conference tomorrow. Since it's all right, I'll go first. Yifeng came back and waved to the two of them, protect my mother. If something happens to her, you guys understand. That's natural. Xiaofengzi answered quickly. Even Renjia, who was at the side, nodded repeatedly. Seeing the two of them like this, Yifeng felt relieved. He turned around and left the Xishan International Hotel, heading towards another 5-star hotel to the east. He is going to find people from Xuanhuan sect and Tang sect, especially Su Xiaoyu and Tang Jingtian. Yifeng couldn't be more clear about what these two guys were thinking. Su Xiaoyu saw Yifeng and Su Feiying kill Beidou Xinquan Han Jiwu together. But there was no similar news in Jianghu. It can be seen that Su Xiaoyu, keep your mouth shut. What would it be for? Undoubtedly, that old man, Su Xiaoyu, was betting. He bet that Yifeng would become a blockbuster in the martial arts conference, thus making an alliance with Yifeng. At this moment, only the head of Xinquan sect, Han Biuk, and the elder Nandu Xinquan Su Xiaoyu are left in the upper echelon. After the death of Beidou Xinquan Han Jiwu, the ranking of Xinquan sect will definitely drop several ranks in the arena. If you are not careful, you will fall out of the top 10 sects. As a 105-year-old Han Biuk, he is really old. Compared with the 110-year-old master of the Zhejian sword sect, Master Chang Shan, it is really difficult to win. Could it be that this time, the Xinquan sect led by him will be stepped on by the Zhenjian sect? This is not possible. This makes Xinquan Han very puzzled. Faced with this situation, there is only one way to deal with it now. That is to advance a few more places in his master battle in the martial arts conference. In order to achieve this goal, he did not hesitate to use methods in secret. The most effective way is to injure or lose the fighting power of the leaders of the other factions before the battle. He was discussing this matter with Su Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, he was strongly opposed by Su Xiaoyu. Master Han. Yu privately thinks that it is really not a wise choice to attack the other sects at this time. Su Xiaoyu objected to Han's serious plan, and said respectfully, if you guessed correctly, something unexpected will happen in tomorrow's master battle. Master Han, you might as well just wait and see what happens. Wait until the time is ripe before you come out. The chances of winning will be much better. However, in that case, the evaluation of my Xinquan Han in the martial arts will be much lower. Han Buqiai shook his head, my Xinquan sect always takes a fierce approach. I pay attention to going straight forward. The momentum is like a broken bamboo. How can I be afraid of the head and the tail? Even if I don't attack the heads of the other sects now, tomorrow the head of the Japanese sect will do it this morning field. The rules of the master battle are different from the rookie battle. Whether you want to play or not is up to you to decide. Challenge the top 10 masters in the master list. In a martial arts conference, each master can only be challenged once, and the person who initiates the challenge must also be a recognized master in the martial arts. Therefore, the entire master battle is at most 10 battles, and the winner becomes the top 10 in the master list. One of the great masters. At the martial arts conference 3 years ago, Xinquan Han Shuk almost made it to the list, but Beidou Xinquan Han Jiwu made it to the list. With his momentum of going forward, he became the 7th master on the list of masters. This year, Han Jiwu died. Han Biuk had to break into the top 10 in the list of masters in order for Xinquan to remain as one of the top 10 sects. If the challenge is launched later, those who are weak will be kicked out by then. The probability of Han Shukai becoming the top 10 masters is even lower. Therefore, he must play as soon as possible. Listening to Han Shuku's words, Su Xiaoyu shook his head helplessly. He thought that this old guy would not listen to advice, and the result of tomorrow would be tragic. Fortunately, he, Su Xiaoyu, had his own plan long ago. Just as he was thinking about it, a young man's voice quietly entered his ears. Elder Su, are you free to come to the third floor for a chat? When Su Xiaoyu heard this voice, he broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't this Yi Feng's voice? Yi Feng was so young, he already knew the sound transmission technique. You must know that Su Xiaoyu is not very proficient in sound transmission now. This kind of high-end skill has only been successfully displayed by the top martial arts masters. It has never been seen that young people can display it. This made Su Xiaoyu more sure of his guess. That is, Yi Feng's strength definitely exceeded everyone's expectations. Su Xiaoyu is old and cunning. Although he has only cultivated for 80 years, but to be honest, his intelligence is second to none in today's martial arts world. This is why he can live smoothly until now after encountering Yi Feng so many times. And it looks like it's still alive. Even in the world of cultivating immortals, Su Xiaoyu will definitely not be too bad. Strength can be cultivated. But if IQ is low, there is no way to make up for it. Yi Feng, boy. It's so late, what should I talk to him about? Su Xiaoyu's mind was full of doubts. Could it be that he knows what I'm thinking? As soon as he thought of this possibility, he hastily bid farewell to Han Shuk, and rushed towards the rest hall on the third floor below. Soon he came to the entrance of the rest room on the third floor. Yi Feng was sitting at a round table. Opposite Yi Feng, there was a familiar figure. Su Xiaoyu was also sitting. That was Tang Jingtian. Elder Su, please wait a moment. Yi Feng's voice came again. Obviously he didn't want Tang Jingtian and Su Xiaoyu to meet. Fortunately, the conversation between Yi Feng and Tang Jingtian seemed to be coming to an end. It didn't take long. Tang Jingtian left with a gloomy expression. I don't know what Yi Feng and Tang Jingtian talked about. Su Xiaoyu didn't think much about it. After several minutes passed after Tang Jingtian left, he appeared from the side and came in front of Yi Feng. Brother Yi. I don't know, it's so late. What do you want to talk to the old man about? Su Xiaoyu smiled and sat down opposite Yi Feng. He looked around the rest room. There were no other martial arts people there, so he felt relieved. Elder Su, we don't speak dark words among the wise. Yi Feng smiled sincerely. We have known each other for a long time. We must have known each other a lot. But Elder Su, you didn't spread some things about Yi. You really has to thank Elder Su. Where? Should be. Of course Su Xiaoyu knew the reason for Yi Feng's visit. He immediately laughed and became even more enthusiastic. Originally, he planned to wait for Yi Feng to become famous in the martial arts conference, and then stand up and express his attitude. But now Yi Feng took the initiative to talk to him. This made him feel at ease. Sure enough, it's good to talk to smart people. Su Xiaoyu thought in his heart, never dare to underestimate Yi Feng's IQ. Well, in that case, I might as well tell you one more thing. Yi Feng knocked on the table and said calmly, just now people from Wan Snake Poison Sect and Huayun Sect came to trouble me. I took care of it. This should be good news for you. When Su Xiaoyu heard this, his expression changed immediately. Those from the 10,000 Snake Poison Sect and the Huayun Sect went to trouble Yi Feng, but he took care of it. This kid is really daring. He offended all the martial arts sects. Then you are not afraid that Dan Huazi and Snake Chilia will take revenge on you? Su Xiaoyu frowned slightly and asked. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it. The ones who came to trouble me are Dan Huazi and Shi Chilia. Yi Feng smiled, so the 10,000 Snake Poison Sect and Huayun Sect have lost their heads. Tomorrow's master battle, you can have a mental preparation in advance. I'm looking for you now. I just think we still have a chance to cooperate. Su Xiaoyu just listened to the first half of Yi Feng's sentence, and was already stunned on the spot. But what Yifeng said after that, he couldn't listen at all. Dan Huazi and Xiqilia have already died. Just hung it in Yifeng's hands. Even if Yifeng is sure to defeat Chonghua Daoist in the martial arts tournament, it doesn't mean he won't make other preparations. Under any circumstances, it is very dangerous to fall into a situation of isolation and helplessness, so now he came to Su Xiaoyu and Tang Jingtian to discuss the possibility of cooperation. As for Su Xiaoyu, the Nandu Xinquan of the Xinquan sect, Yifeng had guessed it, so he was relatively sure when looking for him. Thinking of Tang Jingtian just now, Yifeng couldn't help shaking his head. After briefly explaining the situation to Su Xiaoyu, Yifeng ignored the stunned opponent, got up and left the hotel. He believed that when Su Xiaoyu knew the current situation, he would definitely not fight against him again. But Tang Jingtian, Yifeng did not tell him about Dan Huazi and Xiqilia, so in Tang Jingtian's view, Yifeng asked him to talk today, just to ask him for help. Who would have thought that Yifeng came here purely to inquire about the meaning of the Tang family? On the surface he responded as an equal, and had no intention of joining the Tang family, which made Tang Jingtian feel depressed and left in a huff. Of course, he did not give up on his plan to rescue Yifeng. After all, the decision made by the elders of the Tang family cannot be easily changed. Only when Yifeng comes to a dead end tomorrow is the most suitable for him to stand up for the Tang family. When Yifeng went all the way back to the Xishan International Hotel, and when he came not far from the hotel, Yang Shuning suddenly floated down to report that there were several martial artists in the flower garden where Yifeng killed Snake Chilia and the others. People are fighting. Yang Shuning wasn't sure if Yifeng would care, so he reported the matter and let him decide. Let's go and have a look. Yifeng waved his hand and walked towards the flower garden. The most critical moment of the martial arts conference was approaching. No matter what it was, Yifeng could not ignore it. Not far from the flower garden, Yifeng quietly disappeared, and his spiritual sense detected two women in the flower garden, and beside the two women, there was the corpse of an old Taoist priest with blood spurting from his neck. Seems to have just died. Yifeng didn't know the old Taoist priest, but he knew a little about those two women. One of them was the Mu Qingqing who appeared in King Songyuan during the rookie match during the day, and the other was Zhang Yang, the corpse exorcising teacher whom he had seen before. The female ghost captured from Zhang Yang's body is still on Yifeng's body, and he needs to find a time to take her to the corpse sect to see what the thing that can preserve the soul is. At this time, Zhang Yangjing was a little at a loss, while Mu Qingqing was softly comforting him. After listening to Yang Shunning's report, Yifeng knew what was going on here. It turned out that when he killed Snake Chilia and the others here, Zhang Yang watched from a distance. When he found that Snake Chilia and the others had died, strangely, he rushed over to check the flower garden here. After all, for Zhang Yang, Snake Chilia waiting for someone to join forces with the top exorcist sect to kill her, how could she not pay attention? But she came to this flower garden to check for a long time, but she couldn't find out why. The masters of the 10,000 snake poison sect, such as Xiqilia, couldn't even leave the corpse behind. This made Zhang Yang think that he was hallucinating. With the cultivation level of Xiqilia and others, who else in this Jianghu could kill them so silently? But just when she was about to leave, a wretched old Taoist priest appeared from the side. As soon as Mu Qingqing saw the other party, the expression on her pretty face immediately changed. She recognized it. Isn't the other party the old man who wanted to buy tying grass from her at the trade fair, before the martial arts conference? The inexplicable Taoist priest from the Wanlin Academy didn't know what the use of tying grass was, but he offered to buy her 2 tying grass for 100,000 yuan. How could Zhang Yang agree to such a low price? After dismissing the inexplicable Taoist leader, Zhang Yang encountered several people from the 10,000 snake poison sect who came to make trouble, but was rescued by Yifeng, and took away the tying grass. Now when she came to check the whereabouts of Xiqilia and the others, she was followed by an inexplicable Taoist leader, and looking at the appearance of this wretched old man, it was obvious that he wanted to do something wrong to her. Zhang Yang immediately wanted to run away, but with her more than 10 years of cultivation, how could she be the opponent of the inexplicable Taoist's 30 years of cultivation? Little girl, why do you want to run in such a hurry? Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to have fun together? Inexplicably, with a wretched look on his face, he approached Zhang Yang step by step. Just when Zhang Yang was at a loss, Mu Qingqing happened to pass by, and when he saw the expression of the inexplicable Taoist leader, he immediately became angry from the heart, and killed him with a sword with lightning speed. The Qingsong Academy and the Wanlin Academy are of the same spirit, and they are both members of the 5 Great Academy in the martial arts world. It stands to reason that they have a good relationship. But Mu Qingqing has always disliked Taoist inexplicable, because I heard that this old Taoist often molested young girls in the secular world, and even stared at her with lustful eyes. Now, this old Taoist was plotting against Zhang Yang, but was caught by Mu Qingqing. Without hesitation, he cut his neck with a sword. Are you okay, miss? After saving Zhang Yang, Mu Qingqing immediately turned around to comfort her, and at this moment, Yi Feng arrived. No, nothing. Zhang Yang was stunned, and he didn't react until he heard Mu Qingqing's voice. It was only at this time that Mu Qingqing saw Zhang Yang's face clearly with the help of the street lamps, and realized that this girl turned out to be Zhang Yang, who was embarrassed by the 10,000 snake poison sect in the square before. Wasn't this girl rescued by a man in a black shirt wearing a mask? Why did she appear here? As for who the young man in the black shirt and mask was, Tang Jingtian naturally wouldn't spread the word everywhere. It was enough for one snake poison sect to know, so people at Mu Qingqing's level naturally didn't know. You. Mu Qingqing was about to ask something, but when she heard some movement nearby, she couldn't help but look terrified, turned her head, and pointed her long sword at the grass beside her. Who, come out. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to witness a good show today. People in the 5th courtyard killed each other, but it was to save a cult woman. A series of applause came from the grass, and then a young man in a white robe walked out from behind the grass with a playful smile on his face. Seeing the other party's appearance, Mu Qingqing's expression changed immediately. Wumaki, why are you here? The person who appeared turned out to be the chief disciple of the young generation of the Tai Chi Hall, Wu Maji, which made Mu Qingqing's heart skip a beat. This guy is not in the cave of Xuanhuan Mountain. What is he doing down the mountain? Hey, I just came down the mountain to talk to Yi Feng about something. I happened to pass by here. I didn't expect to witness the massacre of your comrades. It was really a good show. Wumaki chuckled lightly and said lightly. Yi Feng listened stealthily from the side, thinking that Wumaji must have urged him to bring the Chunyang Baojian with him when he came to him, but unfortunately, Yi Feng wouldn't listen to him. Besides Wumaki, there are 2 other people beside me. Yang Shuning reminded Yi Feng that those 2 were obviously the masters who protected Wumaki from going down the mountain, but as long as Daoist Chonghua didn't come in person, they wouldn't pose any threat to Yi Feng. Looking at the quarrel between several people, Yi Feng secretly raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that he will be going to do another Oriole tonight. But Yi Feng's goal for the Oriole was not on anyone else, only on Zhang Yang. After the girl separated from Yi Feng, she didn't know what kind of adventure she had, but she got a nice treasure, which made Yi Feng a little interested. In the girl Zhang Yang Hui, it is an immature zhugua. This is a very important fruit in the world of cultivating immortals, but it does not have the effect of improving one's cultivation. It can only help the cultivator to condense the young god when the cultivator reaches 100 years of cultivation. Concentrating the young god with 100 years of cultivation is not the same concept as condensing the yin god after 10 years. It is easy to condense the yin god, but it is hundreds or even thousands of times more difficult to condense the yang god. When Su Feiying first reached a 100-year cultivation base, it took nearly a year to finally successfully condense the young god and become a level existence in the world of cultivating immortals. It is not uncommon for ordinary cultivators to condense the young god for 3 to 5 years thing. Yifeng reckoned that if he reached a 100-year cultivation base, it would take nearly a year to gather Yangshan. But if there are ripe vermilion fruit in hand, it will be completely different. One vermilion fruit can save half the time for people to condense the young god. 2 vermilion fruits can save 70% of the time for people to condense the young god. That is to say, if Yifeng had 2 vermilion fruits, it would only take more than 3 months for him to gather the young god after 100 years of cultivation. Since each immortal cultivator has different talents, Zhuge is especially important for those immortal cultivators with poor talents, such as Mo Jioge from the Mo family in Nanling. For geniuses like Yifeng, the effect is quite good. You must know that for them, although the time saved is less, the time can still be used to do many things. It's a pity that Zhang Yanghui's vermilion fruit is immature, and I don't know how it was picked by this girl. Of course, this is also good news for Yifeng, because it is very likely that there is more than 1 vermilion fruit in that place. Just ask Zhang Yang, and he can run over to check to see if there are any. It is even more difficult to find vermilion fruit. The wild vermilion fruit tree has long been transplanted into the sect by those great sects. Even if there is only this vermilion fruit in that place, and it is picked by Zhang Yang, that's fine, because even if the magical plant like vermilion fruit leaves the tree trunk where it grows, as long as there is enough aura of heaven and earth, it can absorb the aura of heaven and earth, and it can grow on its own. Mature. So for Yifeng now, Zhang Yang is undoubtedly an important person. But at this time, Wu Maji, a disciple of the Tai Chi Hall, jumped out and wanted to cooperate with Mu Qingqing to catch her, no doubt aware of something. You must know that the 2 elite disciples of the Tai Chi Hall who followed Wu Maji probably sensed a trace of Zhuge's aura. How can this be massacre by comrades? The inexplicable old man, as a member of the 5th court, actually committed obscene things against girls and violated the punishment of the 5th court. I, Mu Qingqing, enforce the law on my behalf. Why not? Facing Wu Maji, Mu Qingqing said calmly, still firmly guarding Zhang Yang behind her. In her heart, Zhang Yang is just a girl who has no ability to resist when facing the inexplicable old man. How could she, who is also a woman, refuse to save her? What's more, she has long disliked the inexplicable Taoist leader, and now that she is caught, killing him is doing justice for the sky. Even if Zhang Yang is a woman of a cult, if an inexplicable old man attacks Zhang Yang, it will be even more cult than a cult. I don't know about this. What should I do if I let the seniors of Wanlin Academy know? Wumaki snorted softly. Mu Qingqing's face changed. Wanlin Academy is the sect where the inexplicable Taoist priest belongs. If the other party finds out, it will be a bad thing. Even if she said that Taoist master inexplicable plotted against Zhang Yang, there is no evidence to prove it. Hand over Zhang Yang, the demon girl, and let us interrogate in the Tai Chi Hall. Mu Qingqing, this matter has nothing to do with you, why don't you avoid it quickly? Seeing that Mu Qingqing was scared, Wu Maji finally expressed his purpose a little proudly. This? Mu Qingqing was a little hesitant when she heard the words. After all, she was only a disciple of a sect like King Songyuan. Facing such a huge monster in the Taiji Hall where Wu Maji was, she was still a little naturally afraid. Is it worth it to protect a cult woman? Her heart began to struggle violently, but before she could get any results from her struggle, what happened in front of her eyes blinded her. Wu Maji, who was originally complacent, had his throat cut by a flash of sword light in an instant, and then white flames burned from his body, burning him up in an instant, and there was not even a slag left. The 2 girls were taken aback at the same time, and they were also taken aback by the 2 disciples of the Tai Chi Hall who were hiding in the dark. These 2 elite disciples of the Taiji Hall have more than 70 years of cultivation and were sent by Chonghua Daoist to protect Wumaki, But they never imagined that Wumaki would be killed for no apparent reason in this kind of place. Who did it? Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the two elite disciples. They looked at each other, and they could see the shock and timidity in each other's eyes. These two guys are old guys. The older they are, the more they cherish their own lives. When they encountered such a weird thing, they hardly thought about it, and immediately wanted to turn around and run away. Unfortunately, it was too late at this time. Swish! Swish! Two dark green sword lights flashed by in the night, chopping off the heads of the two people, and then the white flames flashed away, burning the bodies of the two people, leaving no trace. This scene shocked Mu Qingqing and Zhang Yang, who were not far away. What's going on? Why are there ghost lights everywhere in this flower garden? The two women were stunned by this strange scene, and their bodies were so stiff that they couldn't move. Yifeng dealt with the people in the Taiji hall, and finally turned around to take a look, and found the inexplicable Taoist lying on the grass with a cut in his throat. He found that it was an old Taoist priest wearing a gray robe, with a thin body and a fresh throat. The blood flowed out slowly, staining the ground red, and his eyes stared out, as if he was unwilling to die. With a wave of his hand, Yifeng released an extremely flaming fireball, and the white flame instantly burned his body to death. The two girls, Mu Qingqing and Zhang Yang, were already stunned. Such strange phenomena happened around them, and they didn't even see a single person. Zhang Yang is a member of the corpse sect. He has seen many supernatural events, but this is the first time for such a horrible event like today. To know that the corpse of a large living person is burned and evaporated in an instant, how high a temperature is required. She was full of surprise, but then she remembered her situation, rolled her eyes, and tried to run away. But at this moment, a gust of wind blew past her, and then she felt that she was flying up, no, not flying up, but being taken away at a very fast speed. Swish! She noticed that she was taken into the Xishan International Hotel, then went upstairs from the stairs, reached an unknown number of floors in an instant, and was thrown into a room in the hotel. From the beginning to the end, she didn't find out who was taking her away, she only knew that it was a pair of men's hands. And along the way, she found that other people in the hotel couldn't see her, as if she was invisible. Being thrown on the sofa by that person, Zhang Yang was completely stunned, and couldn't help being afraid in his heart. But when she raised her head and saw the young man in a black shirt standing in front of her, she couldn't help being taken aback. This is Yifeng's room? She couldn't help feeling a little scared. Yifeng stood in front of the sofa in the room, seeing the expression on Zhang Yang's face from doubt, to fear, to surprise, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Relax, I have no malicious intentions, otherwise I wouldn't have helped you kill Wumaki and the others. Yifeng smiled faintly. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yang froze on the spot. What's going on? Those will-o'-the-wisps in the flower garden just now were made by Yifeng. She knew that Yifeng was very strong, but he couldn't be so strong. He killed the chief disciple of the younger generation of Tai Chi Hall without even seeing him. It's all right now. Yifeng waved his hand. After I left that night, how did you escape Tang Jingtian's pursuit? Strange to say, Yifeng knew that Zhang Yang must have been chased by Tang Jingtian and the others that day, but he didn't expect that stupid old man Tang Jingtian didn't catch Zhang Yang, not only let her run away, but also let her get Zhu Guofeng. I fell down on the way to escape and fell into a small cave. They couldn't even get in, so I walked along the cave, and finally came to the edge of a cliff and climbed up. Zhang Yang was shocked by Yifeng's method of killing Wumaki, and couldn't help telling the situation at that time. She didn't blame Yifeng for leaving her there. After all, the deal between the two parties was tying grass and detoxification, not to mention that Yifeng also helped her solve the female ghost that had troubled her for a long time, and refused to take her with her. This trouble is also a normal thing. And Yifeng was a little surprised when he heard Zhang Yang's words. Zhang Yang's luck was really good, so it seems that the vermilion fruit she was carrying was picked from the tree on the edge of the cliff? The vermilion fruit in your arms was picked from the edge of the cliff? Yi Feng asked a question. Zhang Yang was taken aback, thinking how could Yi Feng know that there was a red fruit in her bosom? Could it be that he took advantage of her when he carried her up just now? She was in shock at the time and really didn't notice it, but now that she thinks about it, it's very possible. This brought a blush to her pretty face, coupled with the beautiful wreath on her head. It was delicious. That's the one I picked. I couldn't climb the cliff. I was very hungry. When I saw two fruits, I picked them off. After eating one, I felt that my strength had recovered, and there was one left. Zhang Yang described the situation at that time in detail, which made Yi Feng a little puzzled. This girl doesn't understand anything, yet she dares to eat the strange fruit on the edge of the cliff in the wild. Moreover, the most important thing is that it is an immature vermilion fruit. It is a waste of money to be eaten by this girl like this. The remaining vermilion fruit, how about I buy it for 10 million? Yi Feng pondered for a while, then said, this fruit is not yet ripe, and on Earth, there is no chance of it ripening, otherwise 50 million is not enough if I give you. What Yi Feng said was true. Even if he was in the cave on the earth, the aura of heaven and earth would not be enough to ripen vermilion fruit, unless he returned to the realm of cultivating immortals. And Yi Feng, as long as he goes to the ancient temple on the opposite side through the teleportation array, he can easily use the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth to ripen Zhugua. This is a method that others will never have. The one that Zhang Yang ate was probably an immature vermilion fruit, so it had a slight effect of satisfying hunger and strengthening the body, but the effect was limited to that. If it is a ripe vermilion fruit, eating it directly will have a great effect on strengthening the body of the immortal cultivator. 10 million. Zhang Yang was taken aback by the price. Even the two sungrass before could not be sold at this price. Why is this red fruit so valuable? Undoubtedly, Zhang Yang was moved. Now she is in a desperate situation. Many elders in the corpse cult want to put her to death. She will definitely not be able to go back, and the world is so dangerous. She is a girl of more than 10 years wandering alone. God knows that she will die that day up. What's more, if she doesn't go back, the corpse cultists will definitely chase and kill her everywhere, and she is also related to the death of Taoist Inexplicable and Wumaji. If she didn't have money, it would be inconvenient for her to go anywhere. On the way to be hunted down, how could she have any spare time to make money? Moreover, it is not so easy for martial arts people to make money. If they break the law and commit a crime, they will be approached by the National Security Bureau, which is simply difficult. But it would be different if she had 10 million. She can find a place in the countryside, dress up and live in a disguise, and even if someone from the exorcism cult finds out, she can leave as soon as she wants. After all, 10 million is enough for her for most of her life. Okay. Zhang Yang barely thought about it, so he nodded. For her, a strange red fruit can be exchanged for 10 million, which is undoubtedly a guaranteed profit. Moreover, even if the real value of the red fruit is much more than 10 million, she is not considered cheated by Yi Feng. After all, now she has no way to come forward and sell it to other martial arts people. Of course, the most important thing is that if Yi Feng really wanted this fruit, he would kill her directly and use wildfire to destroy the corpse and wipe out the traces. No one would know. Yi Feng is willing to use 10 million to buy it, which is already a very honest act. Take out a bank card and I'll transfer it to you. Yi Feng said to Zhang Yang, then called Lin Shiqing and asked her to help with this matter. Soon, the transaction was officially completed. Happy cooperation, goodbye. Yi Feng got the unripe vermilion fruit and sent Zhang Yang away. He didn't pay attention to where the other party went, but started to cultivate by himself in the room. Tomorrow is the day when he breaks through to 30 years of cultivation. Realist Xuanhuan, if you want to kill me, you have to see if you have the ability. Yi Feng closed his eyes and thought to himself, there is also Long Ke, the patriarch of the Long family. I will definitely go to the Long family to bring Wanner back, just wait. On the second day, the weather was fine. Yifeng was worried about Su Menghan and others who were still in the cave of Xuanhuan mountain, so he went up the mountain alone early in the morning without waiting for the people from the True Sword sect. When he came to Tai Chi Square on Xuanhuan mountain, he found that he was the only one in this place. The sea of clouds rolled up outside the cliff of Taiji Square surrounded the surrounding peaks under the warm light of the morning sun, making the whole mountain look like a fairyland, surrounded by clouds and mist. Yifeng looked up at the top of the mountain, and the Soul Cultivation Corps, led by Yang Shuning, had already drifted over knowingly. The detection range of 3 kilometers is enough for Yifeng to fully grasp the situation on the top of the mountain. But Yifeng's expression changed when Yang Shuning reported back. Since Wu Maji and the 2 elite disciples did not come back last night, Chonghua Daoist summoned the 3 elders, Wuma Changfeng, Li Xian and Elder Zhu, to the residence arranged for Su Menghan and the others last night. Outside, prepare to kidnap one or all of them. Wu Maji went to look for Yifeng, so there is a high probability that he was killed by Yifeng. They must thoroughly investigate this matter. Especially Wuma Changfeng, his face was extremely gloomy, because it was his son who died. Daoist Chonghua, together with Wuma Changfeng, Li Xian, and Elder Zhu, were surrounding the residence of Su Menghan and others last night, ready to break in and arrest people at any time. The Tai Chi Hall had been severely damaged before, and now it is at a critical juncture, but at this juncture, Wu Maji, who was sent out last night, failed to return, as if the world had evaporated, and there was no more news. With the addition of 2 elite disciples, the strength of the Tai Chi Hall has been greatly damaged. Adding in the 2 elite disciples who inexplicably disappeared in the Phantom Formation before the rookie match yesterday, the strength of the Tai Chi Hall is not as good as it was half a year ago. Before, it was a world of difference. And all of this is related to one person, namely Yifeng. How could real Chonghua not be annoyed by this? It's a pity that Yifeng is holding their pure Yang Baojian, and the Tang family is eyeing it. In addition, even Yifeng's own strength cannot be ignored. As a last resort, Chonghua Daoist, who has always been upright, had to be a villain this time. Before the master battle of today's martial arts tournament started, he had to get rid of Yifeng first. The way they came up with, of course, is to kidnap one or all of Su Menghan and other women, first force Yifeng to hand over the Chunyang Baojian, and then kill them. It's a pity that they discussed it early in the morning, and when they immediately came to surround Su Menghan's residence, Yifeng had already arrived. Wearing a black shirt, he galloped towards the top of the mountain under the warm morning sun, and within a short while saw Chonghua Daoist and the other 4. What are you doing? Yifeng yelled loudly, and the 4 Chonghua real people who just wanted to break into it were stunned. They couldn't help but turned their heads to look, but saw Yifeng's handsome figure striding forward, as fast as lightning. Yifeng? Elder Li Xian's face changed. Why did Yifeng come over by such a coincidence? During the discussion among the 4 just now, Li Xian actually disapproved of kidnapping Su Menghan and the others, but 1 on 3, he couldn't stop Master Chonghua and the others from making their decision, so he followed them. Seeing Yifeng running over at this time, he thought to himself, something bad is really going to happen. But Chonghua Daoist and other people don't think so. Immortal Chonghua and Wuma Changfeng saw Yifeng, their expressions changed immediately, and then they snorted softly at the same time, as if they were a little sneer at Yifeng coming alone. How dare a young boy dare to stand in front of the 4 of them? Challenge? As for Elder Zhu, he paid attention to something cautiously, and kept backing away until he came to Li Xian's side, only to find that Li Xian had the same serious expression, as if he was careful about something. The 2 looked at each other, and they both saw fear in each other's eyes. Fear of Yifeng. Since Yifeng's debut, he has offended too many martial arts people, but until now, he is still alive and well, and those who offended Yifeng have all ended badly, so how can the two of them not be afraid? In particular, both of them had seen Yi Feng's strength, positively. Li Xuanqin might not have had thoughts similar to Su Xiaoyu's, but his thoughts had to be hidden a little deeper. After all, Chonghua Daoist was not as easy to defeat as the Divine Fist, Han Buku. But if Daoist Chonghua also falls... On the one hand, Li Xian was looking forward to this day, because then Wuma Changfeng would definitely not be able to escape, and with Ling Chen's relationship, he might be able to save his life and become the new head of Tai Chi Hall. On the other hand, they are also afraid of this day, because if Chonghua Daoist falls, the entire Taiji Hall will have no pillars, and without the Chunyang Baojian, the Taiji Hall will definitely decline day by day. Maybe 3 years later at the upcoming martial arts conference, Tai Chi Hall will be removed from the top 10 martial arts sects. Young Yi Feng, quickly hand over the pure yang precious mirror. Wuma Changfeng couldn't accept the pain of losing a son, so he pointed at Yi Feng and shouted with a dark face, "If not only you will die, but even your relatives and friends will not be spared." It's ridiculous. One person does things, and the other person is responsible. What does what I do have anything to do with my relatives and friends? Yi Feng laughed, and leaped forward in 2 or 3 steps, and soon he was standing in front of Chonghua Daoist and other 4 people, standing proudly. Even if it is a one-on-one fight, he is still not the opponent of Chonghua Daoist, let alone Wuma Changfeng and other 3 people to help, but Yi Feng is not afraid, because he also has helpers. Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng and Master Chang Shan had already prepared their postures in the house. They were originally planning to prevent Chonghua from entering the kidnapping, but now they were always ready to support Yi Feng. With the help of 3 big bosses, plus the 3 daughters Zi Jianlan, Su Menghan and Zhang Xingyun who have also been awakened, it is not impossible to deal with the 4 masters of Tai Chi Hall in front of them. Yi, you are quite courageous. Daoist Chonghua shot a look of awe in his eyes, and looked at Yi Feng fiercely, hand over the pure yang Baojian, there is still a relationship between us, otherwise. Otherwise, what? Yi Feng smiled very bachelorly, do you think you can still negotiate terms with me now? What do you mean? Immortal Chonghua stared into Yi Feng's eyes, showing some vigilance. He had also heard rumors that Yi Feng's master was a fairy from the East Sea, but he had never seen what a fairy from the East Sea looked like. But in the desert, so many martial arts people disappeared for no reason, it must be related to the fairy of the East China Sea, and the National Security Bureau also failed, which made everyone a little puzzled. Who is that Eastern Sea fairy? Seeing Yi Feng's self-confidence now, Daoist Chonghua snorted softly, didn't you just invite a rescuer? I want to see who dares to play wild in the Tai Chi Hall. Come out. For the last 2 words, he used the method of sound transmission to spread the sound to the surroundings. It was so loud that a group of chirping birds in the woods on the side were frightened and fluttered up. Hey, how can there be rescuers? I'm the only one coming up now. Yi Feng felt it was funny. It was such a tragedy that he didn't have spiritual consciousness in his heart, he didn't even know if there were other people around him. Even in modern warfare, the role of intelligence can dominate the entire battle situation, let alone in the world of martial arts. Fart. Wuma Changfeng let out a ba, pointed to the mountain road running up behind Yi Feng and said, "You are the only one?" Yi Feng frowned slightly when he heard this, because Yang Shuning also floated back to report to him, saying that a group of people suddenly came up from the mountain. They seemed to be people from other martial arts sects. Everyone looked down the mountain together, only to see that early in the morning, a group of disciples from Huayun sect and Wan Snake Poison sect came up the mountain in a team. It's not good, Senior Zhonghua Daoist. Senior is going to be the master for us. A group of people ran up, crying and shouting, making everyone a little puzzled. Well, what's the matter with you? Daoist Chonghua went up to meet him patiently, feeling upset, thinking to himself that the plan to deal with Yi Feng could not be carried out at this time. However, after hearing the words of these martial arts disciples, his face changed, and his expressions became extremely colorful. "Our leader is missing." The disciples of Huayan sect and Wan snake poison sect cried out at the same time, causing the head of Tai Chi Hall and the elders to look at each other in blank dismay. "The leader is missing, what is the situation?" The sudden situation interrupted Chonghua Shimen's plan. It never occurred to them that after only one night, why did the heads of Wan snake poison sect and Huayan sect disappear? Moreover, this group of guys ran up the mountain so early in the morning, so he had no choice but to put Yi Feng's matter aside for the time being. "Yi Feng, see you at the martial arts conference." Wuma Chongfeng snorted coldly, turned and left, and was going to go down the mountain to investigate the disappearance of the heads of the two sects under the order of Taoist Chonghua. As for Taoist Chonghua, he stayed to settle down the disciples of the 10,000 snake poison sect and the Huayan sect, and told them to be calm, promising that the Tai Chi Hall would definitely find their masters. Especially Huayanzong, Dan Huazi is the most important figure close to the Tai Chi Hall. Chonghua Taoist can't just let him disappear like this. Seeing this, Yi Feng smiled secretly. No matter how hard he searched for these people, he couldn't find the two masters. Even the other high-ranking members of the 10,000 snake poison sect disappeared together and were burned by Yi Feng's extreme flame fireball into ashes. He ignored the crowd, passed by Taoist Chonghua, and ran into the courtyard where Su Menghan and others lived. Immortal Chonghua watched Yi Feng enter and did not stop him, but felt a little pity. It seems that he can't force Yi Feng to submit by kidnapping and threatening. However, the old Taoist priest was not depressed. Instead he made another plan after failing to accomplish one plan. Thinking of how to deal with Yi Feng at the martial arts conference later, he left calmly. Of course, before leaving, he ordered the two elite disciples to stay and watch over Yi Feng and the others. If they dared to run away, they would immediately notify Chonghua Taoist. Taoist Chonghua thought to himself, should the phantom array going up the mountain be restarted? After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. There were too many things to do today, and he didn't bother to go down the mountain to bring the Wulin people up one by one, and let them go up the mountain by themselves. Of course, Yi Feng would not run away. He stepped into the courtyard in twos and got together with Su Menghan and others in a hall. Yi Feng. Without even thinking about it, Su Menghan ran over with a stride, her gentle and fragrant body threw herself into Yi Feng's arms, buried her innocent face into Yi Feng's chest, and hugged him tightly. After seeing him all night, she had already missed Yi Feng so much. "Good, I'm here." Yi Feng patted her shoulder to comfort her, raised his head and looked around the whole hall. In addition to Su Menghan, there are Zijianlin, Zhang Xinyun, and three old men, Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng, and Chang Shanzhenren, in the hall. Nothing happened to everyone, but if Yi Feng came a step later, it may not be certain up. Realist Chonghua will definitely take action today, everyone be careful. Yi Wendian analyzed it all night, and came up with several strategies that Chonghua Taoist would use. He had already prepared for the situation just now, but fortunately no conflict broke out. This is undoubtedly a better situation. For them, the best solution is to fight one-on-one in the martial arts conference, that way they can be more confident. Otherwise, in their territory, the disadvantage is really not the slightest bit. I've considered this too, but there are only a few methods he dares to use. With the constraints of the Tang family, Taoist Chonghua doesn't dare to mess around. Let's just follow the steps. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. He is not an idiot, he has thought about these things thoroughly for a long time. After all, if he fails, the Tai Chi Hall will be his burial ground. As for his own safety, Yi Feng of course had to think clearly about everything. Seeing Yi Feng's confident appearance, Tang Xiefeng became more and more satisfied with this grandson. It could be seen that Yi Feng had full confidence in this matter. Although the old man didn't know where Yi Feng's self-confidence came from, he believed that Yi Feng would not be the type who foolishly ran to die. Everyone discussed the situation for a while, learned about the situation of the martial arts conference master battle, and conducted a detailed analysis. After getting this information, Yifeng showed a more confident smile. On the second day of the martial arts conference, the master battle is about to begin. In yesterday's rookie match, Zi Jianlan had already been in the limelight, and today's master match was even more exciting, because news spread that Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng would also participate in the master match. The two elders have withdrawn from the martial arts world for 20 years. This time, no one knows what level of strength they have reached. What's more, the situation in the martial arts world has changed dramatically this year. Today's master battle will determine the top 10 schools in the next 3 years. Ranking. If the expectations are not bad, it's time to give up the number 1 title of Tai Chi Hall. The key still depends on whether they can retrieve the Chunyang Baojian from Yifeng, so Yifeng also became the focus of this martial arts conference. This year's martial arts conference, yesterday's rookie match, the Zijianlin girl from the Zizhenjian faction performed impressively. I believe that today's master match will see more top masters emerge to strengthen the strength of China's martial arts world. This time, Xuanhuan Daoist came out in person to make a pre-war declaration and speech. Around Taiji Square, in the direction of Zizhenjian sect. Yifeng and others returned to this place and stood together with Hua Yeqing, Xiao Fengzi, and others, while Tang Qingling sat on the chair Yifeng set out. The people around looked at Yifeng and whispered constantly, because news had already spread that the masters of the 10,000 snake poison sect and Dan Huazi disappeared after going to trouble Yifeng, and all the masters were killed by Yifeng. Feng solved it alone. Of course most people don't believe it, but Yifeng is considered famous, and everyone speculates that there is some hidden master behind him who hasn't appeared. After all, even Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng can't kill Dan Huazi and others silently, let alone these two elders stayed on Sichuan Mountain all night. Now, first of all, let me announce the current ranking of the top 10 masters in martial arts. Unfortunately, this year's martial arts world has had a serious accident. For example, the elder Qin Jianxiong of my school, the brother Han Jiwu of Xinquan sect, etc., all disappeared or passed away, leaving the top 10. Ranking of masters. Daoist Chonghua continued to shout, and his voice spread from the inner Qi to the entire Taiji Square. These vacant places will be filled according to the ranking of the top 10 masters in previous years. The head of the Xinquan sect, the master of boxing, Han Suishi, ranked 10th. As soon as these words came out, Han Shuk of the Divine Fist sect was taken aback. Things went so smoothly? Before the fight started, he was declared 10th, which can be said to be a good start. I don't know if anyone will challenge him for the 10th place. It's my turn to play. Yi Wendian took a step out of the Zizhenjian sect's queue, and stared at the boxing god Han Shuku, who was not far away. On the one hand, he wanted to know how powerful his crazy boxing technique was compared to the boxing god, and on the other hand, it was in line with the plan discussed by everyone just now. After Zhonghua Jinren reported the names of the top 10 masters, he looked at the field with great interest, and the direction of the Zizhen sword sect. The method he came up with to deal with Yifeng was very simple, that is to force him. If it weren't for the presence of the two old men Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, he would have already attacked Yifeng and forced out the Chunyang Baojian. How could he have waited until now? In addition, on the side of the Tang family, his Tai Chi Hall may not be afraid of the other party, but if the Tang family and Yi Wendian are united, Daoist Chonghua can't stand it. Therefore, as long as Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng were dealt with, he would have plenty of ways to deal with Mir Yifeng. And to deal with Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, the best way is to make some small moves in the master battle of the martial arts tournament. Yi Wendian came on stage, and the target of the challenge was the head of the Xinquan sect, who is currently ranked 10th among the top 10 masters, the master of boxing, Han Shukai. Seeing this situation, the people around immediately started whispering, and Han Broke came onto the stage unexpectedly, and saluted Yi Wendian, but there was a bit of joking in his expression. Some shrewd people can be seen that Han Shuk seems to look down on Yu Wendian. That's right, although Yu Wendian is considered a senior in the martial arts, but after all, he hasn't appeared in the martial arts for 20 years. He may be an old bone now, and it's hard to say how much he knows about martial arts. As for Xinquan Han Buku, although he was not as good as Yu Wendian 20 years ago, he has become the head of the Xinquan sect by virtue of his own strength in the past 20 years. The most important thing is that Han Shuk and Yu Wendian's cultivation bases are similar, both of which have been cultivated for 100 years, so everyone feels that even if Yu Wendian still maintains his previous strength, he may not be sure of victory. Yu Wendian came on stage. Let me see the strength of today's #1 fighter. He raised his head and looked at the boxing god Han Buku, who had the air of a master. Humph, I won't disappoint you. Han Buku snorted softly, with a dignified look on his face, but more of a strong confidence. He clenched his fists. Let me also learn the Yi family's famous crazy boxing technique. What responded to him was Yu Wendian's fist prints, the size of 2 sandbags. Crazy demon boxing advocates doing whatever you want, so Yu Wendian didn't think about the boxing technique at all, and directly punched Han Buku with 2 punches. Seeing these 2 fist marks attacking Han Buku across the air, a large group of people around him suddenly exclaimed. Compared with yesterday's rookie match, today's master match is even more exciting. Facing Yu Wendian's 2 big fist marks, Han Buku's whole body was concentrated on the fist. He planned to fight Yu Wendian first, to test Yu Wendian's strength. Since the Divine Fist sect is called the Divine Fist sect, of course its martial arts should not be underestimated. The 3 Emperors Pao's punching fist has reached perfection in the hands of Han Kiki. Heart Fist. Han Buku directly used the most powerful punch of the 3 Emperors' cannon punch fist, and slammed it heavily on the 2 horizontal fist seals that Yu Wendian attacked. There was a loud bang, and the entire Tai Chi square erupted. A violent airflow kicked up the surrounding dust, making it look foggy under the sunlight. This fierce collision scene aroused heated discussions among the surrounding crowd. Yu Wendian is obviously not old. It seems that he is still very likely to be among the top 10 masters. It's hard to say. Now both sides are just testing. A master of this level will lose if he is negligent. It depends on how well the 2 perform. Someone with a better vision analyzed it, and then still looked at the field intently. The master match is the master match, and it is completely different from yesterday's rookie match. In the entire rookie match, only Zi Jianlan, the #1, can watch it. It is just entertainment for everyone. But this master fight can make thousands of martial arts people in the field get some insights, and even realize some martial arts essence from it, which is self-evident for the improvement of the entire martial arts world. Yu Wendian and Han Shouho fought fiercely. The climax in the field was one scene after another. The dust and smoke rose in waves, one after another. Fist marks were flying everywhere, and any one of them hitting the surrounding people could seriously injure a person disabled, but was easily accepted by both parties. Just this little strength. Han Buku sneered. After fighting Yu Wendian for so long, he realized that Yu Wendian's strength was much worse than his. Now, Han Shuike only used 80% of his strength to draw with Yu Wendian. If he used all his strength, he would definitely defeat Yu Wendian in one fell swoop. It seems that it's time to make a unique move to kill Yu Wendian from the stage and keep the title of 10th among the top 10 martial arts masters. Little did he know that Yu Wendian, who was opposite him, was thinking the same thing. I've only used 50% of my power, and Han Buku is sweating a bit, that's all. Now is the time. Yu Wendian thought in his heart, feeling relieved. But he didn't want to use all his strength to defeat the opponent, but when Han Shouka punched him, Yu Wendian pretended to be exhausted and was hit in the chest by the punch, and immediately flew out towards Zizenjian sect. Bang! Falling to the ground with a sound, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out and spilled on the stone ground of Tai Chi Square. This scene caused an uproar among the surrounding people. Yu Wendian lost miserably. Sure enough, this old guy is old and useless. A group of people thought this way in their hearts. Han Buku was even more triumphant. He cupped his hands around, and then asked Yu Wendian hypocritically, "Senior Yi, is there any problem? This junior is a little more serious, but I don't know that you will suddenly become exhausted just now." Cough cough. Yu Wendian waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he must have been seriously injured this time. Yifeng stepped forward to help him up, and quietly used his true energy to condense in his palms, lay on hands. With the brilliant sunlight covering up the golden light of lay on hands, no one knew that Yu Wendian's injury had been healed by Yifeng in an instant. No one knew that Yu Wendian's fiasco just now was completely intentional, and the injury was not as serious as it appeared on the surface. Fiasco? It's intentional. The corner of Yifeng's mouth was slightly raised, and he glanced at Xuanhuan Taoist, who was not far away, and he was really happy to see this old Taoist priest. If both Grandpa and Grandpa lose their combat effectiveness, this old Taoist priest will definitely end up provoking me. What Yifeng wanted was this effect. The teacher is famous. Since ancient times, no matter what you do, no matter how powerful the party is, if you want to do something against one party, you need a legitimate reason. For example, on Earth, the United States has to find many excuses to fight against countries like Iraq. The current Yifeng is naturally the same. If he took the initiative to provoke Xuanhuan Taoist, even if he won, it would be difficult for other martial arts people to admire him. But if Xuanhuan Taoist provokes, and he passively counterattacks and wins, the effect and meaning will be different. Now that Yu Wendian has cheated, that moment is not far away. The next one is up to me. Tang Xiefeng saw Yu Wendian flying back, severely injured, and walked out of the field pretending to be filled with righteous indignation, pointing at another person not far away. That was the 9th of the top 10 masters, Situ Ku, the head of the Heavenly Knife Hall. Yu Wendian's disastrous defeat aroused strong discussions among the surrounding martial arts people. The turmoil has not subsided, and the next wave of turmoil broke out. Tang Xiefeng actually stood up and named Situ, the head of the Heavenly Sword Hall, who was ranked 9th among the top 10 masters, to fight. Every master in the top 10 master rankings can be challenged once, so generally speaking, master battles are fought from the back to the front, and when they reach a certain level of ranking, no one will challenge them, because the top few masters it's not that easy to beat at all. Situ Ku is a bald old man. His cultivation base is 105 years this year, slightly higher than Tang Xiefeng, but the difference in fighting at this level is already very obvious. Haha, this old boy, it's clear that he is here to die. Situ Ku laughed loudly, which caused a burst of laughter in the Heavenly Sword Hall. He walked to the field with his head held high, not paying attention to Tang Xiefeng's provocation. Tang Xiefeng ignored the laughter of a group of people on the other side, and walked to the field. He didn't take out any weapons. It seemed that he wanted to use the Tang family's palm technique, Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm. Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm has the same characteristics as other martial arts of the Tang family. It is characterized by lightness and agility, but this set of palms also has a majestic atmosphere, and the transitions give people a feeling of virtual reality, which is difficult to deal with. In the entire Tang family, there are not many people who can master the palm of Dragon Elephant Prajna well, and Tang Xiefeng is one of them. Take a good look at how our Tang family's Dragon Elephant Prajna palm is used. Of course, Tang Xiefeng has not been out of the world for so many years, and the moves may not be perfect, but it is still very useful for you to learn from. Elder Tang Jingtian was in the direction of the Tang family, and said to a group of younger generations of the Tang family. He especially took a look at Tang Yao, because Tang Yao majored in Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm, and this martial art is much stronger than other martial arts of the Tang family. The Tang family has no patriarch, no head, only big elders and junior elders. The great elder refers to the elders of the Tang family's direct line, the little elders are the elders of the collateral line, and Tang Jing Tian is one of the 4 elders of the Tang family today. It is a pity that the other elder, Tang Qing Tian, disappeared after arriving in the desert. There are 3 elders left. As for the little elders, they were all cultivated in the 70s or 80s, and there are still more than 10 or 20 of them, much stronger than the current Tai Chi Hall. Therefore, in Tang Jingtian's eyes, the strength of the Tang family is now stronger than that of the Taiji Palace, and it is not impossible to sit on the throne of the first martial arts. On the field, Situku brandished a long knife, and confronted the empty-handed Tang Xiefeng. No one said that this competition was unfair, because Tang Xiefeng could use weapons if he wanted to, but who told him not to? The Tang family's lancet technique and tongmen stabbing are both famously quick martial arts, and they are the nemesis against the fierce method of the Tiandao Temple. Of course, the dragon-elephant Prajna divine palm was also good. Under Tang Xiefeng's use, one palm after another attacked Situku in a short and extremely short time, preventing him from hitting him one after another. Even the whirlwind of the heavenly sword couldn't help Tang Xiefeng. His set of palm techniques has been perfected, both offensive and defensive. Even Daoist Xuanhuan from the Tai Chi Hall could not help but be moved by it. With Tang Xiefeng's strength, if his cultivation base were higher, he might not even be a match for Daoist Xuanhuan. It's a pity that Tang Xiefeng, an old man for many years, without going out of the mountain, his cultivation base has dropped a lot. With 50% strength, he can be defeated. It seems that old Boy Yi is about the same. Thinking to himself, Tang Xiefeng already knew a lot, so he deliberately sold a loophole, and was rubbed by Situku's blade. Puff! A stream of fresh blood sprayed out from his arm, and sprinkled on the stone ground of Tai Chi Square. Then Tang Xiefeng retreated all over. I admit defeat. It's almost time. Tang Xiefeng thought about it, but at this moment, he saw that Situku didn't stop, but showed a ferocious expression on his face. If you want to challenge the authority of my heavenly sword palace, you must be prepared to die. The long knife continued to dance and create a whirlwind of heavenly knives, sweeping towards Tang Xiefeng, who had already surrendered. Daoist Chenghua's expression changed. Originally, according to the regulations, after one party admits defeat, the other party cannot pursue and fight fiercely, but Situku, as the head of a group of perverted people in the Heavenly Knife Hall, is completely perverted. No to stop. Reverend Chonghua wanted to stop subconsciously, but on second thought, he stopped. If Tang Xiefeng died, wouldn't it be beneficial to him? Situku, this is the martial arts conference. Tang Xiefeng's complexion also changed a bit. Originally he could fight against the opponent, but after deliberately taking a knife, he was obviously no longer the opponent's opponent. The opponent launched a killer move, and he had nowhere to hide. I know. Situku said fiercely, with a sword in his hand and a tiger in his hand. 10 meters. 5 meters. The blade was getting closer and closer to Tang Xiefeng. Bang! Clang! The sound of 2 metals intersecting came from the field, and then 2 shining long knives flew up, twirled and landed behind, and inserted into the cracks in the stone ground of Taiji Square. This scene stunned everyone present. Who came out to stop Situku at the critical moment? When they turned their eyes towards Tang Xiefeng, they opened their eyes wide at the same time. What the hell, is it Yi Feng? This is unscientific. Obviously a young man with less than 30 years of cultivation. How could he be able to withstand the 105-year-old Situku's heavenly saber whirlwind? Disregarding the morality of the world, disregarding the rules of the conference, and wanting to kill when the opponent admits defeat. Yi Feng stood up, holding a dark green true energy sword, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and teasingly smiled at Situku in front of him. According to the regulations, should the host of the martial arts conference conduct self-criticism? These words made Xuanhuan Daoist on the stage very angry. This kid is slapping Qi Guogua in the face. It's a pity that Yi Feng hasn't finished speaking yet. Without waiting for Xuanhuan Daoist to react, Yi Feng swung his long sword and aimed at Situku. Xuanhua, old man, if you don't show up again, I will take care of this scum of the world with my own hands. Situku's expression froze, and he felt his hands trembling. In the past, when facing such a young man with less than 30 years of cultivation, he would definitely kill him in 2 or 3 strikes, but today is different. He had just met Yi Feng's sword, and he could clearly feel the terror of Yi Feng's strength. Now that Yi Feng said that he wanted to solve him, he was definitely not joking. Etc. Daoist Xuanhua hurriedly said, Senior Situ was impulsive for a while, but he didn't make a big mistake, and the crime is not worthy of death. But you, Yi Feng, in this year alone, you have attacked many martial arts seniors, resulting in death missing, and stealing the most precious treasure of my Tai Chi Hall, Chunyang Baojian. Should I give an explanation today? While making a sound, Xuanhua Daoist had already arrived at the scene holding a long sword. His figure was elegant and agile, and he came to Yi Feng in a moment. Perhaps the disappearance and tragic death of some martial arts seniors in the past are also related to you. Immortal Xuanhua added another sentence, adding to Yi Feng's crimes. At this time, everyone around finally raised their hearts to their throats. After 2 days of enduring the conflict, it finally broke out at this time. The key reason was that Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng were injured. This point was noticed by many martial artists, but no one said anything about it. Today, Yi Feng might be doomed. All the martial arts people present were thinking at the same time, if they were Yi Feng, they must quickly hand over the Chunyang Baojian, first to appease the anger of Xuanhua Daoist, and then repent for the crimes they committed. Maybe they can let Xuanhua Daoist spare his life. After all, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng went crazy for some reason, ran out to challenge the top 10 masters, and got injured. Didn't they cut off their own reliance? Yi Feng now has only one dead end. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Feng's reaction was not as they imagined. I saw Yi Feng smiled slightly, raised his head, faced Xuanhua Daoist without the slightest fear, and said calmly, Chunyang Baojian? If you win, I will give it back to you. If you can't beat me, you have to fight for it. Apologize for what you just said. From the very beginning, I, Yi Feng, never took the initiative to offend anyone here. Those who died and disappeared, if they didn't want to deal with me, how could they have such a result? Again, I, Yi Feng, will not take the initiative, go find trouble with anyone, but who dares to do something to me and the people around me, then I will never end with you. 2 sentences in succession made the Taiji Square, which was originally full of discussions, suddenly quiet down. Is this Yi Feng crazy? How could this kid say such arrogant words in the face of Daoist Xuanhua, the head of the Tai Chi Hall with a cultivation base of 131 years? The words just now undoubtedly mean that those who died were all for nothing, all because they offended Yi Feng. Doesn't this mean that his Xuanhua Daoist and the face of the Taiji Palace don't matter? As long as Yi Feng is offended, Yi Feng even dares to attack him, Xuanhua Daoist? There is no doubt that the real Xuanhua and Yi Feng are already in a situation where they can't stop dying. Daoist Xuanhua laughed back in anger. The fledgling young man in front of him didn't know what to do, dared to say that if he wins, he will return the Chunyang Baojian? With such an obvious provocation, anyone would be furious, let alone Xuanhua Daoist, the #1 martial artist. Good. 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 Master Xuanhua laughed 3 times, but the laughter was full of indescribable anger, pointing at Yi Feng. I want to see, what courage do you have to shout in front of the old Taoist me? Go ahead. Yi Feng was not only not afraid, but also arrogantly hooked his fingers at the real person, Xuanhua. This action made Xuanhua Daoist's eyes turn red. He had already decided not to care about anything, and directly killed Yi Feng on the spot. This idiot. In the direction of the Tang family, great elder Tang Jingtian shook his head slightly. This Yifeng made such a fuss. This time, even if the Tang family wanted to stand up, it would be difficult for him to speak to Yifeng. Moreover, judging from Yifeng's tone, it seemed that they didn't need the Tang family's help. Thinking of the conversation with Yifeng last night, Tang Jingtian became a little angry, thinking that this kid really doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, and he has to be ashamed to know his innocence. Tang Jingtian deliberately didn't make a move, and waited until Yifeng begged for mercy before standing up. That would be effective. Unfortunately, what he doesn't know is that he will never wait until this time. Yifeng didn't take his eyes off Xuanhuan Daoist, but his spiritual sense had already scanned around, and he smiled quietly after seeing Tang Jingtian's expression. The conversation last night allowed him to figure out Tang Jingtian's character, and knew that Tang Jingtian couldn't have appeared while he was intact. That's just right, lest people from the Tang family get in the way and greatly reduce the effect of Yifeng's prestige. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Daoist Xuanhuan undoubtedly represents the #1 person in the orthodox martial arts world. With a cultivation base of 131 years, coupled with a world-leading weapon Tai Chi sword, it is enough to make him stand out from the crowd. The pinnacle of Tai Chi sword martial arts makes him invincible. And Yifeng is just a young man who has just risen this year, so it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a fledgling. Even if he is very talented, it is absolutely impossible for him to grow to the point where he can fight against real Zhonghua within a year. Such two people should have a relationship between senior and junior, but now they are confronting each other in the martial arts conference, which makes people completely confused. Of course, everyone now thinks that this is Yifeng's grandstanding. No one has really thought that Yifeng really wants to fight Xuanhuan Daoist, and no one has thought that Yifeng will be Xuanhuan Daoist's opponent. If there was a real fight, Yifeng might lose with just one move, right? After all, the difference in cultivation between the two sides is really too big. Daoist Xuanhuan is over 100 years old this year, and he has crossed more bridges than Yifeng has eaten. How could he be defeated by a junior? At a hidden observation point under the mountain, everyone in the National Security Bureau was also puzzled. Lin Shiqing looked at Yifeng's calm expression on the screen, and frowned slightly, a little puzzled what Yifeng was acting out this time. Lin Hongchuan comforted from the side, "Girl, don't think too much, this kid has a lot of ideas. I can see that Old Man Yi and Old Man Tang are pretending to be injured. If someone dares to do something to Yifeng later, the two old men promise to be the first. Come out and beat him up." Hearing Lin Hongchuan's disrespectful words, Lin Shiqing managed to hold back her laughter, and she said worriedly, "Why don't I go up and have a look? If there is anything, I can help busy." "Stupid girl, what can you do to help? Do you know martial arts?" Lin Hongchuan sneered. However, when he looked up, he found that Lin Shiqing was not listening to him at all, but got up and left the observation point, and ran towards the top of Sichuan Mountain. Two members of the National Security Bureau had followed Lin Shiqing to protect her and went up the mountain together. They should have followed Lin Shiqing's order. This kid, if you let him grow up, it will be a major factor of instability in society. Geng Chaoyang, one of the persons in charge of the National Security Bureau, looked at Yifeng on the screen, and after realizing that Lin Shiqing had brought someone up, he also turned his head and said to his colleague Quan Chongsong, "Chongsong, let's go up and see together." "I think so too." The conservative Quan Chongsong nodded. Whenever such weird things happen, it's better to have someone on the scene. Otherwise, if something urgent happens, it will be too late to deal with it. Geng Chaoyang is a well-known radical among the elite members of the National Security Bureau. Of course, he brought people up with bad intentions. Quan Chongsong knew that he couldn't persuade the other party, so he had to lead people along. Hey, wait for me, old man." Lin Hongchuan yelled from behind, and his hands and feet were nimble. He quickly caught up with the two and went up the mountain together. At this time in the Tai Chi Square, Xuanhuan Daoist and Yifeng were already in a state of sword tension, but Yifeng did not take the initiative to attack, but waited for Xuanhuan Daoist to draw his sword. He is waiting. Only after 30 years of cultivation can he truly be sure to deal with Xuanhuan Daoist. Before that, he can only defend passively, relying on the Xingyan spirit ring of course. And 30 years of cultivation is close at hand, and in a few minutes, it will be there. Tai Chi Square. The sun was shining, and the thin clouds and mist were lingering. Among the dust and smoke, Yifeng and Xuanhuan Daoist stood opposite each other. Situku, the head of the Heavenly Knife Hall, had already retreated in cold sweat. Just now he was hit by Yifeng's sword and his long knife was knocked into the air. How dare a guy who has cultivated for 100 years dare to stay and embarrass himself? However, he wanted to see how this kid Yifeng was abused in front of Xuanhuan Daoist. On the rocky ground not far from the two of them, Situku's long knife was inserted, shining brightly in the sun. Everyone around focused their eyes on Yang. Where Yifeng and Xuanhuan Daoist confronted each other, the people from the Zhejian sword sect also opened their mouths wide open, incomparably stunned. Except for Yu Wendian and Tang Xiafeng, they were still quiet, although Su Menghan, Zi Jianlan and Zhang Xinyun understood Yifeng's strength, they couldn't help feeling worried. When the sun rose higher and the sun shone from a certain angle, so that the long knife reflected the sun and shone into Yifeng's eyes, Immortal Xuanhua immediately seized the opportunity and made a move. Even against Yifeng, this seemingly young junior, Master Xuanhua did not underestimate the enemy at all. He deliberately waited until this time, just to use the sunlight to cover Yifeng's sight and distract him a little, so that he could kill Yifeng in one fell swoop. It subdues. It's a pity that Yifeng is currently concentrating on probing with his divine sense. His eyes have long been ignored by him, even if the sun shines on it, it doesn't distract him at all. Sensing Xuanhua's palm slapping towards him, Yifeng turned around and retreated without thinking. Two powerful palms from the opponent hit his ears and hit the ground of the square, bursting into a cloud of dust. Hide? Daoist Xuanhua frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, he deliberately picked such a time and let Yifeng dodge. Moreover, Yifeng's dodging technique is so sophisticated that he completely guessed where his invisible palm wind could reach. Hidden between palms. How keen perception does this require? But he didn't know that Yifeng had such a thing as spiritual consciousness. He could easily perceive the specific shape of his two fists, even if it was invisible to the naked eye, it was still as conspicuous to Yifeng's perception as lights. Dodging the two palm winds, Yifeng didn't stop at all, the Xingyan spirit ring in his hand condensed his whole body's true energy. Swish! Swish! A few handprints were skillfully made by Yifeng. At this moment he can activate the Xingyan spirit ring to defend at any time. At this moment, as expected, a series of sword energy poured in his direction from behind like rain. Tai Chi sword technique, the sword aura is like a rainbow, like a horizontal waterfall under the sun. There are hundreds of sword auras in total, sweeping towards Yifeng like a gust of wind. When the martial arts people around saw Xuanhua Daoist showing such a move, they all showed shock. Is this old Taoist going to kill Yifeng directly? Such a quick move, not to mention the young man Yifeng, even the top 10 masters of the martial arts and the other 9 masters, it is difficult to follow, and the ancestor of the Long family, Long Ke, has a little certainty. It seems that Xuanhua Immortal was very angry by this Yifeng, everyone thought to themselves, and at the same time looked at Yifeng with a bit of pity and regret. Such a talented young man, if he is allowed to grow up for another 10 or 20 years, it is not impossible to say that he can dominate the martial arts world. After all, how old is he now? And now he can avoid the palm of Xuanhua Daoist. How about a higher level of cultivation? While pitying and regretting, a group of people felt a little rejoicing. If such evildoers continue to exist, then where would these martial arts seniors have any face? As for the people on the side of Zizhenjian's sect, most of them are worried, and there are also a few people who are sullen and gloat, such as Huayeqing and Renjie. Yifeng helped Huayeqing detoxify last night. Huayeqing didn't feel grateful, but made him feel angry. Isn't it because he has the treasure of pure yang from Tai Chi Hall? If he had it, he would be able to detoxify people. For Yifeng's eye-catching performance, it deeply hurt Huayeqing's heart, and made him quite happy to see Yifeng die here. There is also the third elder, Renjie, who does not know the reason why she has always disliked Yifeng. Since she first met Yifeng that night in Xishan, she has been confronting Yifeng tit for tat until now. At this moment, seeing Yifeng's wave of sword energy in front of Xuanhuan Daoist, his heart was in his throat. This kid is dead. However, at the next moment, something happened that stunned everyone, so that everyone could no longer say a word. Even the martial arts people who were sitting in the square stood up and stared at the scene. Scenario. Facing the series of sword energy from Xuanhuan Daoist, Yifeng stood confidently. His hands formed some strange handprints, and then a translucent cover with starlight spread directly beside Yifeng. Keep him in the circle. Laugh. 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 Rao is Xuanhuan Daoist with a cultivation base of 131 years. This series of hundreds of sword chi blasted on the starlight cover one after another, can't penetrate the cover, and hurt Yifeng even the slightest bit. It's so dangerous, no matter how powerful it is, the Xingyin spirit ring can't stop it from being broken. This old Taoist is really strong. Yifeng was not at all complacent about his astonishing behavior, but he was more vigilant and focused on Zhenhua's actions. Soon. Only after 30 years of cultivation, Yifeng can be confident enough to launch a counterattack. WTF? Master Xuanhua's confident move was blocked by Yifeng lightly, and there appeared something he couldn't understand like a starlight mask. Could it be Yifeng's internal energy shield? It's not like, and if the inner energy shield is used, Yifeng's cultivation will definitely not be able to resist his series of sword energy. How did he know that this would be a defensive magic weapon at the level of a spiritual weapon, an infuriating shield produced by it? This Xingyin spiritual ring, Yifeng, could definitely resist Huiyin Demon Lord or Concubine Su, let alone Xuanhuan Daoist, who was weaker than these two. Die. Daoist Xuanhua showed greed. No matter what, he must catch Yifeng. Chunyang Baojian, coupled with this super strong defensive shield that reveals starlight, is enough to make him greedy. However, at this moment, Yifeng's expression brightened. 30 years of cultivation. A trace of heaven and earth spiritual energy was sucked into his body by him from the surrounding caves of Sichuan Mountain, and transformed into true energy through the spinning pill core, allowing his cultivation to break through the shackles of 30 years in one fell swoop. Including Master Xuanhua, no one noticed this change in Yifeng, except Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun and Zijianlin, who possessed spiritual consciousness. The three girls were overjoyed, their eyes were filled with anticipation and happiness. They knew that it was time for Yifeng to fight back. As for the others in Tai Chi Square, they all felt that Yifeng was dead. Yes, can you still not die? Immortal Xuanhua is displaying the unique skill of Tai Chi sword. Flood Dragon goes out to sea, swings out a sword, and the sword energy from all directions surrounds Yifeng. The role of playing 150 years of power. Yifeng is dead. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yifeng, who was in the field. This time even the starlight mask couldn't save him. Faced with Xuanhuan Daoist's trick of flooding the sea, Yifeng did not panic at all. He has been promoted for 30 years, and his whole body has undergone a radical change. As soon as his true energy is urged, a long sword in blue color is condensed out of his hand. He can feel that this true energy sword has strengthened his swordsmanship. The effect has reached 70%. The original Yifeng could kill a 100-year-old powerhouse with void sword dance. Now that Yi Feng's cultivation base has increased from 20 years to 30 years, the power of the true Qi sword has also increased by 20%, and the sharpness of the Danqing sword itself has jumped several levels, allowing him to face even 120 years of cultivation. For the strong have no pressure. Don't underestimate the powerhouses with more than 100 years of cultivation. Although the power of Yi Feng's void sword dance has tripled in general, the strength of those with more than 100 years of cultivation can be doubled every 10 years. Daoist Xuanhuan, who has been cultivated for 130 years, is at least 8 times stronger than a strong man who has been cultivated for 100 years. Facing such an opponent, even though Yi Feng's improvement was huge, he still didn't dare to underestimate him. Quietly, he had already swallowed both the explosive Yuan pill and the violent Qi pill, ready to swallow them at any time. The child will die. Daoist Xuanhuan used the fled dragon to go out to sea, and he already had the determination to kill him. As for the Qingyang Baojian, we just need to wait until Yi Feng is dealt with before looking for it. Yi Feng's words just now were too arrogant, and he didn't give him any face, so he didn't have to show mercy to Yi Feng, just kill him. In the direction of the Tai Chi Hall, Wuma Changfeng had already stood up, looking at the field expectantly. This guy is old and born, he only had Wumaji when he was 40 years old, he is not yet 70 years old this year, but Wumaji disappeared when he was looking for Yi Feng. It must have been a disaster, how could he not be angry? Die. Wuma Changfeng gritted his teeth tightly. However, soon, the situation on the field made everyone unexpected. It's now, void sword dance. When the circle of sword energy enveloping Yi Feng, when Jiaolong went out to sea, he stepped lightly and performed the void sword dance. His figure disappeared suddenly, and then a series of blue-colored sword lights appeared next to Chonghua Daoist. As for Chonghua Daoist's move of fled dragon, going to sea, hundreds of sword qis all hit the empty space. Everyone was shocked. What's happening here? Everyone was paying attention, and Daoist Chonghua didn't dare to slack off. He could feel the great power of the blue sword energy attacking around him. Even if he was not careful, he would be buried here. Unfortunately, the cultivation is still not enough. With one hand confidently, Daoist Chonghua unleashed the defensive moves of Taijiquan like a seal, and a strong inner energy shield formed around him, easily blocking the Danqing sword energy one after another. Yi Feng felt this situation in the void, and was not discouraged, because it was completely within his expectation. 1 sword, 2 swords, 5 swords, 10 swords. Soon, Yi Feng used up his whole body's true energy and swung 40 swords. His meridians and dantian were already exhausted, but he was prepared, and swallowed a pill of violent energy into his stomach. Suddenly, a violent burst of true energy burst out from the storm pill, flowing to the meridians all over his body, filling his entire body, and he had returned to its full state after a while. That's not counting. Explosive Yuan pill. Yi Feng also swallowed this elixir, which was extremely harmful to the body, and immediately enlarged the meridians of his whole body by 10%, the veins all over his body burst out, the meridians expanded, and the speed of the core of the elixir accelerated several times. Now, he can increase his power by using the power of fairy magic. Not enough. Yi Feng compared his own strength with that of Chonghua's real person who had tested it, and knew that this was still not enough to defeat him. He still has the last trump card left, which is to combine immortal arts and martial arts. Void sword dance, although it can teleport through the air, making it hard for the enemy to defend against, but to Chonghua Daoist, it is just an ordinary 40 sword dance, except that Yi Feng's figure is invisible, there is nothing strange at all. But it would be different if martial arts were integrated into fairy arts, and Tai Chi swordsmanship into void swordsmanship. Yi Feng still remembers how shocking he was when someone used Tai Chi swordsmanship, and what kind of significant impact it had on him. Every sword in Tai Chi swordsmanship is so full of charm that people cannot avoid it, and it vividly interprets the power of the swordsmanship. Tai Chi, Void. Yifeng has already tried it countless times. After integrating the Taiji sword technique into the Void sword technique, the power of each sword of the Void sword dance can be increased by 30% to 50%, which means that the overall power of the Void sword dance can be increased by 30 to 50%. This is a huge improvement. The original gap between Yifeng and real person Chonghua disappeared when Yifeng performed such a move. Swish. The cyan-colored sword energy, after a pause, appeared next to Chonghua Daoist again, but this time there was a little change compared to just now. Immortal Chonghua keenly captured the change, and frowned slightly. Why is this sword energy a bit like Tai Chi? Impossible, it is impossible for this Yifeng to know the cultivation method of Taiji swordsmanship. How did he know that Yifeng would control Chen Hui's soul, and he obtained these exercises through soul searching? Although everyone in the martial arts world regards martial arts cheats as the most precious thing, for Yifeng, it is too easy to get them. Unlike the world of cultivating immortals, those who understand the minds of super-immortal cultivators have been restrained by memory, let alone hypnotized, and even searching for souls, it is impossible to obtain their cultivation methods. Unleashing the Tai Chi Void Sword, this is already Yifeng's peak swordsmanship. A circle of space-distorted ripples spread from around the body of Chonghua Daoist, making the surrounding people somewhat unable to see his situation clearly, but they could feel its powerful power, and everyone was greatly shocked. Could it be that Yifeng was the one who swung so much sword energy to attack Chonghua Daoist? But where is that kid Yifeng? There was a question in all hearts, and soon their question was answered. A sword. 10 swords. Rao Chonghua Daoist defended with all his strength, but he was gradually unable to resist Yifeng's strong attack, and the inner energy in his whole body was completely condensed to protect himself. What kind of monster is this kid, so strong? Or, it's not that kid Yifeng. Master Chonghua was thinking this, and the void had already swung the 30th sword. He couldn't resist. After cultivating for 100 years, it was the first time he was in such a mess like today, but he knew in his heart that there were still 10 swords waiting for him. He will be even more embarrassed, and even lose his life. Before this moment, he never thought that he would encounter such a situation in the martial arts conference, but now, it was too late for him to regret it. Laugh. A sword pierced his air shield, which seemed to be closed like a seal, and immediately after that, another sword pierced into his chest. This is not the last sword, but it has already broken all his defenses. The blue sword energy, mixed with the fresh blood flowing from his chest, blinded the eyes of everyone around him. Daoist Chonghua bleeds. There was an uproar in the entire Tai Chi square. Daoist Chonghua bleeds. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They stared at this scene in disbelief. They didn't even blink their eyes. They were afraid of missing any wonderful shots. What the hell happened? Until now, most of the people present still don't believe that Yifeng can injure Chonghua Daoist. Moreover, where is Yifeng's figure now? In less than 2 seconds, the sword light flickered. Immediately after Yifeng disappeared, the real Chonghua bled. This was simply the most incredible thing they had ever seen in their life. None of them. The direction of the True Sword sect. Hua Yeqing and Ren Jia have opened their mouths. They can't believe this is true. That little bastard, Yifeng, is really so powerful. Hua Yeqing thought to himself, no wonder he was knocked down by Yifeng and fell to his knees with one move. It turns out that Yifeng actually has the strength to challenge real Chonghua. How is this possible? Obviously Yifeng is only 20 years old. When Hua Yeqing was at this age, he had only cultivated for more than 10 years, and he didn't even know how to go down the mountain to make soy sauce. The head of the True Sword sect, Master Chang Shan, has been unable to describe it. He raised his hand, trembling, and looked at the field nervously. You must know that Yi Feng belongs to his true sword sect. Hua Zhenren. Doesn't it mean that his son Xinjian has sent a top martial arts master? Yi Wendian and Tang Xiafeng. The two pretended to show their flaws and were injured. In fact, they had just been completely cured by lay-on hands. At this moment, the two elders looked at each other. They each saw the shock in each other's eyes. Obviously, although they believed that Yi Feng could handle today's situation with confidence, they didn't expect it to be like this. Yi Feng and Chonghua face each other head-on. If Yi Feng had told them before that he could defeat Chonghua Daoist, they would never have believed it. But now, Yi Feng has told them directly with the facts how powerful he is. Before, the two elders thought that Yi Feng's master, according to rumors, the fairy from the East China Sea, would show up to help out. Now it seems that there is no need for his master to show up. Tang's direction. Tang Jingtian clenched his fists tightly. Looking into the field, his face was full of shock and incredulity. How could this be possible? Yi Feng, this kid, is so talented. No wonder when he talked with Yi Feng last night, Yi Feng's tone was not backing down at all. It was extremely strong, which made him angry. Now that he thinks about it, Yi Feng has that strength in his hands, so there is no need to look at him. Family face. Tang Jingtian rejoiced secretly. Fortunately, he didn't get angry and fight Yi Feng last night. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun. Tang Yao's face was full of dullness. Looking at Chonghua's distressed appearance in the center of the square, Yi Feng's shadow was in his heart. That young man. Really so tough. One sword after another, it's like urging ghosts and gods to die. Even a real person as strong as Zhonghua can't resist it. In this world, there has never been such a monstrous young man. As for Tang Yao's father, Tang Yi, a middle-aged man with a red nose, was relieved to see this situation. He thought it was a good thing that he didn't fight Yi Feng in the western mountain forest. Otherwise, even Tang Jingtian would definitely, he is not Yi Feng's opponent. Now he is dead without a place to die. Han Buku, the boxing god of the Xuanhuan sect, and Situ Ku, the head of the Tiandao temple, all broke out in cold sweat seeing this situation. This young man is actually so powerful. Han Buho was worried. Thinking about how he injured Yi Wendian before, Yi Feng probably made trouble for him. This is not good. After all, it was Yi Wendian who came up to challenge him. As for the disciples of the Huayun sect and the 10,000 snake poison sect, it seems that Yi Feng had acted against their masters, leading to their disappearance. He also wanted the Tai Chi Hall to seek justice for them. But now that they have seen it, who would have the guts to find trouble with Yi Feng? It would be nice if Yi Feng didn't trouble them. Young Yi Feng. Wuma Chongfeng stood up and stared at the field with his eyes wide open. He never thought that such a situation would happen in the blink of an eye. He still wanted to wait for Master Chonghua to subdue Yi Feng, and then he would personally avenge Wumaki. But he never thought that Master Chonghua would not be Yi Feng's opponent. Doesn't this mean that he wants to avenge his son? There is no hope. No. There is one more chance. That is, the battle between Yi Feng and Chonghua has not yet come to an end. Everyone present has already begun to worry about gains and losses. It's a pity that the people of the Long family didn't see this good show. Otherwise, Long Ke might regret taking Long Wanner away. At only 20 years old, Yi Feng can challenge Chonghua real person. What a terrifying talent. When Yi Feng is 30 or 40 years old, it will be fine at these times. Wouldn't the whole world be under Yi Feng's control? Central Tai Chi Square. Daoist Chonghua realized that his inner Qi shield had been broken. A sword pierced into his chest. His old face also changed again and again. Son, you have such strength. The old Taoist underestimated you. Daoist Chonghua's face became gloomy. But in the current situation, he has no way to continue. He is not Yi Feng's opponent. But he didn't quite believe it. This was Yi Feng's own strength. Because he didn't see Yi Feng's figure, he wasn't sure if it was Yi Feng's move or some other hidden figure was helping Yi Feng. If it is someone from the three hidden places, then it will be troublesome. Daoist Xuanhuan thought in his heart, but he felt that it was impossible. If the people from the three hidden places appeared, it would be impossible not to give him face of Daoist Xuanhuan. The three great hidden lands are the supreme existences in the martial arts world. Those super powerhouses who have reached 150 years of cultivation will be taken away by the three great hidden lands. From then on, only major events will happen in the martial arts world, or to resist the outside world appears when the enemy is strong. You lost. Yi Feng's proud voice came out from the void, followed by the last 5 swords. Shua. 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 These 5 swords, Daoist Xuanhuan was unstoppable. He could only retreat quickly. However, his speed was still a lot worse than that of Jianqi. He was quickly caught up by Jianqi. His hands and feet were covered by Dan Qing, the sword energy pierced through. Fresh blood gushed out like a pillar. However, Yi Feng was sympathetic when he struck. He only severely injured Xuanhuan Daoist, but did not kill him. Because he kept in mind that Xuanhuan Daoist is not the most powerful person in this Jianghu. There is also a place where 150 years of cultivation is gathered. Of course, the current Yi Feng does not know. Such a place is not 1. 3. Known as the 3 great hidden lands in the rivers and lakes. If Daoist Xuanhuan is also dead, then the 3 hidden places will definitely send people to intervene in the investigation. There are even people from the hidden places watching at the martial arts conference. Just wait for something big to happen. That person jumped out immediately. This made Yi Feng have to be careful, so as not to get burned. Jiang Zhonghua was seriously injured. It was enough. Yi Feng had already achieved his goal. To establish his prestige in the martial arts conference was enough to make other people dare not provoke him. Let the old man Lan Ke know that he is absolutely worthy of him, man with granddaughter. But when he appeared from the void and looked at the seriously injured Xuanhuan Daoist, just when he was about to say something, a flash of sword light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Puff. Daoist Xuanhuan hadn't reacted yet. There was a flash of blood. His head had been cut off by a sword. He flew high and spurted blood all over the ground. Yi Feng was stunned. Who was it? When the real person Xuanhua's head flew high with the bloody light, everyone in Taiji Square was stunned on the spot. They couldn't react for a while. Too suddenly. Obviously Yi Feng had already stopped. How could Daoist Xuanhuan be killed suddenly? Was he killed by Yi Feng? Or was he killed by someone else? No one knows. But someone stood up immediately. That is Wuma Changfeng. Yi Feng, you are so courageous. Wuma Changfeng was furious. His footsteps were windy. He quickly ran towards Yi Feng's direction. He thought it was Yi Feng who killed Xuanhuan. At this time, Yi Feng was a little baffled himself. He deliberately saved his hand. He didn't kill Xuanhuan Daoist. Unexpectedly, this old Taoist was still killed. It's just, even his divine sense couldn't feel it to any unusual places around. Who is it? Facing Wuma Changfeng galloping towards him, Yi Feng looked awe-inspiring. He knew that he had been framed by someone. How could he swallow this breath? Daoist Xuanhuan is an important figure in Jianghu. He died. Maybe the people in the hidden ground will move out. Yi Feng won't even have a place to run when the time comes. Continue to search. If there is any movement around, tell me immediately. Yi Feng concentrated his voice. He gave orders to Yang Shunning and other soul cultivators. For the present plan, since the soul cannot sense the existence of the other party, he can only rely on these soul cultivators. Maybe the sneak attacker is hiding in the dark. They will show their feet in a place they think is safe. Yang Shunning heard the words, and immediately gave the order. At this time, Yi Feng was already facing Wuma Chongfeng's fierce attack, but his true energy was exhausted, and he couldn't hold on for much longer. Fortunately, at this time, the previous acting has shown its value. Seeing that Yi Feng was being targeted by Wuma Chongfeng, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng jumped out immediately. They split into two groups and attacked Wuma Chongfeng. He didn't pay much attention to it either. However, as soon as the two sides made contact, Wuma Chongfeng was shocked. Just now, the masters of the martial arts competition fought. These two old men did not use their full strength at all, but only 50% of their strength. No wonder Hanbyuk and Situku such an easy defeat. It turns out that all of this is a trick. It is conceivable that even if Yi Feng is not Chonghua's opponent, once he falls into a disadvantage, these two old men join the battle group by surprise, and they will definitely be able to subdue Chonghua on the spot. It's too insidious. Wuma Chongfeng suddenly fell into a fierce battle. Yi Feng took the opportunity to rest. Su Menghan ran over from behind and supported Yi Feng with one hand. Are you okay? What happened just now? I'm fine. Yi Feng shook his head. I don't know who made the sneak attack. But I didn't do it. Su Menghan showed shock. It wasn't Yi Feng who did it. Yi Feng still doesn't know who is sneaking up. The strength of the other party has exceeded expectations. Or there are hidden methods like spiritual shielding, so Yi Feng can't find out. Soon, the expressions of the two of them changed, because the news of Yang Shunning had already arrived. Xiaoya. The situation is not good. As soon as Yang Shunning floated back, he immediately had a frowning face. There are many sword ninjas from the Red Sun Kingdom hidden around here. They faintly surrounded the entire Tai Chi square. Sword ninja. Red Sun Country. Yi Feng's face changed slightly. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Red Sun Country. It is an island country close to Hua Country. It has historical enemies with Hua Country. It once committed heinous crimes in Hua Country. Even though so many years have passed, the history cannot be erased. The sword ninja of the Red Sun Kingdom seems to be a cultivator of the Red Sun Kingdom. It is equivalent to the martial arts in the martial arts circle of the Hua Kingdom. It has extremely strong individual strength. Those who have a little success are just like 3 or 5 people who can't get close. I've heard some news about the sword ninja of the Red Sun Kingdom. As the Vice Admiral of the Hua Kingdom, Yang Shunning is one of the most important targets to guard against is the Red Sun Kingdom. Therefore, he told Yi Feng some things he knew. It turns out that the ninjas of the Red Sun Kingdom are the most important training power. Sword ninja is just one of its branches. It mainly focuses on the combination of swordsmanship and ninjutsu. The technique of hiding in ninjutsu is the most important. Sword ninja of the Red Sun Kingdom. He often comes to China to perform missions. Especially, he has a lot of enmity with Tai Chi Hall. At this time, it was a matter of course to sneak attack and kill Chonghua Daoist. After all, Chonghua Daoist was seriously injured in Yi Feng's hands. Don't attack now, let alone when. It's a pity that these news are all from Yang Shunning's mouth. Except for Yi Feng and Su Menghan, other people don't know at all. To convince others, you must find out the Red Sun Sword Ninja. At this moment in Taiji Square, the denunciation against Yi Feng became more and more intense. Everyone felt that he had cut off the head of Daoist Chonghua. It was too much. Doesn't this kid know that Chonghua Daoist made great contributions in fighting against the barbarians? Once Chonghua Daoist died, some cultivators, including the Red Sun Kingdom, must be even more rampant. It's just that no one knows. Daoist Chonghua was not killed by Yi Feng, but was killed by the sword ninja of the Red Sun Kingdom. None of these people were able to catch the traces of the sword ninja of the Red Sun Country. It can be seen from this that the sword ninja of the Red Sun Country who came to China to attack the real person of Chonghua must be a master of the sword ninja. The strength is extremely strong. His status in the ninja world of the Red Sun Country should be equivalent to the status of Daoist Chonghua in the martial arts world of the Hua Country. It's a pity. After this guy succeeded, he let down his vigilance. He and his accomplices hid in the woods and watched the jokes. But they didn't expect that there was a soul repair army led by Yang Shuning. They found their traces easily. After all, it is quite exhausting for Jian Ninja to hide his whereabouts. It is impossible for him to hide his whereabouts all the time. At this time, the investigation of the Soul Cultivation Corps directly found out his location. Yi Feng. It's too much. Those two old men are still helping him. They are simply pests in the martial arts world. That's right. No matter what today, I can't let this son leave this place. Otherwise, how can I have any prestige in the martial arts world? Don't worry. Even if he escapes here today, he will be doomed in the end. After all, people from the hidden land. The last person spoke in a very low voice when he said the last one. Because not everyone knows about the hidden land. Yi Feng could not help showing a sneer when he heard the discussion of a group of people. These people didn't know who the real culprit was, so they randomly pointed the finger at him. It was really disgusting. It doesn't matter that he was wronged. The important thing is to let the real murderer go free and watch the fun. That would be too unpleasant. Therefore, Yi Feng definitely wanted to find out the sword ninjas of the Red Sun Country. But before he did it, he couldn't make this matter public. Otherwise, wouldn't it be that the sword ninjas of the Red Sun Country would startle them? Menghan. Come with me. Yi Feng greeted him, took Su Menghan with him, jumped lightly, and ran towards the direction of Shenkwaman, who was shouting the most. Seeing this, the people of Xuanhuan sect all shuddered and closed their mouths, for fear that Yi Feng, the evil god, would use them to make an example of them. The Xuanhuan sect lost too much under Yi Feng's hands. Not to mention other things. The genius Luo Feng of their sect was killed by Yi Feng on the East Sea. As for the mainstay of the sect, Han Jiwu, he went to the desert and never came back. According to Su Xiaoyu, it is vaguely related to Yi Feng. This made boxing god Han Shoka have a very bad attitude towards Yi Feng. But Yi Feng is the one who can defeat Chonghua Daoist. This made Han Shuk dare not make any mistakes. Seeing Yi Feng running towards him, his expression changed and his mood became tense. He shouted, Yi Feng Feng, what do you want? I'll take you under the knife. Yi Feng snorted heavily, since you are all making things difficult for me, then I will not stop doing one thing and kill you all. Today, the Tai Chi square is covered in blood. His tone is very heavy. The purpose is to scare the other party. While the figure was moving quickly, this sentence spread to the ears of everyone around him, and also to the sword ninja in the dense forest behind the Xuanhuan gate. It made the other party slightly surprised. This Yi Feng is really fierce. This is unbearable. But this is the best way. As the leader of the sword ninja of the Red Sun Country, being able to personally create a massacre in the martial arts is simply too fulfilling. This alone is enough for his name to go down in history in the Red Sun Country. Especially. He also has a deep fear of Yi Feng. This kid is only 20 years old and can defeat Chonghua Daoist. If he grows up, it will be bad news for the Red Sun Country. Under the current situation, this Yi Feng suddenly became the public enemy of martial arts. It is impossible to grow up. Daichi Harada almost wants to applaud his wit. For decades, the sword ninja of the Red Sun Kingdom has never done such a big thing. It is unexpected that he will succeed in doing it today. Today's matter, if it really explodes, is enough. Let the martial arts world of Huagua directly decline. There is no longer any strength to compete with the ninja world of Red Sun Nation. Harada Daichi became more and more excited, but he didn't realize at all that Yifeng's target was actually him. He was in the dense forest, behind the people of Xuanhuan sect. He thought that no one could find him, but he didn't know that under the investigation of Yang Shunning Soul Cultivation Legion, he had nowhere to hide. Yifeng knew his whereabouts like the back of his hand, unless he casts his concealment again. However, after Yifeng paid attention, it is hard to say whether his hiding method is effective. Harada-kun, that Yifeng is coming towards us. Beside Daichi Harada. An ordinary sword ninja whispered to him in the language of the Red Sun. It doesn't matter. Harada Daichi was calm and composed. He can't find us. We just watch a good show. However, as soon as his words fell, Yifeng and Su Menghan in front suddenly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Even Daji Harada and Xiao Jianning next to him couldn't help rubbing their eyes, as if they were dazzled. Why did Yifeng and that flower girl disappear all of a sudden? Next moment. Puff. The blue sword light flashed by. Harada Daichi couldn't react at all. A sword light had appeared in front of him. He was shocked and dodged in a hurry. Even if he reacted quickly, he was cut off by the sword light at once. One arm fell off. Immediately, blood flowed profusely. Dare to come to our country to play wild. Are you tired of living? Yifeng grabbed Harada Daji's other arm and laughed lightly. Dragon claw hand. Roar. He grabbed Harada Daichi's body and threw it towards the middle of Tai Chi Square. Han Byuk, Su Xiaoyu, and other martial arts people have not reacted at all. A small figure wearing a black ninja suit has been thrown not far in front of them. At first glance, it is the attire of a Red Sun ninja. At the same time, a 2-foot dagger hangs on his waist, showing his identity as Kennen. One arm has been cut off. The bright red color soon stained the ground. From Yifeng's gestures, he could feel that Harada Daichi's strength was indeed impressive. However, his strength in frontal combat was still too weak. He was only suitable for insidious tricks such as sneak attacks. About 110 years of cultivation. Yifeng didn't know how the ninjas of the Red Sun Kingdom calculated their cultivation level, but he roughly got the opponent's approximate strength level. Under the shocked eyes of everyone in Tai Chi Square, Yifeng slowly stepped into the arena, and Su Menghan followed behind him, subduing the sword Nin who was beside Harada Daji. That Jianren looked at so many people in the martial arts around him. And he was exposed. He couldn't help but tremble with fright. But Su Menghan restrained him. He couldn't use his cultivation base, and he couldn't even hide. You can stop. Yifeng looked at Wuma Changfeng, Yi Wendian, and Tang Xiefeng in the field. He cast a reassuring expression towards the two elders, and made the two elders pull back quickly, and separated from Wuma Changfeng. As soon as Wuma Changfeng saw Daji Harada in the field, his expression changed immediately. It turned out to be the sword ninja of the Red Sun country. Wuma Changfeng, as the head of the 8 elders of the Tai Chi Hall, naturally knows the enmity between the Tai Chi Hall and the sword ninja sect. At this time, he let Jianning take advantage of it. It makes people shudder. How the other party sneaked in. Thinking about it again, Wuma Changfeng thought about it, pointed at Yifeng and yelled, "Young Yifeng, you dare to collude with the sword Nin of the Red Sun Kingdom and poison Chenghua's head. You are the scum of the martial arts world. Traitors." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. If you hadn't destroyed the phantom formation of Sichuan Mountain, how could the sword ninja of the Red Sun Kingdom have come here? It can be seen from this that you have been in collusion since yesterday. Wuma Changfeng made another conclusion. Let all the martial arts people in the Taiji Hall point at Yi Feng. Yi Feng frowned slightly. Even just now. Maybe it was Jian Ren who was doing it. What is your strength, Yi Feng? Wuma Changfeng snorted coldly, and you, Yi Feng kid, have such superb concealment skills. How could it be my Chinese martial arts? You must have learned them from the ninjas of the Red Sun Kingdom. So many points are enough to prove that you colluding with foreign barbarians and plotting against the law is really a great harm to my martial arts. Yi Feng frowned even tighter. He just wanted to get Jianren out to prove that he was not the murderer who killed Xuanhuan Daoist. He really didn't expect Wuma Changfeng to take the opportunity to attack like this. Yi Feng couldn't refute these reasons at all. What's more, Yi Feng's son. In the past 6 months, you alone have caused heavy losses to the martial arts circle of our country. The heart of the country is clearly revealed. Wuma Changfeng took a step forward. He grabbed the long sword in the hand of the dead Daoist Chonghua and cut off the head of Daoji Harada with one sword. It was avenged for Daoist Chonghua. Under Wuma Changfeng's 120-year cultivation base, Harada Daichi has no ability to resist at all. What's more, Yi Feng had already cut off an arm, abolishing most of his cultivation base. But at this time, he is truly dead without proof. Even if Harada Daichi is alive, seeing this situation, he will definitely not excuse Yi Feng. He will definitely add fuel and vinegar to spark conflicts between the two sides. Yi Feng's collusion with the sword ninja of the Red Sun Kingdom, and his remarks against the Hua Kingdom's martial arts circle, are really confirmed. In this world, where there is darkness, there will be light. Where there is evil, there will be justice. Therefore, Wuma Changfeng turned black and white and slandered Yi Feng. There were people who agreed with him, and naturally, there were people who defended Yi Feng. Needless to say, Su Menghan, Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng and the others, even the members of the Zizhenjian sect were on the same front at this time, because they knew that if Yi Feng really became a traitor, then they are all accomplices. Nothing will end well. If Yi Feng is a traitor, how could he find out the Red Sun Sword Ninja? The third elder of the True Sword sect, the round-faced old lady Ren Jia said with an upright face, "Excuse Yi Feng. It's about her own interests. At this moment, she can't care less about going against Yi Feng. Now the key is to convince others. Prove that Yi Feng is not a traitor." Nonsense. If he wasn't with the Red Sun people, how could he have found them? Immediately someone questioned, even sect leader Chonghua and elder Wuma haven't found their traces. How could this kid know about it? That's not right. Immediately, there was another objection. Yi Feng glanced at it. It was an old man's voice from the side of Qingsong courtyard. He said leisurely, "You know, little friend Yi Feng defeated even Daoist Chonghua." Yes. Discovering the traces of the devils from the Red Sun Kingdom. It's nothing. According to the old man, little friend Yi Feng is not only not a traitor, but also has meritorious service in catching thieves. If it wasn't for little friend Yi Feng, who would have found the traces of the devils from the Red Sun country? Beside this old man, there is a young girl standing. It is Mu Qingqing. After all, Mu Qingqing still found out who released the Will-o'-the-Wisp to rescue her and Zhang Yang in the flower garden last night. Because she met Zhang Yang later, Zhang Yang thanked her, so she asked by the way. Zhang Yang didn't doubt that there was him, so he told Yi Feng out. At this time, Mu Qingqing showed displeasure, and looked at Yi Feng in the field with concern. It seemed that Yi Feng was identified as a traitor. It was something she could not accept. That's right. If Yi Feng was a traitor, Yi Wendian will Tang Xiefeng still support him? Even their grandsons who dared to treason and colluded with the Red Sun Kingdom sword ninja would definitely be cut into pieces by the second boss. In Taiji Square, everyone has different opinions. But generally speaking, the majority of people insist that Yi Feng is a traitor. After all, Yi Feng's performance is too eye-catching. Even if he is not a traitor, people who have nothing to do with him will all decide that he is a traitor. Because they subconsciously don't want to see such a young man rising in the martial arts world. Facing everyone's complaints, Yi Feng frowned. He didn't come forward to explain because he knew it. If he couldn't produce evidence, it would be futile to come forward to explain. It is impossible to convince those people that he is not a traitor, just by lip service. And he wants to produce evidence. It is indeed not a simple matter. It is not difficult to prove that a person has done something. Just find a clue. But it is not so easy to prove that a person has not done anything. At least in a short period of time. Yi Feng has no way to prove himself. What should we do now? Faintly, there are two factions in Taichi Plaza. One faction stands on Yi Feng's side and opposes the other. On Yi Feng's side, besides the Zizhenjian faction, there are also people from Qingsongyuan. Yi Feng relieved Mu Qingqing. Let the dean of Qingsongyuan keep it in his heart. This old man still pays attention to affection. From the bottom of his heart, he also thinks that Yi Feng will not collude with the Red Sun sword ninja. Therefore, he firmly stood by Yi Feng's side. For this situation, Yi Feng didn't expect it, but he remembered the dean of Qingsong Academy in his heart. The two sides were at a stalemate. Although Wuma Chongfeng had an absolute advantage, Yi Feng's force value was not low. The most important thing was that there were people from the National Security Bureau watching from the side, which made them have some scruples. No dare to really fight. Lin Shiqing, Geng Chaoyang, and Quan Chongsong, under the protection of members of the National Security Bureau, have arrived around Taiji Square and carefully observed the situation in the center. Things are not good for him. Lin Hongchuan narrowed his eyes and whispered to Lin Shiqing. I believe him. It is impossible to collude with the Red Sun people. Lin Shiqing said firmly. Can you prove it for him? Lin Hongchuan was very interested. I can't prove. Lin Shiqing's beautiful expression dimmed. She wanted to say that she was willing to guarantee Yi Feng, but in her capacity, who would believe it even if she guaranteed it? After all, her level is not enough. It's just that if it was Lin Hongchuan this amount. Maybe it will work. She hadn't been able to say this yet. Geng Chaoyang, beside her, had already snorted coldly. That kid colluded with the Red Sun sword ninja. Our National Security Bureau has the right to arrest him. The third team. Follow me to arrest him. Geng Xiaoyang waved his hand and led the crowd to take action. Lin Shiqing looked at it, and her face changed. But at this moment, Quan Chongsong also moved. Captain Geng. I am the general person in charge of this operation. The third team. Stop it for me. If you don't understand the facts, you can arrest anyone you want. Even Ms. Lin said that it can't prove that he has not colluded with the Red Sun Kingdom. What else do you have to say? Geng Chaoyang snorted softly and squinted. Quan Chongsong was at a loss for words for a while. Yes. The situation in Taiji Square is already obvious. It has long favored the opposite side of Yi Feng. If the National Security Bureau doesn't arrest people, how can they convince the public? This kind of matter definitely needs the National Security Bureau to come forward. Otherwise, if the martial arts community can solve it by itself, there will definitely be floating corpses everywhere and blood flowing like rivers. In order to reduce the losses of the martial arts community, this is the only way. But when Quan Chongsong's expression darkened and Geng Chaoyang led his men to rush out, Lin Hongchuan on the side made a faint sound. Hold on. Lin Hongchuan had gray hair. He said lightly, "In that case, my old man will make a guarantee for Yi Feng. In my capacity, that's enough." Only Lin Shiqing, Geng Chaoyang, and Quan Chongsong heard his words, and they immediately found it inconceivable. The old chief wants to guarantee Yi Feng. Chief. No. Geng Chaoyang spoke up immediately. Why not? From my point of view, little friend Yi Feng wouldn't be that kind of person. I've lived most of my life. I haven't missed anyone yet. Lin Hongchuan snorted softly. He didn't hesitate anymore. He snatched a loudspeaker from Geng Chaoyang's hand and shouted into the Tai Chi square, "My old man. I'm here to vouch for little friend Yi Feng. Everyone can be quiet for a while." As soon as he said this, he attracted everyone in Tai Chi square. Everyone looked back. Seeing Lin Hongchuan's appearance, the expressions of those older people in the martial arts changed. The old chief gave Yi Feng a guarantee. Although Lin Hongchuan is not from the martial arts world, he made great contributions to the peaceful coexistence between the martial arts world and the secular world. He made great contributions to promoting the common progress of both sides. Now the situation of the martial arts world and the secular world living in peace is largely due to Lin Hongchuan. There is Lin Hongchuan as a guarantee. This weight is indeed heavy enough. Lin Hongchuan stood up to guarantee, which surprised Yi Feng. He was not surprised that the other party would vouch for him. He was just looking at the reactions of the people in the martial arts. He was surprised by the status of the old man Lin Hongchuan in the martial arts. Isn't this an old chief? He is not from the martial arts world. Why do so many people respect him? Old Lin. This time is unusual. Please don't be impulsive. Although Wuma Changfeng was a little surprised, he was extremely calm and persuaded Lin Hongchuan. There's nothing impulsive about it. Yi Feng has been a kid since he was a child. I have always seen the old man. How could he collude with the people of the Red Sun country? Today's incident is mostly just a coincidence. Lin Hongchuan's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, "It's the fact that these Red Sun sword ninjas were able to enter the border of China. It was our military's negligence. They will definitely be punished when they turn around." Not only did he guarantee Yi Feng, but he also took responsibility for his own crimes. He transferred the conflicting goals of everyone present in the Tai Chi hall. It can be said that he saved Yi Feng from the fire. This. Wuma Changfeng looked like he was only middle-aged, but he was actually an old man in his 70s. He was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to refute. After a long time, he sighed, "Okay. Then don't pursue Yi Feng. Have you colluded with the Red Sun country? Everyone. Seal the mountain. Arrest all the Red Sun country people who stay here." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the protective phantom array of Xuanhuan Mountain finally reopened. Now, except for perverts like Yi Feng, no one can escape from the phantom formation. Immediately afterwards, many disciples of the Tai Chi Hall began to gather in groups. They searched the caves of Xuanhuan Mountain. Especially those hidden places were not missed. They wanted to arrest all the remaining people from the Red Sun Kingdom. And people from other sects in the martial arts also gathered together to help arrest the Red Sun people, temporarily putting Yi Feng aside. Only then did Yi Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Idiot. The sword ninja of the Red Sun Kingdom who was caught by Su Menghan didn't speak Chinese. He raised his squeaky voice and called out. He pulled out the knife from his waist and thrust it into himself alone. He even committed suicide by breaking his stomach. This guy felt that he deserved to die. He participated in this operation. He not only killed the archenemy of Kennen, the real Cheng Hua, but also caused great contradictions in the martial arts world. He is simply a heroic existence. He will die without regret. Seeing this, Yi Feng, Yi Wendian, and the others were speechless for a while. The little devils in the Red Sun Kingdom are all perverted in their thinking. Lin Hongchuan and Lin Shiqing were halfway there. They were also stunned by the situation of this little devil. Especially Lin Shiqing. They saw the headless corpse of Xuanhuan Daoist lying in a pool of blood beside him. He wanted to vomit immediately. Fortunately, the people in the Tai Chi Hall will not let them head the violent corpse wilderness. They quickly took away Chonghua's body and head together. Lin Shiqing suppressed the nausea and ran to Yi Feng's side. "Are you okay?" "Thanks to you. Nothing happened." Yi Feng smiled. He sincerely thanked, "Sister Lin, this time is thanks to your grandpa." It's okay. Lin Hongchuan smiled calmly. "From now on, I will be your grandfather as well." "My own. Why are you polite?" Yi Feng was embarrassed when he heard this. He will be his grandfather from now on. Is this the rhythm of wanting to give Lin Shiqing to him? Seeing Yi Feng embarrassed, Lin Shiqing covered her mouth and smiled. She glanced quietly at Su Menghan next to her, and found that the little girl was really biting her lips, looking unhappy. She went over and patted her on the shoulder. "Menghan. Don't mind the old man's nonsense." Su Menghan heard the words, and smiled tenderly. "Actually, it doesn't matter. If Sister Lin comes to Yi Feng's house, this pervert will definitely welcome you very much." Yi Feng was a little puzzled. How did Su Menghan speak? Could it be that he really wanted to bring Lin Shiqing back home? He shook his head. He didn't think much about it. After all, Long Wanner is still taken away by Long Quebec, enduring the pain of parting. His top priority is to go to Long's house to bring Long Wanner back first, and then prepare to deal with it more difficult challenges. That is hidden. Except for Harada Daichi, the sword ninjas who came this time are all young people. The concealment methods are not very clever. Once they enter the range of Yi Feng's consciousness, he will definitely be discovered by him. Moreover, the Sichuan Mountain Magic Formation has been activated. These cannon is like catching a turtle in an urn. You can't escape, no matter what. Although what happened today was a little unexpected, but Yi Feng's basic goal has been achieved. That is to stand up. I believe that after today, no one in the martial arts will trouble him. Except for the rumored hidden people. Yi Feng must make preparations early to deal with the people from the hidden land. Daoist Chonghua is dead. It is an absolute thing that people from the hidden land will appear. However, plans are not as good as change. Just as Yi Feng was thinking about how to cultivate next, a loud shout suddenly came from the forest beside him. Immediately afterwards, 2 sword ninjas in black ninja suits were thrown out. Their bodies fell on the ground. On the stone ground of Tai Chi Square. Bloody. Torn apart. Yi Feng's expression changed when he watched these 2 people go off the stage. The person who did it was very strong. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to smash these 2 people into such a miserable state. Lin Shiqing, Zi Jianlan, Su Menghan and other girls, when they saw the situation of these 2 people, they immediately covered their mouths, felt nauseous, and almost vomited out. The old men all looked solemn, and some couldn't bear it. Everyone looked in that direction in unison. They heard a loud laugh. Then a bald man in a bright red robe came out of the woods. He looked like a monk. He only showed his face. His expression was extremely cruel. And behind the red-robed monk, there is actually a beautiful woman in white clothes. She has a slim figure and is as beautiful as a lotus. It seems incompatible with the style of the red-robed monk. And that beautiful woman in white clothes, Yi Feng, seemed a little familiar. After thinking about it for a while, he couldn't help but suddenly realized that this woman looks a bit like Huayeching from the True Sword sect. Yi Feng searched quickly with his spiritual sense. Sure enough, he found that the two had similar faces. Moreover, the two looked at each other. Judging from the looks, the two clearly knew each other. When these two people appeared, the expressions of the people in the entire Tai Chi square changed drastically. As for the younger generation, I don't know who these two people are, but they are somewhat puzzled and curious. At the same time, they pointed at the beautiful woman. They were obviously attracted by her beauty. He is a hidden person. Yi Wendian has a wide range of knowledge. At first, he looked solemn and said something softly. But this sentence made Yi Feng's heart tremble. He carefully looked at the red-robed monk and the beautiful girl. Indeed. Yi Feng had heard about it from Yi Wendian earlier. But at that time, Yi Wendian kept it secret and did not elaborate. At this moment, Yi Feng looked at the red-robed monk and the beautiful white-clothed girl. His spiritual sense came out, and he immediately knew the cultivation level of the two. Among them, the red-robed monk had a cultivation level of 155 years. It was him. The strongest man I have ever seen since I came to the earth. As for the beautiful girl in white clothes, she looks like she is only 20 years old, but she also has 58 years of cultivation. As for the actual combat power, she is only stronger than Long Moran. What are these two people here for? Soon Yi Feng knew. The red-robed monk walked in front, and the beautiful white-clothed girl followed behind. The two of them were like masters and apprentices, pacing towards Yi Feng's direction. Their movements were neither too fast nor too slow, but their speed was extremely fast. It only took a moment. It has already arrived in front of Yi Feng and the others. The two sides faced each other. The first person to speak out was not Yi Feng, nor the monk in red, but the beautiful girl in white. She glanced at Huayeching in the crowd, with an indifferent smile. Brother. Stay safe. Sister Snow. Huayeching wanted to say that everything was fine, but when she thought of the loss she suffered at Yi Feng's hands last night, her face turned red and she couldn't speak. After all, what happened yesterday was too embarrassing. Hee. Not in a hidden place. I am practicing in an outer sect. It is not easy to have your current achievements. The beautiful girl in white said with a smile. She obviously knew about Huayeching, but she didn't point it out. Instead, she glanced at Yi Feng. It seems that this beautiful white-clothed girl is very curious about Yi Feng. After all, Xuanhuan Daoist has a deep cultivation base, an existence that even she can't fight against. But Yi Feng is about the same age as her, but he can fight Xuanhuan Daoist. Obviously he is a teenager outstanding. The talent is still above her. However, there was a trace of pity in her agile eyes. This pity made Yi Feng's heart sink when he saw it. He thought that these two hidden people must have bad intentions when they came here. Huayeching nodded to the beautiful girl in white. Then she turned her head and looked at the red-robed monk. Her face suddenly became extremely respectful. Younger Huayeching, I have met my grandfather. Grandfather. Yi Feng was suddenly puzzled. The two hidden people who appeared here. One is Huayeching's grandfather, and the other is Huayeching's younger sister. Doesn't it mean that Huayeching has a big background? The reason why Huayeching didn't move out the backstage before, Yi Feng can also know. After all, in the world of martial arts, there are not many sayings about the hidden land, and after entering the hidden land, it is even more necessary to cut off family affection and distracting thoughts. It is not special things. Never leave the hideaway. The red-robed monk and the beautiful white-clothed girl came here today. It was definitely not for Huayeching. It was just a coincidence to meet. Sure enough, the red-robed monk faced Huayeching's greeting, and just nodded lightly. He didn't look at his grandson again, but looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng's whole body trembled with his sharp gaze. "You are Yi Feng," he said lightly. Yi Feng didn't reply. He frowned slightly and looked at the other party. This red-robed monk has a cultivation base of 155 years. Yi Feng is definitely no match for the opponent if they really fight. Even adding Zhang Xinyun, Su Menghan, Zi Jianlan, and Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng are enough. After all, this is a difference in quality. It does not lie in the lack of quantity. 155 years of cultivation. It is 5 or 6 times stronger than Zhong Hua's real person. It must not be taken lightly. I come from Peach Blossom Island, a hidden place in the rivers and lakes. I am called Monk Hua. I am ordered by the owner of the island. I will punish you for what you have done in recent years. Seeing that Yi Feng did not reply, the red-robed monk didn't take it seriously. He said indifferently, "Kill the disciples of the Taiji Palace, kill the disciples of the Long family, kill the disciples of the Tang family, kill the disciples of the Shen Shenquan school, kill the disciples of the Huaiyun sect, and kill the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Killed the disciples of the Yinxian sect, killed the disciples of the 10,000 Snake Poison sect, killed the elders of the Tang family, killed the head of the Long family, killed the head of the Taiji Hall, colluded with the Sword Ninja sect of the Red Sun Kingdom, disrupted the order of the martial arts, and deserved to be punished." A series of kill words came down. Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, who were on the side, had already turned pale. They were also shocked. There were also Master Chongshan, Xiaofengzi, Ren Jia and others of the Zizhenjian sect, including Lin Hongchuan, all frowned. The entire Taiji Square was silent. All the sword ninjas of the Red Sun Kingdom had been found and killed in the dense forest. It was undoubtedly the flower monk who did it. Monk Hua is still saying that Yi Feng colluded with the sword ninja of the Red Sun Kingdom. Obviously, he didn't take Lin Hongchuan's guarantee seriously. For a person like Monk Hua who came from a hidden place, it seems that he really doesn't need to take care of Lin Hongchuan's face. And one sentence in Monk Hua's words. "Kill the patriarch of the Long family." These words set off a huge wave around. Yi Feng killed Long Moran. This is unscientific. Didn't it mean that Long Molan retreated? Yi Feng's face also sank. This Monk Hua actually knew that he had killed Long Moran. It seems that the other party knew about it. This is too surprising. Moreover, about Yi Feng's actions these days, the other party seems to be very clear. How capable is this hidden place? Find out about these things. If you don't speak, it's the default. There was a gleam in Monk Hua's eyes. He looked at Yi Feng. Snort. Yi Feng did not give in. What if the other party bombed him? He snorted softly and said, "These accusations are purely false accusations. They are fabricated out of thin air. If you want to accuse me of these accusations, you have to produce evidence." Secretly. Why do you need any evidence? Monk Hua smiled contemptuously. I let you go until now. I just wanted to catch the big fish behind you. It's a pity that you have gone too far. The big fish never showed its tail. Therefore, the island owner has become impatient. The big fish behind. Is it Su Feiying? Yi Feng was stunned. No wonder. That being said, the other party is trying to force him to kill him no matter what. The purpose is to lure Su Feiying out. Only Yi Feng knows. How can it be possible for Su Feiying to appear now? Murder pays for life. It's only right and proper. Young man. Don't blame me. Monk Hua said lightly. He raised his hand and waved the red robe in his hand. This is a middle-aged man who looks 40 or 50 years old. But in fact, as the grandfather of Huayeking, this guy is definitely an old man. It can be seen that the cultivation of martial arts and mental methods can indeed delay people's aging. Of course, this is not the point right now. The point is that Monk Hua has just finished speaking. Before anyone else has a reaction, he is already ready to make a move. Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng's faces were pale. They looked at Yi Feng and seemed to be asking if your fairy master would appear. Yi Feng could only shake his head. But he didn't admit defeat in his heart. Even if the cultivation base is 155 years, so what? He will not be reconciled if he doesn't fight. In this case, let's fight first. Now it is not impossible for him to win by surprise with the help of immortal skills. What's more, there is Zhang Xinyan's soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord. This magical thing. Once it appears, it will definitely scare people in the martial arts world. Teaming up. Yi Feng may not have no chance of winning. The situation changed very quickly. From the moment when Yi Feng and Wuma Changfeng confronted each other until Monk Hua appeared and was about to raise his hand to attack Yi Feng, only 10 minutes had passed. Regarding the appearance of Monk Hua, many martial arts seniors were both surprised and reasonable. After all, the appearance of such a monster in the martial arts world caused chaos in the entire martial arts world. It is impossible to ignore it secretly. Now, finally sent Monk Hua to deal with Yi Feng. Now Yi Feng is finished. Everyone felt so in their hearts. Even the people around Yi Feng were sweating profusely. Su Menghan stared nervously at Monk Hua without blinking, for fear that the other party would make a move the next moment. Do you want to besiege? Then come. But if anyone interferes with this matter, he will be guilty of the same crime as Yi Feng. He should be punished. Monk Hua looked at Yi Feng's side. Su Menghan and the others had cruel smiles all over their eyes. When Yi Feng heard this, his heart shivered. That's right. If they joined forces to attack Yingji, wouldn't they all offend Yingji? Now that Yingji only shows up with Monk Hua, that's such a big threat to Yi Feng. If Yingji is really angered, wouldn't it be doomed? Yi Feng can disregard himself, but he cannot disregard others. Especially Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. The two are already old. If they face each other at this juncture, I am afraid that the psychological pressure alone can defeat them. After thinking for a moment, Yi Feng decided to face Monk Hua alone. You don't want to interfere. I'll settle this matter. With a sullen face, Yi Feng waved his hand. His true energy escaped and pushed Su Menghan and the others away. Lin Shiqing, who had no cultivation base, was blown back several meters by the strong wind. He raised his head and looked nervously at Yi Feng's back. Yi Feng was alone, facing Monk Hua and the beautiful girl in white. I heard some people whispering just now. Yi Feng finally knew. This beautiful girl in white clothes is called Hua Wuxue. She is also the grandson of Monk Hua. She is the cousin of Hua Yeqing. She was taken by Monk Hua to cultivate in a hidden place when she was a child. The cultivation resources of Yingdi are completely unmatched by other sects in the martial arts world. Moreover, the rules of the hidden land are one person to pass on to another person. Unless someone from the outside world reaches a cultivation base of 150 years, then a certain incompetent disciple in the hidden land can be eliminated. 20 years old. 58 years of cultivation. This is almost the treatment enjoyed by the disciples of those big sects in the world of cultivating immortals. There is not so much treatment. It is impossible to have so many natural talents and earthly treasures. It's a pity that what Hua Wuxue cultivated is also just martial arts mentality, not immortal cultivation mentality. Her strength is still only equivalent to 30 years of true energy cultivation in the world of immortality. In other words, if Yi Feng faced her, he could still win easily. It's a pity that the two of them had no chance to confront her. Hua Wushua followed her out of the hermitage. She made it clear that she was only following Monk Hua for a while. Seeing Monk Hua wanting to fight, she floated back and went to the side to watch the battle like a fairy, attracting the admiring eyes of countless young talents. 8 Extremes Emperor Fist. Without hesitation, Monk Hua punched Yi Feng at close range, without warning. However, Yi Feng had already locked on the opponent with his divine sense. He felt an extremely domineering aura sweeping over him instantly. He almost had no time to react. He only had time to cast the star shield, and his whole body was blown away. Baja Wangquan. Even Yu Wendian has never heard of this set of martial arts. But its power is indeed so strong. This Monk Hua is too strong. Yi Feng was blown away by a punch. The corner of his mouth was bleeding. He could feel it. The red-robed monk in front of him was definitely not as simple as 155 years old. Not to mention that the other party was just barehanded. Hulu. Yi Feng knew that he couldn't be the opponent's opponent today. Because the gourd turned out to be a magic weapon of the spirit weapon level. Although the flower monk has no true energy and cannot display its true power, it still has the effect of increasing immortal and martial arts. The role of the magic weapon must not be ignored. If it wasn't for the true Qi sword with the dragon sword ancient ring, let alone Chonghua Daoist, just a Wuma Chongfeng would be able to beat Yi Feng all over the place looking for his teeth. Yi Feng's void sword dance is so powerful. It all depends on the addition of the true Qi sword. You're wise. Didn't involve anyone else. Monk Hua finished punching and snorted contemptuously, "It doesn't matter where you are from heretics. You will die today. Unless, that big fish behind you will come out to save you. Then you've made a mistake." Yi Feng shook his head and stood up. "My master has already left in the desert. You have been thinking so hard here, but it is just a waste of time." After understanding the opponent's goal, Yi Feng said this on purpose. "What?" Sure enough. Monk Hua's expression changed when he heard this. How could this be? That's the truth. Yi Feng was not afraid at all. He raised his head and looked at Monk Hua. The two exchanged words, making everyone around sweat. Seeing bloodstains from the corner of Yi Feng's mouth, Su Minghan's heart was pierced like a knife. She rarely saw Yi Feng like this. It shows that this Monk Hua is very powerful. But remember Yi Feng's words. She didn't intervene indiscriminately. Even if she wanted to intervene. Only at critical moments. Geng Chaoyang, Quan Chongsong, the elite members of the National Security Bureau, and other members of the National Security Bureau protected Lin Hongchuan and Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Geng Chaoyang desperately. "Miss Lin, there is danger ahead. For such a kid, it is really unwise for you to put yourself in danger." "Not bad. We'll wait and see." Quan Chongsong said the same. Even though he is a conservative, he had to agree with Geng Chaoyang's words at this time. The current situation is obviously a conflict within the martial arts circle itself. Our National Security Bureau does not need to take action yet. But if something unexpected happens, this place will be razed to the ground in no time. No one can escape. The National Security Bureau, of course, has secretly locked Taiji Square. All kinds of missiles are ready to go. It is precisely because of this that their National Security Bureau can move freely here. Because people in the martial arts dare not do anything to them. How? On the side, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng began to discuss, but facing the people in the hidden place, the two elders felt a deep sense of powerlessness. I can't. I can only play by ear. If Fenger is in danger, I will risk my life. Let him live. Yi Wendian snorted softly, expressing his determination. Everyone in the audience, whether it's from the Tai Chi Hall, or the Shenquan sect, or the Zizhenjian school, all focused their attention on this side at this time, and their minds were always affected by Monk Hua's movements. Such a strong person. He is already the strongest person they have ever seen in this life. 8 Extremes Emperor Fist. Seeing that Yi Feng seemed dissatisfied, Monk Hua waved his fist, and the fist wind was about to sweep towards Yi Feng again. Wait a minute. I have an idea. Can we discuss it? Seeing this, Yi Feng waved his hand and interrupted him loudly. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Monk Hua showed a trace of sarcasm. You just want to beg for mercy now. That's useless. Hua Wuxue stood not far away, showing a faint smile. She had expected that this time when she walked out of Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng would give in and beg for mercy. What a pity, what a pity. In front of her grandfather, begging for mercy is useless. On the contrary, her grandfather hated people who were greedy for life and afraid of death the most. The more Yi Feng begged for mercy, the more impossible it was for him to survive. Wuma Changfeng looked at the scene on the field, and also showed a sneer. Yi Feng is so rampant in the martial arts world, and he was finally subdued. Just now, the punch of Monk Hua made Yi Feng vomit blood. It seems that this kid I know it's great. It's a pity. I want to ask for forgiveness. This kid is too naive. Master Chang Shan from the True Sword sect was also watching worriedly. Anyway, Yi Feng is also the grandson of his good friend. Moreover, he is such a talented young man. He couldn't bear to watch him being wronged. It's a pity to face Monk Hua from the Indie Peach Blossom Island. Even if he is the head of Huayeking's sect, he has no right to speak in this situation. There are 3 hidden places in Huagua Martial Arts Circle. Peach Blossom Island is only one of them. Its authority is already unshakable in the secular martial arts. Even if Master Chang Shan is like this, Xiaofengzi has nothing to say. As for Ren Jia, the round-faced old lady just begs Yi Feng not to implicate her. Besides, whatever happens to Yi Feng has nothing to do with her. Among the Zizhenjian faction team, there is another person who is more worried about Yi Feng. That is Tang Qingling. Ever since she met Yi Feng, Tang Qingling had a good impression of this young man. There was a faint kind of kindness in her heart. She kept thinking about it but couldn't understand it. Seeing Yi Feng at this time might fall. Her gentle face said, full of worries. Yi Feng diffused his consciousness. He could see the expressions of everyone around him. He knew who was good to him and who was not good to him. He could tell at a glance. Even strangers, such as Mu Qingqing's master, the dean of Qingsong Academy, all looked worried. They wanted to speak up for Yi Feng, but they hesitated to speak. Even acquaintances, such as Ren Jia, the 3rd elder of Zizhenjian sect for example, Huayeking didn't have any kindness towards Yi Feng. These. He will recover them one by one in the future. As for now, of course there is his solution. Senior Monk Hua. Yi Feng called the other party's nickname and said with a faint smile, since you must kill me, then I admit it. I, Yi Feng, are not your opponent. Why don't I jump off the cliff and end this life? Of course. I have condition. What conditions? Monk Hua snorted softly and asked. Don't implicate other people around me. Whatever I do. It's my own behavior. It has nothing to do with them. As Yi Feng said, his eyes swept over Yi Wendian, Tang Xiafeng, some members of the Zizhen Sword sect, Tang Qingling, Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun, Zi Jianlan, and Lin Shiqing. No. Everyone immediately exclaimed. It turned out that Yi Feng wanted to fulfill them with his own sacrifice. Okay. Monk Hua's voice alone, radiating through the inner air, silenced all the voices of the rest of the people. It shocked the brains of those who just shouted, no. This person's cultivation base is so high. It is like sweeping the audience. No one can resist it. Hidden's reputation. I can still trust it. You must know that friends from the entire martial arts world can testify to this. Yifeng said softly. He glanced at Monk Hua and other people in the surrounding Tai Chi square. Naturally. But. Monk Hua smiled, why did you choose to jump off a cliff instead of others? When Yifeng heard this, he was immediately furious. He said proudly, a man was born in the world. How can he be unknown? Yi jumped off the cliff here today. It can also be passed down in the martial arts. Let future generations take it as a warning. Good. Well said. Monk Hua looked at the sincere look in Yifeng's eyes and couldn't help but be moved by it. He is not a simple-minded person. But behind the brutality and bloodthirsty, he is easily infected by the righteous Bo Yun Tian of a man. Yifeng's words are just right for him. In this case, the old man allows you to jump off the cliff. And after you jump off, don't move the people around you for a while. Monk Hua said solemnly. Thank you, senior. After Yifeng finished speaking, his body in a black shirt turned around and walked towards the edge of the cliff. Taiji Square is close to a cliff. It is over 1,000 meters high. And it is completely a cliff. If you fall down, even Monk Hua himself is dead. Let alone Yifeng, a junior. Yifeng turned around and left without the slightest nostalgia. Bleak. Seeing this scene, many people in Taiji Square couldn't help but respect Yifeng. Most of the people on the field now believe that Yifeng did not collude with the sword ninja of the Red Sun Kingdom. After all, Monk Hua has already said that he came here just to force out the big fish behind Yifeng. Then these charges may be fake. In addition to Lin Hongchuan's vision, most martial arts seniors still believe it. So Yifeng colluded with the Red Sun Kingdom sword ninja. No one believes it anymore. But even in this situation, Yifeng chose to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff. He wanted to protect the people around him. What a noble and great feeling this is. Yifeng. Su Menghan couldn't figure it out. Why did Yifeng choose to jump off a cliff? This is not Yifeng's style. She ran forward in 2 or 3 steps, caught up with Yifeng, and grabbed his arm. You really want to jump? Of course it's true. Yifeng stopped for a while and said solemnly. Little bastard. Yi Wendian also chased after him, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed. Regarding Yifeng's choice, he was surprised and also extremely sad. After all, the Yi family has come to this point. As for resisting Monk Hua, is that possible? In that case, the final outcome can only be that their entire army is wiped out. In order to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, Yifeng made such a sacrifice. It is really admirable. Originally, Yi Wendian wanted to save Yifeng with all his might, but in the current situation, he couldn't help it. A warrior jumps off a cliff. Today, such a scene is about to be staged at the Taiji Square in Dongtian, Sichuan Mountain. And this is something that has never been seen in the martial arts world for decades. It is really enough to be recorded in the annals of history, so that future generations can learn from it. Of course, the warning is not to collude with the sword ninja of the Red Sun Kingdom, but not to fight against the people in the Hidden Land. Even if Yifeng was amazingly talented, he was able to defeat Chonghua Daoist at the age of 20. In the end, he was not forced to jump off a cliff by the people in Indi. Yifeng's talent is truly unprecedented. But even so, they are all only a flash in the pan in the martial arts world. Therefore, it is better to be a down-to-earth person. On the Taiji Square, countless seniors warned the disciples of the younger generation under their sect. But no one knew. Yifeng jumped off the cliff because he had other thoughts. He will seek death automatically. It is impossible to think about it. Looking at the figure of Yi Feng, who was about to walk to the edge of the cliff, countless people in Taiji Square held their breath. Those who came to Yi Feng one after another, besides Yi Wendian and Su Menghan, were Tang Xiefeng, Zi Jianlan, Zhang Xinyun, and Lin Shiqing. Quan Chongsong and the others couldn't hold Lin Shiqing back. They let her run over and stood opposite Yi Feng, staring at him fixedly. Yi Feng, you really want to jump off? Well, what else can I do if I don't dance? The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. After I leave, Menghan, I will leave the matter here to you. Remember to tell Wanner about it. Don't make any trouble. There are some things that he can't say clearly. And in front of Monk Hua, he doesn't even dare to use the fairy voice. Therefore, he can only say such a sentence vaguely. I don't know if Su Menghan can understand. Su Menghan was taken aback for a moment. Then she looked a little embarrassed. Obviously she didn't want to do what Yi Feng said. Yi Feng didn't say much. He turned his head and looked at Lin Shiqing's delicate face. Sister Lin, I'm going down now. Take care of yourself. These words made Lin Shiqing's expression stagnate. She didn't know what to say for a moment. She never thought of it before. Yi Feng would do such a thing in the martial arts conference. This kid. Is he really desperate? Grandpa and grandson are ashamed of your cultivation. Let's go first. Yi Feng finally said something solemnly to Yi Wendian. He turned around and walked towards the edge of the cliff. The black shirt was lifted slightly by the mountain wind, leaving everyone with a bleak back. 1,000-meter high cliff. There is no way out if you jump off it. In the eyes of everyone, Yi Feng stood on the edge of the cliff, motionless, but he didn't turn his head back. Instead, he looked into the distance and seemed to sigh. The whole person quickly fell towards the bottom of the cliff. Everyone's face changed. Seeing this, the red-robed monk looked relieved. There was absolutely no possibility of surviving the jump from here. Now he admired Yi Feng as a young man. Although he acted unruly, he was also chic and heroic. At least it was him. Don't even dare to jump off this cliff. The girl in white, Hua Wuxue, couldn't bear to see this. But she was relieved when she thought of some things in Indi. Actually, Yi Feng had nothing wrong with her. The only fault was that she was too eye-catching. The wood is beautiful in the forest. The wind will destroy it. The people in the hidden place cannot tolerate such a person who is beyond their control in the martial arts world. Not to mention the big fish behind him. But the people in the hidden place are trying to catch it. No trace could be found. Now I know that the big fish is dead. It is a matter of completion. When Wuma Chongfeng saw Yi Feng jumping down, he almost burst out laughing happily. The kid who killed his son was finally eliminated. But this is not the end. For Wuma Chongfeng, how could Yi Feng be allowed to go on so cheaply? The people in Indi promised not to do anything to the people around Yi Feng. Wuma Chongfeng did not promise. Even if Yi Feng left, he would not make the people around Yi Feng feel better. Of course. It would be too boring to kill them directly. He wants to play with them well. Slowly make troubles. Make them feel miserable. However, just when this idea appeared in his mind, he discovered a shocking scene. I saw the edge of the cliff. When Yi Feng jumped down, Su Menghan also stepped forward quickly and leaped desperately. Following Yi Feng, he also jumped off the cliff. Wow! There was an uproar in the Taiji Square. No one thought that Yi Feng could dance alone, but his woman also danced with him. This is definitely true love. But it's not over yet. Following Su Menghan, Yi Wendian probably felt that he was an old man. There was only one person left in the Yi family, and he had no desire to live. He jumped out in 2 or 3 steps, and also jumped off the cliff. Tang Xiefeng wanted to keep up, but thought that there was Tang Qingling behind him, so he stopped abruptly. As a purple shadow flashed in front of everyone discovered that the first place in the rookie contest of the martial arts tournament, Purple Sword Orchid, had also calmly reached the edge of the cliff, with light footsteps, floating and jumped down. Fuck. I haven't heard that Yifeng has an affair with this Purple Sword Orchid. Could it be that this girl secretly likes that Yifeng? For a moment, all the male disciples in the Taiji Square were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Yifeng. Even if they jumped off the cliff, they could be accompanied by so many people. Among them were two beauties. As for Zhang Xinyun, she has short hair and complex eyes. She is not as enlightened as Zi Jianlan. She wants to die with Yifeng because she has to go back to repay her father. Yifeng, you can go at ease. The matter here, I will help you. Zhang Xinyun thought about her current strength in her heart. Since she didn't show it at the martial arts conference, it couldn't be better. In the future, she will have enough money to protect the people around Yifeng. Then a figure ran towards the edge of the cliff. The expressions of Geng Chaoyang, Quan Chongsong, and Lin Hongchuan changed. Lin Shiqing. It's unscientific. Does this girl want to jump down too? Little did they know that Lin Shiqing's eyelids were twitching wildly at this time. She really wanted to jump down. But the purpose was not to seek death together. It was because she felt that, according to Yifeng's character, she would definitely not just admit defeat like this. Since Yifeng jumped down so gracefully, he must have left a way out for himself. Lin Shiqing didn't want to miss it. The struggle in her heart only lasted for a while, before she was overcome by determination. She wanted to jump down. Swish. Lin Shiqing jumped out. Geng Chaoyang and Quan Chongsong, two elite disciples of the National Security Bureau, rushed to the edge of the cliff immediately. Two thin ropes came out from their waists. Poetry is brought up. It's a pity. Seeing this, Lin Shiqing twisted her waist and escaped the two ropes. Her slender figure fell rapidly, and soon fell into the clouds. Only her flying black long hair was left in everyone's eyes. The audience was silent. No one would have imagined that after Yifeng jumped off the cliff, there would be so many people willing to seek death together. In addition to an old man, there are three stunning beauties. It is really embarrassing. From this point of view, Yifeng is really not an ordinary person. If he is allowed to hang around in the martial arts world for a while, wouldn't it be the beauty of the whole world? Women will be seduced by him. For a moment, everyone in the Taiji Square was stunned. A good show came to an end. And the martial arts conference. Naturally, the suspension was terminated. Under the arrangement of Monk Hua, the top 10 masters of martial arts were rearranged. It's just that the strength of the current top 10 masters is too far behind the previous top 10 masters. 10 people added up. I'm afraid they can't beat the previous Zhonghua Daoist. But no one knew. Yifeng took action immediately after jumping off the cliff. Of course, Yifeng would not be stupid enough to commit suicide. As soon as he made an appointment from the cliff, he immediately raised his chi to his dantian, slightly slowing down his falling figure, and then took out the large teleportation array and the sky spirit stone from the ancient dragon sword ring. Launch. After entering the cloud layer, Yifeng didn't even think about it. He put the sky spirit stone into the groove of the teleportation array. Powerful energy was injected into the teleportation array instantly. A trace of white light radiated from the surface of the teleportation array. Yifeng. Su Menghan, who jumped down immediately, quickly caught up, because Yifeng slowed down. Seeing Yifeng's movements, he couldn't help being surprised. It seems that Yifeng didn't intend to die. In other words, I have made trouble for him. Su Menghan thought in her heart, feeling a little restless. Yifeng was always paying attention to the top with his spiritual sense. Of course he felt the scene of everyone jumping off the cliff behind him. He was a little puzzled. But after thinking about it, he still didn't care. Since they followed, let's take them there together. When we got their ancient temple. Cultivation is much faster than on Earth. Menghan. Slow down. Prepare to teleport. Yi Feng didn't even think about it, so he gave Su Menghan a command. Seeing that he was not angry, Su Menghan nodded quickly with a happy expression on his face. Immediately afterwards, Yi Wendian also fell. Originally, the old man was planning to die with Yi Feng. There is no Yi family in this world. But after falling into the clouds, he found a huge circle beside Yi Feng. Shaped stone formation. Cold sweat broke out suddenly. What the hell is this? The circular stone formation and Yi Feng's figure are falling rapidly together. The white light emerging from it shows it's extraordinary. Little brat. What is this? Yi Wendian resisted the violent falling wind and asked, loudly. Grandpa, don't ask anything else. After a while, a white beam of light will appear. Just jump in. Yi Feng replied vigorously. Immediately afterwards, the purple sword orchid fell down. Her cultivation base was not low. What's more, there was 1,000 years of black ice in her body. It made her stop for a moment, and became the same falling speed as Yi Feng. Immediately afterwards beside him. Jianlan, what are you going to do too? Yi Feng was puzzled. In this world, Gladiolus has no one else. Only you. Purple Gladiolus' face was gloomy. Yi Feng had no choice but to accept her explanation. Then he said, wait a moment, a white beam of light will appear. Just jump in. Purple Gladiolus nodded heavily. The last Lin Shiqing fell down. This is an ordinary person who can't cultivate at all. It made Yi Feng feel troubled for a while. He just jumped off and jumped off. Why is Miss Lin here to join in the fun? If Yi Feng had the dragon sword ancient ring, this Miss Lin would be dead. An ordinary person without cultivation, there is only a dead end when teleporting one. Snapped. Yi Feng reached out and caught Lin Shiqing's tender body, slightly stopping her rapid downward trend. Sister Lin. Yi Feng lowered his head and glanced at the pretty woman in his arms. I know. Guess. Wrong. Lin Shiqing's clothes were blown up by the falling wind, and she couldn't speak easily. You can't jump down if I have a back move. What if I don't have it? Aren't you dead? Yi Feng stared and cursed. Cough cough. Just as Lin Shiqing was about to speak, a gust of wind blew into her small mouth, making her cough. Haha, little bastard. I didn't expect you to jump off the cliff and let Shiqing follow. In my opinion, you two will be successful. Yi Wendian laughed heartily from above. Knowing that he doesn't have to die, Yi Feng won't die either, and Lin Shiqing jumped off after him, as if he was about to die for love. The old man's mood suddenly changed from cloudy to sunny. Lin Shiqing heard Yi Wendian's sighs, and felt that she was in Yi Feng's arms, and her face turned red. And Yi Feng, hugging Lin Shiqing's seductive and beautiful body tightly in the powerful falling wind, smelling the seductive fragrance emanating from her body, suddenly felt a little distracted, and his heartbeat accelerated. This is not the first time he has hugged Lin Shiqing. But it is the most exciting and tightest time. If he doesn't hug her tightly, this beautiful woman will fall down. There is no way to save her. Sister Lin, don't think about it now. Put this on. Yi Feng quickly took off the ancient dragon sword ring and handed it to Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing turned her head with difficulty in the strong wind. Seeing Yi Feng handing her the ring that never left her body, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. This kid wouldn't be thinking of proposing marriage at this time, right? But then she knew she was wrong. Sister Lin, we will be teleported to another world later through the teleportation array. Yifeng said solemnly, you are just an ordinary person. If you don't take measures, you will definitely not be able to pass the teleportation. Just wear this ring. It's the same as Yifeng's transmission from the world of cultivating immortals to the earth. If Lin Shiqing wears the ancient ring of dragon sword, at least Lin Shiqing's soul can be preserved. Lin Shiqing was a little moved. She took the ancient dragon sword ring and put it on her slender and fair fingers. She felt warm in her heart. Teleportation. This should be Yifeng's biggest secret. She thought in her heart. No wonder Yifeng would provide the National Security Bureau with items related to space teleportation technology. It turns out that Yifeng had a well-preserved teleportation array. Another world teleported to. Where is it? After teleportation, can I come back? When Lin Shiqing jumped off the cliff, she never thought about such a problem, because she never thought that Yifeng's last move would be teleportation. Now. She can only take one step at a time. Swish. A beam of white light shot out from the sideways large teleportation array, straight into the distance. Because it was in the clouds, this white beam of light was not noticed by anyone in Tai Chi Square. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Yi Wendian, Su Menghan, and Zi Jianlan sank under Yifeng's command, and plunged into the white beam of light. Soon, the figures began to disintegrate, and the three of them could be seen being teleported away before. That look of surprise on his face. Finally, Yifeng hugged Lin Shiqing's delicate body tightly, sank down, and plunged into the white beam of teleportation light. Sister Lin, I'm ready. Yifeng said in a deep voice. To his surprise, at this time Lin Shiqing suddenly raised her head in his arms, quickly leaned towards his cheek, and kissed him like a dragonfly. Well. In Lin Shiqing's eyes, there was still a trace of nostalgia and reluctance. She looked deeply at Yifeng. Facing the unknown teleportation, she was afraid. She was afraid that after the three of them disintegrated, they would never be able to merge again. This light kiss from her made Yifeng stunned. But then, the teleportation light beam took effect, and the bodies of the two began to be disintegrated. Yifeng didn't even think about it. He picked up the heavenly spirit stone that was embedded in the teleportation array. Then he held Lin Shiqing's wrist tightly and opened the storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring with his true energy. Swish. The large teleportation array disappears. The teleportation beam can still exist for a while. The figures of Yifeng and Lin Shiqing were decomposed and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the white beam of teleportation light also gradually dissipated. The entire Tai Chi Square under the cliff completely returned to calm, as if no one had ever jumped off the cliff. In fact, there is not only one way for Yifeng to escape from jumping off a high cliff, but the problem is that he is dead in the eyes of other people in the Jianhu, and cannot appear in a short time. He planned to practice at the ancient temple for a period of time until Su Feiying woke up, and then return to Earth with her to pick up Long Water and the others. Yifeng must not be exposed to others until his strength is not strong enough to fight against Hidden Land. Therefore, he teleported to the ancient temple in one go. And after he left, the whole Jianghu finally calmed down a little bit, but the turmoil he caused was far from calming down. The news of Yifeng's death quickly spread throughout the martial arts world. Taiji Hall, through a new round of elders meeting, elected Wuma Chongfeng as the head, Li Xian as the first elder, and Elder Zhu as the second elder, and the other two were selected to join the ranks of elders, leaving 4 vacancies. Position used to motivate those elite disciples. In the Tang family, Tang Jingtian felt a little sorry for Yifeng's loss. After all, he was a genius with extraordinary talent. There is no way, facing Indi's intervention, even the power of the entire Tang family dare not intervene in this matter. With Taiji Palace, Tang Jingtian dared to fight, but against Indi, he had no fighting spirit at all. In the Long family, Long Ke locked Long Wanner in confinement, but also found that his granddaughter's cultivation had become extremely strong, and even the entire Long family, except him, no one could defeat Long Wanner. In addition, according to the news from Taiji Square, Long Moran is dead. It's a pity that since Long Moran retreated, no one can see him, and the place where he retreated, even Long Ke couldn't open it. No one can solve this question for the time being. God Fist Sect, Han Byuk did not die, Su Xiaoyu's plan failed, this old and cunning guy expressed regret for Yi Feng's jumping off the cliff. It's a pity that he is a genius today, otherwise he can take this opportunity to rise up. As for the other sects, the 10,000 Snake Poison sect and the Huayun sect suffered heavy losses, and were no longer one of the top 10 sections. Instead, they were replaced by Zizhenjian sect and King Songyuan. Of course, the mountain gates of these two sects, Dongtian, will not be occupied by others, which also makes it possible for the two sects to make a comeback. Tang Xiefeng brought Tang Qingling back to the Zhejian sword sect. For Yi Feng's death, Tang Xiefeng was extremely sorry, but he was also a little fortunate. Fortunately, he did not tell Tang Qingling of Yi Feng's identity, otherwise she might not be able to bear the blow. However, even so, Tang Qingling was still brooding over Yi Feng's death. After returning home, she avoided seeing Hua Yeqing, and it became an extravagant wish for outsiders to drink her tea. This, even Tang Xiefeng, couldn't help it. I'm afraid that although Tang Qingling didn't know Yi Feng's identity, the feeling of being connected by flesh and blood still made her unable to let go of Yi Feng's death. In her heart, there was a faint feeling of losing something important, but she didn't know what was going on. Lin Hongchuan, Geng Chaoyang and Quan Chongsong descended the mountain with gloomy faces. Lin Hongchuan didn't expect Ji Feng to choose to jump off the cliff, and he didn't even expect Lin Shiqing to jump down after him. Order to go on, everyone will search the bottom of the cliff, if you want to see people, if you want to see people, if you want to see dead bodies. Quan Chongsong quickly issued an order to the National Security Bureau and mobilized the most advanced equipment to search. Under the cliff of Taiji Square is a closed valley surrounded by high mountains. If you want to go in, you can only dispatch a helicopter. With the power of the National Security Bureau, it is naturally easy. And this news soon reached the head of the country, Lin Dedian, who made him slap the table in the meeting room, stood up, and his face suddenly became gloomy. His precious daughter, who has been very sensible since childhood, actually followed that Ji Feng to jump off the cliff today. What's the matter? This matter is kept secret for the time being. Lin Dedian suddenly seemed to have aged several decades. Since his wife passed away, Lin Shiqing has also gone with him even earlier than him. This is undoubtedly a very serious blow to Lin Dedian. When Zhang Xinyun returned to Qingfeng Heyuan alone and told the other people about this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Xiaoyu froze when she heard the words, her eyes were full of disbelief. Did Ji Feng jump off the cliff? Did Su Menghan and Zijianlin jump down? There is no mistake. Could it be true that Yi Feng jumped off the cliff just like she was still waiting for him at home? Xu Xu was preparing dinner at first, but upon hearing the news, the porcelain plate in her hand fell into the sink, and she was stunned on the spot. Yi Feng and Yi Wendian jumped off the cliff, and Long Wanner was brought back to Long's house? What about her? Nanfeng, Dao Scar, Obi, and others also learned the news very quickly, and their faces were full of disbelief when they rushed over. But Zhang Xinyun frowned slightly, and said with a twist, I don't think Yi Feng will be such a person. Don't be discouraged, I always feel that he is not dead. Besides, the people from the National Security Bureau are trying their best to find someone. Their bodies were never found. What she said was in line with everyone's guess, and made them feel a little relieved, but the bottom of her heart was still up and down. It wasn't until Zhao Yi and Ling Chen went to the National Security Bureau to inquire about the news, and finally learned after 2 days. The people from the National Security Bureau searched the area of 100 miles below the cliff, but they didn't find any corpses who jumped off the cliff. Only then did Shu, Xiaoyu, and the others calm down and return to the track of life and work. Xiaoyu continued to manage the company, and Obi helped participate in the company's operations while going to school. Dao Scar and Nanfeng practiced with all their strength, turning their inner qi into true qi, and gradually became martial artists who cultivated true qi. All of a sudden, only Shu, Zhang Xinyun, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Qi were left in Yifeng's villa. The number of people was reduced by half, and it became less lively. The hidden people haven't appeared since then, but Zhang Xinyun always found people watching around the villa. After class, Zhang Xinyun found an opportunity to catch a guy, and after questioning them, she found out that the guy was from the Taiji temple, and she came down to monitor them under Wuma Chongfeng's order. As for what the monitoring is for, that guy doesn't know. Zhang Xinyun still didn't dare to kill someone, so she let him go, but she had more thoughts. Now that Yifeng is gone, although the situation is not as tense as before, it is not completely safe. It was also thanks to Zhang Xinyun's foresight that she didn't jump off the cliff with Yifeng. The current villa is still very safe under her protection, unless Wuma Chongfeng personally takes action. However, if the other party did this, they would become a laughingstock. After all, Wuma Chongfeng didn't dare to cause trouble when Yifeng was around, but when Yifeng was gone, he would attack the people around Yifeng. The appearance of Yifeng changed the entire structure of the martial arts world. And Yifeng's death calmed down the situation in the martial arts world, and made many martial arts seniors heave a sigh of relief. Such a monster is finally gone. And the people in the hidden land did not appear in front of so many people again until the day Yifeng returned. Yifeng regained consciousness. Teleportation. It's not the first time for him. But it's the first time teleportation in midair like today. So it still makes him a little dizzy. He spread his consciousness away. He found out by accident that he was holding a beautiful woman's body in his arms. It wasn't Lin Shiqing. It's unscientific. People who have never practiced should die after being teleported. Yifeng thought about it and felt it. It is obvious that Lin Shiqing is still breathing, and the breathing is very steady. Now this beauty seems to have fallen asleep. Lying in Yifeng's warm arms, it is sweet. At this time, he transferred his consciousness to Lin Shiqing's hand. He saw a faint light emitting from the ancient dragon sword ring. It seemed to protect Lin Shiqing faintly. Yifeng suddenly realized. Obviously, with the improvement of his cultivation base, the power of the dragon sword ancient ring is also increasing. From the red true energy sword at the very beginning, it has been upgraded all the way to the current Danqing true energy sword. And as a result, the protection ability of the dragon sword ancient ring is also improving. At the beginning, it could only keep Yifeng's soul immortal. It was captured in the body of Yifeng, who just died on the earth. But now, it can already keep Lin Shi. Love's life. Let her not suffer the slightest damage. Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief. Such a stunning beauty. It would be a pity if she died like this. Even if the soul is left, it is still dead. At most, she can become a soul cultivator. This can be regarded as letting Yifeng's worried heart drop to the ground. His consciousness continued to sweep to the side. Everyone was there. No one fell down. And the altar of the entire ancient temple was still pitch black. This time even the corpses of those black spiders were rotting, and they didn't emit a faint light. There was silence all around until Yi Wentian coughed and vomited. He is old, and the first experience of cross-boundary teleportation made him like Qin Jianxiong and others. He couldn't help but started to vomit. After a while, he finally got better. The situation is similar to his. There are also xuanhuan and Zijianlin. The situation of the two women is not much better. After a long time, everyone came to their senses and understood the current situation after Yi Feng told them. This is already another world outside of the Earth. It is sent here through the teleportation array. When we are strong enough, we can go back through this teleportation array. Yi Feng said, frowning slightly, the teleportation array on the other side of the Earth. I embedded it into the steep mountain wall. Even if the National Security Bureau searches, it can't be found in a short time. It will only take a long time. I can't guarantee that. If the National Security Bureau destroys the teleportation array, then it will be very difficult for Yi Feng and the others to go back. Fortunately, Lin Shiqing teleported along with him. This made Yi Feng feel a little relieved. If Lin Shiqing disappeared with him, with the power of the Lin family, the teleportation array would not be easily destroyed. After hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Wendian was stunned. This old man has lived in China all his life. He has never been abroad, let alone a world other than the Earth. Not only has he never been there, he has never even heard of it. This made him a little unacceptable for a while. The worldview formed for a long time was instantly subverted. Grandpa, don't be surprised. Yi Feng explained, actually, my master, Senior Su Feiying, is not from the Earth. In fact, she is a cultivator of immortals. And my current cultivation is also immortal, not martial. That's why I can with 30 years of cultivation, defeating Taoist Xuanhuan with 130 years of cultivation, because what I used was immortality. Cultivator. Fairy. A series of words made Yi Wendian stunned and shocked the scene. Although he was surprised by Yi Feng's cultivation and the origin of Yi Feng's moves, but he never thought about it. Yi Feng's master is not from this world. This is too fantasy. In this world, besides the Earth, there are other worlds. So where is the world they are in now? Are all the people in this world cultivating immortals? So to say. Yi Wendian was in the dark. He cast his eyes on Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan. Although he couldn't see them in the dark, he could feel the breath of the two women. These two women were immortal cultivators, just like Yi Feng. Little bastard. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. He only yelled, and there was no more. As for Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan, they already knew Yi Feng's identity as a cultivator. After all, they were already cultivators themselves, and their cultivation was not low. Grandpa, come here. If you want, I can transform you into a cultivator. Yi Feng then said solemnly, a year of cultivation for an immortal is equivalent to 2 years for a martial artist. If all your internal energy of 100 years of cultivation is transformed into true energy, then your strength is comparable to that of 200 years of cultivation. He is a martial artist. And he can start to use fairy art. He is as strong as my master. It takes 2 months for Scar and Nanfeng's internal qi to be transformed into true qi for 15 years. Yi Wendian's 100-year cultivation base will definitely take a year to transform. But within a year, his strength can be doubled. If it were placed on the Earth, it would be completely cheap. If it were replaced by anyone, it would be too busy to join in. Let me think about it. Yi Wendian couldn't give an answer right away. Because for him, the tradition he had accepted for decades made it difficult for him to easily abandon the internal energy he cultivated. Even if he believed that Yi Feng would not harm him or lie to him, it also has to be weighed. It's normal for the old man to be a bit stubborn. Yi Feng didn't care. After explaining these things to Yi Wendian, Yi Feng felt the delicate body in his arms move, and quickly came back to his senses. He lowered his head and asked, Sister Lin, you're awake. Well, where is this place? Why is it so dark? Lin Shurqing's crisp voice was full of haggardness. Obviously during the transmission process. Although the dragon sword ancient ring saved her life, it still made her suffer unspeakably. That's the case. She persisted. It can be seen that she is determined. Far beyond the average girl on the earth. Sister Lin, you'll be fine if you wake up. It's a blessing. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that this beauty would not be able to wake up. Woo. Lin Shurqing groaned softly. Her soft and tender body moved. Immediately, she rubbed close to Yi Feng's many places. It made his face turn red. Luckily, the surrounding area was dark. No one could see it. Sister Lin, can you stand up? Yi Feng asked. Should be able to. Lin Shurqing also felt the rapid changes in a certain part of Yi Feng's body. She was also a little embarrassed, so she supported his shoulders and barely stood up. Swish. Yi Feng took out the Chunyang Baojian. Suddenly, a bright white light illuminated the surroundings. Immediately, the scene of the altar of the ancient temple caught the eyes of Lin Shurqing and Yi Wendian, making them both dumbfounded at the same time. This altar in the ancient temple is full of rotting black spider corpses. No wonder the surrounding area is full of rotten and damp smells. It smells so bad. It's just, how can there be such a big spider in this world? Even Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan, who already knew Yi Feng's identity as a cultivator, couldn't help but feel a little nauseous seeing this scene. Their spiritual senses detected those things before, but they didn't know what they were. Seeing them now, they were immediately frightened jumped. Lin Shurqing, who was unprepared at first, was so frightened that she trembled all over. She just stood up and fell limp in Yi Feng's arms. She closed her beautiful eyes nervously. For girls, things like spiders are shabby. Not to mention such a huge spider corpse. Yi Wendian, on the other hand, has long been prepared for the fact that this world is different from the earth. After a sudden shock, he quickly calms down. Since these black spiders are corpses, there is nothing to be afraid of. Sister Lin. Sister Lin. Are you okay? Seeing Lin Shurqing fainted, Yi Feng quickly hugged her soft and slender waist and shook her. At the same time, his true energy rushed into her body, waking her up. Lin Shurqing woke up slowly. But looking at the surrounding scenes, she still felt a little creepy. She leaned tightly into Yi Feng's arms. On the side, Su Menghan was frightened by the black spider. He didn't even think about it. He also leaned over and hugged Yi Feng with Lin Shurqing from left to right. Zi Jianlan subconsciously took 2 steps back, wanting to grab Yi Feng's arm. But found that his left and right sides were occupied by people. Can't help but wonder. Okay. These are dead things. Nothing to be afraid of. Seeing this, Yi Feng was so angry that he pulled Zi Jianlan over. This girl has a slender waist and a petite figure. Together with Su Menghan, Yi Feng could comfortably hug her. She immediately calmed down, her face flushed. Yi Wendian was on the side. Watching Yi Feng monopolize the 3 beauties, he showed a treacherous smile. This was exactly what he wanted. Although he always talked about grandson's wife and so on, he actually knew it. Yi Feng didn't want to have anything to do with Lin Shurqing. Even Zi Jianlan, Yi Feng didn't make any plans. Unexpectedly, after jumping off the cliff, there is such progress. Congratulations. After a long time, the 3 girls calmed down under Yi Feng's comfort. At the same time, they explained the situation to Lin Shurqing and told her about the cultivator. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng urged his true energy into the dragon Jiangu Jia. A pill core was also produced in her body. When Lin Shurqing jumped off the cliff, she still jumped down without thinking about her own life. Yi Feng was really moved. No matter what the other party's purpose was, Yi Feng could feel the other party's worry. This top-notch royal sister really cares about him as a younger brother. It's just that in Yi Feng's eyes, he didn't really regard the other party as his sister. After letting Lin Shiqing produce a pill core in her body, Yi Feng enlarged the practice room of the Star Tomb Ju and taught him to him. Anyway, they all came here. It is impossible for Yi Feng to hide anything from him. It's better to be more straightforward. Grandpa, it's best not to wander around here. Even my master has encountered danger here. Yi Feng saw Yi Wendian wanting to move around in a blink of an eye, so he reminded him. He felt the strong aura around him. He took back the ancient dragon sword ring that Lin Shiqing was wearing, opened the storage space, and took out the vermilion fruit that he got from Zhang Yang, a girl from the corpse sect. Under the nourishment of the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Zhuge finally continued the process of ripening. It looks like this. It will mature in a month or so. It's a pity. Vermilion fruit is only useful for immortal cultivators who have cultivated for 100 years, to condense the young god. The fastest to use this thing should be Yi Wendian. Put Zhuge in the pocket of the black shirt. Yi Feng stood up, let's go. Everyone be careful. Sister Lin. Follow me closely. Don't leave me within 1 meter. Do you understand? Lin Shiqing was experiencing the pill core and Star Tomb art. Hearing Yi Feng's words, she nodded quickly. She quietly glanced at Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan, who were beside Yi Feng, and found that the two women were also raising their heads and looking at her with beautiful eyes, which made her a little embarrassed. Yi Feng is the boyfriend of Su Menghan's sister. She, Lin Shiqing, is so close to him. It seems too ambiguous. But in this weird place, she really can't stay too far away from Yi Feng. That makes her feel very insecure. She also thought about the light kiss on Yi Feng's cheek before the teleportation started. It made her blush even more. She was glad in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't wear lipstick today. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for leaving lip marks on Yi Feng's face. Cleared up. An old man and 3 women followed Yi Feng, passing through the group of black spider corpses, and soon came to the wall, the side of the passage that was blasted out before. Everything is as usual. During the detection of Yi Feng's consciousness, everything around is consistent with the initial situation. It seems that no one else has come to this ancient temple during this period of time. This made Yi Feng slightly relieved. Su Feiying should be fine. The 5 of them stepped into the passage together. Yi Feng immediately entered a state of full alertness. The true energy was condensed in his hand, and he was ready to gather the true energy sword to fight at any time. He still remembered the ones that appeared here. The terrifying fighting power of giant black spiders. If they appear again, they will not be able to handle them. All right. Everything is business as usual. There was silence in the passage. It was also full of damp and rotten smell. It made people feel a little disgusted. Of course, to Yi Feng, this was completely pediatrics. My master is in a stone room at the end of the passage. Qin Jianxiong from the Tai Chi Hall and Tang Qing Tian from the Tang family are all in it. Yi Feng explained, under normal circumstances, everyone except my master would have starved to death. It has been a month since Yi Feng was first teleported to this ancient temple. During this time, no one in the martial arts world can defeat hunger. You must know that in the stone room, even water and food never. Yi Feng led the crowd along the passage, advancing cautiously, and soon came to the edge of the fire-breathing wall. This journey, Yi Feng knows very well how powerful it is. You all stay here. You all step back. I will come when I go alone. Yi Feng was giving orders to an elder and 3 daughters, when he suddenly became alert. He stretched his consciousness to the maximum and detected the entrance of the stone room at the end of the passage. In that place, a group of strangely dressed people suddenly appeared, wearing animal skins and animal bone necklaces. A group of 5 or 6 people came out of the stone room. How could there be such a savage in this ancient temple? Yifeng didn't know the truth, but he knew that he was in trouble, because Su Feiying in the stone room had disappeared under the detection of his spiritual sense. Originally, Su Feiying's ice star tomb could last for 100 days protected in it. But now, the freezer she turned into is no longer in the stone room. Those savages carried it away. The bodies of Qin Jianxiong and Tang Qingtian disappeared. Yifeng's face darkened. He felt that those 5 or 6 savages didn't have much cultivation, so he was ready to take action immediately. These savages seemed to come to the stone chamber to see if there was anything missing. But by chance, Yifeng bumped into them. Void sword art. Yifeng didn't even think about it. He jumped forward. The blue sword light flashed in the dark passage. Then his figure appeared 150 meters away, in front of him in an instant. A month ago, Yifeng wanted to jump out of the range of the flame circle from the entrance of the stone room. He needed to use the void sword technique 3 times in a row. But now that his cultivation base has improved, the distance that the void sword technique can teleport is 50 meters farther than before. It was only 2 times. Even the flames on both sides of the flame circle hadn't spewed out yet. Yifeng had already teleported to the door of the stone room. Void sword dance. The blue sword light was like the blade of death god. It suddenly appeared in the light of the torches held by several beast bone savages. Before the few savages could react, Yifeng had already thrown a sword on their necks. Bang! The white flames flashed past. Several savages, together with the torches in their hands, were all incinerated by Yifeng's extremely hot fireball. Immediately following. Immortal art. Soul gathering. The gray and black wind blew past. Yifeng gathered the souls of those savages together. Then he searched for all the memories in their brains with a soul search technique. Yifeng immediately understood what was going on. It turns out that this ancient temple is located underground. It is in a dense jungle in this world. Not far from the ancient temple, there is a savage tribe. It is the place where these primitive savages live. They discovered this ancient temple by accident. Under the leadership of the tribal priest, they got through the inside and outside of this ancient temple. They encountered giant black spiders, giant red centipedes, giant green scorpions, and other horrible creatures along the way. They were all cursed to death by tribal priests. This made Yifeng's heart odd. The strength of this tribe's sacrifice seems to be very terrifying. They are regarded as gods in the wildling tribe. And when the wildlings found this stone room, they also found Su Feiying and Qin Jianxiong, who turned into ice sculptures. To Yifeng's surprise, these savages found this stone room not long ago. In other words, Qin Jianxiong and Tang Qingtian insisted on supporting it for nearly a month. In addition to the savage's memory, there are only those 2 people here. Let Yifeng understand that it must be for these 2 people to survive. The other martial arts people who were trapped together in it must be given to. Yifeng shook his head. He didn't think much about it. In order to survive in this world, many people will do things that they can't even imagine. Not to mention the old and cunning people like Qin Jianxiong and Tang Qingtian. Feed on disciples. This is also the main reason why the 2 survived. However, the situation of the 2 people is not very good now. Because they were caught by the tribal priests, they became the coolies of the entire savage tribe. Since both of them were cursed, there is no possibility of escape. Master was also taken back by them. Fortunately, even the tribal priests can't deal with the Bingxing tomb for the time being. It's a blessing in misfortune. Yi Feng murmured. Next, he naturally wanted to rescue Su Feiying. But the tribal priests are so weird. Yi Feng has never studied the curse technique. Although there are some in the world of cultivating immortals, they are all regarded as crooked ways. Those who are proficient in this kind of magic are called witch immortals in the world of cultivating immortals. However, most of the wizards who are proficient in magic are divination, prediction, and other fairy arts. Cursing fairy arts is not their mainstream. Suddenly met a tribal priest who can curse. Yi Feng had to be careful. From the memories of these savages, Yi Feng not only understands the general situation of Su Feiying now, but also understands the jungle situation outside the ancient temple. The whole jungle. It's a wild scene. All kinds of ferocious beasts emerge endlessly. It is similar to the giant black spider in the temple. It is just a child. And not far from the wild man tribe. It is said that there is a young fire dragon inhabiting it. It poses a threat to the wild man tribe all the year round. In this vast and dense jungle, even those ferocious beasts can be cultivated. Ordinary savages are no match at all. There must be special tribal priests to protect the safety of the tribe. Under the tribal sacrifice, there are 3 disciples of the sacrifice who have practiced the art of curse for generations, in order to protect the entire tribe in the future. This tribe has a total of more than 400 people. It is one of the largest tribes in the surrounding area. It is called the Sar tribe. There is another relatively large tribe, Gabon tribe, tens of miles away. Between the 2 tribes, there is both cooperation and competition. After understanding the general situation, Yi Feng was ready to act. You don't come here. Yi Feng's spiritual sense just felt it. Yi Wendian and the others, who were 300 meters away, were about to move. He quickly reminded him. There is a flame magic circle in the middle. Except for the method of teleportation, it is absolutely impossible for everyone to pass through with their current cultivation. It just faded away. And everyone. Uncle Yang. Let everyone wait here. I'll go out and have a look alone. Yi Feng raised his head and looked at the sky above the passage, not far away. The 82 members of the Soul Cultivation Corps, led by Yang Shuning, also teleported over. It's just that in this ancient temple, they couldn't penetrate the walls, so they could only follow this passage. Yi Feng briefly explained the situation, took out some food and drink from the dragon sword ancient ring, and asked everyone to wait here. He himself performed void sword art, following the route remembered by several wild men. Go outside the temple. With the protection of the flame circle, several people must be safe. At least. Yi Feng did not find information about the flame circle from the savage's memory. It can be seen that the tribal priests may not have a way to break the magic circle. The route in the wild man's memory is very clear. And after going out from the small secret passage, beside the stone room, all the threatening creatures along the way have been cursed to death by the tribal priests. Therefore, Yi Feng's progress was very smooth. The entire ancient temple is divided into 5 floors. The large teleportation array and the stone room are located. It is the 5th floor at the bottom. Yi Feng went all the way up from the bottom. He could see many of the same beast-bone savages. They were rummaging around in the ancient temple. Yi Feng ignored these savages so as not to cause complications. 4th floor. The 3rd floor. 2nd floor. Level 1. Yi Feng disappeared and quietly came to the exit of the ancient temple. It was pitch black outside. It was actually night time. Under the cover of the tall jungle, the stars were few and the moon was silent. The entrance of the ancient temple only sprinkled a little bit of light. Outside the temple, it really is a vast and dense jungle. Tropical trees tower high into the clouds. On the ground, shrubs, poisonous flowers and weeds are everywhere. If you are not careful, you will be buried in it. Such a harsh environment. I don't know how the tribal priest led so many savages to survive. Walking all the way from the ancient temple. Yi Feng didn't find any tribal priests. So he followed the tribal location in the memory of the savages. Based on their experience of walking in the forest, he carefully avoided some dangers and left the entrance to the temple covered in ivy. Yi Feng walked through the dense jungle, avoiding some animals and plants that could threaten his life. In this ancient jungle, there are dangers everywhere. As for what is outside the jungle, Yi Feng still has no way to know from the memory of the savages, because these guys have never left this jungle, and have never even been to the tribe. Inside and outside. If you walk around, even tribal priests will lose their lives. According to the legend of the Thrall tribe, there are many ancient gods in this jungle. Anyone that appears will be as big as a mountain. Its body can fill the sea. It will destroy the sky and the earth with its claws. Destroy thousands of such medium-sized creatures' tribe. Although such ancient god relics have not appeared for hundreds of years, it does not mean that there are none in this jungle. This makes all the savage tribes in this jungle believe in gods very much and have their own firm beliefs. These things have nothing to do with Yi Feng. Right now, he just wants to rescue Su Feiying. Then find a safe place to practice. Wait for Su Feiying to come out of the Bingxing tomb. And then, it should be from here, go back to the earth. Solve the affairs of those hidden places. Long Wan'er and Xiaoyu are still on earth. It is impossible for Yi Feng to stay here forever. However, people's plans are not always satisfactory. Just as Yi Feng ran 5 miles away and came to a thrall tribe with torches burning everywhere, a keen gaze from the darkness made him immediately alert. You must know that at this time, he has used the invisibility technique to hide his figure. But his keen eyes can actually find him and look at him through many barriers. Could it be that tribal sacrifice? It shouldn't be. The tribal priest is really a witch fairy. It's impossible to have divine consciousness. If this is the case, Yi Feng felt that he might have gotten into big trouble today. But in order to save Su Feiying, he would not be afraid of any big trouble. He tightened the ancient dragon sword ring on his right finger. Resist the curse. It depends on the ancient ring of the dragon sword. According to legend, the successors of the dragon sword of all dynasties are the nemesis of witches and immortals. Whether it is curse, divination, or foresight, none of them can have an effect on the successor of the dragon sword. This made Yi Feng have some confidence in the dragon sword ancient ring. Since this thing is a token of the dragon sword inheritance, it should also have the effect of resisting curses. If not, he is in danger. But no matter how dangerous the place is, he must come. The consciousness quickly swept across the entire tribe. Yi Feng quickly found the target he was looking for. Su Feiying's Ice Star Tomb ice cube was being placed in an underground wooden house. The young man guarded him. From this young man, Yi Feng could feel a little bit of true energy. This is the sacrificial disciple. On the other side, Qin Jianxiong and Tang Qingtian, 2 martial arts masters, are being cursed. Their whole bodies are surrounded by black energy. If you look carefully, these black energy faintly form countless iron chains, completely restraining their cultivation bases, living. These 2 people were currently feeding 2 wild beasts with disheveled faces. Their whole bodies were filthy. The robes on their bodies were also gone. Yi Feng knew that it was because of their clothes. Too gorgeous. It was stripped and worn by tribal priests. Those 2 beasts look like galloping horses. But looking at their teeth, you can see that they are much more ferocious than galloping horses. I'm afraid they are a fierce tiger on earth. They are no match for such beasts. The most important thing is that Yi Feng actually felt the existence of true energy from the bodies of the two beasts. These two beasts each have more than 10 years of cultivation. Because of the memories of the previous savages, Yi Feng knew that these two beasts were called horse teeth. They were the most easily tamed powerful creatures in this jungle. The so-called powerful creatures had strange things in the memories of the savages of the tribe. I understand. But from Yi Feng's point of view, a powerful creature refers to a creature that can cultivate and has true energy in its body. It's the same as the fire cloud demon master, before being able to change form. It's a pity that these two horse teeth have only been cultivated for more than 10 years. It's still a long time before they take shape. After taming the horse teeth, not only can the horse teeth carry people running, but also help in combat. To tame this ferocious creature, a tribal priest must do it. Replace it with ordinary tribal savages. Can't hold a horse's teeth. Yi Feng now has a clear idea in his heart. The reason why only the tribal priest and 3 disciples in the entire tribe can practice is because not everyone here has a pill core. Only those who have a pill core are eligible to become disciples of the sacrifice. It is a pity that such a person. In the tribe it's just 1 in 100. Yi Feng sneaked into the thrall tribe stealthily. He smelled a weird smell. This is the result of the savages living in the open all year round. After all, their houses are built directly from wood. They are extremely simple. Let alone bathing and brushing their teeth. Or something like that. There's no such thing. Even water is a scarce resource of the thrall tribe. That sharp gaze is still focused on Yi Feng, making him always vigilant. Tribal worship. Yi Feng's spiritual sense detected that in a rather delicate wooden house in the center of the tribe, there was sitting a savage girl wearing a white robe. The white robe was just ripped off from Qin Jianxiong's body. There was also a taiji pattern drawn on the chest. Is a woman. Yi Feng looked strange. Before he came here, he really didn't know that the sacrificial priest of the thrall tribe would be a woman. Even in the memories of those wild men, he didn't have such an impression. Very mysterious. Every time they appear, they will not be able to see their faces and figures. This is the effect of using the curse technique. It is similar to the blindfold method. And under the detection of Yi Feng's spiritual sense, the other party's identity as a girl can't be hidden. However, although the other party is a young girl, Yi Feng dare not be careless at all, because the other party's sharp gaze gave him a very dangerous feeling. 50 years of cultivation. This tribe worships the girl. Her cultivation level is good. However, she doesn't seem to be very good at using her qi. She can't even simply block the detection of her spiritual sense. She was able to spot Yi Feng because of her strong spiritual sense, which overwhelmed Yi Feng's. Hide. I have cultivated the Yin God. I don't know where I learned about it. Yi Feng thought in his heart. Feeling the girl's keen gaze, Yi Feng always had the urge to turn around and run away. But under the effect of the dragon sword ancient ring, this urge was suppressed. This made Yi Feng feel a little relieved. It seems that the dragon sword ancient ring is indeed effective in this situation. Yi Feng thought about it for a while and decided to go directly to the door and communicate with the sacrificial girl. Relying on the ancient dragon sword ring, the other party's curse may not have any effect on him. If there is no conflict with such a dangerous person, it is better not to conflict. Quietly, Yi Feng sneaked into the wooden house in the center of the tribe without being noticed by anyone else in the tribe. After entering the wooden house, Yi Feng no longer hides. Instead, he cancels the invisibility technique, turns around, and faces the only person in the wooden house. That is the sacrificial girl from the thrall tribe. The sacrificial girl looks sweet and has an exotic taste. Seeing Yi Feng's appearance, she didn't panic. Maybe she felt that Yi Feng was not as powerful as her, so she was confident. Cat cat cat. The sacrificial girl stood up and said a word. The voice was neutral. It seemed that she didn't want people to know that she was a woman. But what she said was in a language that Yifeng could not understand at all. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Not fun. But Yifeng's worries were quickly resolved. It seemed that Yifeng couldn't understand her words. The sacrificial girl gave him a surprised look, then detected it with a touch of divine sense, and sent some information at the same time. Which tribe are you, a priest? Why haven't I seen you before? From the spiritual consciousness of the sacrificial girl, such a message was conveyed. There was a little curiosity in the tone, but there was no worry or hostility. It was clearly confident. It turned out to be a spirit communication technique. Spiritual communication technique. In Yifeng's impression, it is a kind of fairy art that is relatively difficult to comprehend. You must convert the meaning you express from spiritual consciousness into spiritual consciousness, and then send it to a specific person. Only people with spiritual consciousness able to receive. Even Yifeng, who has never been exposed to this spirit communication technique before, will not use such a technique. He did not expect that such a sacrificial girl from a savage tribe would use it. However, Yifeng's genius is a genius. He just followed the other party's method of using the spirit communication technique, and sent back a message: "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I appear here to talk to you." Transactional. It's the first time to use the spirit communication technique. Yifeng is a bit out of control. But the general meaning is still expressed. In the world of cultivating immortals, the communication of spiritual thoughts is a very common method of exchanging immortals, especially among high-level cultivators. Su Feiying also knows it. It's just that she hasn't had time to teach it to Yifeng. Yifeng actually refers to it here. The sacrificial girl learned it. If it were those experts in the world of cultivating immortals, they would definitely be amazed by Yifeng's talent. Even if you are an elite disciple of the sect, you will have someone to guide you. If you want to learn the spirit communication technique, it will take a month. Unlike Yifeng, you can learn it in a short time. If it is more talented than cultivating immortals, Yifeng is considered top in the world of cultivating immortals. A deal. What a deal. I won't deal with people of unknown origin. The corner of the priest girl's lips curled up slightly. It was extremely sexy. If you want to trade, first become my slave. As soon as the divine thoughts were conveyed, the sacrificial girl stood up. Because she was wearing a loose white robe, Yifeng couldn't see her figure. But what she was holding was very conspicuous. It's a crystal ball. Although the refining method is inferior, it is actually a magic weapon of the spiritual level. It is of the same level as Su Feiying's snow shadow ribbon. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng couldn't tell. A black light beam shot towards him from the crystal ball. Yifeng's face changed slightly, but he didn't dodge or dodge. He just stretched out his hand and met the black light beam with the dragon sword ancient ring. In one fell swoop. Snapped. The dragon sword ancient ring easily stopped the black light beam. Not only that, but also completely absorbed the power of the black light beam and transformed it into its own power. This scene made Yifeng, who had expected it for a long time, finally heaved a sigh of relief. But the sacrificial girl was full of surprise. It seemed that she couldn't believe it. Her curse technique had no effect on Yifeng. She raised her pretty face. Her eyes were blue and blue. She had a melon-shaped face and a high nose bridge. She was full of exotic beauty. Yifeng's figure in a black shirt was reflected in the water-blue eyes, which made her startled. Come again. Seal the curse. The sacrificial girl raised her hand again. A black beam of light condensed into an iron chain and swept towards Yifeng. It seemed to be the same as the curse on Qin Jianxiong and Tang Qingtian. After being hit by this curse, the cultivation in the body will be sealed live. This time, Yi Feng had enough confidence. He withdrew his hand. Not only did he not avoid it, but he took a step forward with his chest out. Snapped. The phantom of the black iron chain rushed into Yi Feng's body, making the priestess girl happy, but what happened next made her look pale. Seeing that the ancient ring of dragon sword in Yi Feng's hand lit up, he expelled the curse from Yi Feng's body. Sure enough, as long as he had the ancient ring of dragon sword on his body, all curses would be ineffective against Yi Feng. The successor of the dragon sword is really extraordinary. It's a pity that I am not the real dragon sword inheritance. I don't know where the dragon sword ancient tomb will be. Yi Feng thought about it and shook his head. He raised his head again, with a confident smile on his face. Now, I am qualified to negotiate a deal with you. Yi Feng had a half smile. The power of the curse technique is that as long as the cultivation base is better than the opponent, then it is a sure victory. Unless you encounter Yi Feng, but if your cultivation base is weak, and you meet someone with a high cultivation base, then it will be of no use at all. Up. There are also guys like Yi Feng who are immune to curses. They are also the most troublesome for the wizards. Fortunately, there are not many treasures like the dragon sword ancient ring in the world. Otherwise, the witch fairy would have disappeared long ago. This time, the sacrificial girl really didn't dare to make another move. Instead, she looked respectful and showed respect for Yi Feng's strength for the first time. Yes. Tell me about the deal you want to make. However, our tribe doesn't have much to offer. Only those 2 horse teeth. It was I who worked so hard to tame. Yi Feng shook his head and said bluntly, I don't want those. I just want the ice sculpture in the wooden house next to you. In exchange, I can help you turn 10 people in the tribe into like you. They can cultivate true angry monk. Since Yi Feng came in to negotiate, of course he has enough bargaining chips. Let more people in the tribe be able to practice. This condition is definitely an irresistible temptation for the sacrificial girl from the Thrall tribe. Sure enough, the sacrificial girl's pretty face changed slightly. Xinqi. What is it? It's the power of your curse. They gather in the dantian under your lower abdomen. Yi Feng explained, in your tribe, only you and 3 disciples can practice now. If there are 10 more people, the strength will definitely increase a lot. As he spoke, he condensed an extremely hot fireball in his hand. The extremely high temperature of the white flame surprised the priest girl. But she has never seen this kind of method. She can feel it. There are too many secrets in Yi Feng. The ancestors left a warning. If you meet a mysterious and powerful person, you must not be hostile to him. Instead, you should try your best to meet his requirements. If possible, you must swear allegiance to the other party. Only in this way can the tribe be stronger. There is no doubt that the sacrificial girl is tempted.